Chapter 1 Don't come any closer. Old man, you've been beaten into panda eyes by me. This time, you can let me go down the mountain. On Cloud Luo Mountain, Yi Duan had a pig-headed face, gazing indignantly at the immortal middle-aged man in front of him, grinding his teeth for a while. It's been 3 years now, and I've never been down the mountain myself, and I've been forced to learn all sorts of things all day and night, from martial arts to medicine, from zither, chess, calligraphy and painting to Chi Man Dun Jia. There is no such thing as not learning. Sometimes Yi Duan wondered if he had committed a heavenly offense. Otherwise, how could he have gotten stuck with such a strict master? Not quite what I expected, but letting you off the hook. The immortal-style middle-aged man suddenly showed his teeth for a moment. His eye sockets were bruised and purple, and a gust of pain came from there. That's not a bad idea, he said as he drew a cold breath backwards. HM? Yi Chuan instantly showed a wary look on his face. According to his understanding of the old guy, the latter half of his sentence should be a door, and it was obviously unusual to agree so dryly. In the next moment, the middle-aged man pulled out a crumpled piece of paper from inside his hip pocket before handing it to Yi Chen. Yi Dust looked disgusted. What the hell? This won't wipe your ass with grass paper. Here's your college acceptance letter, the middle-aged man said with a dry cough. Leaf dust? What the hell? Let him go to school? Yi Duan was speechless. A prodigy like him had finished high school at the age of 5. It's long been an unknown number of years since I got out of school. What's the point of going back to college now? Report to Jinling University. If you want to find your parents, Jinling University is a crucial stop on the road. Moreover, with your current strength, if you want to improve, it's no longer useful to just cultivate hard. Going down to the mountains to train your mind is indispensable, and the ivory tower is the best place to go. The immortal middle-aged man had an inscrutable look on his face, only that he was topped with 2 panda eyes, which more or less looked a bit comical, affecting his image as a tall man. Bring it you. Yi Duan was joyful and snatched the acceptance letter with one hand, even though he didn't know what kind of medicine the old man was selling. To Yi Chen, it was already a heavenly good thing to be able to go down the mountain. Just like that, a hangdog youth descended the mountain. Destination, Jinling City, the capital of Jiangnan Province. Brat, in order for you to make it down the mountain, your dear master, I, have put water in you to fill the Marianas Trench. The immortalistic middle-aged man stood on top of a green pine, looking at Yi Chen's departing back. The corner of his mouth slowly picked up a meaningful smile. Jinling City, which is a combination of classical and modern city, as the ancient capital of 6 dynasties, it not only has beautiful scenery, but more importantly, has a rich historical and cultural heritage. Yi Duan was no stranger to this city. 3 years ago, he hadn't returned to the mountains to learn the art again, still practicing down the mountain and on missions. There have been many stops and stays here, and he had purchased a house here on commission for the convenience of prying eyes. Despite being deserted for years, it was finally coming in handy at this point. Finding a specialty snack, Yi Chuan had a simple dinner and prepared to go back to his residence to rest. Just then, a sudden hip-hopping sound came from the corner of the alley ahead. Yi Chuan froze and listened with his ears open, and from within these disorganized voices, he actually heard a woman's feeble cry for help. With the idea of watching the fun, Yi Duan walked over, only to see that in the deserted alley, 3 straggling youths were moving their hands around a drunken woman. The woman was already a bit out of her mind, but she was doing her best to resist in the face of the harassment of these 3 men. Faye, what should we do? This is really intense. One of the youths was stumped by the woman's high heels, and the pain was a little too much to bear. The punk named Faye sneered and said, "What's the rush? When the medicine kicks in, any stronger horse is a dead horse. Boss is right, when she can't carry it anymore, she's still at our mercy." The 3 stragglers laughed in unison with a lecherous smile. Jiang Wanqing was filled with despair. Although she was somewhat delirious, her subjective consciousness was still there, so she naturally knew what was happening. For a moment, she felt some remorse and complained about why she had come out to get drunk. Being targeted by these hooligans, she could only imagine what would happen to her. Feeling the desire rushing up to her brain and her body getting stronger and stronger, Jiang Wanqing's entire body seemed to have lost her strength. Her body was tingling and her breathing was rough. Hey, almost, Faye said with a lecherous look on his face. After waiting for such a long time, he finally had the chance to savor such a superb beauty. Looking at the 3 rogue youths coming, Jiang Wanqing's eyes were full of despair. She was powerless. At this time, even if she wanted to run, she couldn't do anything about it. A mix of remorse, fear, anger, and resentment washed over her brain. Jiang Wanqing let out a muffled grunt and unexpectedly fainted straight away. Dizzy, just in time. Guys, get a grip. Faye laughed at the Haas and then began to pull down his pants. When Yi Chen saw this, he frowned and directly walked over. He despised such people who went out with a needle and made a mess of the show. Who are you? 4. Before the punk named Fei could finish his sentence, he was sent flying with a slap from Yi Chuan. For this kind of scum who liked to scourge good women, Yi Chuan didn't have half a good feeling, so naturally he didn't beep if he could do it. The other two punks looked at each other. They were smart enough to turn around and flee without hesitation. Yi Chuan sneered. Trying to escape in front of him was too much to look down on. With a kick of his foot, two small stones flew out and hit those two in the back. Those two punks immediately let out a cry of pain, fell to the ground, and then completely rested in the past. After doing this, Yi Chen expressionlessly walked towards Jiang Wanqing, who was lying on the ground. He helped Jiang Wanqing up and couldn't help but let his eyes light up. It was only at this point that Yi Chuan was able to see Jiang Wanqing's appearance clearly. This woman, she was really a bit too pretty. No wonder she would be targeted by this gang of hooligans. However, what surprised Yi Chuan the most was not Jiang Wanqing's beauty, but the fire poison that was in her body, which was not mundane at all. Immortal drunk? Yi Chuan's heart shook, knowing that he was in trouble. The 100 Flowers sex immortal drunkenness. Once the attack occurs, the fire poison invades the heart and veins, and there is no other way but yin and yang intercourse. Right now, Jiang Wanqing's face was flushed and her forehead was sweating falsely, so it was obvious that she was already experiencing symptoms. Yi Chuan didn't dare to be slow, grabbed Jiang Wanqing's body and carried it on his shoulder and ran. He wanted to bring Jiang Wanqing back to his home to find a cure before the fire poison in her body completely kicked in, but even though he was fast, he couldn't be fast enough for the speed of the fire poison to strike in Jiang Wanqing's body. As Jiang Wanqing's reaction became stronger and stronger, Yi Chuan had no choice but to open a nearby hotel and place Jiang Wanqing in it. I don't believe that an immortal drunk can be difficult for my lineage of evil healers. Yi Chuan took out a silver needle and was just about to put a few needles on Jiang Wanqing when he was pounced upon by a delicate figure. I'm hot. I want. Hey, big sister, pretty girl, I'm selling my art, not my body. Don't come over. The lights went out here as Leaf Dust screamed in panic. My innocence. Early the next morning, Yi Duan woke up violently and let out a shriek when he saw the scene in front of him. He was naked, looking at the overbearing woman in front of him with an aggrieved expression, looking mournful, living like a little maiden who had been defiled by thieves. After Yi Chuan's one night of intensive treatment, the fire poison in Jiang Wanqing's body had naturally been completely undone. At this moment, she was lucid and was glaring angrily at Yi Chen in front of her. However, Jiang Wanqing could not understand one thing. Obviously she was the victim. How come the other party looked like they wanted to seek death? You fell for the aphrodisiacs of 3 rogue youths yesterday and were almost Luan. I saved you with good intentions, but you coveted my beauty. People are still virgins. You have to be responsible for me. Yi Dust was aggrieved, watching a scene, seeing justice, and taking his innocence into it. What is this called? Jiang Wanqing naturally remembered what happened last night, but she still couldn't help but have her forehead veins popping out, both angry and speechless. Here's $5,000 for your first time, okay? I'll take it as a dog bite. She turned around and took out a stack of red tickets from the small bag she carried with her and threw it to Yi Duan. Originally, Yi Chen was still smiling and ready to take the money, but when he heard this, his hand instantly shrunk back. What do you mean by that? Lifting up your pants and disowning people? Yi Chuan said with displeasure. What? After sleeping with me once, you won't just rely on me. Jiang Wanqing cast a sidelong glance at him with an icy expression. Yi Chen did not say anything. He did think just like that. The woman who had been touched by him, where else could he allow her to go and make love to another man? Seeing that Yi Chen did not respond, Jiang Wanqing's anger surged. She said coldly, don't be delusional. We are people of 2 worlds. There is not the slightest possibility between you and me. From now on, don't appear in front of me again. After saying that, Jiang Wanqing put on her clothes and directly slammed the door. Yi Chuan slightly skimmed his mouth. Looking at the direction Jiang Wanqing left, he touched his nose. Yi Chuan sighed, somewhat helpless, having lost his innocence to treat the other party for immortal drunk. He didn't expect the other party to be ungrateful. As for why those 3 punks would have the 100 Flowers sex immortal drunk, this Yi Duan didn't want to bother about it, because there were special people who were responsible for investigating this aspect of the case. Yi Chuan got out of bed, and his naked upper body was full of streamlined and sturdy muscles, as if it was made of steel, full of explosive power. Woman, you don't want to escape from me. Having taken my innocence, you can't run away. The corner of Yi Chen's mouth rose slightly. Taking his own clothes and putting them on, Yi Chuan looked at the time. Today was the new student check-in. He had to go to the school to go through the enrollment procedures. Chapter 2. What's your name? Wife. Jinling University, the top school in the Jiangnan province of China. Carrying a satchel with some information in it. When Yi Chen arrived there, he froze and couldn't help but have a headache. There are so many people here. There's hardly any room to get off the ground. Yi Chen sighed in his heart. Had he known that he would have come back later? Just as Yi Chuan hesitated to leave and come back later, A fresh aroma greeted him. Then, Yi Chen felt something warm wrapping around his arm. He frowned and twisted his head, and then his eyes lit up with a look of amazement. This is a girl with a very pretty appearance, peach cheeks and apricot face, eyebrows like a crescent moon, a black and flowing hair, a beige t-shirt on top, the lower half of the body with a pair of light blue jeans, full of youthful and energetic flavor. Her pair of jade legs were slim and slender, attracting the gazes of many people around her. Why did such a little beauty suddenly hug herself? Is it because he's too charming? Yi Chen sighed slightly in his heart. There was no way around it. Hubby, there's a bad guy pestering me. Will you help me get rid of him? The girl pointed in one direction with an indignant look on her face. Husband? This address made Ji Duan look confused, and he looked in the direction the girl was pointing. A tall young man pushed through the crowd and rushed over at a fast pace. Upon seeing the girl intimately holding Yi Chen's arm, he couldn't help the anger that churned on his face. Asshole, get your filthy hands off me. The youth's face was cold and his fists were clenched. With a hint of nervousness in her eyes, the girl looked at Yi Chen, worried that Yi Chen would be intimidated by the other party and let go of herself. That way, she'd have to suffer endless harassment again. What's wrong with you? I'm holding my wife's arm. Why should I let go? Also, do I know you? Why should I listen to you? A kidney weakling? A look of disdain appeared on Yi Chen's face as he carefully sized up the youth. Kidney weakness? The girl looked a little odd. He wasn't ashamed to say the word in public. However, seeing that Yi Chuan didn't let go of her hand, but instead helped her, the girl let out a long breath. She was really harassed by that youth to the point that she had a headache. You're spitting blood. I'm going to call the police. I'm going to sue you for slander. The youth looked as if he had suddenly been stepped on in his tail. His face was flustered, and a clear-eyed person could tell that he had a weak heart. The girl was stunned. This guy couldn't really have a weak kidney. Why else would you be so pissed off? Seeing that the girl's gaze towards herself was a bit off, that youth hurriedly explained. Meng-ru, this guy is credulous. He's talking nonsense. You mustn't believe him. I definitely don't have a weak kidney. The youth turned around and glared at Yi Chen, a hint of regal coldness crossing his eyes. Kid, do you know that trouble comes out of the mouth? Jinling University is my territory. If you want to go to school here unharmed, you'd better be sensible and take your hands off. Li Xian stared at Yi Chen with a grim gaze. Of course he knew clearly that Lin Mengru and this guy in front of him were innocent, but it was just his shield. When some of the seniors beside them saw the scene, they shook their heads and sighed. They thought that Yi Chuan was definitely going to suffer a loss today. For the old students who had stayed at Jinling University, who didn't know that Li Xian had a deep background and was a complete school bully, other than a very few people with even more honorable status, none of the ordinary students would dare to start a conflict with Li Xian. This guy is finished, daring to put against Li Xian, still too young and vigorous. Lin Mengyu is Li Xian's goddess. Whoever dares to take advantage of Lin Mengyu, Li Xian won't stop. Yes not to mention that this kid also said that he had a weak kidney in front of goddess Li Xian, definitely ignited the dynamite barrel. Some people who were familiar with Li Xian were talking, pointing at Yi Chen's side, and their eyes were even filled with pity. From today onwards, this is my territory. If you don't want to be pieced together by me, hurry up and get the hell away from me. Yi Chen was quite strong, and his response could be said to be out of the crowd's expectations. If you don't know how to honor me, then don't blame me for being impolite. Leave your dirty hands behind. Li Xian's eyes spewed fire as he angrily rebuked. He sprinted over and slammed his fist into Yi Chen's head. Weak chicken. Yi Chen smiled disdainfully. He came after him and pinched Li Xian's fist in one go. A huge force contracted, instantly causing Li Xian to scream in pain. Bastard, let go. Hiss, it's going to break. Glancing indifferently at Li Xian, Yi Chen didn't have any good feelings towards this kind of guy. He kicked out directly, hitting Li Xian in the stomach. Li Xian let out an even more mournful scream as his body arched onto the ground like a shrimp, throwing Li Xian into the trash can next to him. Yi Chen clapped his hands, revealing a harmless smile, and said, "Don't get me wrong, everyone. In fact, I don't really like to solve problems with violence." A large group of veteran students beside him all had their jaws dropped and froze as they looked at Yi Chen. Who would have thought that this freshman actually cleaned up the school bully Li Xian and threw him into the trash can? It was too violent. Yi Chen swept a glance at Lin Mengyu, who was frozen in place. He smiled cheekily and said, "Come on, wife, let's sign up." Lin Mengru came back to her senses at this time. She decisively pulled out her hand holding Yi Chen's arm and smiled awkwardly. "No, I still have some things to do. Excuse me." She turned and walked away, not stopping for a moment. Like a frightened kitten, it was obvious that she didn't want to stay with Yi Chen, a person who didn't like to solve problems with violence. "Wife, you're too thin-skinned, aren't you? Lifting up your pants and disowning people?" Yi Chuan had a dissatisfied face. "By the way, what's your name, and where can I find you later?" Yi Duan suddenly seemed to remember something and shouted from behind. However, as his voice went out, Lin Mengru's long legs stepped even more frequently. I'm not going to meet with a violent guy like you. Lin Mengru couldn't help but roll her eyes. She quickened her pace and disappeared into the crowd in no time. Seeing that the other party didn't care about him, Yi Chuan wasn't discouraged. He gathered himself and came to the place where he signed up. There were quite a few people here who had witnessed the ferocious side of Yi Chuan just now, and all of them had the good sense to get out of the way, fearing that this guy would get upset and give them such a blow. After checking in, Yi Chuan didn't go to the dormitory, but directly went out of the school. He returned to the place where he once lived, a 3-room, 2-bathroom, 180 square foot apartment, though it's a bit empty and lonely living alone in it. But Yi Duan firmly believed that in the near future, there would be a lot of sisters living here. By then, he would never feel alone and lonely. Beginning of the bad woman. Take the little master's first time and want to play evaporate? Doesn't exist. Lying on the bed, Yi Chuan remembered last night's flirtation again, and an evil smile appeared on his face. Chapter 3 She's My Woman. Jinling University, Office of the Registrar. A rather beautiful-looking but tired-faced woman in professional clothes suddenly let out a sneeze. She wiped her nose and muttered in a low voice, "Which student is cursing me again? Mr. Jiang, what's wrong with you? Your face looks so bad. Do you have a cold? I have medicine here." A male teacher next to him looked up, his face full of concern, coldly glancing at the male teacher. Jiang Wanqing waved her hand. After being tossed around all night last night without any sleep and coming straight to work this morning, she'd be damned if she looked good. Thinking of last night's absurdity, and remembering that animal-like man, Jiang Wanqing had an urge to grind her teeth, but more still blame their own old man, and in the have to arrange a marriage for themselves. If she hadn't, why would she have gone to a bar to get drunk and lost her virginity? Seeing that Jiang Wanqing was indifferent to his concern, that male teacher gave a dry laugh and buried his head to continue working. Jiang Wanqing, on the other hand, was caught in a moment of confusion. Just then, the cell phone on the desk suddenly rang. Jiang Wanqing returned to her senses and pressed the answer button. "Xing Cheng, I've placed a special student in your class. You have to take care of him for me. But remember, don't tie him down too much. He passes all of his classes, even if he doesn't show up for the exams." A magnetic middle-aged man's voice came from inside the phone. "Eldest uncle, are you serious?" Jiang Wanqing was a bit surprised. The one who called her was no other than her eldest uncle, Jiang Qingzhong. Jiang Wanqing could be said to know her own eldest uncle's nature very well. Even as the vice president of Jinling University, he had never made a move to use his power for personal gain and provide special care to others. This phone call today was somewhat abnormal, and Jiang Wanqing instantly smelled a special flavor. Yes, special care. This student's name is Yi Chen. After Jiang Qingzhong said this, he cut off the phone. He had other things to deal with here and couldn't give Jiang Wanqing too much of an explanation. Chanting Yi Chen's name under her breath, Jiang Wanqing slightly curled the corners of her mouth. She secretly cooed. "Kind of interesting. Actually able to get my eldest uncle to open the back door for you. I'd like to see what kind of big shot you really are." At this moment, Yi Chuan didn't have the slightest idea that he was already being watched by his homeroom teacher even before class started. He finished his meal and lay back on his bed with a relaxed look on his face. It's such a pleasure to be without the old man to squeeze. Leaf Dust was happy in his heart. Lying down, it wasn't long before his eyelids sank. This sleep went straight through to the next day. Yi Duan woke up and touched his parched stomach. He stretched and then got up. After simply washing up, Yi Chuan left his home, bought 2 buns at the roadside, and rushed towards the school. Not long after he had gone downstairs, a stunningly beautiful woman came out of his opposite door. Both had the same destination, the University of the Golden Age. Yi Chuan's residence, located in the eastern suburb of Jinling City, was not far from Jinling University, and he quickly arrived here. According to the class schedule, Yi Duan found the classroom where the lesson was held. When he entered it, he realized that it was already full of people, and only the front row seats were empty. Unable to do anything about it, Yi Chuan could only find a random seat. "Dude, I'm Li Ming. What's your name?" The position beside Yi Duan also sat a small chubby peer, smiling with a curved brow, looking very enthusiastic. He greeted rather self-consciously. "Yi Duan," Yi Duan said indifferently, nodding his head. Little fatty Li Ming suddenly gave a hefty laugh. He mysteriously came over his head and said, "Man, I think you people can handle it, so I decided to tell you a secret." "What?" Yi Duan glanced at little fatty. "This guy is beeping and ranting. He's not a psychopath, is he?" Li Ming was blissfully unaware that he had already been categorized by Yi Chen as a psychopath. He said with a smug look on his face, "According to the latest news I got, our homeroom teacher is the most famous and beautiful teacher in Jinling University." Without waiting for little fatty to finish, Yi Chen suddenly interrupted him with a voice. Is it her you're talking about? Leaf Dust suddenly pointed towards the door. A woman dressed in a teacher's professional outfit happened to walk in. Her eyebrows were like a picture. She didn't put on any powder. Her pair of eyes were like bright jewels. She swept over the crowd, and instantly made all the boys look dumbfounded. Yo, it's really destiny to meet each other. Yi Chuan was happy in his heart. When she walked into the classroom, Jiang Wanqing felt countless fiery gazes towards her, but she was calm and not at all surprised. Hello classmates, I am your homeroom teacher Jiang Wanqing, and I will be accompanying you for the next 4 years. If you encounter any problems, feel free to come to me at any time. Jiang Wanqing walked up to the podium with an affable smile on her face. The charm of a beautiful woman, naturally, needs no introduction. As soon as her voice fell, the boys in the classroom applauded, which made Jiang Wanqing feel very flattered. Mr. Jiang, wait, I have a small question. Just then, a lazy voice rang out, surprisingly overpowering all the clapping. Jiang Wanqing froze for a moment, her gaze involuntarily looking in the direction the voice came from. This look is not to be taken lightly. When Jiang Wanqing got a good look at the person's face, she froze, her bright eyes staring round and her mouth opening into a circle. Clearly, she was surprised to the core. Relating to Yi Chan's unsuspecting eyes, Jiang Wanqing only felt her cheeks burning. She sighed in her heart, it really was life. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Wanqing forced herself to calm down. She flashed a smile and said with some difficulty, what's the problem, classmate? Mr. Jiang, I'd like to ask if it's a wrong thing to start something and end it. Yi Chuan smiled evilly and looked at Jiang Wanqing's somewhat embarrassed face as he spoke faintly. Jiang Wanqing's cheeks flashed with a quick blush. Last night, the two of them were in love with each other, but to her death, she didn't expect that it would be such a coincidence that the other party would become her student today. Dryly coughing, Jiang Wanqing found an excuse and said, that, emotional issues, it's not within the scope of inquiry, so you can grasp it yourself. Well, since Mr. Jiang said he's grasping it himself, then I'm not going to be polite. Yi Duan blinked, clearly meaning it. You, Jiang Wanqing revealed a blush, but she didn't dare to scold Yi Chuan, fearing that Yi Chuan would be unhappy and stir up their affair. At that point, she'd have no face. Yi Chuan was sitting upright, but his eyes were still staring up and down at Jiang Wanqing. The eyes that seemed to be smiling but not laughing made Jiang Wanqing feel uncomfortable all over. So what if you become his teacher? This woman can't escape his 5 fingers. Jockeys defy their ancestors. It's exciting to think about. For a moment, Yi Chen's smile steeply became incomparably evil. You know Mr. Jiang? Li Ming was surprised and said with some envy. Glancing at Li Ming, Yi Chen shrugged. She is my woman. Holy, really? Li Ming's eyes widened as he remembered what Yi Chen had just said, and he felt that the credibility was still quite high. Believe it or not, after casually making a perfunctory remark, Yi Chen once again shifted his gaze to Jiang Wanqing's body, an evil smile spreading across his face. Chapter 4 7 Women in 2 days. After finishing the class meeting in a trance, Jiang Wanqing only felt an exhaustion she had never felt before. It was just too torturous. This guy, on the contrary, was still sitting in the first row, and when she looked down, she could see that evil face. It was hard to get through to the end. Jiang Wanqing dropped a sentence and fled the classroom in a huff. Want to run? Yi Duan stood up from his seat, ready to chase him out. What are you doing? There's a class down there. Li Ming shouted behind him. Looking for my first wife. Yi Duan gave him a strange look and said as a matter of course, first wife? Li Ming's eyes widened. This title was a bit of a statement. Is there a concubine? Just as Li Ming returned to his senses and wanted to open his mouth to ask, Yi Chen was already gone from the classroom. Running back to the office as if fleeing, Jiang Wanqing felt a bit winded at once. She took a drink of water and sat in her office chair for a long time, which calmed her confused thoughts a little. She actually indulged in a night with her own student. Oh my god, how could this be such a doggone thing? Teacher Jiang, are you alright? It was still the same male teacher from yesterday. Seeing Jiang Wanqing's appearance, he asked with a concerned face. Jiang Wanqing was worried, and when she heard the male teacher's words, she was quite impatient. However, she still replied in a gentle tone. Thanks for your concern, Mr. Wang. I don't have any problems. I'm just a bit tired from the meeting just now. Seeing Jiang Wanqing give a response, Wang Yang was overjoyed in his heart. He gritted his teeth, mustered up enough courage, and pulled 2 movie tickets out of his pants pocket. Mr. Jiang, I don't know if you have time tonight, but I have 2 movie tickets here. May I be so bold as to invite you to go see it with me? Wang Yang had an expectant look on his face. He had coveted Jiang Wanqing's beauty for a long time and had been pursuing it. It was only Jiang Wanqing who was as cold as frost and did not show him any respect. Today, Jiang Wanqing broke the ice and spoke to him, causing Wang Yang to have the illusion that he still had a chance and hurried to strike while the iron was hot. Frowning slightly, Jiang Wanqing was displeased in her heart. She was about to politely decline the other party's invitation, but suddenly she heard a lazy voice ringing beside her ear. Thank you so much. You're a real sweetheart. I'll just laugh at the movie tickets. It just so happens that I want to call my wife to go to the movies. Yi Duan appeared, and he snatched the 2 movie tickets with one hand, then pushed Wang Yang out of the way and stood in his original position with a smile. Wife, let's go. I'll treat you to a movie, Yi Chuan said with a smile. He waved his hand in a big way, looking rather grandiose. Not only did Wang Yang freeze, even Jiang Wanqing herself froze, staying in place and froze dumb. The corners of his mouth twitched a few times, and Wang Yang's face turned a little white as he said with a bitter expression, Mr. Jiang, so you're already married. Jiang Wanqing glared at Yi Chun with some annoyance and hurriedly said, Don't misunderstand Mr. Wang, he's just my student who likes to joke around. You shouldn't take him seriously. Don't you talk nonsense. Turning back, Jiang Wanqing warned once again. Yi Chuan blinked his eyes with an innocent look. Where did he talk nonsense? He was clearly telling the truth. However, he was also aware of Jiang Wanqing's concerns and didn't really care. Hearing Jiang Wanqing's explanation, Wang Yang's face soothed a bit. He coldly looked askance at Yi Chuan and said, This student, you've gone too far with your jokes. Do you know that? As a student, you should first know how to honor your teacher. He looked like he was teaching earnestly, causing Yi Chen some egg pain. I'm not joking, Ms. Jiang was originally my wife. And even if I'm wrong, a ladybug like you isn't qualified to talk about me, right? Wow. The whole office exploded, and many teachers looked this way. Ladybug, that's a powerful term. And there were adults in the room who couldn't understand what it meant. The female teachers looked at Wang Yang with eyes that were instantly filled with dislike and disdain. On the contrary, some of the male teachers were a bit unimpressed. Don't let this sort of thing be too normal. Just bring it out into the open. Wang Yang's face changed drastically as he hurriedly denied. You're spitting blood. I'm bloodthirsty? Yi Chen laughed coldly. 3 the day before yesterday. For yesterday, TSK, can't see that you're quite good. Mr. Wang, do you want me to tell you their ages? Shut up. No talking. Wang Yang subconsciously chided. But the first moment after those 5 words were spoken, his heart tightened and he knew it was no good. Wang Yang's face was extremely ugly, as if he had swallowed dozens of dead rats in one breath. Okay, I actually don't know how old they are. Yi Chen shrugged his shoulders with a helpless expression, but his words almost made Wang Courage spit out blood. You dare to trick me? Wang Yang said angrily. A pair of eyes filled with angry flames stared at Yi Chen. You're so smart. Leaf Dust smiled and extended his thumb. Wang Yang covered his chest and gasped violently, purely infuriated by Yi Chen. Noticing the collective contemptuous eyes of the female teachers in the office, Wang Yang blushed and felt that it was all Yi Chen's fault. He roared and suddenly grabbed a chair on the side and slammed it at Yi Chen. Stop. Mr. Wang, are you crazy? A gasp of surprise came from the teachers, who were all unable to sit still. You know, the chairs in their office are all made of stainless steel. If they are smashed on, going into the hospital is light. Jiang Wanqing's face also changed as she reached out to grab Yi Chen. Although this guy was no good, but after all, he was now nominally his student. As a teacher, she naturally couldn't stand by and watch him get hurt. Annoyed? Yi Chen snorted, not scared at all. The moment the chair was about to touch him, Yi Chuan struck out and grabbed the edge of the chair. His hands were like iron pincers, holding the chair tightly, and even though Wang Yang exerted all his strength, he still couldn't take it down. Mr. Wang, as a teacher, you can't be so rude when treating your students, Yi Chuan said with a light smile. As soon as he let go of his hand, Wang Yang's body instantly lost control and frantically fell backward. Bump! Wang Yang landed on the back of his head, directly rolled his white eyes and fainted. Everyone was dumbfounded, and some of the male teachers reacted by rushing over with 7 hands and calling the emergency services. Being knocked unconscious by a blow to the back of the head is very serious, and if it's not done properly, it can kill someone. Is this guy's head made of tofu? So fragile. Everyone has seen it. This matter has nothing to do with me. If anything goes wrong, don't come to blackmail me, Yi Chuan said breathlessly. He glanced toward Jiang Wanqing, revealed a smile, and said, Wife, it's good now. The nasty guy fainted, so we can go on a date. Jiang Wanqing was furious. She glared at Yi Chen in annoyance, then directly crossed over him and walked towards the outside of the office. Wait for me, wife. Yi Duan was anxious and hurriedly chased after him. The two walked so far that they were almost out of the school. In the end, Jiang Wanqing couldn't hold back any longer, and she glared angrily at Yi Chen. What the hell are you doing? I've made it very clear to you that it was nothing more than an accident. Nowadays, who says you have to be your wife when you get into bed? Are you living in a dream? Ha! Yi Duan scratched his head with a puzzled expression. Jiang Wanqing hummed, naturally knowing full well that this guy was playing dumb, but she didn't bother to break it down. Instead she said with a cold face, okay, now I'm going home, so don't be following me, do you hear me? Okay. This time, Yi Duan was very obedient. Just as Jiang Wanqing had just taken a step and was ready to leave, Yi Chen suddenly ran in another direction. Wait for me, little wife. Jiang Wanqing subconsciously followed Yi Chuan's voice and looked over. A very distinguished-looking girl was looking at Yi Chuan with a stunned expression. Men really are all big hogs. Seeing this scene, without knowing what was going on, Jiang Wanqing had an inexplicable sourness in her heart. She glared at Yi Duan with a puff of air, then turned around and left quickly. Chapter 5 Young Killers. Lin Mengru was troubled. Even though Li Xian was severely taught a lesson by Yi Chen yesterday, but now he was pestering her again. Like a piece of velvet candy, she couldn't shake it off, making her super irritated. She brought out Yi Chen and tried to scare Li Xian, but it didn't have any effect. Li Xian knew what happened yesterday by heart. He was naturally clear that that violent guy was actually just a shield that Lin Mengru had coincidentally found. Between the two, there is really no relationship at all. Therefore, he appeared to have no scruples and dared to continue pestering Lin Mengru. Just as he was springing into action, a voice of déjà vu sounded behind him. Li Xian couldn't help but frown, a flash of unsettling thoughts suddenly rising in his heart. He jerked around, only to see a familiar face. Li Xian's expression froze and he couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Obviously yesterday's incident had left quite a shadow in his heart. Lin Mengru's eyes lit up and she immediately revealed a delighted expression. She was at a loss as to what to do, and this guy's presence certainly solved that problem for her. Yi Chen didn't even look at Li Xian and directly ignored it as he ran towards Lin Mengyu with gusto. Wife, it's a godsend that we meet again. Yi Chen looked as if he was as enthusiastic as fire, causing the joy in Lin Mengru's heart to suddenly disappear. Looking at this situation, it seems like this guy is even more of a scoundrel than Li Xian. This friend, stop pretending, I already know all about it. There is no emotional relationship between you and Mengru. As long as you promise not to appear around Mengru anymore, I'll be able to give you whatever amount of money you want. Truly a little fearful of Yi Chen, Li Xian thought about it and added, honey, which end is this guy on? Do you recognize him? Yi Chuan scratched his hair and looked Li Xian up and down, looking as if he didn't recognize Li Xian. Lin Mengru was slightly stunned, and was quite a bit in tears. Is this guy serious? Just yesterday he threw someone in the trash and today he suddenly doesn't recognize them? However, she naturally wouldn't try to tear down Yi Chen. Shaking her head, Lin Mengru said, I don't recognize it. Li Xian's face collapsed when he heard this. Don't recognize it? Then it's a fly? Hearing Lin Mengru say that she didn't know Li Xian, Yi Chen immediately changed his face. He looked at Li Xian with a ferocious gaze and said, Old man Shudao Mountain, immediately disappear from in front of my wife. Also, none of you are allowed to appear in front of my wife in the future, or I'll see you once and beat you once. Li Xian had an iron face and huffed in his heart. Your Excellency is too arrogant. I am a member of the Li family in Jinling City. If you dare to touch me, do you believe you won't be able to see tomorrow's sun? Can't see the sun tomorrow? Yi Duan scratched his head and smiled cheekily. I just looked at the weather forecast. Tomorrow is cloudy. It's not just me. All of you won't be able to see the sun tomorrow either. You, Li Xian was choked. Oh yeah, what is the Li family in Jinling City? Yi Chuan suddenly asked in confusion. A few black lines surfaced on Li Xian's brain and he couldn't help but open his mouth to rebuke. Nonsense, the Li family is not something. Yi Chen revealed a dazed look as he nodded with a smile. You're right, the Li family really isn't a thing. Only after hearing Yi Chen's repetition did Li Xian notice something wrong in his words. He stared at Yi Chuan with a gloomy gaze and couldn't help but say angrily, Bastard, you dare to set me up? Bump! A sandbag-sized fist blasted Li Xian's stomach, and Li Xian's body bent and flew out in the air. You! Before he could finish his sentence, his eyes rolled over again and he fainted. This is what happens when you know too much. Shaking his fist, Yi Chen said coolly. The corner of Lin Mengru's eye twitched. She wanted to laugh, but apparently the occasion wasn't quite right now. Yi Chen's words and actions were unexpected at every turn, making her feel an inexplicable sense of amusement. What a weirdo, Lin Mengru thought in her heart. She stretched out her own small white and tender hand and took the initiative to reach out in front of Yi Chen. Thanks for relieving me again. My name is Lin Mengru. And you? Yi Chuan had a saddened look on his face as he said, Gosh Lu, wife, you actually don't know what my name is until now. I'm really too sanguine. My last name is Rao, and I have a single name. Gong. Lin Mengru frowned. Why did this name feel strange? Labor Palace? She pronounced it softly. The more she thought about it, the more wrong it became. Oh, it's comfortable. Good wife. That's it. A cheap smile appeared on Yi Chen's face. His body was soothed as if he had just come out of the bathroom after a shower. Without a good-natured glance at Yi Chen, how could Lin Mengru not know that she was being taken advantage of by this point in time? She reprimanded. You bad embryo, actually swindled me. I'll ignore you, humph. With a haughty bang of her head, Lin Mengru was a bit unhappy as she pouted her lips and walked towards the front. Yi Duan smiled and chased after him, and the two of them followed suit and quickly left the school. Glancing back with some headache, Lin Mengru said in a depressed manner, You guy, why do you keep following me? She suddenly realized something even more terrifying. It seemed that this guy was even more difficult to deal with than Li Xian. Thinking about this, Lin Mengru was depressed. Following you, of course it's to protect you, Yi Chuan said unreservedly. Lin Mengru looked Yi Chen up and down. She deflated her mouth and said, Come on, with this fragile little body of yours, it's okay to deal with the kind of goods like Li Xian, but if you really encountered a powerful character, you wouldn't be able to beat even a single finger of the other party. When Yi Chen heard this, his eyes widened. Was he being despised? Pointing at a youth not far away, Yi Duan said with dissatisfaction, The more powerful character you're talking about, is he? At this moment, that youth was walking towards Yi Chuan and them, and when he realized that Yi Chuan was pointing his finger at himself, that youth immediately changed his expression, then quickly pulled out a gun from his arms. The dark hole pointed at Lin Mengru, causing her to lose her color. Lin Mengru's face showed fear as she let out a shriek and tried to take a step to escape. What's the point of running? Isn't it just a broken copper? Yi Chen laughed lightly. He pulled Lin Mengru with one hand, and with the other, he flexed his fingers, and a silver light seemed to fly out. That youth was stunned, and then he let out a miserable scream, as the hand he was holding the gun unexpectedly broke off from his wrist. The palms of the hands, with the guns attached, fell to the ground in unison. After glancing at Yi Chen, that youth's brows were filled with horror as he turned around and rushed outside. He wasn't stupid, knowing that he had encountered an expert, and still staying, it was a proper death-seeking behavior. Still trying to run, too much for me. Yi Chen smiled faintly as he once again snapped his fingers and another silver light flew out. This time, however, the silver light was not aimed at the youth's arm, but directly pierced through his head. A demonic flower of blood blossomed in the back of that youth's head, and he stood upright, then planted himself straight back. Miss. At this time, 10 or so people rushed out from the side and surrounded the youth. Yi Chen smiled faintly and was not surprised. He had sensed the presence of the other party a long time ago. It was only because he didn't feel any malice that he didn't say anything. Now it looks like it should be her bodyguard. Touching his nose, Yi Chuan was a little curious about Lin Mengru's identity. To be able to secretly hide so many bodyguards around him, he thought that his identity must not have a simple origin. It was only then that Lin Mengru recovered from her extreme shock, and she looked at Yi Chen with a complicated expression. This shield of his own is a little too powerful. For a moment there, at gunpoint, she thought she was going to die. However, it was not expected that Yi Chuan had solved the crisis by just snapping his fingers twice. That temperament of being in danger and dashing out of the world instantly made Lin Mengru feel a sense of security that she had never felt before. Miss, I'm sorry, it's our fault for giving you a fright. A terrified voice came, waking Lin Mengru up. These were the bodyguards who were usually in charge of her security, and what had just happened had obviously frightened them as well. If anything happened to Lin Mengru, then they wouldn't be able to live, and their boss, Lin Mengru's father, would never let them go. I'm fine, don't worry. After glancing at Yi Chen, Lin Mengru was still a bit stunned. She suddenly realized that she still didn't know Yi Chen's name. My name is Yi Duan. Yi Chen touched his nose. The bodyguard in the lead glanced at Yi Chen in awe before sincerely thanking him, because not only did he save their missy, he saved their reputation. Chapter 6 What is not poultry? What are you thanking for? We are all family. Waving his hand, Yi Chen said with a smile. The group of bodyguards looked at each other in disbelief, and the one in the lead had an odd expression on his face. You guy, don't talk nonsense to ruin my reputation. Okay. Lin Mengru glared at Yi Chen in annoyance. She then said to the bodyguard in the lead, I've only known him for 2 days. 2 days and you're calling your wife? That bodyguard's eyes widened, and his admiration for Yi Chen couldn't help but increase a few more points. This speed, this efficiency, it's absolutely barren, he secretly thought in his heart. Forget it, take that guy and you guys hurry up. Lin Mengru covered her head once, feeling quite a headache. Nodding slightly, the group of bodyguards carried the youth's body and quickly left the scene. My 2 cents. Yi just had a melancholic look on his face and couldn't help but mumble. What 20 cents? Lin Mengru was stunned and somewhat puzzled. After glancing at Lin Mengru, Yi Chen changed his face again. He raised his eyebrows and smiled. It's nothing, just 20 cents. I'll give it to you as a bride price. What the hell? I'm worth 2 cents. Blankly glancing at him, Lin Mengru said without any good humor. To be able to marry the heavenly and divine master, this little master, You have already knocked over tens of thousands of wooden fishes in your previous life. Yi Chuan spouted nonsense in a serious manner. Without suppressing her inner thoughts, Lin Mengru directly compared a middle finger. She's found out the hard way. This guy is a live wire. Please don't be narcissistic. Let me get down to business. You're so good with your hands. Why don't you be my personal bodyguard? For a month, I'll give you 50,000. Do you think it's okay? Lin Mengru said crisply, with an expectant face. I don't think so. Without the slightest hesitation, Yi Chen directly shook his head no. Why? Lin Mengru was slightly stunned, obviously not expecting that Yi Chuan, who had just cared about even 20 cents, now actually rebuffed her 50,000 a month solicitation. You're my wife. It's only right to protect your wife. How can you ask for money? Moreover, I can make money. I'm not used to eating soft rice, Yi Chen said indifferently. He stood proudly in place, exuding a unique charm all over his body, causing Lin Mengru's heart to beat wildly like a deer in headlights. However, in the next second, Yi Chuan scratched his head and said with a hefty smile, how about it? Don't I look very handsome when I say that? Lin Mengru's expression froze, and she almost spewed out a mouthful of old blood on the spot. Luckily, she thought that Yi Chen had become attractive, but it turned out to be all an illusion. It hadn't even been a minute, and it was all over. Hiss. You couldn't have been sent by my father to deliberately approach me. Lin Mengru twitched her cute little nose and suddenly foxed, glancing at her strangely. Yi Duan scratched his hair. Who is your father, male or female? Ahem. Lin Mengru choked on her own saliva. She could now be 100% sure. This guy, in no way, could have been sent by his curmudgeonly old man. It was a little too much for her to talk to such an oddball, let alone her dad, and it would be weird if she didn't get pissed off and spit out blood. Peeps, let's go. Let's go shopping. Lin Mengru didn't bother to talk more nonsense with Yi Chen and walked straight to a nearby shopping mall. What pipsqueak? I'm your husband. Also, you've only just been attacked and you dare to go out and wander around. You've got a lot of guts. Yi Chen hurriedly chased after him. He had a bit of a headache. The woman looked like she was eating him up. He hadn't agreed to be a bodyguard alright. What are you afraid of? Aren't you there? What do I need you for? Sweeping a glance at Yi Chen, Lin Mengru coldly snorted. Pete. Yi Chen was extremely helpless, but there was nothing he could do. Of course he said that with his mouth, but his body was still honest. Only to see Yi Chen smiling cheekily, he directly stepped forward and took Lin Mengru's small hand in one hand. Lin Mengru almost exploded. She had a wince in place and retracted her hand, snarling, what are you doing? Yi Chuan had a strange look on his face. I'm your husband, accompanying you to the mall. If I don't hold your hand, do I put my arm around your waist? After saying that, he made a gesture to lean over, and with a wave of his big arm, he wanted to wrap his arms around Lin Mengru's thin waist. Lin Mengru was startled and hurriedly dodged. She seriously emphasized, you're my bodyguard, not my husband, and this young lady doesn't have a boyfriend yet. There is now. It's me. Leaf Dust blinked and said righteously. This time, it was Lin Mengru's turn to be extremely speechless. Could this man not be so extreme? Seeing that Lin Mengru was a bit repulsed by straddling her waist, Yi Chuan could understand. After all, he couldn't eat hot tofu in a hurry. Thinking of this, he reached out and held Lin Mengru's small hand inside his palm. After a few fruitless struggles, coupled with Yi Chen's lack of other offensive actions, Lin Mengru sighed in her heart and could only let him go. But strangely enough, for Yi Chen holding her small hand, Lin Mengru didn't have any aversion to it, except for being a bit awkward at first. Unlike other boys in the past, being touched even slightly would be a half a day's worth of diarrhea. With the corner of his eye, he glanced at Yi Duan. This guy, he seems to be quite handsome, especially with that evil smile on his face. He looked very cynical. Wife, why are you looking at me secretly? Wouldn't it be better to look at me openly? Yi Chen suddenly turned his head and grinned. Who looked at you? Blankly glancing at Yi Chen, Lin Mengru denied it. Her cheeks were flushed with the feeling of being caught doing something bad. Well, I thought you were in love with me by sneaking glances at me. Yi Dust sighed with a regretful expression. Choking on Yi Chuan's words, Lin Mengru said without a trace of anger. Fart, you're not good looking, not my cup of tea. At those words, Yi Chen was a bit aggravated that he was actually disliked again. And being disliked for something that was his handsome face that he was so proud of was a bit unacceptable. Not your cup of tea, and you're still holding my hand, you scum girl. Yi Dust grunted. Lin Mengru almost fell head over heels as she said somewhat helplessly, wasn't it you who took the initiative to pull me? I forgot. Leaf Dust smiled cheekily and said in a serious manner. As the two of them strolled around and chatted, Lin Mengru had some egg on her face. Milky sour to be exact. Anyone who met a rogue goods like Yi Chen would probably collapse. Yi Chen? I know. You come back first. After a while, I will personally go to Jinling City to meet him. 100 meters away from the two. The head bodyguard from before was talking to his boss. That bodyguard hung up the phone and gave Yi Chen's back a stern look in his heart. This little guy is remarkable. Actually able to make his big boss personally stay in Jinling City. On the other end of the line, a middle-aged man in his 40s leaned on the heel of the railing of the bay window. He looked up at the blue, infinite sky for a moment of ghostly exodus. It's decided. From now on, this little guy will be called Yi Duan. A blade of grass can chop the sun and moon, and a grain of dust can reclaim the sea. With such a phrase echoing in his mind, the man's eyes were deep as he looked into the distance. Is he your son? The man muttered to himself, looking a little strange. If this Yi Chen is really that person's son, I'm afraid that the whole of China, again, will not be peaceful. Can you let go of me now? There were more people in front of them, and Lin Mengru clearly felt uncomfortable as she was being held by her small hand. Yi Chen pretended not to hear and still didn't let go. The warm, soft little hands are so comfortable to squeeze that a fool would put them down. Rolling her eyes, Lin Mengru also resigned herself to the fact that it was simply her woe to be in the presence of such a cheeky fellow. Just as she was beyond milky and sour, a pair of men and women walked up ahead of them, blocking their path. Yo, isn't this Sister Mengru? I haven't seen you in a few months, but you've become watery again. That heavily made-up woman suddenly opened her mouth. Lin Mengru glanced at the two with a disgusted look on her face and pulled Yi Chen's hand to leave to the other side. Don't go. Good dogs don't get in the way. Lululemon, get out of my way. Lin Mengru's face was cold. The sultry woman named Lululemon let out a delicate laugh, not caring about Lin Mengru's words. Instead, she looked Yi Chen up and down. She couldn't help but let her eyes light up and laughed. Sister Mengru really has a good eye. So handsome, so strong, and her bedtime kung fu must be very good as well. Why don't you give it a try for your sister? Licking her own lips, the sultry woman Lululemon threw a wink at Yi Duan. You, stinking shameless. Lin Mengru looked annoyed. She obviously couldn't stand such explicit words, let alone the fact that it was in public. But it wasn't those words that pissed her off the most. Rather, it was the fact that this bird was actually hitting on Yi Chen, which caused Lin Mengru to feel extremely uncomfortable in her heart. Wife, how did you recognize the head of poultry? At this time, Yi Chen suddenly spoke. His words left both of them in a state of confusion. However, Lin Mengru then reacted. The top of the poultry list, that's not chicken. Dare I say that Yi Duan was cursing in a roundabout way. She snickered secretly, but put on a confused look on her face. When did I tell you about her profession? Why don't I remember? This girl obviously wasn't an oil lamp either. And Yi Duan cooperated, blowing and singing, causing these two people in front of them to turn blue and black. Had sex with 13 guys in one day yesterday. What else could it be if not a chicken? Giving Lululemon a disgusted look, Yi Chen decisively pulled Lin Mengru back. It's as if being close enough to each other could spread the germs on the other. Nonsense, brother gang. They bullied me. You have to take it out on me. Lululemon's complexion changed slightly, but she quickly revealed a look of having been bullied. But in her mind she was shocked at how the other woman knew she had slept with 13 men in one day yesterday. The man who was addressed as Brother Gang gave Lululemon a suspicious glance, associating it with the fact that he couldn't contact Lululemon for a day yesterday. Could it be true, as this young man said, that this really went out and messed around for a day? He blushed a little at the thought. Still, he had to stand up for his woman in front of the crowd, with a fierce look on his face. Gang vented all the unhappiness in his heart on Yi Chen. Without saying a word, he raised his fist and slammed it towards Yi Chen's head. Bump, a muffled thud. Before Gang's fist even touched Yi Chen, he himself flew out horizontally and landed a dozen meters away, sliding slowly against the wall. Seeing this scene, Lululemon opened her mouth wide and was too dumbfounded to speak. Whoosh! Another kick. Indeed, Yi Chuan treated it the same way and sent Lululemon flying out as well. Don't look at me like that. I'm actually a very introverted person, Yi Chen said with a straight face. There was a wild roll of the eyes of those around him. Hell of an introvert. If they hadn't seen those two guys a dozen meters away still rolling around on the ground crying out in pain, they would have really believed it. Let's go. Lin Mengru spat out her little pink tongue and pulled Yi Chuan away from the scene in a puff of smoke. The two ran a long way, all the way from the east side of the mall to the west side. Before stopping, Lin Mengru was a bit out of breath, and the size of the not-so-small dirtbag rose and fell in highs and lows, instantly making Yi Chuan's eyes about to stick to it. Pervert. Blankly glancing at Yi Chen, Lin Mengru's cheeks blushed as she pouted. Leaf Dust smiled cheekily and accepted graciously. Thank you for fighting that guy for me. It was hard to calm down, Lin Mengru said with a serious face. Yi Chen glanced at her, suddenly filled with solemnity, saying, What thanks? Helping my wife is my part. LOL. Yi Chen's serious demeanor instantly made Lin Mengru laugh. This kind of expression shouldn't even appear on the face of someone like him. Chapter 7 Both are wives. I'm so happy. I've always been bullied by this guy before, and today I finally got out of the way. Lin Mengru smiled joyfully as she waved her small fist. It was obvious that she had a deep hatred for that burnt called Lululemon. You got a grudge against her? Do you need me to go back and tenderize her to death? Yi Chen frowned and suddenly asked this. A compelling chill was released from his body, causing Lin Mengru to resist tightening her body. That's not necessary. Lin Mengru sweated furiously and hurriedly pulled Yi Chen back. Why don't you have to? Whoever dares to threaten you and make you unhappy, I will destroy them, Yi Chen said with a face full of seriousness and a domineering demeanor. Lin Mengru was touched in her heart, but she still shook her head, because she was able to detect that Yi Chen was not joking. As long as she nodded her head, he would immediately turn back and go back to get that Lululemon killed. This was not what Lin Mengru wanted to see. There was friction between the two, but it was clearly not to the point of life and death. Lin Mengru smiled sweetly and patiently explained to Yi Chen. She is my brother's sister-in-law, bossy and extremely vindictive. Once I spoke up for my sister-in-law at home, and I was targeted by her. Now when she encounters me, she has to open her mouth to squeeze me for a couple sentences, which is nothing. This time, you gave her a hard lesson, so I'm sure she won't be like this in the future. Hopefully, my wife. I can only bully myself. Anyone else who dares, I will make him pay. His eyebrows flickered, and Yi Chen had a domineering look on his face. You're going to die. Who's your wife? Gently hammering Yi Chen, Lin Mengru was somewhat touched in her heart. Growing up, it was the first time she'd felt that almost frantic maintenance in an outsider other than her own father. Let's go. Keep shopping. Don't let those insignificant people ruin our fun. Lin Mengru's cheeks flashed with a blush as she unexpectedly took the initiative to pull up Yi Chen's hand and walked forward. His eyes brightened a few points, and Yi Chen smiled faintly. He seems to be acting borderline, but he is very resourceful inside. He naturally noticed Lin Mengru's change at the first moment. Passing by an underwear specialty store, Lin Mengru's eyes lit up and led Yi Chen inside. However, when stepping inside the store, she reacted to the fact that there was Yi Duan, a big old man, next to her. Somewhat worried that Yi Chen would panic, Lin Mengru twisted her head toward him, but to Lin Mengru's surprise, not only did Yi Chen not show any hand-wringing, he was rather calm. He picked up a light blue hood and glanced at Lin Mengru's chest for a while, then smiled and said, "This one is the right size and color. It fits your figure." Yi Chuan had a piggy look on his face, and his harumps almost flowed out. Lin Mengru's cheeks were reddened by the stare. She subconsciously glanced at the hood. It was actually still ing pulling the strings. How could she, a conservative and pure girl, wear such a bold and open style? Looking a little blushing, Lin Mengru wanted to pry open Yi Chen's head to see what strange and bizarre thoughts were inside. A store clerk spotted them and made his way over to the place. With a hidden smile, she glanced at Yi Chuan and said to Lin Mengru, "This beautiful young lady, your boyfriend has a great eye. This underwear is the newest model in our store, and it will definitely shine when worn on a little beauty of national color like you." "What boyfriend? He's not my boyfriend." "Don't talk nonsense." Blushing, Lin Mengru argued. Yi Chuan also nodded his head, and with an aggrieved look on his face, he said, "My wife is right. I'm really not her boyfriend." The clerk was so stunned that she almost laughed. Lin Mengru gritted her teeth and glared back at Yi Chen. This guy was really a master who refused to suffer. When she denied her relationship with him, he made a comment that directly embarrassed her. Unable to bear the ambiguous eyes of that sales clerk, Lin Mengru turned around and wanted to leave the place. However, just as she turned her head, bump, a man met her from the side and collided solidly with her. Two cries of pain rang out, but Yi Duan's eyes glowed as he rushed over. With a look of excitement on his face, he took the colliding pair all in his arms. "First wife, why are you here too?" "First wife? Is that a call for her?" Lin Mengru's eyes glazed over. But then, she saw Yi Chen's eyes, actually not looking at her, but focusing on the woman who had collided with her. "Goddess teacher?" Lin Mengru froze, then blurted out. She looked stricken, suddenly realizing something. Could it be that this guy's first wife is Jiang Wanqing, the famous and beautiful teacher of their school? Then what is she? Thinking of this, Lin Mengru couldn't help but blush a little. Little wife, why do you look so white? Are you unwell somewhere?" The back of his head looked like it had grown eyes, and Yi Chuan turned back to Lin Mengru and asked in surprise. Jiang Wanqing was dumbfounded. Killing her did not expect to meet this cheeky guy Yi Chen here. "Who's the girl next to him?" Jiang Wanqing frowned slightly. Next to Jiang Wanqing, there was another woman who was not very fair-skinned and was a healthy wheat color. However, her gaze was as sharp as a falcon's, with a hidden murderous aura that made it clear at a glance that she was not a generalized person. The surrounding people were also dumbfounded. Was this youth serious? What a time to have a first and second wife. Moreover, the looks of the two women in front of them were of the one-in-a-million variety. An ordinary man who could be favored by a woman like this would already be a great blessing. This youth, What in the world was his origin that he could actually enjoy such a flush of happiness? You let go of me. Lin Mengru looked a little annoyed and struggled to escape from Yi Chen's embrace. Jiang Wanqing also came back to her senses at this time, gritting her teeth and knocking down Yi Chen's thieving hand. She was a little depressed. She had wanted to go home, but her best friend had called and asked her to go shopping for clothes with her. That's why she appeared here. But she didn't expect to run into Yi Chen again here. You and Yi Chen are boyfriend and girlfriend? Lin Mengru inquired. I don't know what happened, but at this moment, she was in no hurry to leave. There were some things that she was afraid she wouldn't be able to sleep at night until she figured them out. She's my. However, in the next moment, Jiang Wanqing and Lin Mengru, who were synchronized with the gods, simultaneously turned their heads and drank. You shut up. Yi Dus decisively closed his mouth. We are good men not to be defeated in front of us. The depressed look on his face caused the wheat-colored skinned woman next to Jiang Wanqing to almost burst out laughing. What are you looking at? You die of this heart. There's no way I'm going to like black skin. Sweeping the woman lightly, Yi Chen huffed and puffed. It was the other side's turn to be nonplussed. Blackie, is that title a reference to her? The wheat-colored skinned woman almost jumped up and rushed over to give Yi Duan an over-the-shoulder slam. Luckily, Jiang Wanqing pulled her back, signaling her not to act rashly, so she barely managed to hold back. It was just a pair of icy gazes that always fell on Yi Chen's body, as if he wanted to dismantle him at any moment. Yi Duan is talking nonsense. He's a student in my class and likes to joke around the most. This student, are you Yi Chen's girlfriend? Jiang Wanqing asked with a smile. You've misunderstood. Yi Chen and I just met yesterday. We're just ordinary friends. When the two women finished, they looked at each other, both having a hunch that the other was not telling the truth. Let's go. Smiling and greeting Jiang Wanqing, Lin Mengru pulled Yi Chen away. My first wife, I'll miss you. Glancing back at Jiang Wanqing unwillingly, Yi Chen then followed. Seeing this, Jiang Wanqing couldn't help but gnash her teeth and curse in a low voice. This damnable asshole. Chapter 8 Fleshy and Substantial. Xing, could it be that the guy just now, is that asshole you're talking about? Jiang Wanqing nodded her head, and she spilled the beans to her best girlfriend about what happened at the class meeting this morning. Except, of course, for that one night's indulgence, the rest of which the wheat-skinned BFF knew all about. Jiang Wanqing's best friend was called Zhou Qin, and her name was quite domineering, which matched her actual personality perfectly. Zhou Qin after graduating from college enlisted in the army. As for what will now come back, it is said to be because of the time to participate in the mission, a serious violation of military discipline, was persuaded by the head of the retreat back. Jiang Wanqing was a bit disoriented, seeing Yi Chen and Lin Mengru leave. She had the feeling that her things were snatched away by someone else. Even though she didn't like Yi Chen yet, she just had a hard time blocking her heart. Men really aren't any good, Zhou Qin said in a cold voice. She was a little freaked out that this shameless, smelly man had the audacity to call her a black skin. She is that dark? This is the army was tanned into a healthy wheat color, okay. However, when she glanced at the delicate white skin on Jiang Wanqing's body, the corner of her eyes twitched fiercely for a few moments. It seemed that she was really a black skin compared to Jiang Wanqing. Forget about him. I don't have anything substantial to do with that guy anyway. Jiang Wanqing shook her head, shaking all the chaotic thoughts out of her mind as she continued to start picking out her underwear. This one is pretty, and the size is perfect for you. It doesn't fit. It's so much smaller. Zhou Qin snatched the hood from Jiang Wanqing's hands before throwing it aside. The surrounding women all revealed gazes of envy and jealousy as they glanced at Zhou Qin's breasts, then looked down at their own, and cried tears of desire. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The one I'm holding is close to a D. Are you eating papaya every day in the army? Jiang Wanqing crowed and was also envious. Compared to the size of this BFF of hers, she's nothing like a wannabe bun. Fart. I'm annoyed. Who knew it could grow that big? Hey, it's better to be small. No worries with small boobs. Zhou Qin was depressed. The surrounding women heard her words, all gritted their teeth. Have seen Versailles. Have not seen so Versailles. You're too bored. Just give me half of it. Some women shouted wildly in their minds. Jiang Wanqing was speechless for a whole, but then she was relieved. This bosom friend of hers used to be a soldier, and it was indeed a bit troublesome to have such a big load of burdens. They were picking out various clothes in the store, while Yi Chen, on the other hand, walked out of the mall with Lin Mengru. Why did you come out empty-handed? Yi Duan had a strange look on his face. Lin Mengru turned around. She looked at Yi Chuan fixedly and asked with a face full of anger. What exactly is the situation between you and Mr. Jiang? Don't think about lying to me. I can detect that your relationship is extraordinary. Yi Chen froze for a moment, then said carelessly, what's the situation? Didn't I say it all? She's my first wife. His justified appearance instantly made Lin Mengru laugh. This guy was already seeing someone and he was still teasing her. It was so hateful. With frost hanging over her pretty face, Lin Mengru said in an icy tone. Go find your first wife and don't bother me in the future. When she finished speaking, she turned around and walked away. What kind of words are you calling this? Yi Duan pulled her back. Lin Mengru twisted her head and glared at him. What words? You have a wife and you're messing with me. What do you take me for? A mistress? Lover? Yi Chuan smiled cheekily and rightfully said, I take you as my little wife. Inside his conception, a powerful male was one that should have many mates. Therefore, he didn't feel that there was anything wrong with his words at all. He was strong enough to have a few more wives. It was only natural. You, shameless. Lin Mengru pointed her small finger at Yi Chen, so enraged that she couldn't say a word. These days, there are quite a few philandering men, but the one who is so blatantly philandering, Yi Chuan is still the first one. Leaf Dust deflated. Was he not right? He suddenly grinned a smug smile. I have teeth and they're white, believe it or not. Lin Mengru's jaw dropped, and all her anger turned into a big blank stare. Too thick-skinned and immune to all attacks, Lin Mengru was finished. She unhappily walked in front, and Yi Duan followed behind. The two of them walked like this for a long time, estimated to be half an hour, when Yi Chen suddenly said, Little wife, I still have something to do. I'll withdraw first. Before Lin Mengru could turn around, Yi Chen scurried out of sight with a whoosh. Lin Mengru almost stormed off on the spot. How could there be such an extreme man in the world? It was too irresponsible. Having lost Yi Chen's protection, she naturally didn't dare to wander around the streets. A bodyguard in the shadows doesn't give her any security at all. Lin Mengru accelerated her pace and rushed towards her home, not daring to stop for a moment. After Yi Chen left, he didn't go out far before turning into a deserted alley corner. Come out. I found you long ago. Black skin. Sneaking around and following us for more than 20 minutes. When I don't know? Yi Chen turned around and said with a faint smile. In the next moment, a woman appeared, a cold light flashing in her eyes as she stared ferociously at Yi Chen. Blackie, I'd advise you to die. I'm not going to be with a piece of charcoal. Yi Chen smiled, but the words he said were infuriating. Zhou Qin was unmoved and just stood still with a sneer. Go on. In a little while, you might have to shut up for good. What? Are you going to get me killed? Yi Chen deflated his mouth, revealing a look of fear. I'll beat you into an idiot. Zhou Qin said coldly. Yi Chen shook his head inside. Hey, why be so violent? Hearing this, Zhou Qin raised her eyebrows, thinking that Yi Chen was afraid. She snorted coldly and said, What? Scared? Want to beg for mercy? I'm telling you, it's useless. I'll definitely fix you up today. Did you misunderstand my meaning? Yi Chen scratched his head, his face a bit strange. Zhou Qin froze, frowned and asked, Then what do you mean? I mean, you're so dark, and your temper is still so explosive, so be careful that you'll end up alone in the future and no one will want you. Damn you. Zhou Qin sniffed and almost had his lungs explode. She no longer beeped more with Yi Duan and directly rushed over, kicking her foot towards Yi Duan's crotch. Zhou Qin sneered, completely losing his mind. Holy, you're trying to cut me off. You cruel. Leaf Dust reached out and grabbed her feet with one hand. You. Zhou Qin's eyes widened in some disbelief. She was pretty sure that her kicks were very fast and incredibly powerful, surpassing many males. Even if they were placed among their troops, they were among the top group. This guy in front of him had actually caught his high kick so easily. Zhou Qin then reacted that this asshole man was definitely not a simple character. Who the hell are you? Why are you approaching Cheng Cheng? Zhou Qin questioned angrily. She struggled many times to no avail, only to feel that the hand gripping her foot was incredibly strong, as firm as an iron clamp. Yi Chuan smiled faintly and said with a yawn, Where I come from is none of your business, black girl. Hearing Yi Chen's words, Zhou Qin was furious. This bastard, what kind of messy nicknames did he give her? Black leather 1 minute, black girl the next. He definitely did it on purpose. Zhou Qin clenched his teeth in anger and suddenly slammed his fist towards Yi Chen's head. Yi Chen smiled faintly and punched out with the same punch, colliding with Zhou Qin's fist. Boom! A huge force erupted at the place where the two of them made contact, and Zhou Qin couldn't help but let out a yelp of pain, nearly shedding tears. Although it was certain that nothing was wrong with his bones, the intense pain was obviously not that pleasant. I'll fight you. Zhou Qin became more and more irritated, and even directly chose the way of close combat, his entire body slamming towards Yi Chen. What a feisty black girl. Yi Chen lamented as he subconsciously pushed out with a palm. However, the moment it touched the other party's skin, Yi Chuan snapped back to his senses. His strength, he himself knew very well. If the force of this palm had been thrown out, I'm afraid that this woman would have been killed immediately. Without any hesitation, he hurriedly withdrew all of his power. However, his large hand landed solidly on an amazingly soft spot. That cozy feeling made Yi Chen's eyes glow and he subconsciously squeezed a few handfuls. Zhou Qin was dumbfounded, feeling the pain coming from her chest. She thought she was hallucinating. I can't tell. you're quite material. Well, up close, your looks are not bad. Why don't you be my third wife? Yi Chuan was in a great mood, and he decided that he must have this black beauty in his pocket. It's more fulfilling when a fiery horse is subdued. I'm going to kill you. Zhou Qin roared hysterically. She lost her mind, and unexpectedly, she didn't know where to touch a gun, and the blackened hole pointed at Yi Chuan, and she fired a shot without saying a word. With a gunshot, Zhou Qin gradually regained his senses. She had a look of horror on her face. What had she done? Actually shooting at someone. This temper of yours, you really need to change it. It's too reckless, Yi Chen said with a frown. He released his grip on Zhou Qin and raised his other hand. A hot bullet clutched in his fingertips. Zhou Qin's eyes widened and his backbone went cold. What did she see? Catching a bullet with her empty hand? This guy, he's really not an ordinary person. Zhou Qin couldn't help but laugh bitterly. He was really bold. How dare he come over single-handedly to find trouble with him? Luckily, the other party didn't have any ill intentions, or wouldn't he be asking for death? Throwing down the bullet at his fingertips, Yi Chuan's figure flickered, his shadow shifted, and he completely disappeared into the corner of the alley. The entire process, as fast as lightning, made Zhou Qin react without even reacting. What a fast stance! With a flash of horror in his eyes, Zhou Qin could not help but feel a little anxious. The sudden appearance of such an unfathomable expert by Jiang Wanqing's side was obviously not a coincidence. However, the other party had dared to molest her again and again, and she secretly vowed that she would get revenge for this in the future. After working for half a day, Yi Chuan only remembered at this time that it seemed like he hadn't eaten his lunch yet. His stomach was deflated and rumbling, apparently sending up a protest. Walking into a random restaurant, Yi Duan finished his feast but looked a little depressed. Yes, he got anxious because he realized the awful truth that he only had $3.50 left in his entire body. I'm not going to be the first ever martial artist to be starved to death. Yi Chuan had a look of egg on his face. It's all because of the damnable old man who had to embezzle the money I had for the quest. Otherwise where would I be so miserable? Extreme dissatisfaction with his unscrupulous master rose up in his heart, and Yi Chen looked up to the sky and sighed. Money must be made, and it must be made in a hurry. Chapter 9 Lessons for Principals. Yi Duan looked around for a while, and his eyes landed on a passing young couple. His big, wise eyes gurgled, and his eyes lit up as he thought of a brilliant way to make money. With an arrow step, Yi Chen stopped the young couple on their way. Something wrong? The husband of the young couple asked with a wary look on his face as he shielded his wife behind him. Yi Duan scratched his head and said, "Brother, your wife is pregnant. $1,000 and I'll tell you the gender of the twins." "What the are you babbling about? I've been sterilized for over 2 years. How can my wife still be pregnant?" The man said angrily. "Hubby, don't listen to him, let's go. Brother Wang is still waiting for us to go over and start the banquet." "Well, you're right. Go, 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 hurry up. This kind of person looks like a psychopath. If you get entangled in it, there will be constant trouble." The couple glared at Yi Duan and left hastily, fearing that they would be targeted by Yi Duan. Yi Chen touched his nose and had to stop another youthful and beautiful girl. "Missy, you're not menstruating." Before Yi Chen could say this word tune, he was disliked by the girl. "Nuts, get thee out of here." The girl's gaze was icy cold, and with a cold snort, she directly walked past Yi Chen. Leaf Dust was helpless, and he had a faintly sad face. It's pretty hard to find a decent patient these days. After working all afternoon, it was hard to pull in even one patient. He had no choice but to buy 2 buns with his last $3.50. After eating, Yi Chen collapsed on the bed and dreamed. In the dream, 2 women were snuggled up in his arms, one on the left and one on the right. Early the next morning, Yi Duan was woken up by the sound of renovation downstairs, but looking at the timing, there's no excuse. Stretching his back, Yi Duan got up and washed up, and dressed up in a very rare manner. Another beautiful day. Which one of my precious wives would be good to find? Yi Chuan thought as he walked, forgetting his identity as a student. He actually had classes in the morning, more than one, and the most disciplined option would have been to go to class. Not much farther into the school, Yi Chuan stopped in his tracks as a few people in front of him closed in on him. Fixing his eyes, Yi Chuan realized that the person in the lead was Li Xian, who had been repaired by him twice. "Brothers, give me on. Teach this lawless brat a good lesson. Let him know who's the real boss in this Jinling University acreage." Li Xian glared at Yi Chen with a resentful face. "You look a little familiar." Yi Chen scratched his head, feeling that this person seemed to have some déjà vu. Li Xian burst into a rage. "This guy is teasing him. Screwed him twice in a row. Will still not recognize him? Kid, just stop pretending. Whether you recognize Li Xiao or not, we're going to teach you a lesson no matter what if we stop you today." The yellow hair next to Li Xian revealed a cat playing with a mouse look, clearly not placing Yi Chen in his eyes. "You're not right. Violence won't solve anything." Yi Duan had a look of assiduous teaching. "You're right. Violence won't solve the problem, but it relieves the anger. With the presence of yellow hair and the others, Li Xian's bottom line was also sufficient as he sneered. As I said before, I'm taking over Jinling University and no one is allowed to act recklessly here. Are you provoking my majesty? Yi Chen said expressionlessly, ignoring yellow hair and the others, and his gaze fell on Li Xian alone. Yellow hair, as well as some of the punks behind him, looked at each other in disbelief, and each one looked at Yi Duan as if they were looking at a shabby. This kid is out of his mind. Yeah, probably scared silly. They couldn't help but make scoffing noises. Are you guys so eager for a fight? With a cold look on his face, Yi Chen moved his gaze away from Li Xian and indifferently swept a glance at those punks. Yellow hair and the others simply ignored Yi Chen, still laughing to themselves. In their eyes, Yi Chuan still dared to talk tough at the end of his life, and in a moment, he should be crying and begging for mercy on his knees. No longer beeping more with these people, Yi Chen's figure flashed and rushed into the crowd. At the same time, everyone, including Li Xian, flew out and fell to the ground screaming, looking for a fight with me. You guys are still 20,000 years ahead. Yi Chen had a contemptuous expression on his face as he clapped his hands and turned to leave. Emma, I'm really much happier after punching someone. Happiness is really based on other people's pain. The ancients are true. Yi Chuan muttered in a small voice. He thought about it and realized that he seemed to have nothing to do. His mind moved and he then intended to go find Zhang Wanqing. Li Xian and the others watched Yi Chen leave with a hidden look of fear sweeping across their eyes. In less than 10 seconds, he had all of them down. Such a stature was simply unheard of. I think this guy is most likely a legendary martial artist. Otherwise, it's impossible for so many of us to have not seen how he struck. The yellow-haired young man's face was gloomy as he climbed up from the ground, his body in severe pain but his mind unusually clear. Then just let him go? A strong look of unwillingness passed through Li Xian's eyes. After glancing at Li Xian, a trace of ruthlessness flew across the eyes of that yellow-haired young man. There's no rush. Someone will clean him up sooner or later. Li Xian's eyes lit up as he tentatively asked, You mean you want to ask that person to make a move? The yellow-haired young man didn't say anything, snorted coldly, and turned around to leave. Yi Chuan was not the slightest bit aware that his mercy not only did not make the other party scornful, but instead it strengthened the other party's heart to retaliate. Of course, even if he knew, most likely he wouldn't care. Highlighting a fearlessness, when Yi Chuan dangled and barged into the office, he unexpectedly found that Zhang Wanqing was not there. My wife isn't here? Furrowing his brows, Yi Chuan turned his head to those teachers in the office and asked. These teachers naturally knew Yi Chuan, and even more so, they knew that this guy looked harmless, but in reality, his hands were quite light and heavy. Their colleague, Wang Yong, is still in the hospital and hasn't come out yet. Mr. Zhang went to the principal's office, supposedly because of the bad repercussions of yesterday's brawl. A female teacher with glasses said. When Yi Chen heard this, he was instantly displeased. He raised his eyebrows. You mean to say that he's disciplining my wife? That female teacher was stunned and a little unsure of how to respond. In case Yi Duan has an impulse to find the principal to make trouble, won't it involve his own body? After all, he was the one who was quick to tell the truth. I don't know. That female teacher shook her head, not to mention that she really didn't know. Even if she did know, seeing the expression on Yi Chen's face, she didn't dare to say it again. Seeing the female teacher shaking her head, Yi Chen shrugged and didn't try to press her. He turned and left the office, but muttered under his breath, What a principal! If I find out that you're really disciplining my wife, I'll beat your father so much that he won't even recognize you. The entire office of teachers heard Yi Chen's muttering, and they were all dumbstruck. Beating up the principal. This guy shouldn't be so reckless. Chapter 10 Measuring Length and Depth. In the principal's office, Zhang Wanqing was pulling a face and arguing with a middle-aged man. That middle-aged man with handsome appearance and elegant temperament was no other than Jiang Qingzhong, the president of Jinling University. At this moment, his face was filled with bitter smiles. Facing Zhang Wanqing, he actually had a look of helplessness. Forget about the brawl for a moment. Tell me, who is that student? Why are you defending him so much? Jiang Qingzhong inquired. Other things can be put aside for the time being, but this is something that he must figure out. It has nothing to do with you. Zhang Wanqing deflated her mouth with a look of I won't say anything. What can you do to me? You girl? Bent on pissing me off, aren't you? Jiang Qingzhong covered his chest, obviously infuriated. It's you who are nosy, and it's none of my business if you get pissed off. Zhang Wanqing mumbled in a small voice. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qingzhong finally exploded as he slammed the table and jumped up. You girl really lawless. Before he could finish his words, the door to the principal's office suddenly rumbled and was kicked open. Then a youth stood in the doorway and dashed inside with a cold face. Cough. Before Jiang Qingzhong had a chance to turn around, he felt a large, strong hand pinch his neck, leaving him a little breathless. You old bastard calf, dare to be mean to my wife, believe it or not I'll get you killed. This person was naturally Yi Chuan, and his gaze was fierce as he glared at Jiang Qingzhong, instantly giving Jiang Qingzhong the feeling that he had fallen into an ice cellar. Jiang Qingzhong wanted to speak, but his throat was pinched and his heart was in the right place. Seeing that Jiang Qingzhong's face had turned a purple-red color, Jiang Wanqing reacted with a shriek. She shouted angrily, "Let go, asshole!" She shouted at Yi Chuan while making a move to pick at his hand, trying to snap his hand off Jiang Qingzhong's neck. However, Yi Chen's hand remained motionless as he turned his head with a serious face. "Wife, don't worry, no one in this world can be mean to you. I'll take out anyone who dares to be hostile to you. Fart, he's my eldest uncle. Let go." Jiang Wanqing almost vomited blood. What is all this? Shrimp? Dabu? Yi Chuan's head was a bit confused, but he still released his hand at the first time, then held Jiang Qingzhong who was standing unsteadily with a lack of oxygen in his brain. Seeing that Jiang Qingzhong was somewhat slowed down, Yi Chuan laughed dryly and nodded one hand on the side of his neck before hammering him in the back. Jiang Qingzhong burst into a fit of coughing, his eyes glazed over, and he took a few heavy breaths of fresh air before he was able to completely recover. Seeing that her eldest uncle was fine, Jiang Wanqing let out a long breath. She glared at Yi Duan and said, "How many times do you want me to say, Jiang Wanqing, I am not your wife. Get away from me." Jiang Wanqing was truly furious. Yi Chen had almost killed her closest people on impulse, which made her extremely grumpy in her heart. Being roared at by Jiang Wanqing, Yi Chuan blinked his eyes and muttered with an innocent face, "Isn't it also for your sake? You still say that?" Jiang Wanqing's beautiful eyes glared. Returning to his senses and seeing the scene in front of him, Jiang Qingzhong was a bit dazed. However, when he saw Yi Chuan's appearance, he couldn't help but let his eyes light up and said to Jiang Wanqing with a smile, "All right Qingqing, don't blame Yi Chuan, he didn't mean it." "Uncle, are you serious? This guy almost killed you just now." Jiang Wanqing looked disgruntled. Jiang Qingzhong smiled as he stroked his palm and said, "Almost, isn't it just that it didn't work out? I'm still alive, so don't be too angry." Hearing Jiang Qingzhong's words, Jiang Wanqing couldn't say anything more. The parties involved had already forgiven each other, and it would obviously be inappropriate for her, an outsider, to keep pulling on the pigtails. With a cold snort, Jiang Wanqing looked away, and even Jiang Qingzhong, she didn't bother to take care of. "Uncle, you recognize me?" Yi Chen scratched his head. For Jiang Qingzhong to be able to call out his name, Yi Chen expressed a bit of surprise, because he could be 100% certain that he had never seen Jiang Qingzhong before this, and the other party was able to call out his name in one breath, which was obviously very unusual. Jiang Wanqing on the side originally didn't want to take care of the two, but when she heard Yi Chen address Jiang Qingzhong, she was instantly annoyed. "You guy, what are you shouting nonsense? He is my eldest uncle, not yours." Jiang Wanqing couldn't help but chide. "Isn't yours mine?" Yi Duan said smugly. "What do you mean?" Jiang Qingzhong's mind didn't turn around for a while. With a face of rightfulness, Yi Chen returned. "It means that she is my wife, and her eldest uncle is naturally my eldest uncle." Quackery. "Don't believe him, uncle, he's a scoundrel." Jiang Wanqing was infuriated and glared at Yi Chen, itching to eat him in one bite. "Qingqing, watch your tone. As a member of the education industry, we can't indiscriminately characterize others by our own nature." Jiang Qingzhong chortled, then twisted his head and sized up Yi Duan for a moment, nodding his head in satisfaction. "And it's normal that a disciple of the evil Dr. Elder might act a bit oddly. He would never be a scoundrel." Yi Chuan's eyes narrowed as he asked with some surprise, "You know my master?" "Ah shucks, that old guy?" Hearing Yi Chen address his master, Jiang Qingzhong was a bit dazed, but then he nodded and said, "I was fortunate enough to see Senior's demeanor, and by his grace, I was lucky enough to survive until now." Jiang Wanqing was originally listening to the conversation between the two with her ears perked up, but when she suddenly heard Jiang Qingzhong's words, her eyes widened. She remembers a dozen years ago, her own eldest uncle was suffering from an incurable disease, and the doctors had pronounced a death sentence. As a result, a strange man suddenly appeared, and just by raising his hand, he pulled Jiang Qingzhong back from the ghost gate. At that time, Jiang Wanqing was young and didn't know too much, but as for that strange man, she had always remembered him in her heart and held him in the highest regard. Now, listening to Jiang Qingzhong, that strange man was actually Yi Chen's master. Jiang Wanqing had the feeling that her beliefs had collapsed. She couldn't believe that a disciple taught by a high-ranking person like that would be a scoundrel like Yi Chen. Yi Chen, however, revealed a smile. His first wife's eldest uncle was actually a patient that the old man had once saved. He looked at Jiang Wanqing with a smiling face, then said, "Uncle, since we all know each other, why don't you be the matchmaker and betroth Qingqing to me as your wife?" "Okay, lately she's been too arrogant and ignoring me as her husband." "Qingqing, between you and Yi Duan." Jiang Qingzhong arched his eyebrows and asked Jiang Wanqing. Seeing this facial expression of his eldest uncle, Jiang Wanqing was clear that this old man definitely did not have good intentions in his heart. She was a bit frantic and hurriedly said, "Uncle, don't get the wrong idea. It's a normal teacher-student relationship between me and him. There's no ambiguity whatsoever. And what was that about the night before last when we measured each other's length and depth? You even bit me." Hearing Jiang Wanqing repeatedly denying their relationship, Yi Chuan had an irritated look on his face and directly threw out a heavy bomb. Chapter 11 in absolute vain. Swish. Jiang Wanqing's cheeks instantly raised a large blush as she glared at Yi Chen in annoyance. She had never expected that Yi Chen would actually say it in front of her eldest uncle. Measuring lengths and depths. How is this guy so smart and able to come up with such cryptic words? Jiang Qingzhong was dumbfounded. How could he not understand Yi Chen's words? In fact, he naturally raised his hands and feet in favor of his precious niece being able to come together with an evil doctor disciple. I can't imagine that you've all already cooked rice. But Qingqing, do you remember? Your father fixed a marriage for you. The words were addressed to Jiang Wanqing, but Jiang Qingzhong's gaze fell on Yi Chen. Jiang Wanqing's face turned slightly white as she pursed her red lips and gritted her teeth. Even if I marry a pig, I won't marry that animal. Leaf Dust said that he was offended again. He was in a bad mood now. His first wife actually had a marriage contract, which gave him the urge to kill someone. Dare to snatch a woman from me. Big uncle, tell me what that guy is about. Whether he's the Heavenly King or the Jade Emperor, I'll go and finish him off right away. Yi Chuan had a murderous look on his face. Jiang Qingzhong was startled by Yi Chen's appearance. This guy had such a big temper that he actually opened his mouth to kill someone. Cough cough, that Yi Chuan there is no need to kill anyone. As long as you are good enough to get my second brother's approval, he will naturally come around and cancel the engagement. Jiang Qingzhong said with a helpless face. Alright, where is your second brother? I'll go find him. If he doesn't agree, I'll even kill him together. Yi Chen hummed and said in a bullish manner. When Jiang Wanqing on the side heard this, she was not happy. Yi Chen, this guy really dared to say take out his own old man. Why he does not fly up to the sun shoulder to shoulder. Knock. A chestnut knocked on Yi Chen's head. Jiang Wanqing glared at him without any good reason. Shut the up you clueless ass. Oh, Yi Chuan instantly covered his mouth, his face full of aggression, like a pissed off complaining woman. Pust. Jiang Wanqing almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. This guy is too screwed up. Jiang Qingzhong also laughed and laughed. Yi Chuan's personality was too jumpy, and it didn't match at all with the seriousness and indifference of the evil doctor himself. Taking out my second brother, that definitely won't work. You might as well forget about it. Why don't you put up a fight? With the medical skills of your evil healer lineage, you should be able to see that Qingqing's body is in some trouble. As long as you can cure Qingqing, my second brother will definitely cancel the engagement. After all, my second brother set that engagement because of a precious medicine from the other party's family that can cure Qingqing's illness. Looking at Jiang Wanqing with pity, Jiang Qingzhong told the truth about the marriage contract. My illness? Something wrong with my body? How come I don't know? Jiang Wanqing was dumbfounded. After living so long and having more than 10 medical checkups, she had always been healthy. Yi Chen glanced at Jiang Wanqing and said indifferently, 9 in absolute vain, an absolutely rare physique. Have you been having trouble sleeping at night lately? Always dreaming of dirty things haunting you? Jiang Wanqing's eyes glazed over and she couldn't help but ask in surprise. You, how did you know? Obviously, Yi Duan had hit the nail on the head, revealing the sky in a single word. Originally, Jiang Wanqing thought that the marriage contract set by her father had given her immense pressure, which had led to her lack of sleep and constant nightmares. Now it seems that this is not the case, and the real culprit is actually some kind of 9 Jiavain, and his own father had set himself up in marriage to save his life. What you dreamed of may not be illusory. It's just that your yang life is still alive and your chi is not yet exhausted. So there are some things that can't come to you yet. After a while, it might not be so peaceful. Yi Chuan's expression was indifferent, but the words he uttered caused Jiang Wanqing's back to chill. It's not that peaceful. Could a ghost really come to the door? Thinking about this, Jiang Wanqing couldn't help but be creeped out. You guy, you're purposely trying to scare me when I don't recognize our relationship, aren't you? Gouging out a glance at Yi Chen, Jiang Wanqing forcefully suppressed the fear within herself. Touching his nose, Yi Chen ignored Jiang Wanqing and instead said to Jiang Qingzhong, tell your second brother that half a month later, on the night of the half of August, I'll be going to treat the first wife and ask him to prepare a quieter room. Oh yeah, and that toad who wants to eat swan meat, tell him to get as far away as possible. The 9 in extinct vein. Except for my evil doctor lineage, no one can save it under the heavens. If one could cure the 9 in extinct vein by relying on a so-called precious medicine, this kind of physique wouldn't be called an extinct vein. Yi Duan added a few more sentences indifferently. No problem. Jiang Qingzhong nodded his head and agreed dryly. the evil healer lineage had agreed to step in, and the problem of his niece was one more safeguard. The two left the principal's office one after the other. Yi Chen walked dangling in front of him, and Jiang Wanqing looked at his back for a while. Was this guy really that good? She was skeptical, and Jiang Wanqing was somewhat unable to believe the conversation between Jiang Qingzhong and him. Nine Jedi Vane. Isn't this kind of thing only found in novels? The two were silent, neither of them speaking, just strolling around the school in boredom. Many passing students recognized Jiang Wanqing, and they all revealed gossipy looks. The goddess teacher actually had a man close by. Though neither spoke or acted intimate, the students around them caught a whiff of love. After all, the goddess teacher used to be a loner inside the school. Are you serious? Jiang Wanqing has a guy with her? In a villa not far outside of Jinling University, a young man shot up, a cold light flashing in his gaze. Yes, and it looks like the relationship is very close. I purposely inquired about it. This man is called Yi Chuan, and he is sister-in-law's student. In front of the youth, a boy dressed as a student was filled with trepidation. With a somewhat somber face, a cold snort heaved from the youth's sinuses. Let's go to JLU. He stood up and led the boy out of the area. So boring. Wife, let's go measure the length and depth again. Finally, it was Yi Chuan who couldn't help himself first. He suddenly said to Jiang Wanqing, "You guy, what are you babbling about? Go to class if you're bored. I remember you have class today." Glancing at Yi Chen, Jiang Wanqing said coldly. Leaf Dust smiled cheekily and said, "I don't want lessons, I want to you." The eyes that were full of aggression immediately caused Jiang Wanqing to tremble. The earlier indulgence stemmed from the stimulation of alcohol, and now that she was sober, there was naturally no way she would agree to such a ridiculous thing. Ching Chang, I finally found you. Chapter 12 Mob Boss. Just then, next to the two, an extremely magnetic voice rang out. Hearing this voice, Jiang Wanqing's expression froze. Somehow, she stole a glance at Yi Chuan somewhat sheepishly and saw that he didn't react. Then she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The two continued on, not stopping for the sound. Stop right there. That voice was no longer magnetic, but instead tinged with a hint of anger. Two people copied from the back and stopped in front of Yi Chen and Jiang Wanqing. The person in the lead was the same youth from the villa just now. He was handsome and definitely a schoolboy. However, he had a pair of very dark circles under his eyes, which was caused by staying up all night plus overindulging. Where did the wild dog come from that dares to be in master's way? Slanting a glance at the two, Yi Chen said indifferently. From this youth's body, he detected complete hostility, and of course he would not give him a good look. Brat, watch your mouth. Do you know who my boss is? The boy next to the youth chided with a cold face. Yi just swept a glance at him with an astonished look. Strange thing. Dogs can still raise dogs. It's really a long time to learn. Malagasy, who are you calling a dog? Facing the youth, this boy had a slavish face, but facing Yi Chen, he was strong to the extreme. When he heard Yi Chuan's words, he immediately jumped out of his skin and slapped his face towards Yi Chuan's cheek. Do it in front of me? Yi Chen looked odd. He grabbed the man's arm and squeezed it hard. Ah! A scream louder than a killing pig rang out, and the boy's tears fell from his eyes in pain. The eyes he looked at Yi Chen were filled with panic. Get off me! The boy shouted. Let go of you? Fine, as you wish. The corner of his mouth picked up an evil smile. Yi Chuan waved his hand, and the other party's body of close to 200 pounds flew out directly, smashing heavily on the ground. The boy passed out without even a grunt. Seeing this scene, the youth stood still, with not a single change of expression on his face. Ching Ching, don't be obsessed anymore. You are my fiancé. Following this little white boy. Aren't you afraid of tarnishing your reputation? The youth said coldly. Haitian, aren't you meddling too much? I never agreed to that so-called marriage contract. Whoever I, Jiang Wanqing, want to be with, whoever I want to be with, has nothing to do with you. Get lost. Seeing you makes me sick to my stomach. Jiang Wanqing disliked unceremoniously. She didn't have any good feelings towards this Haitian. The other party pretended to be a talented person, but behind his back he was a complete scum. Other than that, just the ones she knew. Haitian had toyed with no less than 20 of them. Such a svelte beast would only make her sick. Are you saying this all because of him? Glancing faintly at Yi Chen, Haitian was filled with a cold smile. Hearing his words, Jiang Wanqing's heart tightened as she glared at Haitian. What do you want? I'm warning you, don't mess around. Since you are heartless, don't blame me for being unrighteous. Men who dare to steal women from me all deserve to die, Haitian said indifferently. A pair of eyes were cold to the bone as they stared at Yi Chen. Jiang Wanqing sank her face and her tone became icy cold as she argued with Haitian. Haitian, I repeat, you are not allowed to harm Yi Chen, or else you will suffer the consequences. Wife, thank you for defending me. I'm touched, but with such a loser, how could he hurt me? Yi Chen had a disdainful face. Scrappy? Haitian froze, and then he couldn't help but laugh out loud. let's ride the donkey and see what happens. Throwing down a vicious sentence, Haitian turned around and left. A fierce aura swept across his eyes. Yi Chen's eyes condensed, wanting to strike out to do away with this arrogant fellow. The old man had once said that for those who were arrogant and domineering, if there was a conflict, they should be taken out at the first opportunity. Otherwise, there will be endless trouble coming your way. Jiang Wanqing pulled him back. Quite a bit of a headache. She really didn't know what to say when she was in the presence of such a violent guy. Forget it, listen to me, don't tangle with him much, his family has a hard background. Even if you can fight, you will most likely suffer losses. It's better to leave this matter to me. I'll take a loss? I'll end his entire clan if I'm annoyed. Yi Chuan said in a bullish manner. If a disciple of the evil doctor couldn't even hold an ordinary powerful family, I'm afraid that it would truly become a joke for the entire martial arts world. You go on back. I'm going to go back and look for the eldest. Without waiting for Yi Chen to agree, Jiang Wanqing left with an anxious face. Touching his nose, Yi Chuan had some egg pain. Did he look so weak? His own wife, who doesn't trust him at all. However, for Jiang Wanqing's defense, Yi Chen was quite flattered. It was just that what's his name Haitian who still wanted to kill him. Yi Chen skimmed his mouth and expressed his considerable disdain. Evil doctor's disciple. If it was that easy to kill, he was afraid that he wouldn't live to be that old. Jiang Wanqing left. Yi Chuan shrugged his shoulders. It seemed that there was no need to linger in the school. Grumbling, a hungry growl came from his stomach. Yi Chuan looked at the time and realized that it was actually near noon. We have to find a place to earn money, otherwise we'll have to starve again. Yi Chuan was a little depressed. He hadn't found a single patient all afternoon yesterday, had spent his last $3.50, and now he was literally penniless. After walking carelessly for a while, Yi Duan looked left and right. Suddenly his eyes snapped to business. He darted around into a small alley, but upon entering it, Yi Chen scratched his head with an odd expression. Not far in front of him, 3 strong men with knives were entangling a woman with fierce faces. I'm just passing by. Speaking indifferently, Yi Chen walked towards them. Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, the woman's originally bright eyes steeply regrayed. She looked grim and full of despair. However, even though Yi Chen said that he was just borrowing the road, the 3 men didn't believe him. The man with the tattoo on his neck exuded a menacing gaze and said, "Kid, get out of the way. This is not a place for you to interfere." Asterisk 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 off? That's fine, but I'm afraid they won't agree. Yi Duan touched his nose and pointed behind them. The tattooed man was just about to break into a rage, when at that moment, 10 or so people rushed out from both ends of the alley at the same time. The men were bare-chested and full of menace. The worst part was that they all had sharp machetes in their hands, and together, there were close to 30 of them. Where had the tattooed man and the other 2 ever seen such a scene? They were only so scared that they peed their pants on the spot. This brother, I'm sorry, it's because we have eyes to see. The tattooed man flopped and directly fell to his knees. At this time, he was completely devoid of the idea of resistance. Big brother, you're my own father. Please spare us this time. We won't dare to do it again. The other male was green with fear. Glancing at him, Yi Chen deflated and said, I don't have a son as ugly as you. With that, he looked over at the woman with a grin and beckoned. What are you waiting for? Come to me. The woman shook her head, obviously somewhat fearful of Yi Chen. With so many fighters under his hand, I'm afraid he's not a gangster. Seeing the woman shaking her head, Yi Chen had no choice but to directly reach out and yank the woman over. The 3 males watched Yi Chuan snatch the man, but did not make any moves. After all, they were just youngsters who mixed with the society. How would they dare to confront such guys who specialized in the underworld? Chapter 13 Kagoku Reincarnation. I have to say, you've got a real knack for pretending to be a kid. An icy middle-aged male voice rang out. On Yi Chen's right-hand side, a middle-aged man with a tiger's back stood out, a cold smile on his lips. It was obvious that he was the boss of these people. The tattooed man was stunned when he heard the middle-aged man's words, but he then reacted. Well, it turned out that Yi Chen was not their boss at all, but their enemy. They were foolish enough to be swindled. Thinking about this, he and the other 2 knife-wielding men all turned pale. Bastard, you dare to lie to us. The tattooed man was furious. The woman also cried and laughed. This guy not only fooled the 3 thugs, but also fooled her as well. Only, when she saw these fierce and vicious triads in front of her, the woman's face was still ugly. You guys are stupid yourselves and you're blaming others. Yi Chuan had a contemptuous look on his face. The 3 thugs were furious and without thinking, they picked up the daggers in their hands and stabbed at Yi Chuan. To the real mob, they are subservient, but to ordinary people, they are exceptionally strong and frighteningly fierce. However, none of the 3 guys ever thought about it. Yi Chuan had yet to show his cowardice in the face of so many ferocious disciples, so how could he be afraid of them? Only 3 muffled sounds were heard, and the 3 silhouettes flew backwards almost at the same time. they fell heavily to the ground and fainted without even a grunt. No wonder you dare to offend our young master. You really do have some skills, but it's hard to beat 4 hands with 2 fists. Can you beat so many of us? Although the middle-aged man was a bit surprised by Yi Chen's skill, he was still quite confident and felt that Yi Chen could not be a match for so many of them. As his eyes shifted to the woman, the middle-aged man couldn't help but see his eyes light up. This chick isn't bad looking. Settle this kid in a while. Brothers, take her away and relax. Hearing the middle-aged man's words, the thugs all boiled over, each one filled with energy. The woman's heart fell to the bottom of the valley, just out of the claws of the wolf, not yet slowed down, and then fell into the tiger's mouth. She has not been too miserable. As if sensing the woman's panic, Yi Chen swept a glance at her and suddenly grinned. No matter when or where, you must believe in your own man and have the ability to deal with all adversities, Yi Chen said with a smile. The woman was a little dazed. Her man? Who? At that moment, her heart, which had long been ancient, was in chaos. Looking at Yi Chen with a reddened face, the woman mumbled in a small voice, not even knowing the name. Still my man, what a shameless bad guy. She spoke softly, not much louder than a mosquito buzzing. However, just as her words fell, Yi Chen turned his head and smiled at her. Remember this name, Leaf Dust. It will be your husband's name from now on. Secretly, the woman spat, but looked a little surprised. His voice is so soft and this guy can still hear him? What a philanderer. Still not forgetting to flirt with women even now. Yi Chuan, are you ready to receive your death? Remember, the person who killed you is called Wei Qiqiang, the middle-aged man said in a chilling tone. He snapped his fingers, and the thugs were in high spirits, all of them raising the machetes in their hands and yelling as they surged towards Yi Chen's side. The next moment, amidst the woman's screams, Yi Chuan was like an arrow off the string, off the bow. His figure was like a ghost, almost leaving a residual shadow in its place. When a man's machete fell, only to be countered by Yi Chuan smashing the blade with a punch. At the same time, that person was also kicked out by Yi Chen, his bones bursting into pieces. After a scream, the man lost his movement. Wei Qiqiang's face was gloomy. Seeing this, how could he not know that Yi Chen was a real practitioner? But even if they were practicing, they weren't superhuman, and it was impossible for one person to defeat dozens of people with real weapons in their hands. When he thought of this, he gained a few points in his bottom, and shouted, "Everyone do it piece by piece, and block his path." As a morale booster, he led the charge, but after only a few seconds of work, he flew back. Indeed, Yi Chen treated him equally and directly rewarded him with a kick. Wei Qiqiang's body bent into a bow, and after knocking over a few people, he lay down on the ground, completely losing his ability to move. The corner of Yi Chen's mouth picked up an evil smile, but his hands were not ambiguous at all. Nearly 30 people, in less than a minute, were actually all put down by him. At this time, the field was densely packed with dozens of people, and the only one who could stand, other than Yi Duan, was the woman who was dumbfounded. Crap! Kaoru Goku reincarnated. The woman's eyes widened and she jumped up, obviously surprised by Yi Chen's stance. Yi Chuan's head was full of black lines. Did he look so sharp-tongued? It's not what you think. I mean, you're practically as good a fighter as Kaoru Goku. The woman blushed and hurried to explain. Yi Duan nodded, naturally not going to bother with her about this. With a twinkle in his eye, he smiled and said, "Wait for me." Under the woman's uncomprehending gaze, Yi Chuan walked over to the thugs. He crouched down and seized everyone's wallets, then pulled out every red ticket left in them. Nearly 30 people had only scavenged a total of over $1,000, which made Yi Chen unable to help but be speechless. These gangster guys are a little too poor, but right now it's more than enough to cover meals. Rolling this money into his sleeve, Yi Duan was still in a good mood as he walked towards the outside of the alley. Why don't you go? Yi Chen turned around and found the woman standing still. He was filled with curiosity. A little embarrassed, the woman pointed in the other direction and said, "I'm not going that way, I'm going here." With a slap on the head, Yi Duan decisively reversed his direction. The two of them left the area one after the other and kept walking out a few hundred meters before the woman stopped and let out a long breath. "This little brother, thank you so much. My name is Xia Shui." The woman held out her hand with a look of gratitude. What had just happened was still haunting her. "Hello wife, my last name is Rao and I have a single name, Gong." Yi Chuan held Xia Shui's hand. Compared to Zhang Wanqing, Xia Shui's hand was obviously a little rough. That was the result of not paying attention to maintenance. "Mr. Yi, you are so humorous. Truth be told, I am already married and have a daughter. Not a good match for you." Xia Shui couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. Yi Duan smiled and nodded. "Not only do I know that you're married, but I also know that the odds are that your husband is dead." Hearing this, Xia Shui's face changed slightly. She looked shocked at how the other person knew. "I'm a divine doctor. Your body hasn't been nourished for 5 years. I can tell at a glance. Holding a great beauty like you and not eating it. I think there's only one possibility. Leaf Dust had a smug look on his face. Xiaoshui's haze flew across her cheeks, but she still didn't believe Yi Chen's words, because even those top Chinese medicine experts definitely do not have such a skill. Chapter 14 Lone Star from Heaven. With a frown, Yi Chen asked, "You don't believe my words?" Xiaoshui nodded her head without hesitation. She really didn't believe that Yi Chen could see this. "You're so young, you deserve better, so don't waste your time on me." "Well, without further ado, I've got things to do and I'm going to leave first." Advising Yi Chen softly, Xiaoshui turned around and wanted to leave. "You have a special destiny, often committing loneliness. If you want to spend the rest of your life in peace, you can only be my woman." Yi Duan followed her step by step and said indifferently, "What do you mean by that?" Xiaoshui moved slightly. The so-called frequent offender lone fury, in layman's terms, is the lone star from heaven. This kind of person's destiny is extremely special, and will kill all the people close to him, while he himself is not affected in any way. Yi Chuan explained. After hearing this, Xiaoshui was completely dumbfounded as she recalled what the fortune teller she had once encountered had said. It was an old blind man who said that she was a heavenly monster who would kill her relatives. Unfortunately, she didn't think so at the time, and by now, she didn't even have a single person close to her, except for her own daughter. "I forgot to tell you that besides medical skills, I also know a little bit of chi looking and face reading," Yi Chen said proudly. "Evil medical lineage, in various fields have dabbled in, chi men dun jia, 5 elements gossip, medical martial arts, etc. All extraordinary." Yi Chuan was the contemporary heir of the evil healer lineage, and probably had no more fire than his master within these fields. However, when looking at the world, it was definitely a premier existence. Before descending the mountain, the evil doctor had instructed Yi Duan. He must have countless peach blossoms on this trip. However, there are 3 types of women who have the destiny or constitution that must be taken down when they come across them. They were the heavenly fury, the Nine absolute vein, and the innate Tao body. The old man said that these 3 types of women would definitely be able to give Yi Chen great assistance in the future. Therefore, he was chasing after Xiaoshui because he had seen through Xiaoshui's destiny from the very beginning. "Your seal hall is blackened. If I am not mistaken, someone close to you at home is suffering from illness at this moment." "Right, and it should be very serious, with the possibility of death at any time." Yi Chuan added fire to the fire, and when he met Xiaoshui, there was no way he would naturally let go. This time, Xiaoshui was no longer skeptical. The news that her daughter was seriously ill was unknown even to her co-workers, except for the doctors at the hospital. This youth in front of him was actually able to tell the truth with a single word, and it was obvious that those words of his were also probable to be true. "I have the means to keep her alive," Yi Chen said with certainty. Xiaoshui's body shook violently as she lost her voice. "You're telling the truth? You can save her?" Yi Chen nodded seriously and said, "I never talk big. If you can cure my baby's leukemia, what's the harm in committing to you?" Xiaoshui's shell teeth lightly bit her red lips, and she actually said something like this. Yi Chen, however, narrowed his eyes and shook his head slightly. "I don't want to take advantage of anyone, and this isn't a deal. It's not your body I need. If you really don't feel anything for me, I won't pester you. You can go pursue your own happiness." After saying these words, Yi Chen turned around and left without looking back. Xiaoshui was dumbfounded in place. This man, there really is some different charm it. It was only until Yi Chen's back was fast disappearing from her sight that she gave a shriek and chased after him. Since Yi Chen deliberately slowed down his pace, Xiaoshui easily caught up. "How old are you?" Looking at Yi Chen's handsome side face, Xiaoshui thumped her heart and couldn't help but ask. Yi Chen scratched his head, then honestly said, 19. There are still 2 months to 20. Hearing his words, Xiaoshui let out a bitter laugh. "I'm almost 30. There was an age difference of nearly 10 years, which made Xiaoshui a little daunted. Can they be happy together? They say that a woman's big 3 hugs a brick, and I'm hugging 3 straight away," Yi Duan said smugly, not caring at all. Xiaoshui was just about to open her mouth to say that she would look at it then, when her cell phone suddenly rang. Answering the phone, Xiaoshui nodded repeatedly, but soon, her expression froze. "I'll be right over." Xiaoshui instantly burst into tears. It was as if she had lost her soul all of a sudden and was completely unable to control her emotions. "Calm down. I'm here. Nothing will happen." Yi Chen lightly drank, soothing Xiaoshui's emotions. With his hearing, he naturally picked up the call. Xiaoshui looked at him stupidly, tears falling like rain, and it took a long time before she reacted and nodded. Just now she received a call from the attending physician at the hospital, who said that her baby girl, her condition had suddenly worsened. The doctors are doing their best to resuscitate her, but there's not much certainty, so she's told to hurry up and come to the hospital, which will most likely be the last time mother and daughter will see each other. The two hailed a car at the curb and then headed straight to the hospital. Along the way, Yi Chen was talking in an attempt to distract Xia Shui, but at this time, where did Xia Shui have the heart to listen to his bull asterisk 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 asterisk? If it wasn't for Yi Chuan saving her from the tiger's mouth just now, coupled with Yi Chuan's knowledge of some medical skills, I'm afraid she would have changed her face long ago. Under Xia Shui's repeated requests, the driver master throttled up to the limit and rode through the city, soon arriving at his destination. Not bothering to pay the money, Xia Shui jumped out of the car and rushed inside the hospital building. Yi Chen was helpless and handed the driver master a red ticket before chasing after Xia Shui. Find the money, the master driver yelled. No, the rest is kind of an adventure fee for driving so fast. Yi Chen waved his hand and followed Xia Shui, arriving outside her daughter's hospital room. When the two got there, the doctor had a look of regret that they were late. Ms. Xia, I'm really sorry, we've done our best to resuscitate. But still, AI, my condolences. Xia Shui's daughter's attending doctor was a balding middle-aged man around 50 years old, and at this time he was full of shame. The door to the hospital room opened and a little girl covered in a white cloth was wheeled out. Seeing this scene, Xia Shui was stupefied. Her feet went weak and she almost collapsed to the ground. But fortunately, Yi Chen was there to hold her up, despite not letting out a loud cry. Everyone understood that Xia Shui's heart was close to breaking at this point. Yi Chen frowned as he wrapped his arms around Xia Shui's waist, giving her the strength to stand. A bunch of quacks. This child's vitality has not dissipated yet, and you guys just ruled her dead. It's too irresponsible, Yi Chen suddenly said with a sullen face. Hearing his words, the medics in the room were stunned. Xia Shui was even as if she had returned to her soul, her face full of excitement. She held Yi Chuan's hand and pleaded, "You're a divine doctor. You have a way to save my daughter, right? Yes, you said that as long as you're there nothing will happen. Please, step in and save her." She thought of Yi Chen's comforting words earlier, and had not taken this seriously, but now it was as if she had grabbed a life-saving straw. There's no need for this between us. I'll do what I say and return you a healthy daughter, Yi Chen said indifferently. He let go of his arm around Xia Shui's waist and walked over to the little girl covered in white cloth. Chapter 15 9 Needles Against the Sky. This gentleman, this is a hospital, and the dead are not to be trifled with. The balding middle-aged doctor stopped Yi Chen's way as he said coldly. In the final analysis, it was still Yi Chuan's remark about quacks that was too harsh and made him a bit embarrassed. Get out of my way, whoever dares to stop him. Don't blame me for turning the other cheek and dying with him. Xia Shui suddenly erupted like an angry tiger, revealing a hideous face. She didn't know where the strength came from and pushed the balding middle-aged doctor to the side, while her gaze swept icily over everyone present. That balding middle-aged doctor was immediately stunned. Xia Shui was very pretty and had an easygoing nature, but when she launches her anger, she really has a thunderous momentum that is chilling. Yi Chen sighed in his heart. He knew deep down that Xia Shui had been holding her breath deep inside. It just didn't have the right opportunity, and now that it's been declared, the sound is quite appalling. Gently pressing on Xia Shui's shoulder, Yi Chen transmitted a trace of pure true qi into her body to help her calm down. No need to get angry with them. A bunch of small party vegetables. They can't stop me, Yi Chen said with a faint smile. A regal majesty escaped from him, enveloping the entire hall. Those medical staff trembled, and when they looked at Yi Chen again, their gazes couldn't help but add a sense of awe. Walking to the side of the cart, Yi Duan lifted the white cloth in one go. A little girl's eyes were closed tightly. She was ashen, and she had no heartbeat. It's no use, we've confirmed her death multiple times. That balding middle-aged doctor frowned and couldn't help but sneer. Shut up. Seeing that Xia Shui's expression was a bit agitated again, Yi Chen scolded the balding middle-aged doctor. His voice wasn't exactly loud, but it had an extremely terrifying penetrating power that shook the doctor's heart and accelerated it with a thump. His body shook. That bald middle-aged doctor stood over there, but he didn't even dare to fart. It's just a respiratory and heartbeat stoppage. The vitality has not been completely cut off. It can still be saved. Leaf Dust couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. As long as there was still life, he would be able to bring the other party back from the dead without having to overdraw too much energy. If the vitality was really cut off, it would be a bit tricky, and even if Yi Chuan made a move, he would have to pay a heavenly price. Evil doctor lineage. Medical skills are unparalleled. Only do not want to save the people. There is no one who cannot be saved. This is the self-confidence belonging to them, regardless of life and death. With a handful of hands, a large handful of golden needles appeared out of thin air in Yi Chuan's hands. Under the curious gaze of the crowd, he stuck all these golden needles on the little girl's body. By the looks of it, it was feared that there weren't nearly 100 of them, directly covering the girl's entire body. After doing this, Yi Chen brushed his hands over the tips of the golden needles, bringing up a roaring white mist. He then stretched and wiped away the beads of sweat on his forehead and said with a smile, "A big part of it worked. That being said, it seemed to the crowd that the little girl hadn't changed at all. This gentleman, don't toss and turn. People can't come back from the dead. This is the unchanging natural law of the ages. It's better to save your grief. That balding middle-aged doctor couldn't help but say. People can't come back from the dead. This is only a natural law for us ordinary people. Some people, born beyond the world, can't be measured by common sense. Xiao Fua. In the future, when you speak, it's better to be a bit more rigorous. An aged voice rang out with sage advice to the balding, middle-aged doctor. Dean, what brings you here? When he saw the visitor appear, the balding middle-aged doctor was taken aback. This was an old man with white hair and a red face. He had kind eyebrows and an inexplicable majesty all over his body. Yi Chuan sized him up and couldn't help but appreciate. Old man, good eyesight. Hearing Yi Chen's words, the medical staff present were all dumbstruck. You know, their dean hates people who have no manners whatsoever. But who would have guessed that the reaction of that old dean was perverse? Instead of getting angry, he revealed a big smile, obviously quite taken in by Yi Chen's appreciation. The 9 needles against the heavens, plundering heaven's destiny and seizing creation. Legend has it that even the dead can be healed. I have seen only a few words of explanation in an ancient medical book, but I didn't expect that I would be fortunate enough to witness it here today. The old dean's words caused everyone in the room to be a bit confused. They felt as if their worldview was about to collapse. Not to mention they couldn't believe that there was such an esoteric acupuncture method in the world. Even Chinese medicine, they have always maintained a skeptical attitude, believing that there is no scientific basis and it is futile superstition. Dean, I don't believe that Chinese acupuncture is that amazing. And, that balding middle-aged doctor looked at Yi Chuan and continued, even if there really is one, I don't believe that such a young fellow can master such a divine skill. He was a dead brain. Even though it was the leader's words, he still refused to believe them and was full of skepticism. Fu Ping, you forget my teaching again. Existence is reasonable. Chinese medicine has existed for thousands of years, dating back to the ancient times of the 3 emperors and 5 emperors. Western medicine was born only a few hundred years ago, and you have taken it as a standard. I don't realize that our country's Chinese medicine is the real art of living. It's just a shame that in modern times, our countrymen themselves don't recognize this discipline anymore. The old dean was rambling on, but his expression was a bit dazed, obviously feeling helpless and saddened by the decline of Chinese medicine. There is no need for anyone's recognition. The art of Chinese medicine will never be cut off, and those great masters with accomplished medical skills, they are just too lazy to come out and compete with your so-called Western medicine for fame and fortune. Yi Chen's tone was flat, and his body showed a transcendent aura. Don't bother arguing, I may not. Fu Ping laughed coldly and was just about to continue saying that it was a fight, but suddenly saw a flash of golden light in front of him. Afterwards, Fu Ping realized that he had unexpectedly lost control of his body. Since you are full of doubts about Chinese medicine, you must not believe in the ceiling points inside Chinese medicine either. Right, so that you can open your eyes, Yi Chuan said carelessly. He glanced at Fu Ping and turned away from him. The crowd was a bit dazed, looking at Fu Ping who remained motionless, with only his eyes able to roll all over his body. They wanted to laugh, but they couldn't. Obviously, Yi Chuan's means had completely stunned them, so it turned out that the pointing kung fu on TV was real. Look, there's a gold needle in Director Fu's chest. Just then, a head nurse with sharp eyes pointed at Fu Ping's chest and shouted. She walked over, obviously wanting to help Fu Ping pull out the golden needles. Yi Chuan didn't turn his head back, as if he had eyes growing behind his head. He said coldly, if you want his life, then pull out the golden needle. At those words, that head nurse's outstretched hand froze. The old dean also trembled and said, Xiao Ma, don't mess around. Be careful that his qi and blood will run amok and he will die violently in a seizure. He has dabbled in Chinese medicine, but not well versed. When they heard the old dean's remarks, everyone couldn't help but secretly smack their lips before they looked at Yi Chen with a gaze of awe. Chapter 16 Dean, is it awesome? This little brother. Fu Ping had eyes but did not recognize Tai, and it was his fault for offending you. Here, I apologize to you on his behalf. Can you be magnanimous and spare him this time? The old dean opened his mouth to plead for Fu Ping in an unusually respectful manner. He was well aware that most of those high-ranking Chinese medicine practitioners were eccentric in nature, so he was quite courteous in his words when he was interceding. Let him wait. Casually. Just then, Yi Chen moved. His hands flipped like lotus flowers blooming as they swept over the little girl. In an instant, all the golden needles were collected. Of course, that wasn't all. A hazy white mist suddenly vaporized between Yi Chen's palms. Under the shocked gaze of the crowd, Yi Chen kept patting the little girl's entire body. The hazy white mist, shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye, burrowed into her body. Wake thee up. After more than 10 minutes, Yi Chen stopped moving and suddenly let out a loud cry. As his voice fell, The little girl's eyelashes fluttered and her face gradually began to turn red. Boing! Under Xia Shui's expectant gaze, the little girl finally opened her eyes. Everyone was shocked, especially those doctors and nurses who were involved in the resuscitation of the little girl, who had seen her heart stop beating with their own eyes. It's amazing that Chinese acupuncture is really so amazing that it can pull an already dead patient back from Hades. The old dean was also in awe, even though he understood the magic of the 9 needles of the inverse sky. When he witnessed someone living the dead with this needle technique, he still couldn't stop being shocked. This young fellow, a true master of Chinese medicine, must find a way to draw in. Brother, the baby is hungry. The little girl had awakened, but her body was still weak. It is difficult to make up for lost vigor in the short term. However, fortunately, Yi Chuan had already used the 9 needles of the reverse sky to completely kill the cancer cells in her body. Aside from being a bit weaker than average, the little girl could be considered very healthy. Go get some food. Hearing Yi Chen's words, those medical staff didn't move until the old dean gave the word, and only then did they rush out in a rush. A bunch of lapdogs who only know how to flatter. Yi Duan scoffed. These so-called doctors, to have the average energy to spend on drilling the medical arts was to look up to them. The old dean looked a bit unimpressed. After all, no matter how, they had listened to their instructions before leaving. Yi Chen's words were clearly scolding him in it as well. Baby, Xia Shui was trembling, excited beyond words. She rushed right up next to the little girl and then wrapped her arms around her with a firm grip. His eyebrows flickered for a moment, and Yi Chen cupped his hands together, followed by gently tapping on Xia Shui's brow. I sealed your destiny, so in the future you won't even have to worry about killing your loved ones. Seeing Xia Shui's puzzled face, Yi Chen smiled and explained. Really, that's just great. I just owe you so much. I don't even know how to thank you. Xia Shui looked at Yi Duan, full of gratitude and at the same time a little lost. She was only a widow, how could she possess such a man? I don't know how to be grateful, so let's do it in kind. Leaf Dust smiled cheekily and made a joke. Mommy, is this brother the baby's new daddy? Baby Xia suddenly opened her mouth. The little girl was very smart and immediately heard the ambiguous relationship between the two. Xia Shui froze, she bit her red lips, and this time, she rarely bothered to deny it. Seeing Xia Shui acquiesce, baby Xia looked very happy. Great, the baby is going to have a new daddy. The little girl cheered. Xia Shui was a bit strange and couldn't help but ask, why don't you resent this brother being a father? It wasn't that there hadn't been men pursuing her. It was only because her own girl was acting resistant that she couldn't do anything about it. So when she saw that baby Xia was very intimate with Yi Duan, Xia Shui couldn't help but get curious. The baby likes this big brother and the baby can feel that this big brother is a very good person who can protect mommy and make her happy and joyful. The little girl was full of seriousness. Hearing her words, Xia Shui moved and a blush rose in her cheeks. Yi Chen, however, was surprised as he closed his eyes and felt it with his heart. Not long after he opened his eyes, he couldn't help but exclaim, what a girl with outstanding mental strength. In baby Xia's sea of consciousness, a mass of extremely vigorous spiritual energy converged. This power was far beyond that of mortals, and even some martial artists were far from being able to match it. A delighted smile raised on his face. Yi Chen was a little envious of the little girl's talent. This girl would definitely get twice the result with half the effort if she stepped onto the path of cultivation, and with himself protecting the path, he would definitely be able to grow into an extraordinary character in the future. Once again, he expressed his sincere gratitude to Yi Chen, and then Xia Shui hugged her little girl and whispered. Yi Chen smiled faintly and turned his head away, giving the mother and daughter enough space to be free. This little brother, I am the director of this hospital and would like to make a deal with you. I don't know if you are interested? The old dean slowly came from the side at this time and said to Yi Chen, deal? What deal? Yi Chen swept a glance at him and said thoughtfully, if the conditions are average, then don't open your mouth. The old dean's wrinkled smiling face steepened as he couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. The temperament of the high Chinese medicine practitioner is really thunderously eccentric, talking without bending at all. Of course, he didn't have any dissatisfaction in mind. Instead, he said smilingly, little brother's Chinese medicine and acupuncture skills are pure perfection. The old man is the only one I've seen in my life. I would like to ask little brother to join our hospital and become the head of the Chinese medicine department. Yi Chen's eyebrows flickered as he glanced at this seemingly kind old dean and said with a cold smile, are you joking? You're in a Western hospital here, and I haven't smelled a single bit of Chinese herbs since I came in. Don't ever tell me that your Chinese medicine department is not in the main department, but outside. Cough cough. Little brother, don't rush. Listen to me slowly. The old dean smiled awkwardly. I have always wanted to set up a Chinese medicine department, only that I have been searching for a long time and have not been able to find a Chinese medicine expert who can take charge of the department. If you, little brother, are willing to join in, this matter will come to fruition. Moreover, I assure you that once I retire after half a year, you will be the dean. Hearing the old dean's words, Xiaoshui revealed a moved expression. You should know that the director of the Jinling City Hospital is a provincial cadre in China. Half a year could make Yi Chen sit in this position. The temptation was too great. An ordinary person, if they were given such a promise, would only have nodded their head in agreement. However, Yi Chen was still filled with indifference and asked rhetorically, Dean, is it bullish? Chapter 17 Plain Happiness. At this time, he exuded an awe-inspiring and arrogant temperament, like he didn't take the position of director of the Jinling City Hospital seriously at all. Do you believe that if I were dedicated to my career, I could open any small clinic and beat your so-called provincial hospital in minutes? Leaf Dust flicked his nails and smiled. The old dean was helpless. His position as dean was an unattainable goal in the eyes of ordinary people, but in the eyes of the heir of the 9 needles of the reverse sky, naturally, it counted for nothing. It's me being abrupt. Then little brother, do you think this is okay? You leave a contact information for me. If I encounter any difficult cases here, I'll call and contact you again, and as long as you agree to make a move, the hospital can pay you enough honorarium. Obviously, the old dean had taken a liking to Yi Chen's ghostly acupuncture technique and didn't want to miss it just like that. No way. There are not 10,000, but 8,000 difficult cases that your Western medicine can hardly solve. Promise you. Do I have any peace of mind? Leaf Dust deflated, his head shaking like a rattle. I can guarantee that I will only disturb you 3 times a month at most, the old dean hurriedly said. After thinking about it, Yi Chuan then nodded his head. Alright, I'm not greedy. The rich people's treatment starts from $1 million. The poor people then depends on their mood. If there is only one breath left, half of the assets will do. Hell no greed. The old dean and Xia Shui couldn't help but roll their eyes, as if he could see what the two were thinking inside. Yi Chen continued indifferently. I forgot to mention one thing. There is no one in this world that I can't save, including the dead. Of course, generally speaking, I am too lazy to save a dead person because life and death are too involved. Unless that person offers a price that is enough for me to overlook that loss, even the dead can be saved? The old dean's beard trembled slightly, and his face was filled with astonishment. Of course, didn't you just see it with your own eyes? As long as the time of death doesn't exceed 24 hours, they are all able to be saved. Yi Chuan said proudly. This is the confidence that belongs to their evil doctor lineage engraved in their bones. The old dean had an incredulous expression on his face. Yi Chen's words had shaken him to the core. In ancient times, there were miracle doctors who could bring the dead back to life, but that kind of death was only a fake death. And in modern medical terms, it was nothing more than a shock. Does that kind of healing art really exist that can revive the truly dead? Looking at Yi Chen's relaxed face, the old dean immediately felt that he wasn't talking big, but really had that kind of ability. Little brother, is it convenient to say the contact information? The old dean didn't know where he had shunted a book and pen from and looked at Yi Duan. Yi Duan reported a string of numbers. That was his private cell phone number, which not many people knew until now. Just as the old dean was joyfully recording Yi Duan's cell phone number in his book, a group of people returned with plastic bags full of hot meals. Yi Chuan glanced at them one by one, then picked a few light small dishes, while other heavy meat dishes were discarded by him. Xia Shui took the meal and fed the little girl. Baby Xia hadn't eaten for a day, so she was naturally very hungry and quickly wiped out her meal. Seeing this scene, Xia Shui was ecstatic because baby Xia's condition had worsened over this period of time, unable to eat and only able to rely on nutrient fluids to maintain its vitality. But now that the little one was able to eat, how could she not be pleasantly surprised? Gratefully glancing at Yi Chen, Xia Shui's eyes were filled with soft colors. It was only until baby Xia ate the last bite of her meal that Yi Chuan said, "Let's go. The hospital is too heavy with yin qi, which is not good for the baby's recovery." Aha! Xia Shui was busy nodding her head. After this, she could be said to be obedient to Yi Chen's words. Yi Duan said that the hospital is heavy with yin qi, which is unfavorable to the recovery of the baby's condition. Then they will leave immediately and never stay. Little brother, that little pay. The old dean smiled awkwardly and pointed at Fu Ping, the meaning of which was self-evident. At this point, the balding middle-aged doctor, Fu Ping, had become a laughingstock. He was in a sorry state, his mouth was slightly open, and his saliva flowed all over the place. The only thing that came out of his eyes was an intense pleading color. There was a chorus of taunts from the people around them, including some of the patients' families. Yi Chen shrugged and said slowly, "Nothing, just pull it out." When they heard his words, the people around them all had their jaws dropped. The head nurse from before was even more annoyed. "You tricked us. Didn't you just say you would die if you pulled it out?" "Did I say that?" Leaf Dust blinked with an innocent expression. Quite a few people nodded. They had heard it all. "Well, can't I just say it for fun?" Yi Duan said indifferently, his face not red and his heart not jumping. The crowd fell absolutely flat, and even the old dean laughed and laughed. He personally went over and removed the golden needles from Fu Ping's chest. With a clanging sound, Fu Ping's body was like an iron bucket of overturned skin and water, and he plunged straight forward, smashing his face on the ground, scaring everyone half to death. My face! Ow! Fu Ping let out a heartbreaking scream. Yi Chen threw his head back and laughed, bringing the mother and daughter, Xia Shui and baby Xia, and left the place straight away. Where do you live? Yi Chuan asked, and after leaving the hospital, he took baby Xia from Xia Shui's arms. The little girl was quite well behaved and didn't recognize her at all, wrapping her arms around Yi Chuan's neck with a satisfied smile on her little face. Saying her address, Xia Shui looked at the scene in front of her a little stunned, but her heart was filled with warmth. Yi Duan stopped a car and they headed there together. The Colorado neighborhood. Is this where you live? Getting out of the car, Yi Chen couldn't help but furrow his brows. Not only do the houses here look a little run down, but they are very crowded and the living conditions are quite poor. Xia Shui's house is on the first floor, directly across the street from the neighborhood's garbage disposal. There were piles of garbage all over the place, emitting a foul odor that was unbearable. Yes, I've made you laugh. Xia Shui blushed a bit awkwardly. That's nothing. Yi Chen waved his hand. He frowned and said, why don't you all come and stay at my place? I still have some empty rooms over there with a cozy environment suitable for a baby to recuperate. As they spoke, the three entered the home. The room was small, about 40 square feet, 2 rooms and 1 bathroom, with a toilet attached to the bathroom and a separate kitchen, and the furniture in it was old, obviously of some age. However, although the house was broken, where Yi Chuan's gaze reached, it was spotless and was packed in an exceptionally tidy manner. Yi Chen secretly nodded his head. From this it could be seen that Xia Shui was a very diligent woman. It's just a rundown shack, but mother and daughter returned to it with an instant look of relief. This made Yi Chen think of an old saying that a golden nest is not as good as one's own dog's nest. With a smile at the corner of her mouth, this kind of happiness between mother and daughter was naturally something that no amount of money could buy. Chapter 18 G******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** It's not appropriate for us orphans and widows to move in with you. Hearing Yi Chen's words, Xia Shui shook her head repeatedly. Yi Chen touched his nose, but did not force himself any further. After all, Xia Shui was right. They had only known each other for less than a day, and if they were to live together right away, it would rather seem a bit frivolous and weird. Yi Chen nodded slightly and said with a serious face, since you have decided so, then I will not force myself. However, I will come over every day and reinforce the seal for you so that the baby won't be implicated. When Xia Shui heard this, she was obviously a bit dazed. Having to reinforce it daily, this was too exhausting, but for the sake of her baby's health, she had no choice but to accept it. After you truly become my wife, you won't have to work like this every day, Yi Chen suddenly said. Xia Shui froze for a moment, then a huff appeared on her face and said, you people, are you threatening me with the baby's health? Seeing this annoyed look on her face, Yi Chen of course knew that she had misunderstood. Smiling faintly and shaking his head, he attached his ear over and whispered to Xia Shui. Xia Shui instantly let out a gasp of surprise. Her face flushed red as she glanced at Yi Chen suspiciously. However, seeing Yi Chen's face full of seriousness, Xia Shui lightly bit her lip with a look of embarrassment. Mommy, what did Big Brother whisper to you? Baby Xia puckered her fingers, her large black gem-like eyes filled with intense curiosity. Nothing, baby, say goodbye to your big brother. Looking a little embarrassed, Xia Shui hurriedly said. Baby Xia nodded his little head obediently, then waved his little hand and said naively, Big brother, goodbye, bye baby. Yi Chen responded as he put down a bunch of red tickets before turning around to leave. As the old saying goes, everything is about relaxation. Yi Chuan knew that there was no point in him staying any longer, so he might as well give Xia Shui some time to think about it. Mommy, Big brother is so rich, is the baby going to have a new daddy? Walking down the unit building, Yi Duan heard baby Xia's words downstairs. He was delighted in his heart. The little girl had already fallen to his side, so would it still be difficult to get Xia Shui to accept him? Yi Chen took a car and left the colorful cloud community. Master, go to the biggest herbalist store. At this time, he happened to have some money in his pocket, and was able to go to the pharmacy to buy some herbs. The driver master was a chatterbox. When he heard Yi Chuan's words, he instantly had the look of you found the right person. Little brother, you're lucky. Within the city's cab drivers, I'm the one who knows the most about this. The driver master was gushing and bragging, straightening Yi Duan to the point where he was a bit annoyed. Okay, stop it, be quiet, Yi Duan said with a tiger face. He really couldn't help it a bit. Seeing that Yi Chen appeared to be impatient, the driver master gave a dry laugh and shut up decisively. Just before he shut up, he yelled, old driver sends the car. Little brother, fasten your seatbelt haha. With that, he increased the gas pedal and drove the car as fast as he could towards what he thought was the biggest Chinese medicine store. In less than half an hour, the car stopped in front of a Chinese medicine store. The moment he saw the name of the store, Yi Chen was slightly stunned. To not be so coincidental, he laughed bitterly and shook his head. G******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************was well known throughout China. It was just that Yi Chuan hadn't expected that its headquarters would be right here in the middle of Jinling City. The medical skills of the G*********** were quite remarkable, and looking around the world, they were probably only below their evil medical lineage. As for why Yi Chen smiled bitterly, naturally, it was because inside the Ji Shi Tang, there was someone who made him all helpless. Scratching his head, Yi Duan walked in. Because of the superior quality of the medicines in G*********, there are very many people who come here to get medicines. Yi Chen swept a glance and selected an apprentice who was grasping medicines, saying, "I'll grasp the medicines." "The prescription," the man said tersely, not even lifting his head. "There is no prescription. You do as I say." Yi Chuan touched his nose. Where did he need others to give him prescriptions? Those prescriptions with miraculous effects were imprinted in his brain. No, it is not child's play for a Chinese medicine practitioner to catch medicine without a prescription. "I will not help you catch medicine." The other party refused dryly, and raised his head to look at Yi Duan. "It doesn't matter. I just studied Chinese medicine." Yi Chuan stared. The young man who grabbed the medicine shook his head and lost his smile. "Little brother, since you are studying Chinese medicine, you should be clear about the rigor of Chinese medicine. Difference of a penny is a world of difference in effect. You'd better go to find a more professional person to prescribe a prescription and then come over." "I am the professional." Yi Duan had some egg pain. "Then take out your student ID and show it to me," the youth who was grabbing the medicine said smilingly. Yi Chuan was speechless. It had only been a few days since the start of the school year. How could he possibly have something like a student ID card? Of course, Yi Chen wouldn't complain about the other party. Compared to those unscrupulous drugstores that hate to sell you all the hoarded goods in their warehouses, the people of G********** have done this with a conscience, and will never let you spend a penny more than you have to. This excuse from the medicine-grabbing youth was, in the end, for Yi Chen's responsibility. Just as Yi Chuan was at a loss, a hip-hopping sound suddenly came from the doorway. Immediately afterward, the crowd saw an old man with a gray face being carried in. The old man's eyes were closed and he was convulsing, and he looked like he was going to die. "Doctor, where's the doctor?" Carrying the old man were 4 burly men with big bodies, and the one at the head was even full of ferocity. He let out a loud roar, staring the crowd into silence, not daring to make a sound. "I'm sorry, but several of the doctors we have sitting in today happen to be out on business, and I'm afraid they won't be back for an hour or two." The youth who didn't grab Yi Chen's medicine frowned and spoke, his face helpless. "What did you say?" The 4 burly men instantly stormed out. "Call at once and tell them all to come back. If anything happens to my lord, you will all die for me." The burly man at the head had a murderous look on his face. Yi Chuan's eyes narrowed. These guys appeared to have actually seen blood on their hands. Otherwise, it would be impossible to have such a ferocious aura. It's too late. Even if they rush back as fast as they can, it will take more than 10 minutes. This old man, I guess he won't be able to support himself for that long. The medicine-grasping youth couldn't help but shake his head, slightly surprised. Yi Chuan said in his heart, this young apprentice who catches medicine really has 2 skills. Can see that the old man cannot hold out for more than 10 minutes. Obviously looking and sniffing inside, looking at the learning. Learning is quite good. Damn you. I'll give you 5 minutes. If you can't come back in 5 minutes, I'll kill all of you. One of the burly men said brutally. The medicine-grasping youth smiled bitterly, and was about to speak out to gently appease the other party's emotions when he suddenly heard a lazy voice ringing out from the side. It's no use, not to mention that the doctor won't be back in 5 minutes, and even if he does, he most likely won't be able to save the old man. Chapter 19 Let you live 10 more years. The crowd froze and looked around, only to see a youth standing next to the counter with a smile on his face. When he felt all the gazes of the crowd focusing on him, he tossed his hair in a rather smelly manner, looking like the old man was the world's #1 tugger. Quite a few people snickered, regardless of this guy's guts. At least he had this black hair that looked quite silky, unbridled. As soon as the 4 burly men heard Yi Chen's words, they instantly became furious and glared at him. An ordinary person would definitely tremble if they were stared at by 4 pairs of such cold eyes. But Yi Chuan remained very calm as if a clear wind was blowing on his face. 20, 19, 18. Looking at the old man whose face was as white as paper, Yi Chen lightly recited numbers under his breath. A few burly men tensed up at once. They all smelled a bad premonition. Shut up and don't read anymore, the burly man at the head of the group shouted, his face clouded over. The main reason was that Yi Chen's countdown was too scary. If the old man on the stretcher had a shortcoming, they would all have to be buried with him. Yi Chen didn't even look at them and still continued to report the number. 5, 4. I told you to shut up, didn't you hear me? The burly man in the lead shouted violently and slammed his fist into Yi-chen's head. The medicine-grabbing youth was startled and wanted to pull Yi-chen aside, but it was too late. The speed of the opponent's fist was too fast, far beyond the reaction of an ordinary person. Yi-chen, however, looked indifferent as he just slightly inclined his head and dodged the ferocious strike. He pushed back with his backhand, and the burly man thumped back a dozen steps, almost sitting on his ass in the old man's face. His eyes glanced at Yi-chen in horror, and that burly man didn't dare to make a move on Yi-chen anymore, as he stared at the old man on the stretcher with a tense face. 1. As Yi Duan's countdown ended, the scene imagined by the crowd did not happen. Instead of dying a single death, the old man's face suddenly flashed with a demonic redness, and he steeply opened his eyes. Everyone was startled out of their wits, and if it wasn't for the old man's low voice right after he opened his eyes, they would have thought it was a swindle. The four burly men immediately revealed a look of ecstasy, and they were just about to step forward when they heard Yi-chen's voice ringing out once again with a hint of regret in his tone. Make the most of these last few minutes to account for the aftermath. Back in the light. You've only got 5 minutes to live at most. Hearing Yi-chen's words, the four of them were stunned, and their ecstatically excited hearts suddenly sank to the bottom again. Kid, if you keep talking nonsense, don't blame us for being rude to you. A burly man droned. His body's killing intent was like substance, enveloping Yi-chen. What's the use of yelling at me, whether I'm talking nonsense or not? Just ask this old man. He knows best about himself. Yi-chen shrugged his shoulders and was not angry. The four strong men hurriedly surrounded the old man, looking at him with a tense face. You guys be nice to this little brother and the others. He's absolutely right. I can feel my life draining away. I can't last much longer. The old man opened his mouth, but his voice was very strong. This is the miracle of the return of the light, able to restore peak vitality to a dying person. But it won't last long, and once that time passes, it will mean that the vitality is completely exhausted. The strong men were alarmed and said, No, there must be a way. Master, nothing can happen to you. With flustered faces, they spoke out to comfort the old man and, at the same time, give comfort to their own souls. If words could save lives, I don't think anyone would die in this world. Yi-chen spoke indifferently as he gazed at the old man, clearly very interested in him. Old man, how about I make a deal with you? Yi-chuan suddenly said, Mr. Little is a talented man, and at such a young age, he can see through my condition at a glance, so he is obviously a person of great talent. Before I die, I am fortunate to have the chance to meet a person of high caliber, but it is also a blessing, so please feel free to open your mouth, and the little old man will listen. The old man smiled faintly, as if he had already seen through life and death. He looked calm, and there was a transcendent aura about him that moved the crowd. 1 bite, $3 million, I'll let you live for 3 more years. What do you think? Yi-chuan stretched out 3 fingers. He wouldn't miss an opportunity to make money like this. Really? You can really let me live 3 more years? The old man was shaken. As far as he was concerned, there was no difference at all between $3 million and $300 in the eyes of an ordinary person. If you can live for 3 more years with just this money, it's definitely a sure thing. I never joke or brag in this regard, Yi-chen said indifferently. Okay, as long as I can be allowed to live for 3 more years, let alone $3 million, even $30 million, I'll give it. The old man did not hesitate, even if he was calm and collected in the face of death. When he heard that there was a hope that he could continue to live, there was no way that he would give up lightly. Since you're so dry, I'll be dry as well. $30 million to keep you alive for another 10 years. Yi Duan said with a smile. A huge sum of money was coming into the account. Okay, it's a deal. When the old man finished speaking, his complexion dimmed. Apparently the time for returning to the light had reached its end. This buddy, go, fetch that 500-year-old portion of ginseng from your store. Don't tell me you don't have it. That's fine to lie to others, but I know that every local branch of your G******** has a flavor of this life-renewing miracle medicine. Sweeping a glance at the medicine-grabbing youth, Yi-chen took a rare serious look. The medicine-grabbing youth was a bit embarrassed. A few strong men's hearts were on fire. What a time to be so inky. Go get it. How much is it? We'll double it. One of the burly men said with forced anger. If the old man hadn't instructed them to be polite before, I'm afraid that these guys, at this point, would have already exploded. The medicine-grabbing youth nodded and without further hesitation, turned around and entered the inner hall. Anyway, the other party had already spoken and would pay double, and if that didn't work out, naturally their boss would step in, and it had nothing to do with him. Don't worry, with me here, even if a ghostbuster wants to take you down, he has to ask my opinion, Yi-chen said in a domineering manner. In less than a minute, the youth came out from the inner hall, holding a brocade box in his hands and handed it over to Yi-chen. Well done, that's the one. With a faint smile, Yichuan did not hesitate for a second and directly took out the hanging ginseng. At this time, the old man, half of his foot had already stepped into the ghost gate. There was only air in, no air out. Clutching the ginseng into his hand, white gas bubbled between Yi Chen's palms. As the ginseng continued to be rubbed, a ginseng king of nearly 30 centimeters was compressed into a pitch-black pill. Bring water. Yi Duan didn't raise his head. The few strong men hurriedly poured water and handed it over with 7 hands. Yi Chen stopped inking and stuffed the improvised pill inside the old man's mouth. After feeding him some water, Yi Chuan tapped the Lianchuan point on his throat. The muscles in his throat loosened and the pill fell smoothly inside his stomach. Chapter 20 The Difficult Miss. Is it done? A burly man couldn't help but ask. Yi Chuan gave him a breathless look and said, You think I'm Lord Taisheng, practicing immortal pills? Eat one and come back to life. This is the ginseng Dan. It can only ensure that his last breath won't dissipate. The burly man choked for a moment. At that moment, Yi Duan moved. His hands flipped, and 9 golden needles fell from his fingertips, sticking into several of the old man's acupoints. 9 golden needles. Slightly trembling, the tips of the needles were vaguely surrounded by white mist, as if they had formed in arcane formation. In less than a quarter of an hour, the old man's pale face gradually regained its rosy color and continued to get better. The 4 strong men were shocked. This world, there really is a living dead medical skills. The young man who grabbed the medicine was also surprised. No wonder this guy didn't want a prescription to grab the medicine. Such profound and unfathomable medical skills. Even their great lady was no better. Who dares to make a move to heal in my Jishur hall? Don't you know the rules here? Just as the old man opened his eyes, a clear and pleasant voice came in from outside, carrying strong dissatisfaction. Many people's hearts trembled, especially the pill-grabbing youths who revealed a look of surprise. Their Missy is back. Yi Chen looked a little helpless, even without turning around. Just by listening to the voice, he was able to distinguish who the person was. Sighing, Yi Duan accepted the reality. Seeing Yi Chuan's silence, the visitor became more and more furious. Why don't you say something? Are you weak-minded? The voices approached the inner room from a distance. Leaf Dust blinked as he turned his back to the doorway, revealing a deep thought. How should he slip away quietly? Eldest miss, saving people is like putting out a fire. That old man. The medicine-grabbing youth saw the visitor and hurriedly said, There's nothing for you here. Coldly sweeping a glance at him, the eldest Miss Jezebel said indifferently. Walking in from the doorway, the crowd all revealed looks of amazement, as if they were mesmerized by this great lady's beauty. She had bright eyes and white teeth, lightly sweeping her eyebrows, and judging by her age, she was definitely no more than 20 years old. The slender figure should be around 6'8" by visual estimation. Her skin was fair, as if she was carved out of alabaster, without a single blemish. The most mesmerizing thing about her is not her looks and body, but the expression on her face, a perfect and delicate face, between the appropriate anger and joy. It shows the ancient spirit. This was not like a mortal man, but like a genie who had fallen into the red dust. The medicine-grasping youth shut up decisively. No matter what, it was still his own work that mattered most. Nose twitching a few times, Missy's face fell. Guts quite big. Dare in my Jishur hall hands to cure, not to mention. Also dare to wantonly use my town hall treasure. Who is it out? Come forward? If no one comes forward, all get lost. Missy said angrily, her icy gaze sweeping over those Jezebel staff. It's me. The medicine-grasping youth was bitter in his heart, but he still gathered enough courage to stand out. Very well, Lu Young. Not a small amount of guts. You immediately pack up your things and leave for me, Missy said coldly. Looking at Missy's icy face, Lu Yang had the heart to give himself a defense, but the words came to his mouth and swallowed, and in the end he just sighed, and with a disheveled face began to pack up his things in preparation for his departure. Ning Xian, after not seeing you for several years, you seem to have become even more domineering. Yi Chen sighed in his heart, knowing that he couldn't hide. The medicine-grabbing youth was a decent person and shouldn't have cost the other man his job because of himself. Missy frowned, this voice, as if it sounded a bit familiar. Under her curious gaze, Yi Chen turned his head. Qi Ningxian was slightly stunned, then an ecstatic expression appeared on her face. Without caring about the eyes of the bystanders, she directly threw the things in her hands on the ground and jumped into Yi Chen's arms. Good heavens, I'm not dreaming, am I? Brother Yi Chen, why are you free to come see me today? Qi Ningxian's small face turned red with excitement, and her perfect figure stuck to Yi Chen, shaking vigorously. This caused all the men in the store to be so jealous that they could not wait to get their hands on them. To be able to be close to a beautiful maiden of national color, even if he lived a year or two less, he would be worth it. A number of men thought darkly in their minds. Feeling the oppressive sensation coming from his chest, Yi Chuan was a bit apoplectic, and the second brother in his crotch couldn't hold back first, and a protesting move occurred. Qi Ningxian frowned and asked with a strange look on her face, Brother Yi Chen, why did you put your cell phone there? It's weirdly choking eh? Yi Duan sweated furiously. It was a hammer cell phone, but his dear second brother. Noticing that the eyes of the crowd looking at him were filled with contempt, even for a thick-skinned person like Yi Chen, he couldn't help but blush a little. Muttering the heart-cleansing technique to normalize his agitated second brother, Yi Chen pushed Qin Ningxian away. It's almost time. I'll pull out the needle for this old man. By the way, I was the one who told that Lu Yang to take out the ginseng, so don't blame him. Yi Chen touched his nose and opened his mouth to intercede for Lu Yang. Lu Yang gratefully glanced at Yi Duan, his heart greatly settled. After all, Missy and him were so close. What he said, Missy would definitely listen, right? That won't do. We have rules at Jezebel Hall. Qin Ningxian shook her head, but a flash of cunning flashed in her eyes. Hearing this, Lu Yang's heart fell to the bottom. He laughed bitterly inside. Missy is right. The rules cannot be abolished. With that, he turned around and was about to leave. And slow down, Yi Duan shouted. Then he looked at Qin Ningxian with a helpless face and said, name your conditions. How can you make him stay? He should not be too familiar with Qin Ningxian. Having grown up together since childhood and only separated for a few years, her little witch nature would definitely not change. As for the rules of Ji Shitang, that was all just Qin Ningxian's rhetoric, in order to just get Yi Chen to open his mouth and agree to her request. Brother Yi Chuan, you're so nice. My request is simple. Just let me be your girlfriend. Qin Ningxian hemmed and hawed, but the words that came out of his mouth caused all the men here to think of envy and jealousy. Why can't they meet such a quirky, cute, beautiful girl to throw herself at? Better get another one. This one can't take it. Yi Chen hurriedly shook his head. Others didn't know, but he knew too much. This girl is a little devil who can't be bothered. If you really want to take her as your girlfriend, you can't think of peace in the days to come. Boing boing, Brother Yi Chen dislikes people. Qin Ningxian immediately revealed a disheveled look, causing the many male creatures present to feel a great deal of heartache. A group of people stared angrily at Yi Duan. Making such a playful and cute beautiful girl cry was definitely an unforgivable sin. Yi Chuan was not moved in the slightest. Instead, he slapped Qin Ningxian's stiff and rounded little buttocks. There was a crunch. Qin Ningxian shrieked in shock as her haze flew across her cheeks and she subconsciously covered her buttocks. Chapter 21, a little goodbye gift. Okay, no more playing with you. Business is business. Yi Chen naturally knew that Qin Ningxian was pretending. Such a nervous little devil. If she was so easily struck, I'm afraid the earth would explode. So love goes away, right? Qin Ningxian puffed out her cheeks and stood to the side with a disgruntled look on her face. This look was a complete polar opposite of the domineering look she had when she first arrived. The crowd was a little confused, and for a moment they couldn't tell which one was the real her. Yi Duan looked solemn, and he certainly wouldn't be cheeky when it came to business. With just a swipe of his hands over the old man's body, all the golden needles disappeared. The crowd was in an uproar. If it wasn't for the old man waking up, they would have thought that the magical sights they had just seen were all in a dream. Just as the crowd was talking, Yi Chen suddenly slapped out, hitting the old man's back. Pust! The old man's body shook, and a mouthful of blood was violently spat out from his mouth, which nearly scared the souls out of those strong men. Stop! What are you doing? The four of them let out a furious cry in unison and rushed towards Yi Chen. They never expected that Yi Chen would end up storming out and injuring someone. Looking at the power of that palm, not to mention their lord, it was more than likely that they wouldn't be able to withstand it. See less. Yi Chen deflated his mouth and waved his sleeve, and the four strong men all flew backwards at once. Self-absorbed guy. Qin Ningxian snorted and propped her chin on both hands, staring at Yi Chen's movements with a flamboyant expression. With so many people present, she was afraid that she was the only one who knew how terrifying Brother Yi Chen's strength was. Not to mention for such people, even if there were 100 times more of them, her brother Yi Chen would be able to handle them with ease. Due to Yi Chuan's water release, none of the big men were injured, but they just fell in all directions and screamed miserably. They climbed up and roared angrily before charging at Yi Chen once again. With a frown, Yi Chen was secretly displeased in his heart. He had already stayed his hand, but these guys were still aggressive. Did they really think he was good-tempered? Just as Yi Chen was planning to make a move and teach these few guys who didn't know the heights of heaven a good lesson, the old man on the stretcher, however, suddenly woke up and shouted towards the four big men, "All stand still." It was a mid-range sound, loud and majestic. Those four big men suddenly stopped violently, as if they had been hit by a fixation spell. After a few seconds, they dropped leaf dust and ran over with joy. "Master, are you well?" All four were filled with excitement. "Yes, I feel energized inside my body, more so than when I was younger." The old man nodded slightly, his face unable to hide his excitement. He even had a feeling that even if there was a wild boar in front of him right now, he could knock it down with one punch. "Old man, it's your illusion, your body now." It certainly doesn't have the strength it did when you were younger. Leaf dust deflated. With a careless face, the four burly men beside the old man all revealed dissatisfied expressions. The leader of the group rebuked Yi Chuan. Kid, you're too unbridled. Don't think that just because you've cured our master, you can be rude. Do you know what his status is? Yi Chen didn't say anything, but Qin Ning Xian beside him was not happy. This group of ungrateful guys actually dared to rebuke her brother Yi Chen in a hot and loud manner. It was tolerable. Qin Ning Xian coldly grimaced and without saying anything directly gave a kick to the burly man who had berated Yi Chen. That person hadn't even considered that the pretty and lovely Qin Ning Xian would be so violent. By the time he came back to his senses and tried to move out of the way to avoid it, it was too late. A showy little foot, right on target, kicked the man in the weakest spot between his legs. That burly man stifled a grunt, and layers of fine sweat instantly welled up on his forehead. His body convulsed and his entire body slowly bent over like a boiled shrimp. The male creatures present all shivered at the sight of this scene. As if empathizing, they subconsciously covered their crotches. Sorry, the force wasn't controlled properly. Qin Ningxian smiled sarcastically, but then she put on a fierce look and coldly hummed. Serves you right, daring to yell at my brother Yi Chen. This is retribution. Hearing Qin Ningxian's words, the egg-breaking big man's eyes glazed over and he directly fainted. Not fainted from pain, but fainted from being infuriated alive by Qin Ningxian. The corner of Yi Chuan's eyes twitched slightly. This girl really deserved to be a little witch. A few words can make a big old man dizzy with anger. Practically a werewolf. A little more than a meanie. Stinky girl, how dare you hurt my boss? The remaining three burly men all jumped out at this moment, glaring angrily at Qin Ningxian. Stand down. The old man slammed the table and bellowed. The three burly men shuddered and gave Qin Ningxian and Yi Chen a hateful glance before they respectfully retreated back to their original positions. I'm really sorry. These bodyguards of mine are all roughnecks and don't know the rules. So please forgive me. The old man smiled and looked very kind. The opposite of his four bodyguards. Other people weren't clear, but Yi Duan had a number in his heart. Compared to those who are impulsive and violent, it is the people who are deep in the city like this who are the most dangerous. Okay, people are not unreasonable. They are ladies, so forgive them. Qin Ningxian smiled cheekily and swept a glance at the four big men. A lady? The corners of the crowd's mouths twitched. If not for the fact that they had seen Qin Ningxian's formidable kick earlier with their own eyes, I'm afraid they would have really believed it. Aside from the fainting big man, the other three were grinding their teeth, obviously infuriated by Qin Ningxian. It is obvious that they are the victims, but they end up asking for forgiveness in return. I've cured you. Pay the consultation fee. $30 million. And that ginseng, it's worth a lot. Ning Xian, how much is it? Talk to him. Cocking her little head and thinking for a moment, Qin Ningxian stretched out an onion finger and said, $10 million. $10 million? You're crazy for money. A big man said angrily. He could understand Yi Chuan's $30 million consultation fee. After all, it was a condition that had been negotiated from the beginning. However, asking for $10 million for a single ginseng plant, is this surely not a lion's price? Qin Ningxian's eyes glared as she said in an icy tone. What? You guys want to cheat? That big man still wanted to argue, but the old man opened his mouth and stopped him. The old man turned his head to look at Qin Ningxian and smiled. The price that Miss Qin said is very reasonable. $10 million? I'll give it. Let's not say that the ginseng actually had an effect. It just didn't work. Just based on Yi Chen's relationship with Qin Ningxian, he wouldn't even begrudge this measly $10 million. Keeping grudges clear and repaying favors. This was the old man's style of being a human being. The old man gave a gesture to a burly man behind him, and the burly man understood and turned to head outside. Not long after, he returned with a checkbook. The old man tore off a sheet and wrote a string of numbers on it, then handed it to Yi Chen. $40 million. Many people's eyes were red with envy. Yi Chen, however, didn't take it seriously as he glanced at it faintly and flung it directly to Qin Ningxian. Ningxian, this money is for you. Consider it a small gift for us to see each other again today after not seeing each other for a few years. Chapter 22 The Colorful and Audacious. The crowd was dumbfounded. $40 million, and you're giving it away? And what a little gift. Does this man own a bank? Even that old man was slightly stunned and secretly admired in his heart. If it were him, he wouldn't have been able to give away $40 million so lightly. Brother Yi Duan, you're so nice. He. Qin Ningxian hemmed and hawed and locked the check directly in the safe. The money was really not much for their Jishir haul, but it was a piece of brother Yi Chen's heart, so she was naturally very happy. What a strange man. The old man couldn't help but sigh. At this moment, some of the women in the store were looking at Yi Chen with little stars in their eyes. What woman wouldn't want such a generous and handsome golden son-in-law? Even some married women, from time to time, threw winks at Yi Chuan, eager to get involved with him. Yi Chen deflated his mouth and didn't even look at these women. He looked at the old man and said slowly, "The deal is done. The quality you should be able to feel for yourself. 10 years of life, definitely not a year less." Saying that, Yichuan continued, "My name is Yichuan. I go to school at Jinling University. If you have any friends who are sick, you can contact me as well, and the money will come to you." The old man revealed a smile and nodded, the thought of pulling Yi Chen together suddenly rising in his heart. After all, if you have such a skilled doctor as your personal physician, you won't have to worry about your health in the future. "Brother Yi Chen, are you free today? Will you accompany me out to play?" Qin Ningxian pulled Yi Chen's hand and shook it slightly, pampering him. "What's so funny?" Yi Chen touched his nose and asked with a casual expression. A blush rose on her cheeks as Qin Ningxian was a bit coy. Her eyes were like water as she looked at Yi Chen, and her voice was glutinous. "Whatever you think is fun. People will accompany you." This sentence could be too ambiguous. Most of the people present were old drivers, and immediately thought of some inappropriate images for children. Cupping his chin and sizing up Qin Ningxian for a while, Yi Chen thumped his heart. However, when remembering some of Qin Ningxian's deeds, his back went cold and he hurriedly shook his head. "I'm not available today. Some other time." The moment these words came out, everyone's gazes flickered to Yi Chen. They looked strange. This guy shouldn't be failing at such a young age, right? That's considered explicit. And he's still indifferent? What day is the other day? It's better to choose a day. Qin Ningxian smiled cheekily and unashamedly took Yi Chen's hand. Her full chest muscles were almost deformed under the squeeze of Yi Chuan's arm. The male creatures cast jealous eyes, itching to kick Yi Duan away and go over to try this amazing touch themselves. Yi Duan was speechless. This girl even climbed up the pole. "Divine Dr. Yi, I still have some things to take care of at home, so I'll take my leave first. Take your time and don't see me off," Yi Chen said casually without lifting his head. The old man froze, nodded, and got up to leave. The 4 bodyguards beside him, however, had a displeased look on their faces and stared angrily at Yi Duan, all feeling that Yi Duan had been too indulgent towards their family lord. Even if you have saved your life, you shouldn't have such a contemptuous attitude. Taking their looks in, Qin Ningxian sneered and kicked her long legs. A few burly men instantly had a jolt of energy and felt their crotches go cold. If this feisty young girl gave each of them a blow, then they would be in tears. Following the old man, several bodyguards flew out of the area. Yi Chen had his hands behind his back and hadn't glanced their way since the beginning. "Brother Yi Chen, did you miss me? So you specially came to our Jishur Hall to look for me?" Qin Ningxian's beautiful eyes glowed. Her brother Yi Chen was indeed a good man. Even when he was in Chao camp, he still thought of her in his heart. "You're overthinking it. I'm here to buy medicine." Rolling his eyes, Yi Chen said honestly. He then looked at Lu Yang and said, "Follow my prescription and grab a few patches of medicine for me." Yi Duan found a paper and pen and wrote down a prescription. "No problem." Lu Yang gave an okay gesture, and he stopped asking Yi Chen for the formula at this time. He had seen with his own eyes how Yi Chuan's medical skills were, and they were even better than their eldest daughter. He is an authority himself and was not bragging about his previous words. Just as Yi Chen and Qin Ningxian were chatting, some people had a brainwave and came forward, asking Yi Chen for medical treatment. They had seen Yi Chuan's amazing medical skills, and if they could be healed by him, it would be much better than going to the hospital or buying medicine here. No cure. Yi Chen didn't even raise his eyelids. "Why? A poor man's life is also a life. You can't see us as poor and refuse to heal us." The speaker was a middle-aged man, wearing a smart suit and a gold necklace around his neck, but threatened to be poor. "If you want me to make a move, unless it's someone on the verge of death, or someone who looks good to me, for others, I won't treat them at all. Moreover, there are rules in Jishur Tang. Fellow healers are not allowed to make a move here, so you guys should hire someone else." There was a smile, if any, at the corner of Yi Chen's mouth. Although he was taking the middle-aged man's words, he was also speaking to everyone present. The middle-aged man couldn't help but frown slightly as he turned his head towards Qin Ningxian and said, "Can't the rules of this Jishur Hall be changed? I'm the office director of the Jinling Supervisory Bureau. My name is Chen Lei. I hope that Ms. Qin will consider the opinions I've raised." He phrased his words politely, but in reality they were not polite at all. "Smacking if you're going to do this." Qin Ningxian swept a glance at him, ignoring him. Instead, she affectionately hugged Yi Chen's arm and said with a delicate smile, "Brother Yi Chen, let's go to the inner room. It just so happens that I have something to show you." "Ms. Qin, I'm talking to you. You're so rude. You don't want Jishur Hall to continue, do you?" Chen Lei grimaced, his tone ghostly. Both men stopped and turned around at the same time. Yi Duan couldn't help but sigh. There were unenlightened guys everywhere in this world. Dare to provoke G*****************. This what the office director of the supervisory bureau is definitely the end of the line. Say that again if you have the guts. Qin Ningxian's smile instantly disappeared. She chilled her face, Her beautiful eyes filled with indifference as she stared at Chen Lei. Chen Lei's heart was shaken, but after all, he had been an official for a long time, and inevitably had a condescending sense of superiority. So naturally, he would not be bluffed by a single word from Qin Ningxian. I'd say you don't want to open this Jishir hall anymore, Chen Lei said with a cold smile. He had a feeling that this Miss Qin was just bluffing. Hearing his words, Qin Ningxian suddenly smiled as if 100 flowers were blossoming, causing the crowd to stare in disbelief. Chen Lei was also moved in his heart, and it was only then that he realized that this girl was so stunningly beautiful. Scared. If you want to ask for forgiveness, it's not impossible. 2 demands. If you fulfill both of them, I'll be merciful and forget about it. Chapter 23 Provocation. Staring at Qin Ningxian's beautiful face as well as her perfect figure, Chen Lei's mind unconsciously developed evil thoughts. He had slept with quite a few women, but he had never come across such an elfin and cute girl. In contrast, his mistresses can only be described by the phrase crooked. What request? Qin Ningxian smiled faintly. Chen Lei pointed at Yi Chen and said, "First, let him make a move to heal me." "What about the second?" Qin Ningxian asked in a cloudy manner. "Second, the 2 of you and I will go out to dinner tonight, and we'll have a good chat about the quality and safety of this Jezebel." Chen Lei has a proud face. This is the benefit of being an official. There is power in his hands. He is not afraid that the other party will not agree. The people in the store gave Qin Ningxian a sympathetic look. Being targeted by such a lewd and shameless dog was destined to end up no better. As for calling for Qin Ningxian's favor, none of these people had given it a second thought. After all, the idea of officialdom in the Celestial Dynasty has long been deeply rooted in people's hearts, and no one would want to clash with a powerful court official who holds a lot of power for the sake of a stranger. Qin Ningxian smiled faintly. Seducing people. Chen Lei was mesmerized by this smile, his eyes unblinking as he stared at Qin Ningxian's flawless jade face, his harumphs nearly flowing out. In her heart, she was straight up nauseous, but Qin Ningxian's face didn't move as she directly flew up with a kick. Bump! With the sound of something breaking, that Chen Lei's expression froze and he covered his crotch and knelt down. He let out a heartbreaking scream and rolled around in pain. "Dead pervert, with your 2-inch-long foreign chili ding, how dare you hit on this lady? Directly send you to the palace to become a eunuch." With a cold snort, Qin Ningxian deflated her mouth in disdain. The crowd was dumbstruck. Even Yi Chen was no exception. He looked at the director of whatever it was and shook his head slightly. "The egg has been broken and is completely useless in this life. Someone come, fork it out," Qin Ningxian said casually. Lu Yang took the lead. A few people came forward, carried Chen Lei without saying anything, and directly threw it out. All the people dumbfounded. The heart secretly said, this G*********** behavior is too taboo. Even the director of the Office of the Supervisory Bureau are not in the eyes, said to throw out on the throw out. However, they were unaware that Qin Ningxian, as the eldest lady of the Jishir Hall, had been laughing and joking even when facing some high provincial officials, not to mention a mere director of the inspectorate. It would be duh if such a minor character could be in her eyes. A farce ended for the time being, and Yi Chen chatted with Qin Ningxian before mentioning Qin Ningxian's father. "Is your old man alive?" When some of the staff members of the Jezebel Hall heard this, they were all speechless. This manner of questioning was a bit too odd. Angrily slapped Yi Chuan, Qin Ningxian pouted, very dissatisfied. "How to talk? At least is your future father-in-law. You will not be polite." "Hey, I'll try." Yi Chen pretended to look embarrassed, causing Qin Ningxian to grit her teeth for a while. After Lu Yang finished grabbing the medicine for him and packed it, Yi Chen took the bag and was about to leave. Just then, however, a group of uniformed patrolmen barged in. "Who owns this store?" "I am. May I ask what you have to do?" Qin Ningxian frowned slightly. Just threw the director of what's his name out, and the inspector arrived later. She would be the first to say that there was no connection between the two. "You have violated Article 292 of the criminal law and are suspected of constituting the crime of intentional injury. Come with us," the leading inspector said with justice. His gaze was like a torch as he stared at Qin Ningxian with an undeniable flavor. Qin Ningxian skimmed her mouth as she directly took out her cell phone and made a call to the mayor of Jinling City. "Uncle Zhou, someone bullied me and even instructed the inspectors to come and find trouble with my Jishir Hall," Qin Ningxian said accusingly. When the person on the other end of the phone heard Qin Ningxian's words, there was first a moment of silence, followed by an astonishing roar. "Which ungrateful thing dares to bully my Zhou Kachang's niece? Give him the phone. I'll talk to him." "This lady, you have broken the law by intentionally injuring someone, and it's useless for anyone to come." The patrolman in the lead had a cold face and took the cell phone from Qin Ningxian. "I'm Lu Weidong from the Jinling City Constabulary." "Lu Weidong, right? I am Zhou Kachang. I have already communicated with your director. Give me an immediate return to the team. As for my great niece, she is definitely not a criminal. You guys mustn't wrong a good person." Zhou Kachang said coldly. Chokri? Lu Weidong was shocked. Isn't this the mayor of Jinling City? The other party has been an official for many years, with clean hands and a very good reputation, and is loved by the people. Since he said something like that, it proved that the girl in front of him was, indeed, innocent. Zhou Kachang continued. Lu Weidong, I know you. Your family has a seriously ill old father for many years, right? I give you a suggestion. Rather than running around everywhere tossing and turning, why don't you beg my great niece, Shiaf, out of the way? Your old father cured in the foreground. Originally, Lu Weidong was still considering it, but now that he heard Zhou Kachang's words, he decisively gave up the idea of arresting people back. He was straight, but not stupid. What kind of a commodity Chen Lei was? In fact, he knew better than anyone else. It was only because the other party had done him a favor that he had to come. Both of you, I'm sorry for having offended you so much just now. It's because I have no eyes. Lu Weidong smiled awkwardly and bowed towards Yichen and Qin Ningxian. Go ahead. Ask me what? Qin Ningxian puffed out her cheeks. Smart as she was, she had long seen through everything. Lu Weidong froze for a moment, not expecting Qin Ningxian to be so open-minded. He asked cautiously, my father has been seriously ill for many years, and I have an intolerant heart. Can I ask you to take a hand and heal him? What is your father's illness? Qin Ningxian inquired. Advanced stomach cancer. Lu Weidong said. He would try any difficult method if it would reduce his old father's pain. No problem, but you have to promise me one condition. Qin Ningxian nodded her head and agreed very dryly, causing Lu Weidong to wonder if he was dreaming. You name it, and I'll do everything I can to help you accomplish it, as long as it doesn't violate my conscience or the law. Even with what he wanted, Lu Weidong still held on to his heart. You're that what's his name Chen Lei, the director of the inspection bureau, shouting at me. That guy, really not a thing, molesting my mother, but also thieves shouting to catch thieves. You help me to arrest him back, detain him for a few days. The crime is just a provocation. Anyway, any conflict can be sentenced this way now. Qin Ningxian was all smiles. This was a little devil. So naturally, there was no way she would let herself suffer. The other party encouraged the inspector to come to her door to arrest her. Then she had to turn the other party into a hole in order to relieve her anger. Chapter 24. Where's that idiot from? What an old lady. Talk like a lady. Yi Chen snapped a violent chestnut on Qin Ningxian's head, causing her to roll her eyes in pain. What are you hitting me for? Qin Ningxian had a disgruntled look on her face as she opened her teeth and claws, glaring angrily at Yi Chen. Looking at the two flirting men and women, Lu Weidong smiled. I agree to your conditions, but Chen Lei is still in the hospital for treatment. We have to wait until he recovers from his injuries. Whatever. You bring your old father tomorrow. Advanced stomach cancer is not incurable in my G********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Commissioner. Lu Weidong nodded heavily, his face full of excitement that was hard to hide, and he directly left with the patrolman behind him. Captain Lu, do you really want to arrest that Chun-Lei? He's the office director of the inspectorate. A young patrolman asked nervously. His sister was harassed by Chun-Lei, so he looked at Chun-Lei extremely unhappy, and had long wanted to teach Chun-Lei a lesson. Nay, fearing the power in the hands of the other side, his heart was in the right place. Of course, a prince who breaks the law is as guilty as the common people. As for that Chun-Lei, how many things he has done to violate the law and discipline, you and I have a clear picture in our minds. This is an opportunity to get the best of both worlds. Why not? Lu Weidong said with a faint smile. The young inspector was speechless. After saying so much, it wasn't because the other party was able to heal his father. Otherwise, would his flatulent brother, Captain Lu, be so nice? The answer is clearly no. Chun-Lei was lying inside the hospital room, not the slightest bit clear that his plans had completely fallen through. Instead, he also drew Lu Weidong's displeasure and made up his mind to arrest him and lock him up for a few days. At the Jinling City Hospital, Chun-Lei roared angrily. How could he not expect Lu Weidong to bring people over and give him a charge of provoking trouble? I'm the chief of staff of the Supervision Bureau. Lu Weidong, you, a junior captain of the Criminal Investigation Division, have no authority to arrest me. Chun-Lei roared hysterically. There is no greater sorrow than the death of the heart, and the death of a man is next. He went crazy when the doctor told him that he couldn't recover from 2 of his balls. Now that Lu Weidong appeared, not only was he not here to help him avenge his death, but instead, he was falling down a well, which made Chun-Lei hate like crazy. You can say that when you get to the station. Now, get the hell out of here. Lu Weidong gave the order, and the inspectors behind him brushed aside Chun-Lei's family members who were in the way and racked him out. Lu Weidong, remember, your chief is my brother. You're finished. Ouch. Slow down. It hurts. Hiss. Chun-Lei threatened loudly, but soon the threatening voice turned into a miserable scream. The wound in his crotch tore again due to the sheer pace, and there was a sharp pain coming from there. Lu Weidong smiled disdainfully, not caring at all. The favor he owed to Chen Lei had already been repaid a long time ago. Now he's punishing this corpse for justice. Flowers bloom at both ends of the spectrum. After Yi Duan finished picking up what he wanted at the Jishir Tang, he hummed a little song and left. Why did you follow me here? Don't you need to sit in on the G***** gong anymore? Walking out hundreds of meters away, Yi Chen turned around and looked at Qin Ningxian as if she was a little follower, and he was greatly curious in his heart. People aren't machines, they need to rest too. Qin Ningxian's mouth curled up. She stared at Yi Chuan accusingly, tears brewing in her eyes, and said, Brother Yi Chuan, do you not like Xiener anymore? Then I'll just leave. I'll look for third auntie. She's the only one who loves Xiener the most. Oing 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 oing. Hearing Qin Ningxian's words, Yi Chen was depressed. This girl, she was threatening him in a clear-cut way. The third aunt that she was mumbling about was none other than Yi Chen's third mistress. When he thought of that third senior mistress, who was known as the demon fairy even in the martial arts, Yi Chuan shivered. Back then, when he was learning in the mountains, Yi Duan could be said to be fearless. Sometimes even the evil doctor couldn't control him. It was called a skinny panic. The only one who was his absolute nemesis was Third Master Nyang. No matter how jumpy Yi Chen was, as long as Third Master Nyang had a voice, he would absolutely turn into a good boy. As for his third senior mistress, she loved Qin Ningxian the most, and he didn't know if it was because both of them shared the characteristics of a witch between them. Anyway, it was just a one-time meeting, and it was intimate as hell. If Qin Ningxian went crying to his third mistress, then even if he hid in Jinling University, it wouldn't be of any use and he would be found out and taught a lesson. Wronged, really heavenly wronged. Our Ningxian girl, loved by all and blossomed by all. How could I not like you? It's just that just now I'd been thinking about a philosophical question and was too mesmerized. Yi Chen smiled charmingly and stared at Qin Ningxian's eyes, saying with a serious face, what philosophical question? Qin Ningxian's curiosity was piqued. Yi Chuan pushed the non-existent glasses on the bridge of his nose and lamented with a wise face. You said that someone as powerful as me. Why did he still choose to look so handsome? Isn't this not giving other men a way out? Qin Ningxian, brother Yi Chen. Qin Ningxian suddenly shouted out in a glutinous manner. Still looking deeply thoughtful, Yi Chen's brows were furrowed in a rather troubled manner. You're so thick-skinned. Qin Ningxian smiled cheekily. Yi Chen froze slightly. Then he said with dissatisfaction, how does the little girl talk? Are you questioning my handsome appearance? Qin Ningxian hurriedly shook her head as she held onto Yi Chen's arm, her full chest muscles rubbing back and forth on his arm a few times. Which is not true. In Luan Jia's heart, brother Yi Chuan is the most handsome in the world. Even my father has to step aside. Hey, yeah, being handsome is a sin. Raising his head diagonally and looking at the sky at 45 degrees, Yi Chuan said with a sigh on his face, needless to say, he's got a whole new level of thick skin. Curious passers-by heard the conversation between the two and almost spit out their overnight meal. Can this guy still have some face? Just as the two of them were about to leave, with a loud boom, a Wuling Divine car stopped in front of them. A group of people holding iron rods jumped down from the car, fearing that there were not 12 or 13 of them, and directly surrounded Yi Chen and Qin Ningxian. Yi Chen? The one leading the group asked as he gazed at Yi Chen with a vicious gaze. I am not Yi Chen. Yi Chen shook his head, his expression subdued. The man in the lead was slightly stunned and subconsciously asked, You're not Yi Chen. Then who is? That guy. I know him. He's Yi Chuan. Yi Chen pointed at an old man who was stealing electric batteries not far away and said. His tone was unusually sure, and he couldn't help but be disbelieving. The man who had stolen the battery heard the commotion and turned back to Yi Chuan's side, and was instantly horrified. I don't know when, but all of those fierce-eyed thugs were actually staring at him. The man looked panicked, screamed, turned his head and fled. Want to run? Brothers, give me chase. The leading man shouted and led his minions to directly chase after him without saying a word. When you can't understand being a punk, I don't know who finds these idiots. Leaf Dust shook his head with a speechless face. Chapter 25 Worsening of Taste. Qin Ningxian smiled coquettishly as she glanced in the direction those people had left and instantly said in surprise, Brother Yi Chen, they're back. So many people. Luan Jia is so scared. What are you afraid of? With me here, there are no accidents. Yi Chen raised his eyebrows and said coldly, He. Brother Yi Chuan is so handsome. Protect the good family. Oh. Qin Ningxian made a flowery face and looked at Yi Chen with sparkling eyes. Chao Nima's, kid, you're quite bold. You even dare to cheat me. Originally I was just going to remove both your hands. Now I've changed my mind. I'm going to beat you half to death. The lead one's gaze was chilling. It didn't take him long to chase him out before he reacted to the fact that his target was a college student, in his mid-20s. The man who had just stolen the battery was at least almost 40 years old, so how could he be the person he was asked to find? Obviously, This young talent just now was clearly more in line with the characteristics of the person he was looking for. You're the one who's stupid. Why are you blaming others? Yi Chen shrugged his shoulders and was filled with helplessness. Hearing Yi Chen's words, the punks were enraged. Just now, it wasn't just the one leading the group who had misidentified the wrong person. They had misidentified them as well. Yi Chen's sentence was undoubtedly scolding all of them. Marred. Brothers, waste that boy. That woman, TSK, looks really not bad. A moment to snatch back. A few brothers have fun. Don't. Living eunuchs and foreign chili ding are not Luanjia's dishes. Qin Ningxian pouted and said with a disdainful face, glancing at Qin Ningxian in surprise. Yi Chen couldn't help but say appreciatively, the little girl's medical skills have progressed very quickly. Even this group of guys' impotence and kidney weakness can be seen. Good. A little level. It's just a bit leveled. Biting her onion finger, Qin Ningxian seemed a bit dissatisfied. In her mind, she had worked so hard that even most cancers she could cure. Brother Yi Duan, however, said that she was just a little bit leveled, which made her very unenlightened. Compared to me, it's just a bit of a level. Compared to others, you're a divine doctor, Yi Chuan said with a straight face, not modest at all. People's medical skills are definitely not as good as Brother Yi Chuan's. So Brother Yi Chuan, teach me more. Qin Ningxian pampered herself as if no one else was around. She leaned on Yi Chen's body and rubbed herself hard, like a koala hanging on a tree. Cute and adorable. Alright, when I have time. Yi Dust casually agreed. The two of them blew and sang, which instantly made the man in the lead storm out. Impotence has always been a pain in his heart, and now that he has been poked in the face, he was enraged and lost his mind. Brothers, go, beat me to death. The one in the lead roared angrily. His minions are also angry. They are socialized and their private lives are very messy since they were young. By now, at this age, basically no one is normal and more or less deficient. Yi Chen and Qin Ningxian's words had a killing range that was too wide, covering all of them. 10 or so people, holding up iron bars, then smashed at Yi Chen's head. Passers-by exclaimed in shock and fear, not daring to come any closer to the area. Some of the eager ones even took out their cell phones, ready to make police and emergency calls. But before they could press the number, they were shocked by the scene before them. A cold aura flashed in his eyes as Yi Chen took the initiative to attack. Touch, touch, touch. A few muffled sounds. Yi Duan kicked one. Almost at the same time, the 4 or 5 punks surrounding him all flew out and smashed into the parked vehicles on the side of the road. These innocent cars were hit with shattered glass and flying tin. The watermelon crowd looked dumbfounded. They could still understand a kick that sent someone flying, but after a kick, the other person's body was able to wreck the car. How terrifyingly powerful it had to be to do that. A look of fear appeared on the face of the one leading the group. This guy's power, so strong that it was a bit outrageous, was simply a humanoid Tyrannosaurus Rex. Everyone together, don't let him break you down one by one. In order to maintain his prestige, the one leading the group still chose to grit his teeth and tough it out with Yi Chen. 13 against 1. The advantage was on them, and on Yi Duan's side, he was still carrying a liability. A liability? The leading man had a good idea in his mind. He left Yi Duan behind and unexpectedly charged directly towards Qin Ningxian. The few remaining punks froze, but quickly realized what their boss was thinking. They followed closely behind and lunged at Qin Ningxian. It was obvious that they wanted to hold Qin Ningxian hostage to order Yi Chen. You people are really something. You're still not happy to play around with you. You have to force me to settle you all at once. Seeing a few punks charging towards Qin Ningxian, Yi Chen frowned, revealing a dissatisfied expression. With a single leap of his body, he arrived at Qin Ningxian's heels. Amidst the crowd's gasps, Yi Chen threw out a sweeping leg. These 7 or 8 punks, including the leading man, were all swept away. They ended up a little better than the punks who had smashed the car before, but not much better, falling straight to the ground and screaming in pain. Many people looked around, looking at Yi Chuan's such a dashing and sharp movement. They thought they were shooting a movie, and they were all twisting their heads to look for the camera. Brother Yi Chuan is so handsome, my god, Qin Ningxian cheered with a look of excitement. Yi Chuan was a bit speechless. This girl was a martial artist herself. Seeing a movement like the sweeping leg, it shouldn't be such a big fuss. No fun. Slipped away. Shouting to Qin Ningxian, Yi Chen took a step away. With a cheeky smile, Qin Ningxian's entire body was attached to Yi Chen's body and followed him out of the scene. Passing by a street, Yi Chen inclined his head and glanced in one direction. A hint of sneer if any hidden in the depths of his gaze. Over there, a delicate figure appeared. Zhou Qin had a shocked look on her face. So far apart, Yi Chen was actually able to detect her presence. Was it her own carelessness? Or was this guy Yi Chen too alert? Brother Yi Chen, shouted Qin Ningxian suddenly. Yi Duan's eyebrows twitched. What is it? Who's that dark-skinned twat over there? Looks like she's been following us all the way. Qin Ningxian nudged her mouth and pointed in a direction, and it was clearly the same direction that Yi Chen was looking at with his head inclined. Yi Chen was a bit surprised, not expecting Qin Ningxian to have discovered it as well. After not seeing her for a few years, it seems that this little girl has indeed grown a lot. Not familiar, but it doesn't prevent me from accepting her as my wife. Yi Chen touched his nose and casually replied. Zhou Qin didn't know in the slightest that the tracking methods he was so proud of were completely worthless in the eyes of both Yi Chen and Qin Ningxian. Rolling her eyes towards Yi Chen, Qin Ningxian was clearly a bit unkind. No way. Brother Yi Chuan, how did your taste become so bad? Luan Jia is going to dislike you yo. Chapter 26 I live across the street from you. Are you serious? That's a good bet. Leaf Dust clapped his hands, and he suddenly had a delighted look on his face. Soon, however, his smile faltered, for a hand touched his waist and pinched his most precious loins. With a chill on his back, Yi Chuan cleared his throat, revealing a look of inferiority. He said with a sigh, there is a kind of love called letting go. I'm too ordinary, you're too good. I can't be that selfish and let you suffer after me. As his voice fell, only then did Yi Chen feel the hand pinching his waist loosen slightly. Secretly relieved, Yi Chen was somewhat complacent. Luckily, he was resourceful enough to save his loins. Qin Ningxian looked at Yi Chuan with affection and said, Brother Yi Chuan, you are overly concerned. No matter how ordinary you are, Ningxian only likes you. And isn't it an old saying that flowers irrigated by cow dung bloom more beautifully? His face darkened. Yi Chen almost jumped up. To actually compare his handsome and suave handsome face to cow dung, this girl was deliberately burying him. I'll be home in a few minutes and you'll be cooking. With a cold snort, Yi Duan vented his dissatisfaction, because he knew that Qin Ningxian hated cooking the most, so he used this way to prank her. But what Yi Chen never expected was that Qin Ningxian actually agreed. There must be a demon when things go wrong. Yi Chuan's heart was on alert. Cooking is fine, but brother Yi Chuan must eat it all. Oh. Qin Ningxian blinked her big soulful eyes and said with a smile. Yi Chuan's expression froze, suddenly thinking of his last experience. He had mistakenly eaten this girl's cooking by himself, and as a result, his stomach had been churning for 2 days and 2 nights, almost pulling the amazingly fit man out of his body. Forget it, I'll just do it myself and have a good meal. Leaf Dust shivered and hurriedly said. In this round of exchange with Qin Ningxian, he was finished off. With a haughty raise of her head, Qin Ningxian looked as if she was a great general who had won a battle. The two of them walked at a quick pace and arrived at the downstairs of Yi Chen's residence in less than half an hour. They went upstairs and were about to open the door and enter, when suddenly a familiar back reflected in Yi Chen's eyes. First wife? As his eyes lit up, Yi Chen immediately revealed a look of surprise. Jiang Wanqing was fretting and didn't know how to deal with the conflict between Haitian and Yi Chen, and she was worried that Yi Chen had been assassinated by Haitian. She had been meditating all the way to her door when she heard a familiar voice, subconsciously turning to look behind her. Jiang Wanqing saw that Yi Chen was looking at himself with a delighted gaze. He was carrying a package in his right hand, while one of his left arms was held by a quirky young girl. The two were very close and intimate. Jiang Wanqing was not a fool, and with a glance, she could tell that the relationship between the two was definitely not simple. This philandering carrot, eating from the bowl and actually staring at the pot, is simply abominable. Glancing indifferently at Yi Chen, Jiang Wanqing turned around and took out the key from her bag, ready to open the door. Brother Yi Chen, this is also your woman. She's good looking. Qin Ningxian beamed her little mouth, revealing a bit of sourness in her tone. After not seeing her for a few years, her brother Yi Duan actually had a new love. This position of first wife should have belonged to her originally. Hearing her words, Jiang Wanqing, who had just fumbled out her keys, suddenly turned around. With a solemn face, she said to Qin Ningxian, this little girl, I think you must have misunderstood. I am Yi Chen's college homeroom teacher, not his woman, much less his wife. With that, she swept another glance at Yi Chuan, a coldness in her gaze as she continued. Also, student Yi Chuan is very philandering and is not a good match, so I advise you, it's best not to use your love too deeply so as not to get hurt. Oh my god, this is too romantic. Teacher-student love. Wow, my brother Yi Chuan, you're so strong, I'm even more dead to you. Who would have thought that Qin Ningxian would instead reveal a look of adoration after hearing her words? This caused Jiang Wanqing to nearly stumble and fall to the ground the moment she stepped through the door of her home. This girl has just escaped from the mental hospital. The brain circuit, how so strange. Jiang Wanqing said a whole speechless live. Low key low key. Yi Chen waved his hand with a modest expression. At this time, Jiang Wanqing had just entered her home and had not yet had time to close the door behind her. When she heard Yi Chen's reply, she couldn't help but dislike him angrily. Fellow student Yi Chen, do you still need face? I want it. Leaf Dust nodded solemnly. Jiang Wanqing was choked for a moment, and then she said in annoyance, then do you know that you are shameless? I'm not toothless, I have teeth. Yi Chuan smiled playfully as he showed his 2 rows of large white teeth, as if he was proving to Jiang Wanqing that he was not toothless. Seeing this cheap smile on his face, Jiang Wanqing became more and more irritated in her heart. She cursed herself for being nosy, actually running around for Yi Chen for half a day, and her current exhaustion was simply self-inflicted. Coldly sweeping a glance at Yi Chen, Jiang Wanqing covered the door of her room as she said, "Regardless of how you found my place, I just want to say one thing, you are not welcome here. Please leave. I live across the street from you. Why would I leave?" Yi Chuan hemmed and hawed and directly took out his own key and inserted it into the lock hole. Seeing this scene, Jiang Wanqing was directly dumbfounded. "You, how did you?" Jiang Wanqing's entire body froze, too dumbfounded to utter a complete sentence. She knew that someone had recently moved in across the street, but she didn't expect it to be such a coincidence that this person was actually Yi Chen. Jiang Wanqing was frantic. Her heart wanted to cry. God, this god also loves to tease people too much. Having this guy as her neighbor, isn't that the same as throwing a frog in front of an ant's nest? A proper buffet. Hey, near the water. First wife, are you ready? Leaf Dust was happy. This was simply an unexpected pleasure. Thinking of the days and long nights to come, I'm afraid he won't even be alone and lonely anymore. You're thinking beautifully, Jiang Wanqing said in annoyance. She lamented in her heart that the peaceful life she used to have was afraid to be gone. To Yi Chuan this guy's temperament, living in her across the door, if you do not make a mess out of it, killing Haitian she does not believe. I don't think it's pretty at all. Yi Chuan grinned, and the smugness on his face could not be overstated. As soon as she saw this expression on his face, Jiang Wanqing became angry in her heart. She grunted coldly and was about to turn around and go back to the house when she suddenly stumbled on her feet. She tripped over the threshold, her body unsteady with one weight, and fell straight ahead. It's over. I'm going to be disfigured. Shrieking in shock, Jiang Wanqing instantly closed her eyes in despair. With this forward-leaning posture of hers, in a while it was bound to be facebreak, grinding and disfiguring. That was the nail in the coffin. Chapter 27 Bullying. In spite of her own beauty, she has caused herself many problems and troubles, but Jiang Wanqing would rather carry these troubles all day long than disfigure herself in this way. It was all Yi Duan's fault. If she hadn't been so furious with this guy, how could she have kicked the threshold? Such a thought rose up in Jiang Wanqing's mind. Soon, though, she was relieved, because at this moment, the outcome is already predetermined, and it has lost its meaning to pursue who is responsible. Just as Jiang Wanqing was about to kiss the ground, a warm and powerful arm wrapped around her soft waist and pulled her up. Someone saved her. Who was this person? Jiang Wanqing opened her eyes, but she directly came face to face with Yi Chen. She had a jolt, as if her body felt as if she had been electrocuted. First wife, it's not that I'm saying, we still have a long life ahead of us. Do you need to be so agitated? Luckily my old man reacted quickly. Otherwise you wouldn't be able to keep your pretty face. Leaf Dust had a frightened look on his face. Excited. I'm excited you mallet. Jiang Wanqing spat inside her heart. Thank you, Mr. Leaf Dust. Let go of me. Jiang Wanqing spoke with an indifferent expression. TSK, first wife, I saved you just now. You actually turned your face away so quickly. I'm very sanguine, blue and thin. Fresh mushrooms. Yi Chen had a sad and upset look on his face, but Jiang Wanqing noticed that the corners of this guy's mouth were slightly upturned, appearing to be snickering. Is this guy mocking her? Jiang Wanqing gritted her teeth for a while. Let go of your hand. Her tone grew colder, touching his nose. Yi Chuan still decided to fully respect Jiang Wanqing's choice as he let go of his hand. Ouch! Jiang Wanqing had just left Yi Chuan's embrace and stood alone when she felt a sharp pain surge into her brain at her feet. She let out a gasp of surprise as her body planted itself to the side again. Apparently, that stumble earlier had alibied her hamstring. Yi Chuan was quick on his feet and reached out, once again cradling Jiang Wanqing's delicate and exquisite body in his arms. First wife, what's the point of showing off? Yi Chen smacked his lips and said smugly. Jiang Wanqing's anger nodded as she snorted coldly and pushed Yi Chuan away before stubbornly saying, get out of my way. Smiling faintly, Yi Chuan pressed on and instead slapped her ass. Why are you as stubborn as a donkey? Be honest with me. If you're like this again, be careful I'll put you on the spot. Yi Chuan said playfully. Jiang Wanqing made a big red face as her gaze viciously gouged out Yi Chen, but there was nothing to do but be at his mercy. Seeing her grinding her teeth but not speaking, Yi Chen took her as a default and directly picked her up in a princess carry before heading towards her home. Jiang Wanqing had delicate curves and a delicate figure, so her weight naturally couldn't be heavy. Yi Chen hugged her without any pressure at all. Shi Ningxian followed them step by step, puffing out her cheeks, extremely dissatisfied inside. Her brother, Yi Chen, had never princess hugged her like this before. Leaning against Yi Chen's body, Jiang Wanqing felt a sense of satisfaction for no reason. This man, seems to be quite handsome, and also very strong. Sniffing the manly scent of Yi Chen's body, Jiang Wanqing's mind began to wander. She couldn't help but shiver as she thought about the ridiculousness of that night. Are you alright? Yi Chen lowered his head and asked with a face full of concern. Genius as he was, it was impossible for him to be clear that Jiang Wanqing at this moment was actually thinking of some inappropriate images for children. You've broken this foot badly. It must be treated. Placing Jiang Wanqing on the sofa, Yi Chen stared at Jiang Wanqing's ankle for a while and frowned. I'm fine. Just hurry up. Jiang Wanqing's head shook like a rattle. It was obvious that she was not comfortable with Yi Chen staying here. Sister, the joints of your feet are red and swollen. If you don't treat them, you won't be able to walk for most of the month. Qi Ningxian kindly reminded. She and Yi Chen were both geniuses in Chinese medicine, and with just a pair of eyes, they were able to know how serious Jiang Wanqing's foot injury was. Being a cripple for a month would be a conservative estimate if you just let it go. How is it treated? Jiang Wanqing asked warily. Her wariness of Yi Chen was no less than that Haitian. At least the other party didn't know where she lived, but Yi Chen was literally her neighbor, so it was important to keep her distance, lest she be eaten and wiped clean, and she had no place to cry. It's relatively simple. A massage will do, Yi Chen said with a smile. Massage? I know how to do it myself, so I don't need to trouble you, Jiang Wanqing said lightly, her face full of determination. It's, as you wish. Shrugging his shoulders, Yi Chen knew that Jiang Wanqing wouldn't give in without a little bitterness. Therefore, he did not want to waste his words to persuade her. First go to do the business is the most important. Thinking of this, Yi Chen turned around and left Jiang Wanqing's home. There was Qi Ningxian accompanying her. Then refining pills for baby Xia. He'd have an extra free hand to get down and be more sure of success. Humph, irresponsible guy. Coldly grunting in dissatisfaction, Jiang Wanqing then looked down at her heel, which was red and swollen. She gritted her teeth and carefully touched it with her fingertips, nearly bursting into tears from the pain. Leaving from Jiang Wanqing's home, Yi Chen opened the door of his own home. Then he pulled Qi Ningxian inside. Bud, hey, brother Yi Chuan, I didn't see it. You're quite hygienic. I thought you were here. After looking around for a moment, Qi Ningxian was quite a bit surprised, but when she met Yi Chen's gaze, she swallowed her latter words. What's going on here? You tell me instead. Yi Dust frowned and asked. Thought this place was a dump. Qi Ningxian hemmed and hawed and directly said the latter half of his sentence at Yi Chen's request. You're the one living in the garbage. You girl? 3 days without a fight. The upper room is not it. Let you taste my power today. Yi Duan viciously rushed out. Actually dared to say that he was trash in disguise. Simply unforgivable. OMG. Someone's a bully. Qi Ningxian shrieked in shock and twisted her head to run. Yi Chuan sweated furiously. This girl initiated a seizure, when it was really a boulder batch. Showing a look of being defeated by you, Yi Chen collected his playfulness. He got serious, carried over the herbs in his bag and started working on the alchemy. Seeing that Yi Chen didn't cooperate with her antics, Qi Ningxian immediately pouted and stood sullenly next to Yi Chen. When she saw Yi Chuan placing all the herbs on the table, she was taken aback and couldn't help but ask. This prescription, it's a bit odd. For the treatment of the Furies, is it possible that it's the Lone Star of heavenly descent? Holy, is there really someone like that? Qi Ningxian's face was shocked. She came down seriously and with a glance at the herbs, she was able to know what utility these herbs were paired with. Don't look so disgusted. Okay, people are pitiful too. Chapter 28 I'm going to touch it. Yi Chen blankly glanced at Qi Ningxian, telling her to be careful with her words. Female? Qi Ningxian blinked and instantly understood. A woman's intuition told her that the person Yi Chuan was talking about was not only a woman, but it was definitely that kind of very beautiful big beauty. Nodding his head, Yi Chen did not move and continued to pound the work in his hands. Brother Yi Chen, you're too bad. Qi Ningxian bulged her face and stared at Yi Chen with a grudging expression. Oh, and then what? Leaf Dust didn't even look at her. You're so bad, I love it. Qi Ningxian smiled brightly, like a spring flower blooming. Not only was she not jealous, but instead, she showed a look of admiration for Yi Chen. Yi Chuan was speechless. He knew that this girl was going to make a mistake, and sure enough, he guessed it. He continued to work with his head covered, and not long after, Qi Ningxian received a phone call and left in a hurry. Shrugging his shoulders, Yi Duan stated that he didn't feel much of a surprise. It would be duh if the first lady and head doctor of Jezebel was really that empty, and at the same time, Jiang Wanqing next door was a bit cranky. She sat down on the couch and massaged her heels, the aching pain that would literally last a lifetime. She became more and more distracted, especially when she heard the girl's shrieks of domination coming from isolation. Men, they really are no good. And that girl, she's a piece of work too, with no semblance of girlish reserve. Disgusting. Tai. Jiang Wanqing's heart was in turmoil, so much so that she couldn't look at anything right now. Even his favorite variety show is so uninteresting that he doesn't want to watch it. It was hard to get through the night. There was no movement next door, but her stomach rumbled. Jiang Wanqing wanted to get up and get some food, but her sprained foot was just too severe, and her heart was too weak. Glancing at his heel, it was at least twice as swollen there as it had been before. Jiang Wanqing was so sad that she wanted to cry. That man was simply her nemesis. Once she met him, nothing good would happen. Just as she was cursing Yi Chen in a low voice, a lethargic and incompetent voice sounded inside her room. First wife, it's very immoral behavior to curse your husband behind his back like that. Jiang Wanqing's jade body shook as she subconsciously looked in the direction the voice came from. You, how did you get in here? Jiang Wanqing then reacted. Her eyes widened as she stared angrily at Yi Chen. She clearly remembered that she had locked the door earlier. How could this guy still get in? Walked in bright and early. It's not like you have a hard lock to pick. Yi Chen scratched his head and said with a harmless face. Jiang Wanqing's jaw dropped and she almost fell head over heels as she said with an odd expression. Have you been a thief? Upon hearing this, Yi Chen was filled with indignation. This woman actually dared to make him up like this. How can you compare him to those lowly things? Yi Chen ground his teeth. He wanted to rush over and crack open this woman's head to see what strange and bizarre ideas were inside. Didn't I say before that I would come over to give you a massage treatment in a while? Yi Chen said indifferently. It was just that his pair of thieving eyes had long since landed on Jiang Wanqing's pair of slender jade legs. She didn't change her clothes, still the same long light blue dress with black stockings, enough to drive 99% of men crazy. As if she had felt Yi Chen's fiery gaze, Jiang Wanqing couldn't help but shiver. At this moment, she couldn't care less about how Yi Chen had picked the lock on her door. Her face was full of vigilance, and she said to Yi Chuan in an unusually serious manner, "Thanks for your kindness, but I've already called the hospital, and they'll send a doctor right away." Just kidding, letting Yi Duan help himself with massage therapy. It wasn't a proper sheep in the mouth. She wasn't that stupid. Are you kidding me? What kind of hospital doctor makes house calls when you're yelling for an errand boy? Yi Duan deflated his mouth. This woman, making up a reason for refusal was not even decent. And, even if a doctor could make a house call, he wouldn't feel comfortable doing so, because he knows well which of the doctors who are really somewhat powerful are not busy. Mostly only the kind of salty doctors with low medical skills and no one to hang out with are free to slip out. Letting this kind of doctor treat Jiang Wanqing, Yi Chen was the first to refuse. Thinking of this, Yi Chen slowly walked towards Jiang Wanqing. Jiang Wanqing was startled and couldn't help but shout. You, what are you doing? Don't come over. Her other intact foot fluttered and kicked about, trying to use it to stop leaf dust from getting closer. However, this did not help. Yi Chen smiled faintly and squatted down, grabbing her feet in his palm as he did so. Ah, dead pervert, don't you touch me. Jiang Wanqing's body trembled as if she had been electrocuted. She stared at Yi Chen in shame and indignation, itching to kick him away. If you don't let me touch it, I will. Yi Chuan had a bad smile on his face. Get lost, or don't blame me for shouting. Jiang Wanqing roared. However, even she felt that her threats were of little use, even after she had finished shouting them, so she could only console herself. As expected, when he heard her words, instead of being worried, Yi Chen was filled with excitement. He even opened his mouth directly and urged, "Shout! Better shout out the neighborhood. Let them all know you're my first wife. Wow! So no one will pester you." Jiang Wanqing's mouth was full of sourness. Encountering a guy with a face that could resist a nuclear bomb, she just had the heart to slate a few words of scolding, but she didn't know how to say it. Just as her thoughts were turning over, Yi Chen gently lowered her jade foot. He carefully picked up the other injured foot, which was bruised and swollen on the heel side, obviously injuring a tendon. What do you want? Jiang Wanqing came back to her senses as she looked at Yi Chen with a horrified expression. Although her own eldest uncle said that this guy was some kind of evil Dr. Air, she was a little less convinced. After all, a philandering carrot who called out for his wife when he saw a beautiful woman. No matter how you look at it, it doesn't look like a high-level person with excellent medical skills. Don't let the sprained foot not be cured by then. Instead, her foot will be ruined. Then who can she find to justify I don't want to now. Wait until I cure your foot. Yi Chuan said with a serious face. He stared at Jiang Wanqing's heels without lifting his eyes, his expression extremely focused. Jiang Wanqing? She somewhat did not understand the meaning of the first half of Yi Chen's sentence. What did she mean by not wanting to right now? Frowning, Jiang Wanqing pondered over it repeatedly. She was unusually shy and angry. This guy really never forgets to take advantage of anything. Don't move. Right at this moment, Yi Chen suddenly gave a low shout. A majesty emanated from him and enveloped Jiang Wanqing's body. It caused her body to tremble. And surprisingly, she really didn't dare to move anymore. Chapter 29. Hitting is kissing, scolding is loving. That majesty, even in her own father and eldest uncle, Jiang Wanqing had never felt it before. This seemingly cynical, frivolous and philandering man doesn't seem to be as simple as he appears to be. Yi Chuan's fingertips flicked, poking Jiang Wanqing's jade leg a few times like a dragonfly, and then in her horrified gaze, Yi Chuan made his move, directly grabbing her back heel and making a strong pinch. Jiang Wanqing couldn't help but shout out. When she finished shouting, though, she froze, because she realized that there was actually no bit of pain coming from her heel there. It's not scientific. Jiang Wanqing's eyes were glazed over. Not only did she not feel relaxed, instead, her face was tense, cold sweat rustling down on her forehead. It's over. I've lost feeling in my own feet. The worst possible outcome, surprisingly, had been anticipated again. Imagine a picture of yourself traveling in a wheelchair in the future. And as Yichen pushed himself at the back Tao ran Ru morning, Jiang Wanqing's tears almost came out in a hurry. Wait, how could it be leaf dust? Hell, I want him to push me. Jiang Wanqing couldn't help but spit on herself. While her mind was wandering, her gaze fell on Yichen's body. Did you cure my legs to be useless? I don't even have any sensation now, Jiang Wanqing said bitterly. At this point in time, she had no resentment towards Yichen instead, and could only say that it was all fate. It's right to be unconscious, Yichen replied indifferently. He didn't even lift his head, and his hands kept kneading on Jiang Wanqing's feet. What? Jiang Wanqing was confused. This guy broke his leg. How come he still had a straight face? I clicked a few acupoints on your legs and cut off your pain nerves, fearing that you won't be able to endure that kind of severe pain when you're healed. When it's healed, I'll naturally help you recover, Leaf Dust patiently explained. Hearing his words, Jiang Wanqing was filled with consternation. Chinese medicine is so powerful. Just a few pokes on the leg can cut off the pain nerve. With this effect, I'm afraid even the most potent anesthetics would have to step aside. After living for more than 20 years, it was the first time that Jiang Wanqing realized that the Chinese medicine in her country was so amazing. She did not know that Chinese medicine is certainly not false, but there are more people who are selling their reputation. It was only because Yi Chuan was an evil doctor's heir and his medical skills were unrivaled in the world that this was able to cut off the pain with the kung fu of pointing. Otherwise, even if they were to replace Qin Ning Xian, they would have to be supplemented with golden needles to do so. However, in 10 minutes' time, the swollen area of Jiang Wanqing's heel had suddenly recovered as before. And right at this moment, Yi Chen froze. The whole person was like petrified, his eyes staring at a certain place for an instant. Following Yi Chen's gaze, Jiang Wanqing immediately let out a cry of shock. The spring color under her own skirt was all seen by Yi Duan. Colorful wolf. Jiang Wanqing subconsciously stomped out. This time Leaf Dust didn't react and was kicked in the face. With an ouch, Yi Chuan covered his handsome face and fell back. He was full of grudges. This is really coming down hard. It's a good thing he has thick skin or he would have broken his face. First wife, you have such nice legs. Can I borrow them to touch? Yi Chen scratched his head and suddenly said, no. Jiang Wanqing froze and decisively refused. Alright, then I won't make things difficult for you. Tomorrow you remember to go to the hospital, Yi Dust said with a face of pain. Jiang Wanqing was a bit confused and asked, my sprain is healed. What's the point of going to the hospital? Amputation? The way I point the acupoints. If I don't undo them within an hour, it will affect the return of qi and blood, slowly causing muscle necrosis and leg ulceration. Sighing, Leaf Dust felt some faint sadness. Afterward, he gave Jiang Wanqing a firm look and said fondly, wife, don't worry, even if I lose a leg, I won't not want you, the one-legged you. You're still beautiful and attractive. Yi Chen's words caused Jiang Wanqing to shiver. Her face darkened as she glared at Yi Chuan in annoyance and said, come over here. I'm not going over there. A husband who respects his wife's wishes is a good husband. Yi Chen's head shook like a rattle. He was serious. He just wouldn't go over. Jiang Wanqing was instantly annoyed. What time is it now? He is actually still so immodest. Have her amputate her leg? Geez, that's not nearly as painful as letting her die where she is. Squeezing the knuckles of his hands, Yi Chuan said, you don't welcome me anyway, wife, so I'll go back first, and I'll come to pick you up from the hospital early tomorrow morning. With that, he turned around and was about to leave. Later, Jiang Wanqing spoke. She was cursing Yi Chen in her heart, but she could only show a bright smile on her face. Anything else? Yi Duan turned around as he scratched his head with a puzzled expression. Don't go yet, Jiang Wanqing hurriedly said. What am I not going to do? I'm tired after a busy day. I'm going back to rest. Yi Chen stretched his waist and said lazily. Seeing him in this state, Jiang Wanqing secretly gnashed her teeth for a while. A smile worse than tears appeared on her face as she said to Yi Chuan, come and touch my leg. That's not good. Who would have thought that Yi Chen would show a face of difficulty, which made Jiang Wanqing so depressed that she almost vomited blood. When did this guy get so thin-skinned? It's obvious that he's a sex maniac, and he has to pretend to be an innocent schoolboy. It's just so hateful. What's wrong with that? Come on, touch me. Jiang Wanqing was really fuming. she realized that she couldn't be polite when talking to someone like Yi Chen. Otherwise, you will always be the one who suffers and gets hurt. However, just at this time, the door of Jiang Wanqing's house was suddenly pushed open. A valiant woman walked in from outside, and it was Zhou Qin. Zhou Qin was originally full of doubts, but when she heard Jiang Wanqing's yell, she was instantly confused. Your own best friend? When did she become a hoity-toity? Am I disturbing you? Why don't you guys continue? With a dry laugh, Zhou Qin felt as if he had returned too early, interrupting Jiang Wanqing's good deed. She was simply guilty. No, Qin, you've misunderstood. Jiang Wanqing reacted, her heart filled with internal cows. The shining image of a goddess, came crashing down. First wife is right. You must have just misheard her. She definitely didn't say anything about letting me touch her. Yi Duan also enthusiastically explained, not realizing that it was getting darker and darker. It doesn't matter if it's a mistake or not. You guys carry on. I'll go first. Throwing an ambiguous look towards Jiang Wanqing, Zhou Qin's mouth revealed a bad smile. Continuing a hairline, Jiang Wanqing was frantic. She turned her head to look angrily at Yi Duan and drank. You, hoof it and get out of here. As far as the sun goes, you get out. Okay, first wife. Before leaving, I tell you a secret. I just paralyzed the pain nerve in your leg. At most 1 hour we'll be able to recover. No need to amputate. Yi Duan said with a cheeky smile, and as soon as he finished speaking, he immediately rushed out. Chapter 30. The origin is not simple. Almost at the same moment, where he stood, there was a snap and a cup hit the ground. You bastard! How dare you lie to me? Jiang Wanqing roared angrily. This murderer is really hateful. Obviously there is no problem, but lied to her that it is very serious, making her fearful, almost lost her soul. Hitting is kissing, scolding is loving, hitting is not enough kicking. Come on, darling, tell me, when did you confirm your relationship? Zhou Qin walked into the middle of the living room and sat on her butt next to Jiang Wanqing as she hemmed and hawed with a bad smile. Determine a hammer relationship. Just that scoundrel. I can't wait to get him killed right away. Jiang Wanqing skimmed her mouth, and when she thought of Yi Chen, a gnashing of her teeth occurred. TSK, and you say it's okay, haven't you heard the saying, love it, hate it? Zhou Qin smiled faintly, with a look of I've already seen through you. Jiang Wanqing wanted to cry. No matter how she explained, Zhou Qin just didn't believe her. What could she do? She was desperate. Seriously, you and that Yi Chen, have you really finalized your relationship? Zhou Qin's face suddenly became serious all of a sudden. Jokes were jokes, but she knew her BFF's character well. If there wasn't really some relationship, it was impossible for the other party to show up at Jiang Wanqing's home alone. She, however, did not know that Yi Chen would appear here not because of Jiang Wanqing's approval, but because he pried the door in himself. Of course not. Jiang Wanqing directly denied it, that she was telling the truth. Although the two had measured the length and depth of each other, it was true that they had not yet formalized their relationship, at least so far. Jiang Wanqing still had no feelings for Yi Chen and even hated him a little. Really? Zhou Qin stared at Jiang Wanqing suspiciously. Of course it's true. It's that guy Yi Chuan who was dead set on getting in my face. Jiang Wanqing's eyes fluttered, somewhat not daring to look Zhou Qin directly in the eyes. His own best friend was from a military background and was keenly observant. She would definitely be able to detect if she had the slightest look in her eyes. You see if I believe it? Blankly glancing at Jiang Wanqing, Zhou Qin was somewhat speechless. Believe it or not? With a slight blush on her face, Jiang Wanqing looked blushing. In front of her best friend, though, she chooses to swing straight for the fences. Forget it, I won't force you. However, there's something I need to talk to you about. You should try to stay away from that Yi Chen. He's not as benign as you see on the surface. Zhou Qin thought about it and said seriously. Jiang Wanqing was instantly a bit curious. She had always believed in the words of her good girlfriend, especially when she wore this serious expression. The words she spoke were 99% accurate. What's wrong? Jiang Wanqing's expression moved slightly. Let's just say, he's very powerful and unlike a mortal. When he recalled the scene where Yi Chen had caught the bullet with his empty hand earlier, Zhou Qin couldn't help but feel his heart beating wildly. What kind of reflexes and speed does it take to catch a bullet fired at close range? This kind of stance is not even human. I'm afraid that even their captain is far worse. The ghostly figure and the shocking perception were all proof. This Yi Chuan's origin and background was absolutely remarkable. Well, I can understand that. He does have a pretty strong body. Jiang Wanqing thought nothing of it and blurted it out directly. I'm talking about his stance. It has nothing to do with being physically strong. Zhou Qin said indifferently. But then she looked at Jiang Wanqing with a strange expression on her face and asked, that's not right. How do you know that he's physically strong? Could it be that you've seen it before? Ha, Jiang Wanqing froze. It was only then that I reacted to the fact that I had actually blurted it out. She hurriedly shook her head and said, "No, no, no, of course I haven't seen it. Just now, I sprained my foot and it swelled up so much that I couldn't even walk, and he was the one who carried me in." Looking at him, it seemed like it was effortless. That's why I said he was physically strong. That's how you can tell he's strong? For less than 100 pounds, I could carry you in with one arm. Zhou Qin seemed to be smiling, with a face full of concern. Jiang Wanqing was suddenly speechless, having forgotten that her bosom friend was not an ordinary person, but a retired female soldier with real skills. Seeing that Jiang Wanqing was somewhat overwhelmed by his words, Zhou Qin snickered in his heart, but his face did not move. She digressed and said, "You don't say, you really don't say, this guy really has some skills. This ankle of yours, surprisingly, has completely recovered." With a surprised look on his face, Zhou Qin looked toward Jiang Wanqing's heels. Jiang Wanqing also followed her gaze to her heels, and by now her thighs had regained consciousness, but the pain around the heel had inexplicably disappeared, and the bruises that had been greenish-purple there had faded completely. The skin there was a snowy white and perfect. After hesitating for a moment, Jiang Wanqing attempted to stand up, holding onto the edge of the sofa until she stabilized herself. She was surprised to find that her foot actually didn't even feel the slightest bit of discomfort anymore, and was completely unchanged from before the injury. My God, this is amazing too. Jiang Wanqing was filled with shock. She knew in her own heart how serious her foot injury was. Even if you go to the hospital in the first place, I'm afraid you'll have to recuperate for weeks. But now, it was cured by Yichuan using only massage techniques. Apparently, this guy was really two-timing. No wonder his own eldest uncle held him in such high esteem. Qingqing, you didn't lie to me? Your foot is really injured? Zhou Qin's face looked strange. She was in the military and knew all too well about ailments like sprained hands and feet. There is no such thing as getting well so quickly. It must be a lie. Jiang Wanqing made up to perfume herself. As if she didn't see the strange look on Zhou Qin's face, Jiang Wanqing nodded her head shockingly and said, "Well, just now, my entire foot swelled up to at least a large size, but Yi Chen merely massaged it with his hands for 10 minutes, and my foot recovered as before." Nodding slightly, Zhou Qin's eyes flickered with a brilliant light. Her interest in Yi Duan was growing stronger and stronger. Whether it was for Jiang Wanqing or to unlock the curiosity within himself, this Yi Chen's origin background, she had to investigate clearly before she could do so. Yichuan didn't know in the slightest that he was being targeted by Zhou Qin again because of his medical skills. Of course, even if he knew, most likely he wouldn't care. Since he was here, he was at peace. Not to mention that he had already categorized Zhou Qin as one of his wife's group. Chapter 31 Fingerprints for Ducks. Nonsense. This is clearly a rat's head. How can it be a duck neck? Just as Yi Duan was having a good time at a fast food restaurant, a quarrel suddenly came from outside the store. Driven by curiosity, Yichuan looked in the direction the voice came from. There were two women there, one dressed as a college student while the other was older and looked like she should be the owner of the duck next door. Yichuan came over and listened to the quarrel between the two, which made him realize what was going on. It turned out that the female college student had a craving and went to a duck next door to buy a pound of duck necks, but ate a foreign object suspected to be a rat's head inside. The college girl came back to ask for a claim, but the businessman did not buy it, insisting that this foreign body is duck neck. Shivering, Yichuan recoiled a little, and from a distance of 10 meters, he could see the fluff on the foreign object, as well as the 2 rows of sharp teeth. It's a hell of a duck neck. It's clearly a rat's head. There are some unscrupulous businesses that really have no bottom line. Leaf dust slandered in his heart. The female college student and the female boss were arguing and attracted a lot of attention. Many people who knew the ins and outs joined the army of voices against the female boss. It's definitely a duck neck. If you don't believe me, I'll call the inspector general to come and test it. Seeing that the situation was somewhat uncontrollable, the lady boss immediately suggested that government law enforcement officers should come over. Okay, just do as you say. The college girl nodded her head in agreement, not realizing that she had already fallen into the other side's trap. Not long after, a scene that made everyone's jaws drop appeared. A uniformed law enforcement officer arrived, and they first stopped the two groups from continuing to argue before picking up the foreign object and scrutinizing it. My lord, you must test it well. Don't wrong the good man, the female boss said with a face full of aggression, completely different from her previous shrewish hucksterism. The lead law enforcement officer didn't say anything, and after some backtracking, he picked up the foreign object and said authoritatively, the test results are in, and this is indeed a duck neck, not a so-called rat head. What? The crowd was in an uproar. No one had expected law enforcement to be so hairy in their conclusions. Everyone is looking with their eyes. How they look at this foreign object. It looks like a rat's head. Burnt fluff, sharp white teeth. This is no longer a duck neck. The crowd could not help but question the professionalism of these so-called law enforcement officers in their minds. What a way to refer to a rat as a duck. Opening your eyes and talking nonsense. You guys are too shameless. Yi Duan chilled his face and walked this way. He had now realized that the so-called law enforcement officers were fundamentally in league with this female boss. No wonder the other side is emboldened. Dare I say there is someone behind it. Are you questioning our authority? The lead law enforcement officer asked. Glaring. Yi Chuan smiled, shook his head and said, that's not true, but I would like to ask these officials. Since you guys said that this is a duck neck, why don't you guys eat it yourselves, so that you can also convince everyone of your deduction? Can't you see that everyone is not very satisfied with your test results? At these words, both the female boss and the law enforcement officer leading the group's charge had their faces sunken. Are you provoking trouble? The lead law enforcement officer said in a chilling voice. Obviously, he wanted to use the power of the inspector's office to press Yi Chen to stop pestering him. Yi Chen naturally understood what he was thinking. He smiled faintly and said, don't casually use the charges to pressure me. You are not qualified for this. You, get your chief here. I want to see if this is a rat's head or a duck neck. His complexion suddenly froze as Yi Chen drank towards the law enforcement officers. At this moment, he revealed a majesty that could not be disobeyed, causing those few people to tremble. Can you see Director Gong just because you want to? You're a poor student. Don't get in the way here. There's nothing for you here. Get lost. The female boss jumped up and pointed at Yi Chen's neck and cursed. Yi Dust coldly smiled. Today if he does not pull out all of these black sheep who are messing around and pointing at rats as ducks, Yi Dust 2 words written upside down. That's right. Director Gong has a lot of work to do day in and day out. How could he possibly see a little person like you? The law enforcement officer at the head of the group also immediately reacted when he heard the female boss's shout, and he said with a sneer. Yi Chuan glanced at them and didn't talk much to them, directly calling and contacting Qin Ningxian, then asking her to contact the mayor of the city. Okay, brother Yi Chuan, wait a little bit. Hearing that Yi Chen's tone was somewhat serious, Qin Ningxian also detected the words and collected her playfulness. Hanging up the phone, Yi Chuan had a leisurely look on his face as he said to the female college student, don't worry, wait here for a while, I'll do you justice for what happened today. Thanks a lot. The college girl nodded her thanks. The crowd waited for more than half an hour, each in their own way. During that time, the law enforcement officers wanted to close the team and leave, but they were stopped by Yi Duan by force. All stay here honestly. Yi Chen's face was cold as he swept a glance at them. The crowd waited another 10 minutes or so, and finally, a group of men in suits and leaders' hair walked in. The one in the lead, Yi Chuan did not recognize, but a girl next to him, quirky. Who is it if not Qin Ningxian, brother Yi Chen? Seeing that Yi Chen had noticed her, Qin Ningxian spat out her tongue and softly shouted, Director Gong, Mayor Zhou. Several law enforcement officers were confused. They never expected it. This youth, surprisingly, was really a hidden big shot. Not only did he call out their chief, but even the mayor. This is a kick to the steel plate. A few people look at each other, all heart bitter and sour. That was quick. Yi Chen smiled and pinched Qin Ningxian's tiny nose. Brother Yi Duan commands. How would my little girl dare not to hurry up? Qin Ningxian smiled playfully and knocked down Yi Chen's hand that was pinching her nose. Director Gong, right, take a look. This foreign object, is it a rat's head or a duck's neck? Yi Chen turned his head to look at Director Gong, then pointed at the discarded foreign object on the ground. Earlier in the wait, the law enforcement officer and the lady owner had tried to drop the item more than once, but he had stopped them all. And you want to destroy evidence in front of him, to engage in a dead end. It doesn't exist. Gong Zixian bent down, without a trace of impatience or annoyance in his demeanor. Even the great Miss Qin Ningxian of the Jishir Hall was so intimate with this youth. It was obvious that this youth's identity background was terrifyingly terrifying. Chapter 32 I'm her cousin. This thing, it's either a duck neck or a rat's head. After staring at this foreign object carefully for a while, Gong Zixian frowned and gave a definite conclusion. Is it? But these men of yours are pretty sure it's a duck neck. Yi Chen sneered as he said in a conspiratorial manner. There is such a thing? Gong Zixian's complexion changed slightly. He turned his head to look at the law enforcement officers, and an air of nonchalance emanated from him. You guys, which team leader is under your command? Didn't he teach you to enforce the law impartially? The few law enforcement officers had been completely dumbfounded, frozen in place, none of them opening their mouths. A cold light flickered in Gong Zixian's eyes, but as he looked at Yi Chen, a gentle smile had reappeared on his face. This little brother. I'm sorry, these are all temporary workers from my bureau and don't know the rules. Gong Zixian bowed his head with a sincere face and apologized. Yi Duan gave him a deep look, seemed to smile, shook his head and said, I'm not the one you need to apologize to. I didn't eat this rat's head. Gong Zixian froze for a moment and turned his head again to apologize to the college girl. The college girl hurriedly waved her hand. a bit overwhelmed. She was just a commoner. Where could she afford to make amends from the Inspector General? Mayor Zhou, do you think it's okay to handle it this way? Gong Zixian said with fear and trepidation. If Zhou Kachang is dissatisfied, he is afraid that he will not be able to sit comfortably in his position as director. Zhou Kachang eyelids are not raised. He said faintly, okay. In addition there is this duck next door. A good investigation into the illegal situation inside. Lost credibility. You Gong Zixian must earn me back. Understood. Gong Zixian nodded. He hand a wave. Behind him brought a few law enforcement officers came forward. 7 hands and feet will be the duck next door put a seal. Seeing this scene, the female boss was chilled to the bone. She dropped to the floor as if she had died. She knew deep down that it was all over. Once those illegal behaviors of his own become public, 10 years of imprisonment will not be able to run away. I'm afraid, the management of food safety in the Celestial Kingdom has always been extremely stringent. If anyone dares to touch this bottom line, he will certainly be punished severely. The previous law enforcement officer and the lady boss were rewarded with a pair of silver bracelets each and taken back to the patrol room for investigation. And Zhou Kachang and Gong Zixian, as well as some other government dignitaries, left in their cars. Brother Yichuan, I'm leaving. Oh, there are a bit too many patients in the store today. I can't leave for too long. Qin Ningxian pouted and said fondly. She then left as well, returning to Jezebel Hall. A farce, and that's the end of it. The high officials came and left in a hurry. The onlookers froze, speechless for a long time. The female college student was about to thank Yi Duan and ask for his contact information, but when he came back to his senses, he realized that at some point, Yi Chen had already left. When I got home, it was after 8 o'clock in the evening. Yi Chuan simply took a shower, and then he just laid down on the bed and slept. It was a habit he had developed in Yunluo Mountain, going to bed early and getting up early. Even when he came down the mountain to the lively and prosperous city of Jinling, he had not changed. The missing moon hangs over the trees, and the people are quiet at the beginning of the leak. Close to 12 o'clock a figure dropped down from the balcony. The man carefully pulled open the balcony door and entered Yi Duan's home. She held her breath and tiptoed around the inside of the house for a while before jumping out of the kitchen window with both hands empty. Not long after this figure disappeared, Yi Chen on the bed suddenly opened his eyes, and the corner of his mouth unconsciously raised a sneer. This figure was no other than his internalized black wife Zhou Qin. However, he was a bit perplexed by this guy's actions of sneaking into his home in the middle of the night instead of sleeping. He hadn't been back to live in this house for a few years, and the appliances had all just been replaced. So where would there be anything worth thinking about for her? Taking a deep breath, Yi Chen didn't bother to think about this. He closed his eyes and soon fell back into sleep. Find any clues? Upon seeing Zhou Qin return, Zhang Wanqing couldn't help but ask. With a rare hint of frustration on his face, Zhou Qin said somewhat breathlessly, no clues have been found. There's nothing but appliances and walls inside this guy's home. No information whatsoever. After thinking about it, Zhou Qin asked, by the way, didn't you say he was some kind of heir? I forget. I just remember my eldest uncle saying that their line of medicine is very powerful. Zhang Wanqing was a bit depressed. She had expected this bosom friend of hers to find out where Yi Chen's identity came from. But look at the way it is now. I'm afraid it's not going to work. The other side is so thieving that they don't leave a single piece of evidence at all. Great at medicine? Joke. In the whole world, other than my elder brother, the trick doctor. What person dares to say that medical skills are great? Zhou Qin deflated his mouth with some disdain. She thought for a moment and said, wait for me tomorrow, and try him out. How are you going to test it? Zhang Wanqing suddenly became interested. With a hefty smile, Zhou Qin said mysteriously, don't ask. The mountain man has his own plan. Just wait and watch the show tomorrow. Che, who cares? Zhang Wanqing rolled her eyes and stopped ignoring her. Early the next morning, Yi Chen woke up before 7 o'clock, washed and dressed. It was less than 7:30. Yi Chuan walked out of his house, and he knocked on Zhang Wanqing's room door. No one answered inside for a long time. Yi Duan put his ear on the door of the room and listened. Then he muttered breathlessly, this early? Why did the first wife and the black wife go out? There wasn't a single sound inside Zhang Wanqing's home. It was obvious that they were all no longer at home. After tilting his head for a while, Yi Chuan finally decided to go to find Xia Shui first and completely solve baby Xia's body problem. However, when Yi Chuan lightly arrived inside Xia Shui's house, there was actually no one in her house either. Leaf Dust was a bit annoyed as he scratched his hair vigorously. The young man looks a bit strange. You're not from this neighborhood. An old master sitting in the sun at the entrance saw the depressed Yi Chen and couldn't help but ask with a smile. Yes, old grandpa. I'm here to see Natsuki. Do you know where she's gone, please? Yi Chen smiled with an honest look. Young man, what's your relationship with that girl Xia Shui? That old man did not answer but asked instead, his eyes full of vigilance, which made Yi Chen feel a little surprised. Yi Chuan's mouth turned away. pretending to be sad and sorrowful, and said, "I'm her cousin Xiaochuan. I used to live in the mountains, and I came to the big city for the first time today, just to see my cousin. I didn't expect to actually eat a closed door. It's too hard for me." "Young man, just be honest. What exactly are you looking for girl Xiaoxue for?" The boss's tone was aggravated by a few points, and it was obvious that he didn't believe Yi Chen's words. Yi Chen was stunned, but still firmly said, "Old grandpa, I'm telling the truth. Do you think my old man is stupid? Xiaoxue girl's cousin, how can he be in the same surname as her? Don't tell the old man me that your parents are both surnamed Xia." The boss tapped the walking stick in his hand, full of displeasure. Yi Chen scratched his head, and the look on his face steeped into some embarrassment. In this wave, he was really a bit of a smart ass. Chapter 33 Your grandpa is still your grandpa after all. Yi Duan stammered for half a day and froze, but he couldn't find a suitable sentence to put off this old man. Strangely enough, the man who reigned supreme in the supernatural world actually had a rare moment of weakness in the face of this old man. On the contrary, this old man stared at Yi Duan for a while and suddenly gave a hefty smile. "You little doll. Is Xiaoxue that girl's boyfriend?" "Right, the appearance looks quite handsome. Not bad, and Xiaoxue girl is a good match. The old man is truly wise." Yi Duan sweated furiously, having a feeling of being held to death. He thought his idea of posing as Xiaoxue's cousin was perfect. As a result, he was recognized in a single glance. Your grandpa is still your grandpa after all. What is your old man's relationship with Xiaoxue? Yi Chuan was curious, defending Xiaoxue so much. It was obvious that there was a close relationship between the two. The boss waved his hand and laughed. "Just an old neighbor. I'm just worried that you're here to make things difficult for Xiaoxue's mother and daughter. That's why I stopped you from going up." "Someone dares to embarrass my sister Xue? Old grandpa, tell me who they are and I'll go teach them a lesson." Yi Chen looked like he was furious. Someone actually dared to embarrass his internalized woman. Wasn't this tantamount to provoking him? That girl Xiaoxue really does have a good eye, but there's no need for you to get so excited. Today is Monday and she's gone to work. If you want to see her, go wait for her at her workplace, the boss said with a smile, feeling non-satisfied with Yi Duan's reaction. "Where does she work?" Yi Chen's eyes lit up and hurriedly asked. The boss thought for a moment and said, "Kahang Media. Thank you, I'll go to her first." Leaf Dust left joyfully, but when downstairs, he doubled back up and said to the oldest man, "Old grandpa, your lungs aren't very good. Let me stick a few needles in you." The boss froze and said curiously, "Aren't you going to look for that girl Xiaoxue? There's no hurry, she's still working anyway. I just looked at your face and realized that you have a big problem with your lungs, and you have to get treatment before it's too late." Yi Duan was full of seriousness. The oldest was a bit surprised. "And you know medicine?" "Of course, the second divine doctor in the world. Let me give you a few needles. I guarantee that the needles will cure you," Yi Chen said with a smile, his face filled with confidence. He also saw that the old man was nice and kind-hearted, which is why he offered to give him a health adjustment. If it had been anyone else, he wouldn't have bothered to go through all this trouble. "Looks like our Xiaoxue girl has picked up a treasure. Come on." Glancing deeply at Yi Duan, the boss smiled and reclined. "It's just a couple of acupuncture jabs, and whether it works or not, it doesn't hurt. What's more, to be able to tell with a single glance that there was a major problem with his lungs, it was obvious that this youth's medical skills still had some fire in them." Yi Chuan walked over and used the 9 needles of the reverse sky to treat the old man's lung disease. It only took a moment for the boss's eyes to brighten a few points. "Little doll. Ah no, little divine doctor, you are really divine. The emphysema that the old man I found out only 2 months ago, after being stabbed by you with so many needles, I instantly feel much more comfortable. Better than going to the hospital to get a hangnail effect." The oldest sat up from his recliner with a mischievous look of excitement. "Don't get too excited, old grandpa. Keep a normal mind and you won't have much of a problem living to be 100 years old." Yi Chen smiled faintly and got up to bid the old man farewell. After leaving the neighborhood, Yi Chuan took a car and rushed towards the location where Jiaxing Media was located. "Xiaoxue, it's not that I'm talking about you. This program of yours? No, the feasibility is too poor." Jiaxing Media's general manager's office. Xiaoxue is receiving education and criticism from the leadership. The planning she had stayed up all night to make was once again vetoed by the potbelly general manager. Xiaoxue naturally knew clearly that it wasn't that her planning program was poorly done, but that the other party was intentionally looking for a fight. The other side is trying to force himself to compromise in this way. Once one has the posture of having to be soft, then the other party will definitely take the opportunity to make certain unreasonable demands. For all these twists and turns, Xiaoxue actually knew it by heart. It's just that she has a more stoic personality, which is why she acts like she doesn't know anything. "What are you thinking? Are you listening to me?" Seeing Xiaoxue's absent-minded look, the general manager immediately became angry. In all the years he'd been promoted, he'd never met anyone who dared to ignore his words like that. "Ah, General Manager, I was thinking about the new planning program and got a little carried away with it. I'm really sorry." Xia Shui was apologetic, whether the other party had that mind or not, but at least it wasn't showing now, so she could only silently endure the other party's difficulties. Coming out of the office, those co-workers looked at her with sympathy inside their gazes. This is not really the first time something like this has happened, and it hadn't just happened to Xia Shui. Some other pretty girls had also been given a hard time in one way or another, but neither of them held back and simply chose to resign and leave, worried to death. When is this going to end? Xia Shui frowned, annoyed. If she didn't have to raise baby Xia, she wouldn't be subjected to this nuisance. Sighing, Natsuki returned to her workstation. People under the roof had to bow their heads. She could only continue to revise her planning program. What's going on? Dismissed again? A blonde curly-haired beauty sitting at the workstation next to her said without surprise. It was as if Xia Shui's planning program being knocked back had long been expected of her. Natsuki twisted her head to look at her and nodded somewhat helplessly. "Yeah, I worked overtime all night yesterday to get it done, only to take it to him today and he's not happy with it anywhere. This old pervert is trying to use this method to force you to compromise. He is eyeing your beauty." The curly-haired beauty was full of disdain. As a veteran employee here, the temperament of their fat leader was more than clear to her. "If not for the fact that I have some background in this company, I am afraid that I will be harassed in these objects." "Won Li, what you said, I actually understand, but what can I do? He is the general manager. I'm just an ordinary employee. If I really want to turn against him, the one who suffers is always myself." Xia Shui smiled bitterly. "So you're going to do what he wants or not?" Vivian Su squeezed and joked. Rolling her eyes, Xia Shui skimmed her mouth and said, "What do you think? I am looking at a pig. It is impossible to look at him, thinking that there are a few stinking money terrific Just as her words fell, an angry voice rang out from the end of the corridor not far away. "What do you mean by that? Xia Shui, do you still want to work in this company?" Xia Shui and Su Wenli stiffened and turned their heads in the direction the voice came from. It was only then that I realized, somehow, that the bucket-like GM had come out. Hell, I thought he didn't come out until dinner time. Xia Shui couldn't help but show a helpless look. Chapter 34 Sent to the door to be beaten. "Don't be afraid, I'm here." Su Wenli cast a reassuring look at Xia Shui, signaling her to rest assured. She then swept a glance at the fat general manager, and a thick sneer raised on her pretty face. "Yo, rare guest, which gust of wind blew our general manager Joe out of the pigsty?" Although this fat general manager was likewise her nominal leader, Su Wenli was not afraid of him at all, because Su Wenli's uncle was the second in command of this media company. "Wenli Su, please watch your language. I am your immediate leader." Manager Joe forced himself to hold back his anger and said, also both employees under him, he could snap at Xia Shui as much as he wanted, but when facing Su Wenli, he was still quite scrupulous. Being the general manager for so many years, he more or less had some understanding of Su Wenli's background and knew that this was a relative of the company's shareholders and could not be easily offended. "Leaders are chickens. I look at them and dislike them," Su Wenli said with a sneer, not giving Manager Joe any face at all. "You, very well, aren't you afraid that I'll go and complain to Mr. Wang?" Manager Joe said in a low voice, his face cold as he stared coldly at Su Wenli. He dared to go against Su Wenli. Of course, there is a backer behind him. The company's largest shareholder, Wan Hai, is where his backbone lies. "You murderous fat pig, how dare you threaten my mother?" Su Wenli glared at Manager Joe with a pair of Danfeng eyes. "Su Wenli, you've gone too far. Do you still have some boundaries between superior and subordinate?" Manager Joe opened his mouth to question, and he looked furious, clearly irritated by Su Wenli's words. At this time, Xia Shui stood up. She and Su Wenli stood side by side, her cold gaze staring at Manager Joe. "Xia Shui, do you also want to follow her example of rebellion? Could it be that you're not afraid that I'll fire you and let you and your daughter drink the northwest wind?" Manager Joe said in a morose tone. "You." Xia Shui's face changed slightly, and she was just about to open her mouth to speak when she suddenly heard a lazy and familiar voice ringing out from the side. "How dare you threaten my wife with your dead fat ass that's as thick as a tank but not as tall as a tank and has nothing but an ass for a waist?" Upon hearing this voice, all the company employees present were stunned, but then a shocking laughter erupted. Su Wenli had originally had a stern face, confronting this Manager Joe, but when she heard this, she directly couldn't hold it together and laughed her head off. Xia Shui scratched the hair beside her ear. She only felt that the voice was somewhat familiar. When she turned her head to look at the visitor, she couldn't help but stare. Leaf dust. What's he doing here? Being somewhat annoyed by the laughter of the crowd, Joey Feng angrily stared at the visitor. Seeing that the other party was nothing more than a brat who had just reached adulthood, he couldn't help but have a few moments of contempt rise in his heart. "Kid, trouble comes out of the mouth. Not a member of our company and still so arrogant. Aren't you afraid I'll call the police to have you arrested? Joey Feng's expression was grim, not only because of the sentence the other party had just said, but mainly because he had heard this youth actually call Xia Shui his wife. Who the hell can stand the fact that the woman you've been eyeing has been preempted by a brat? How did you find this? Xia Shui couldn't help but be a little curious and asked Yi Duan. She clearly remembered that she had never told Yi Duan where she worked. Your neighbor's boss said so. I went to your house and didn't find you, so I had to find my way here. By the way, who is this fool? Dare to threaten you? Do you want me to help you teach him a lesson? Fingering Joey Feng, Yi Chen lazily said, teaching Joey Feng a lesson. Xia Shui's eyes lit up, and to be honest, she was a bit moved. The other party had rejected her program 7 times in a row, and it would be a lie to say that she didn't have a little bit of resentment in her heart. But thinking that she still had to rely on this job to support her family, Xia Shui eventually held back. She shook her head and rejected Yi Chen's offer. However, it must be said that Joey Feng is very good at making a fool of himself. Originally, Yi Chuan didn't even intend to make a move, but as a result, he walked over on his own and pushed one hand towards Yi Chuan's chest, cursing with his mouth. Where did you come from, little bastard? Get out of here. Seeing this scene, Xia Shui's heart thumped and she couldn't help but exclaim, stop. Everyone, including Su Wenli, still thought that Xia Shui was drinking down Joey Feng, only she knew that she was stopping leaf dust. She had seen Yi Chuan's hands, a big fat man like Joey Feng, not to mention one person, even if it was 10, Yi Chuan would surely have no trouble cleaning it up, but if she really crippled Joey Feng, this job, she will definitely not be able to keep it. However, her cries were ultimately a step too slow. Yi Chuan directly kicked out. For this kind of guy who came to the door to be beaten, it was simply unreasonable not to beat him. Bump, accompanied by a low sound. Joey Feng's body of close to 300 pounds immediately flew out like a cannonball. He hit the tempered glass door of the entrance heavily, which barely stopped him. Joey Feng glared at Yi Chen with an ironized face, wanting to break into curses, but he was in so much pain that he couldn't say a word. Seeing this scene, many people revealed expressions of relief, especially those young women who were deeply harassed by Joey Feng. They were even raising their eyebrows, as if that kick just now, they were the ones who kicked them. Honey, my kick, is it handsome? The corner of Yi Chen's mouth picked up an evil smile as he walked towards Xia Shui's side. But Xia Shui, now where there is this idle mind to see whether his kick is handsome or not, she smiled bitterly and said, handsome or not I don't know. I only know that I am expected to drink the northwest wind next month. Yi Chuan naturally heard what she meant. He shrugged his shoulders, full of concern and said, what are you afraid of? With me around, can I still let you and the baby starve? Big deal. I'll just feed you both. On the side of Su Wenli she giggled. A hint of cunning flashed in her eyes, pretending to be sad. Good you Xia Shui, at the expense of me still regard you as a good girlfriend. Made such a handsome boyfriend. Actually did not tell me. Really let my heart chill. No, you're mistaken. He's not my boyfriend. In front of the many colleagues, Xia Shui was a bit embarrassed as she hurriedly denied it. Che, you see if I believe it or not? Blankly glancing at Xia Shui, Su Wenli skimmed her lips and turned her gaze to Yi Chen. Little handsome boy, what do you say? My wife is right. I'm really not her boyfriend, Yi Duan said in a serious manner. Hearing Yi Duan's words, the crowd couldn't help but laugh. This hand-word game was played with 6. Xia Shui's cheeks were scarlet as she glared viciously at Yi Chen. Just because of his words, she was now being looked at by the crowd with some discomfort. Planning department employee Xia Shui, you're fired. Take your stuff and get the hell out of the company. Immediately. Chapter 35 Nominal Couple. Joey Feng slowed down a bit, then immediately couldn't help but growl towards Xia Shui. Colleagues next to them have revealed a look of regret. This fat leader is not a thing, but the company's welfare benefits are excellent, which is the reason why many young girls in the company choose to hold back in the face of harassment. Surviving in society is sometimes all you can do is put up with it. No problem, but I'm going to clear the air with you before I walk away. At this time, Xia Shui relaxed instead, her face expressionless as she walked over to Joey Feng. When Joey Feng saw her coming, he thought that she had come to beg for mercy and could not help but reveal a smug look. Now you know to be soft? Sorry, it's too late. Pack up your things and get the hell out of here. Joey Feng smiled coldly. He was so angry in his heart that he even threw aside the thought of taking advantage of Xia Shui, only thinking of taking a bite of bad anger out of his chest. Softening? You deserve it? Xia Shui sniffed and couldn't help but snicker. With Yi Chen as her backing, she was now fearless. What do you want? Joey Feng's face changed slightly. Even though he wasn't sure what Xia Shui wanted to do, he could tell from her expression that it was definitely not good. What do I want? I want to. Before she finished speaking, She directly stomped her foot towards the middle of Joey Feng's legs. Even though Joey Feng was on guard, it was useless. This kick from Xia Shui is just too fast to be defended. Joey Feng's face instantly rose to the color of pig's liver, and his obese body fell to the ground and kept convulsing. Obviously, he had received a heavy blow somewhere, and even if he wasn't wasted, I'm afraid it wasn't much worse. The surrounding people all did not expect the meek Xia Shui to do such a thing. They were all dumbfounded, as if they had never really known her before. Yi Chen was also stunned, but then he smiled with his palms. Awesome, it's true that my wife acts so similar to me. Shut up, you're the one talking. Xia Shui gave Yi Chen a blank look. This guy was mouthy. It was really a headache, but his presence did help make up his own mind about leaving. She quickly packed up her things, then greeted Yi Chen and left together. Wait for me. Su Wenli came back to her senses. She saw Xia Shui out of the company's door and hurriedly chased after her. Hearing the movement behind them, the two couldn't help but glance back. Yi Chen was a little upset. What is this woman following up for? Didn't see that he was planning to go shopping with Xia Shui, but one thing was for sure. This woman's body was really hot, and in some places it was even more perfect than Xia Shui. Yi Chuan's eyes glazed over as he watched, his eyes almost sticking to Su Wenli's chest. The crowd was speechless. This guy was too unscrupulous. What kind of person stares at others like this? Su Wenli's delicate body trembled lightly. Yi Chen's gaze was like a bone-scraping knife, scraping her skin a little hot and numb. What are you looking at? Gouge your eyes out if you look again. Shyly glaring at Yi Chen, Su Wenli hurriedly covered her chest. 36D. I just don't know how it feels, Yi Duan said with some regret. Hearing Yi Chen's muttering, Su Wenli almost stumbled. This male was too perverted, actually saying such words in front of so many people. Yuki, is this guy your husband? He's too much of a rogue. Su Wenli skimmed her mouth and spoke with some displeasure. This was also on Xia Shui's face. Otherwise, if it were anyone else, Su Wenli would have long been a slap on the face. I don't know, but it shouldn't count for now, Xia Shui said with a bitter smile. Even though Yi Chen repeatedly called himself his wife, there was no substantial relationship between them. On the contrary, she owed Yi Chen a heavenly favor, at least right now. In Xia Shui's opinion, it was too early for them to call each other husband and wife. What do you mean it doesn't count yet? Su Wenli was a bit messy. It's that we haven't slept together yet. We're only a couple in name, not a couple yet, Yi Chen explained with a smile while not forgetting to wrap his arms around Xia Shui's small waist. Hearing Yi Chen's words, both women were stunned. But soon, Xia Shui revealed an annoyed look as she snapped. You guy, what nonsense are you talking about? Are you ashamed? Su Wenli, on the other hand, giggled and scowled at Xia Shui. So that's not quite what it means for the time being. Forgive me for being so ill-informed. He. Xia Shui blushed red and glared at Su Wenli, fainting. If you keep mocking me, I'll leave. With a hefty smile, Su Wenli then put on a serious expression. A few people joked for a while. Xia Shui suddenly revealed a distressed look. Hey, then again, I actually do not want to leave this company at all. The salary and treatment here, in the entire Jinling city are only afraid of the existence of the top of the list. Why don't I beg my uncle to step in? Su Wenli said hurriedly. In fact, she didn't want Natsuki to leave either. It's rare for adults to make a few close friends in the workplace. To Su Wenli, Xia Shui was such a person, and she certainly didn't want her best friend to leave. Forget it, I'm just saying it off the top of my head. Your uncle may be powerful, but there are people behind that dead fat pig. Don't make a scene because of me. Xia Shui shook her head and rejected Su Wenli's good intentions. Su Wenli naturally understood this, and she looked a little indignant. Come on, don't look so sad. Believe in the saying, if you don't stay here, you'll find your own place. Can a living man starve to death? Right at this moment, Yi Chen suddenly interjected, causing the two to tremble. Xia Shui gave a bitter smile and said, but it's really hard to find a job now, and it's even harder to find the right one. Since jobs are hard to find, wouldn't it be better to start a company and become the one who provides them? Scratching his head, Yi Chen said with a simple face, glancing at Yi Chen. Before Xia Shui had a chance to speak, Su Wenli couldn't help but snort and said, how can it be that easy to start a company? Let alone Xia Shui, she doesn't have that much startup capital. Even if she has the money, opening a company with all those necessary documents and processes is not an easy thing to do. Yeah, I had that idea, but the problem is, where am I going to get the startup capital? Xia Shui was full of depression. I'll pay. How much? Leaf Dust's eyebrows flickered. It's just a startup capital. Can it be more than yesterday's $40 million? He doesn't even care about the 40 million, let alone the hundreds of thousands or millions. An inhuman like him, who really wanted to make money by any means necessary. Not to say big words, within a year, being worth $100 billion would certainly not be any problem. Chapter 36. No credit will be given. At the very least, $1 million. Su Wenli said after some thought. Afterward, she looked Yi Chun up and down and said with some skepticism, "You can afford it? The really rich people are as low-key as I am." Leaf Dust sighed. "Che, see what I believe?" Su Wenli rolled her eyes. There were rich people with low profiles, but she'd never seen a rich person in street clothes before. Believe it or not. Leaf Dust skimmed his mouth, with a look of nothing hanging in the air. Su Wenli was choked. She glared at Yi Chen in annoyance and said with a cold smile, "Who doesn't know how to talk big and brag? If you have the ability to come up with $1 million to show us, I'll admit that you're this." With that, she gave a thumbs up. Just as they were fighting, Yi Chen's cell phone suddenly rang. Frowning, he picked up the phone and listened to the other party say a few words. Yi Chen couldn't help but reveal a strange smile. "It's not necessary to admit that I'm the one. If I can come up with $1 million, how about you grant me a small request?" Yi Chen stared at Su Wenli's full breasts and said with a hefty smile, "Fine. If you can't do it, then what?" Su Wenli said coldly. Then she added, "For the record, loans and borrowing money don't count. That's not going to happen. Come with me." Yi Chen had a breezy face as he took a step and walked outside. "Where to?" the two women asked in unison. "Jinling City Hospital. Hurry." Seeing that the two women froze in place and didn't move, Yi Chuan went back over, one in each hand, and pulled them forward. Xiaoshue's heart was shaken, and when she heard Yi Chen say the destination, she became clear in her mind. This bet, Su Wenli definitely can't win. She had seen with her own eyes how powerful Yi Chuan's medical skills were. Living and dying, flesh and bones, it was heaven-defying. Using his medical skills to make money, a mere $1 million. Naturally, what am I doing in a hospital when I'm not sick? Shaking off Yi Chen's hand, Su Wenli said with some dissatisfaction, "Go make money, $1 million. Yi Duan said carelessly. "Ha?" Su Wenli froze for a moment, and she wanted to ask after her, but Yi Chen ignored her and walked ahead on his own. This made Su Wenli couldn't help but feel a little depressed. Why didn't this guy follow the rules? The three of them took a drop by the side of the road and then rushed to the Jinling City Hospital. Seeing Yi Duan get into the car, he didn't say anything and his eyes looked straight out the window. Su Wenli seized the opportunity and opened her mouth to vigorously bury. "Why don't you say anything? Are you afraid that your original form will be revealed in a while, and you won't be able to hold your head up in front of Xiaoshui?" "Wenli, stop it." Yi Chen didn't open his mouth, but on the contrary, Xiaoshui was giving her a look with a worried face. "Don't worry, Snowy. I'm here and will protect you," Su Wenli said with a smile. Obviously, she was very attached to Xiaoshui as a friend. Seeing that Su Wenli was oblivious to her hints, Xiaoshui was helpless, so she had to turn her head to Yi Chen again and said, "Yi Chen, Wenli is my best friend. In a moment when you win the bet, don't make things too difficult for her, okay? Okay, for your sake, I'll tighten it up a bit and let her pole dance at most." Touching his nose, Yi Chen revealed a look of having suffered a great loss. "What did you say? Pole dancing? Why don't you go to hell?" Su Wenli was almost so angry that her nose was crooked. This kind of strange and vulgar dance, how could she possibly go for it? Grinding her teeth at Yi Chen for a while, Su Wenli complained to Xiaoshui with an aggrieved face, saying, "Xiaoshui, did you hear that? This guy is a lecher. Actually wants me to dance like that. It's too much. That's enough, you two. Be quiet. Don't let the other driver's master see the joke." Xiaoshui rubbed her temples and had a bit of a headache. These two people hadn't spoken a single calm word since they met, and had always disliked each other. She was tired of listening as a bystander, calling, "You big pig's hoof. Have a new love and forget the old love, isn't it? I don't want to live." Su Wenli had a pained look on her face. "Cut the crap. Your acting is rather poor." Skimming her mouth, Xiaoshui said with a face full of speechlessness. Could she not understand what kind of character her colleague and best friend had? If it was so simple to be struck down, then she wouldn't have disliked her top boss in public before. Hearing Xiaoshui's words, Su Wenli hammed and hawed and couldn't help but give a thumbs up. "It's still you, the wise eye." The car sped along the road, and in a short time, it arrived at the entrance of the Jinling City Hospital. The three of them got out of the car. Yi Chen paid the fare with the few dollars he had on him, and then they walked together inside the hospital. However, they didn't wait for them to walk in far before a group of people greeted them. The person at the head of the group was clearly the old dean that he had met before, and the one who had just called Yi Chen. Next to him, surrounded by 7 or 8 burly men in suits, their faces were cold, and their eyes were even sharper like eagles. "Yo, old dean, you're quite formidable. Only one day gone, and you've hired so many brawny men as bodyguards," Yi Duan said in awe, with a look of being shocked. The old dean couldn't help but laugh bitterly as he hurriedly said, "Divine Dr. Yi, you shouldn't tease the old man. There's a patient with a noble status in the hospital. We can't do anything about it after looking at it, so we can only ask you to come over. Okay, but, the price." Yi Chen gently raised his eyebrows as he rubbed his fingers together. the meaning being self-evident. It's all been negotiated. As long as it can be cured, they are willing to pay the high price of $10 million. The old dean laughed. Su Wenli in the back heard the conversation between the two, and her eyes suddenly glazed over. She was all a bit disoriented, wondering if she was living in a dream. What kind of doctor doesn't make an offer and then asks for $10 million? These guys shouldn't be putting on a show for me. Such a thought suddenly popped up in Su Wenli's mind. In that case, lead the way ahead, Yi Duan said with a faint smile, and then he didn't forget to turn around and give Xia Shui a wink, telling her to follow in a moment. Just as Yi Chuan stepped towards the inside of the hospital building, a bodyguard suddenly scurried in front of Yi Chuan and said coldly, "We promise you to pay the consultation fee, but if you can't cure our son, not only will you not be able to get this $10 million, but the hand that you treated will have to be left behind for us as well. Are you threatening me?" Yi Chen raised his eyebrows. That bodyguard smiled coldly and gave Yi Chen a disdainful glance. His tone filled with condescension as he said, "Threats don't count, just a reminder, go all out in a moment, or else, you know." Yi Chen nodded. He smiled slightly and turned his head to the old dean. "I'm in a bit of a bad mood right now, I want to stop the clinic." The old dean's expression changed and he hurriedly said, "Divine Dr. Yi, I'm afraid this isn't too good. It's all been agreed upon, but I'm in a bad mood, and it's fine if I have to make a move. $20 million, no credit." Chapter 37 $200 million. "Kid, are you provoking us?" A fierce light flashed in that bodyguard's eyes. Yi Chen's assertiveness made him feel incomparably angry. $40 million. Yi Duan didn't even raise his eyelids. Everyone present, including Xia Shui and Su Wenli, they all froze. Yi Chen was too tough, not caring in the slightest about the other party's origin and identity. "Are you looking for death?" That bodyguard's eyes became incredibly grim all of a sudden. $80 million. Send the money first, I'll make sure it arrives before I treat it. Yi Chuan continued to raise the price without a hint of a different look on his face. That bodyguard was furious, but before he could wait for him to open his mouth, Yi Chuan continued, "If you speak evil words again, I will immediately turn around and leave." That bodyguard decisively swallowed his words back. Only his eyes were still glaring coldly at Yi Chen. The old dean had a bit of a headache, and he hadn't expected such a conflict to erupt between the two sides before they even met. He sighed in his heart. This Yen family was acting too overbearing. Even their bodyguards were such impulsive people. A strange person like Yi Chuan who had amazing medical skills in his hands. Which one of them was not a bullish lord? And it would be strange if he didn't lose his temper when he was questioned by a group of subordinates about his most authoritative place. "Isn't the price of $80 million too much?" the old dean said helplessly. In order to keep the conflict between the two sides from intensifying, he just had to step up and make peace. "My rules are rules. $80 million, not a penny less," Yi Duan said indifferently. If others respected him a foot, he returned a foot to others, but if they spoke ill of him, then I'm sorry. It wasn't Yi Duan's style to not screw him over. So handsome. Su Wenli's eyes lit up. Not to mention, Yi Chen was quite manly when he got tough, much more attractive than most men she had seen. "Fine. $80 million is $80 million. A flat voice rang out abruptly. When those bodyguards heard this voice, they were shaken and turned around, then respectfully bowed their heads. "Family master." Even the old dean's face changed when he saw this person appear. Yen Ruli, the head of the Yen family in Jinling City. He actually came down personally. This is the helmsman of one of the two most powerful families in the entire city of Jinling. Ah, stomping a foot, Jinling City will only have to shake twice. The old dean gave him a rather scornful look, then silently retreated to the side. Yi Chuan, he had already helped to call out. As for what would happen next to both sides, it was out of his hands. There's gumption, it's a character. Leaf Dust laughed. Hearing this, the bodyguards were instantly furious, and they all glared at Yi Chen. Yen Rulai, that was the god in their hearts. What kind of a thing is this kid in front of him? How dare he be so unbridled and talk to him like this? Without a doubt, Yi Chen's attitude made all those bodyguards angry. Yen Rulai also had a cold look in his eyes, but he was ultimately a man with a deep city. His heart was displeased, but his face instead showed a smile. He pulled a checkbook out of his pocket and wrote a series of numbers on it, then tore it off and handed it over. Just as Yi Chuan reached out and was about to get the check, Yen Ruli smiled faintly, and the hand holding the check suddenly loosened. The check lost its grip and fell to the ground. "Oops, sorry," hand slipped. Yen Ruli mouthed words of apology, but his face was filled with cold mockery. The old dean was dumbfounded and screamed in his heart. The discerning eye knew that this was Yen Ruli's deliberate attempt to humiliate Yi Chen, but the question was, with Yi Chen's temperament, would he be willing to be humiliated like this? The answer was obviously no. The old dean had even prepared for the worst in his heart. Once the two sides erupted into a fierce conflict, no matter what, he would have to save Yi Duan's life. such a medical wizard, must not give up his life in vain here. Yi Chuan placed his hands in front of him with his chest clasped. He stared at Yen Rulai with a flat expression, and suddenly gave a hefty laugh, saying, I thought you were a character, but I didn't expect that I still looked away. Oh, pick up the check and follow me. Yen Rulai's expression was indifferent, and his tone was filled with an unquestionable flavor. It was just a brat who knew some medical skills. What capital did he have to pretend in front of him? $80 million. Consider it charity for beggars. Xia Shui and Su Wenli stood behind Yi Duan. Both of them didn't dare to breathe a little heavier. This open and shut fight made them feel like they were on their backs. However, in their hearts, they did not want Yi Chuan to go and lower his head to pick up this money. Just when everyone thought that Yi Duan would bend down and pick up the check, Yi Duan made a move that left everyone dumbfounded. He grinned, then stomped his foot toward the check. Clunk! A terrifying burst of foot power not only crushed the check, but also left a clear footprint on the sturdy concrete tiles. 200 million. Yi Chen was expressionless as he stared at Yen Ruli. Everyone was dumbfounded, especially the bodyguard who had an unpleasant encounter with Yi Chen earlier, and a layer of cold sweat broke out on his back. The force of this kick was actually so terrifying. If it stepped on him, would there be any life left? Are you sure you want to make an enemy of me? Yen Rulai's expression was cold as he stared at Yi Chen and locked eyes with him. The stern gaze made the few bodyguards beside him a bit terrified. They all knew that their family head had already moved to true anger. In the face of Yen Rulai's questioning, Yi Chen, however, seemed as if a clear wind was blowing on his face. He was full of indifference and said, if you delay any longer, your precious only child will be dead. Saving the dead, 200 million won't do. You need half of the family fortune. With Yi Chuan's medical skills, it was still very certain that he could save a dead person who had just swallowed his breath not long ago, but he wouldn't go out of his way to heal a dead man until he had to. Birth, old age, sickness and death, is the number of heaven, has its own karma, if forced to intervene, will be condemned by heaven. Yi Chen was not willing to take on this karma for someone he never knew. Family Master Yen, don't hesitate. Curing Yun Yan's illness is the priority, the old dean said hurriedly. He really didn't want a bigger conflict to break out between the two anymore. It wouldn't do anyone any good. Yen Rulai took a deep breath, the anger on his face gradually fading away. He took out his checkbook and rewrote a new one before handing it over to Yi Duan. $200 million for the life of his son is not a loss. After all, a mere $200 million. The Jinling City Yen family, not in the eyes. By the looks of you guys, that guy is more than likely no good, and I kind of don't even want to make a move. Yi Chen skimmed his mouth and said, he purely said whatever came to his mind, without any regard for the Yen family's face. When Yen Rulai heard his words, he suddenly became furious, his eyes steaming with murderous anger. But it can't be helped. Who made me kind? Since I've already taken your money, I have to do your job. So, lead the way in front. Yi Chuan playfully smiled, as if he hadn't noticed Yen Rulai's angry emotions at all. I hope your medical skills won't let me down. Otherwise, I will make you regret it. Yen Rulai said with a cold face. The deflated he had eaten here today was more than he had eaten in 10 years, and the dissatisfaction in his heart had long since reached a tipping point. Chapter 38 No need to sympathize. Xia Shui and Su Wenli looked at each other in dismay. As Jinling City locals, they had naturally heard of the great name of the Yen family in Jinling City. Yi Chen actually clashed with them, which caused both of them to be a bit flustered. Keep up, Yi Dust said casually, summoning up courage in their hearts. Xia Shui and Su Wenli followed Yi Chen and walked in. Only their expressions were still somewhat worried. Under Yen Rulai's guidance, they entered a luxurious single-person ward. As soon as Yi Chuan walked in, he saw the young man on the hospital bed with a grayish face and bizarre purplish red lips, and his heart stirred, knowing that this person had already half a foot into the ghost gate. Rulai, where's the divine doctor that Dean Sun was talking about? The middle-aged beautiful woman next to the hospital bed saw Yen Rulai return and hurriedly stood up to ask. She is Yen Rulai's hair wife, Mu Hong. In the Yen family, she is the only one who still dares to call Yen Rulai by his first name. Didn't you bring it? Yen Rulai's expression was flat as he swept a glance at Yi Chen. Mu Hong froze and stared at Yi Chen for a while before turning his head towards Yen Ruli and roared. Yen Ruli, are you crazy? Actually believing that such a brat is a miracle doctor? He's only a fart. He looks younger than our family Ahua. She was angry and felt that Yen Rulai was fooling her and didn't care about her precious son at all. Snap. A loud slap rang out and everyone froze. Yi Chen swept a glance at Mu Hong and said coldly, I don't want to talk more nonsense with Shabi. Stay aside and don't get in my way. Asshole, you dare to commit murder in public? Seeing this scene, even the light-hearted Yen Rulai was a bit unsettled. A flash of stern blankness exploded in his eyes, and his handsome face even steeply became incomparably cold. The bodyguards around him also rushed over in a flash, surrounding Yi Chen. For a while, swords were drawn inside the room. And the pressure was astonishing. Xia Shui and Su Wenli were so scared that their faces went white. Especially Su Wenli. Her intestines were repenting. Why did she have to bet with this guy? Yi Chuan the slap down. He is cool, but they are afraid that they will have bad luck. I'll say it again. I don't like people getting in my way. Get the hell out of my way. Yi Chuan's voice was very calm, and even when he was facing a group of ferocious hulks, he still had that unchanged look. Seeing that those bodyguards around him did not move at all, Yi Chuan said with a cold smile, "Fine, then we'll spend it. Anyway, this guy still has 5 minutes to live. Once the 5 minutes are up, this guy will definitely die." Originally, Mu Hong still wanted to slap back this slap, but when she heard Yi Chen's words, she immediately deflated. She looked over at the young man in the hospital bed and a look of love passed over her face. "Stand down, all of you," Mu Hong hurriedly shouted. The face of the youth on the hospital bed was getting uglier and uglier, like there was a real possibility that he would break at any time. Those bodyguards glanced at each other, then collectively turned their gazes towards Yen Rulai. It was fine that Mu Hong was their family head's wife, but Yen Rulai was here, and his order was the final command. "Stand down," Yen Rulai said with a sullen face. The old dean on the side was bitter in his heart, and he somewhat regretted calling Yi Chen here. If he hadn't called Yi Chen here, he wouldn't have offended the Yen family because of it. Those bodyguards backed away at the same time, making way for Yi Chen. "A bunch of dog slaves," Yi Chen said disdainfully, and then he walked over to the youth on the hospital bed. Those bodyguards were furious in their hearts, but Yen Rulai was here. Without his order, they were not able to make a move rashly. They just stared viciously at Yi Chen's back, daring to be angry but not daring to speak. Yi Chen stroked his chin and stared at the youth for a while, then reached out and pressed his hand on his chest a few times. "It's done, don't thank me." Yi Chen got up and stretched as he said with a smile on his face. "What? Just like that?" The crowd was in an uproar. "How dare you make fun of me?" Yen Rulai was furious. At this moment, he finally couldn't help but explode. Yi Chen's behavior was no longer as simple as provoking him alone. It was insulting the intelligence of all of them. Yi Chen deflated his mouth and said with disdain, "Do I have to?" Afterward, he explained, "This guy is not sick, but has been given a head drop. That's why the hospital is at its wit's end. Now that the subjugation has been undone by me, his body is no longer in any serious trouble, and he will be fine after half a month of recuperation." Surrender? The faces of the crowd turned brilliant for a moment. They didn't believe half a word of Yi Chen's set of words, and only the old dean revealed a thoughtful expression. "For $200 million, inviting a strong descending master. Hey, I'm really hard." Yi Chen looked up to the sky and cried out in sorrow, with the appearance of having lost money to his grandmother's house. "Really?" Seeing Yi Duan's appearance, the crowd began to be a bit suspicious. Could there really be that kind of strange and weird stuff in the world? Just then, the old dean on the side suddenly frowned and spoke. "Not bad. If there really are people like the descending headmasters, they are the most jealous of others breaking their descending head techniques, because it will be seen as a provocation by them, and they will not be able to stop until they are divided into two." "How do you know?" Yen Rulai frowned. If what the old dean said was all true, then he would have to change his next arrangement. The old dean stroked his white beard and said with a dry smile, "I've been catching up on a novel lately, and that's what it says." Hearing the old dean's words, Yen Rulai was suddenly furious. Can what he read in a novel be taken seriously? Do you think he's a fool? He was just about to open his mouth, but suddenly he heard a familiar voice ringing out next to him. "I was wrong. Please, don't drop my head. I won't dare to do it again." It was indeed the youth in the hospital bed who suddenly sat up, his eyes closed and his mouth repeating the words over and over again. The crowd's jaws dropped. Is this a scam? Soon, though, they all came back to their senses, especially the words from Yen Hua's mouth. They heard them truly, and all of them couldn't help but be appalled that there was actually something as arcane as head subduing magic in this world. "Believe me now, get out of the way. Good dogs don't get in the way." Yi Chen expressionlessly swept a glance at the bodyguards who stopped in front of him. Yen Rulai waved his hand and those bodyguards instantly retreated back. He changed his face as if to reveal a smile and said, "No offense to divine Dr. Yi, can I leave a contact information so that I don't have to do it later?" Since there really was such a thing as a descending head technique, then what the old dean had said had a high probability. Yen Rulai needed Yi Chen to help their Yin family to avoid disasters, which was why he appeared to be very polite. "There's no need to be so sympathetic. If you don't believe me, I could have returned this buck to its rightful owner by now," Yi Duan said with an indifferent expression. Chapter 39. Yen Rulai was choked. He hadn't encountered such an arrogant junior like Yi Chen for many years. After his face changed color for a while, Yen Rulai finally snorted coldly and said, "I naturally believe in divine Dr. Yi. Be careful of the slippery ground. You go slowly. Family Master Yen, more deeds will bring about death. Farewell." Yi Chen smiled meaningfully, then left without looking back. Xia Shui and Su Wenli hurriedly chased after them. They didn't want to stay in this room for even a minute. The atmosphere inside was too weird and kept them on their toes. Ru Lai. This person is too arrogant. I can't swallow this breath. I'm going to find someone to get him. Looking at Yi Chen's back as he left, a fierce light showed in Mu Hong's eyes. Since marrying into the Yin family, no one had ever dared to slap her. But who would have expected that Yen Ruli, who was usually extremely loving towards Mu Hong, suddenly shouted angrily, "No, I won't allow you to go and find trouble with him." This loud roar, sounding like thunder, not only scared Mu Hong, but also made Yen Hua, the Yen family's eldest young man on the hospital bed, tremble and almost lie down again. If you want your precious son to be safe and sound, then this Yi Chuan, you should never touch him, Yen Rulai said in a ghostly tone. Mu Hong froze and asked in confusion, "What does this have to do with Ewa?" Yen Ruli took a deep breath and said, "Have you forgotten what Dean Sun Siyuan said? Something like the descending head technique is real. Aren't you afraid that the other party will go and come back? If Yi Chuan is alive, he can still help us block. If he is dead, will you block the person who descends heads?" Mu Hong slapped his head, revealing a look of sudden realization. "Ah yes, I'll immediately find someone to protect him. That's not necessary. Just find someone to secretly monitor him. Once a descended master really comes to our door to seek revenge, we can also make sufficient preparations," Yen Ruli said coldly. "My family Rulai is really smart." Mu Hong couldn't help but praise. "Smart and overwhelming?" Yen Ruli reached out and touched his bare head. After working for the Yen family for more than 20 years, he had indeed become overwhelming. Glancing at Yen Hua, Yen Ruli frowned slightly and said to Mu Hong, "This matter is over for the time being, but in the future, we have to have your son pay attention. Don't mess around with women who don't know where they come from. It's not possible for us to be so lucky every time." "I know, Dad." Yen Hua nodded. Walking out from the Jinling City Hospital, Yi Chen had a bitter face all the way. With this appearance, he instantly attracted the attention of Su Wenli and Xia Shui. "Why are you pulling a face? You've made $200 million and you're still not happy?" Su Wenli couldn't help but ask curiously, "Is there any trouble in the world that can overshadow the glory of making $200 million? It's only $200 million, but I've offended a very strong master of head subduing techniques. I've lost a lot of money," Yi Duan said with an egg on his face. Xia Shui and Su Wenli glanced at each other inside. Anyway, they were unable to understand this kind of mood Yi Chen was feeling right now. After sighing for a while, Yi Chen suddenly pulled out the check and stuffed it into Xia Shui's clothes pocket. "Wife, a bride price for you." Hearing Yi Chen's words, Su Wenli was so jolted that she almost fainted in place. "Man, a $200 million dowry. She's afraid she's not awake yet." Viciously pinching her thighs, Su Wenli realized that it was all surprisingly true. And next to her, Xia Shui was pushing and shoving with Yi Chen. "This is too much. What about 200 million? I can't accept it," Xia Shui said with a straight face. If it was $200,000 or $300,000, it's unlikely that she would have taken it with a thick skin. But that's $200 million, which is an astronomical amount no matter where you put it. How dare she, an ordinary woman, charge so much money? Yi Chuan didn't say anything. Holding the check returned by Xia Shui in his hand, he silently walked to the trash can not far away. "Since you don't want it, I'll throw it in the trash." Yi Dus did not change his face, as if this huge sum of $200 million was just a pile of dung in his eyes. Seeing Yi Chen's expression, Xia Shui was startled and hurriedly ran over. She had a feeling that if she did refuse, he wouldn't hesitate to tear up the check and throw it in the stinking garbage. "Xiao Shui, just listen to Yi Chen and take this money. I, Su Wenli, have just gained a lot of insight today, so making money is such an easy thing to do. Su Wenli people are numb, have seen money as flowing water, have not seen a meal effort to earn 200 million. When compared to this, Papa Ma or whatever, it's just weak, isn't it?" Xia Shui lightly bit her lips. Her mind was at war with the heavenly beings. To accept or not to accept, she hadn't made a decision until now. Just as Xia Shui hesitated, Yi Chen suddenly grinned and looked at Su Wenli. "How's it going? Did I get the $1 million? Your pole dance. When are you going to show me?" At these words, Su Wenli's cheeks swished red. She glared viciously at Yi Chuan, looking annoyed, and said, "When did I promise you a pole dance? What? Trying to cheat?" Leaf Dust was not happy. He had spoken well before, and now that he had successfully completed his mission, the other party actually wanted to renege. Where in this world was there such a cheap thing? I, Su Wenli stammered. It was obvious that Yi Chen was absolutely right. She just wanted to cheat. Letting her pole dance was better than letting her find a noodle to strangle herself to death. Yi Chuan sized her up, skimmed his mouth, and said, "I knew you'd cheat. Forget it, there's nothing to look at with your mediocre figure anyway." "Bastard, what did you say?" "Old me, I have a first-class body." "Okay, When Su Winli heard this, she exploded. The last word women, especially beautiful women, want to hear is old, and the last thing they want to hear is that they are out of shape. Yi Chen's sentence was really stepping on Su Wenli's minefield, causing her to go crazy. Ha! Yi Chen smiled coldly. He glanced over to Xia Shui, but saw that after a heavenly battle, Xia Shui finally made up her mind and accepted the check. Yi Chuan's heart was delighted, and without hesitation, he handed over the check. I'm just holding it for you for now, so come and get it anytime you need the money. Xia Shui pursed her lips. Yi Duan smiled faintly and was non-committal. Xia Shui collected the money and his mood became much better. He twisted his head towards Su Wenli and said, "Alright, down to business. Since you won't dance, then you re-promise me one thing." "What is it?" Su Wenli was a little wary in her mind. This guy, it's not like he's going to come up with an even sicker request. When she thought of the words Yi Chen had said when the two of them first met, Su Wenli felt that it was extremely likely. For a while, a worried look filled her face, which made Yi Chen couldn't help but feel a little strange. Chapter 40 Odd Old Man Out. "What's wrong with you?" Leaf Dust scratched his head. After thinking about it, Su Wenli said with a serious face, "It's fine to promise you one thing, but it must not be excessive." Regardless of whether Yi Chen would mention that kind of request or not, she had to declare it well in advance so that Yi Chen wouldn't get any crooked ideas. Skimming his mouth, Yi Chen couldn't help but snort and said, "Don't worry, I'm not interested in you. The thing I want you to promise is to go back and do the separation immediately now." Su Wenli couldn't help but stare. Ask her to resign? That was quite an outrageous thing to do, but it wasn't something she couldn't live with. After all, Xia Shui had $200 million in her hands, enough to start her own company, and she doesn't have any capable people under her hand. If he chooses to quit his job and start a business with her, the future is bound to be bright. Xia Shui smiled faintly and said, "It's just right. Wenli, you quit your job and come help me. We sisters work together. We will definitely be able to make some achievements." It was only then that Su Wenli came back to her senses. She looked shocked as she glanced at Yi Chen. For the first time she felt that the man in front of her was actually so terrifying. From the moment they met, the betting, the money-making, it's been one thing after another, and I'm afraid it's all under this man's control. Fortunately, Yi Chuan did not understand his heart pass, otherwise let him know what Su Wenli was thinking in her heart. He would definitely have to deflate and spit out a sentence, "You are really overthinking it." Seeing that Su Wenli didn't answer her words, Xia Shui couldn't help but feel a little anxious. "Wenli, why don't you say something? Yes or no?" This was one of her few confidants, and it could be said that Su Wenli's answer would affect Xia Shui's fighting spirit. "Of course I promise. We are good sisters. We share the same blessings. You can't forget me. Moving her eyes away from Yi Chen, Su Wenli turned her head to look at Xia Shui. She said with a smile. "But," Su Wenli suddenly blushed, looking somewhat distressed. "But what?" Xia Shui's already soothed mood instantly tensed up again. "But I'd like to borrow your man for a few days." "What?" Xia Shui was slightly stunned, her face filled with a confused look. She knew for sure that Su Wenli couldn't have fallen in love with Yi Chen at first sight, as the two were still fighting a few minutes ago. But if that wasn't the case, then what did Wenli Su mean by that? Xia Shui was puzzled. Right at this moment, Yi Chen, who was on the side, suddenly opened his mouth and directly shook his head. "No, absolutely not. What's not to like? I'm not afraid. You're a big man and you're still so coy?" Su Wenli couldn't help but skim her lips. Taking a serious look at Su Wenli, Yi Chuan slowly spat out two words, "Ugly refusal." "Surname Yi, what did you say?" Hearing that ugly word, Su Wenli jumped to her feet once more. First she questioned the figure, now she questioned the looks. She couldn't wait to bite Yi Duan to death. A pair of big, beautiful eyes stared angrily at Yi Chen. Su Wenli gritted her teeth and said, "Don't worry, I'm not taking advantage of you. I just want you to pose as my boyfriend to deal with my parents. That's even more of a no-no. What if your parents just see handsome me as a son-in-law?" Yi Chen couldn't help but sigh, shaking his head like a rattle drum, refusing with that dryness. Su Wenli was furious. This guy, can he still have some face? "Don't agree to pull back. Really think I have to come to you, don't you?" Grinding her small tiger teeth, Su Wenli viciously said towards Yi Chen. But despite her harsh words, she was still a bit uncomfortable in her heart. Xia Shui couldn't help but sigh from the side, knowing that this friend of hers must have received a 10,000 point blitz. It's the first time in history that a proud beauty has been disliked. It's good that it's not just me. It almost scared me. Yi Chen patted his chest with a look of being spared. Simply infuriating. Su Wenli became more and more angry. She glared at Yi Chen. Her eyes were red. Could it be that she was really that lame? She was just about to open her mouth to argue with Yi Chuan, but Yi Chuan didn't even look at her. Instead, he took out a medicine bottle from his pocket and handed it to Xia Shui. "There are two kinds of medicine in here. A red round pill for you, and a green square one for the baby." Both are one a day for half a month. I have to go now, so if you have any questions, call me. Yi Chen smiled faintly at Xia Shui, and after saying that, he turned around and left. Hey, if you have the guts, don't go away. Old lady wants to fight you one-on-one. Su Wenli shouted loudly, stomping her feet in anger as she looked at Yi Chen's back as he flew away. She turned her head to Xia Shui and ground her teeth. Xiao Shui, do you know where this guy lives? I'm going to come to the door and flatten him. This guy is so infuriating. Su Wenli's full breasts kept rising and falling, obviously infuriated by Yi Chen. Xia Shui smiled bitterly, not even knowing what to say. She was silent for a while, and suddenly pulled Su Wenli's hand towards the street. Ouch! What are you doing? Seeing that her best friend Xia Shui actually didn't comfort her for a bit, Su Wenli puffed her mouth out with a sullen look on her face. Take the 200 million out. It's only safe to keep the money in your own pocket. Xia Shui explained. Su Wenli froze, then nodded solemnly and said, you're right, that Yan really is not a virtuous person at first glance. A little later, I'm afraid that this money is not ours. Go go go. There is a bank not far away. Without saying a word, the two men agreed to rush to the bank to conduct their business. And after Yi Chen left this place, he turned into a small alley. It's extremely remote, and there's not a soul in sight. Come out, or do I have to invite you out? Yi Duan faintly said, his gaze calm, looking in one direction. Young man, not bad, actually can detect the old immortal's tracking. Good strength. A short old man scurried out from the shadows. He was hunched over, leaning on a cane. His gaze was as cold as a viper, staring at Yi Chen with a deadly stare. Yi Chuan was somewhat speechless. This old man was afraid that he didn't have a problem with his head. It's September, but the temperature is still in the 30s. This old man wears a military coat and isn't afraid of dying of heat? You old man is quite strange. Others are short-sleeved in short pants. You wrapped a military coat, afraid that you are later than others, is not it? Yi Chen skimmed his mouth and said with a face full of mockery. The old man stuttered at his words, and his expression suddenly became a bit annoyed. The military coat was equal to his facade. Seeing this attire, people in the organization would recognize him even if they had never seen him before. How did the flavor change when this came to Yi Duan's side? Young man, do you know that trouble comes out of the mouth? Originally, the old immortal did not want to see blood today, but you spoke out of turn and insulted the old immortal. The old immortal can only choose to educate you properly, letting you know that there are still people outside of this man, and there are still heavens outside of this sky. The old man said in a murderous manner, his gaze cold with a touch of anger and resentment. Chapter 41 The Human World. You want to kill me? Yi Chen pretended to be afraid. Not bad, I want your life. The old man laughed harshly. Yi Chen was filled with panic and hurriedly said, don't kill me. Seeing how unbearable Yi Chen looked, the old man's heart was filled with pleasure as he laughed out loud. The person who killed you is called Ma Half Immortal. Come to your senses. The old man approached Yi Chen, a strong might emanating from his body as he stretched out his left hand and slowly grabbed towards Yi Chen's neck as if he was grabbing a small chicken. You want to kill me? I'll fight you. Yi Chuan gritted his teeth, and with a look of going out of his way, he similarly grabbed towards the horse half-century's neck. In Half-Xian Ma's incredulous eyes, his hand stayed 3 inches away from Yi Chen's neck, and then he could no longer inch in. On the other hand, Yi Chen's hand was choking the neck of his destiny. With a single force, a click, his head would say goodbye to his body. A mentally ill old man, and still dares to call himself a half-immortal. I poo. Yi Chuan spat viciously. You're pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Ma Half-Xian's face went white. By this point if he still didn't understand that Yi Chen's fear just now was feigned, then he would be too stupid. That's the wrong thing to say. You're a chicken tiger, a mouse at best. Yi Chen smiled disdainfully, and 2 cold lights shot out from his eyes. Don't kill me. I can tell you who is trying to make a move on you. Ma Half-Xian hurriedly said. His eyes are full of panic, before when killing others cannot feel, only to fall on their own body to understand. The original waiting for death to come is such a torturous thing. Not interested. Yi Chuan skimmed his mouth, and with a force in his hand, Half-Xian Ma's neck was directly snapped by him. Stop. At this time, an anxious voice suddenly came from the side, but, in the end, it was a step too slow. By the time this voice reached inside Yi Chuan's ears, Ma Half-Xian's pupils had already lost their expression. Black wife, it's not my fault. You're the one who's too slow to yell. Yi Chuan turned around and revealed a harmless smile, as if the one who had just pinched Ma Half-Xian to death was not him, but someone else. Zhou Qin walked in slowly from the entrance of the alley. She glanced at the corpse of Half-Horse, then gazed coldly at Yi Chen and said, why did you do this to an old man? Because he wants to kill me. Leaf Dust was calm. Zhou Qin's gaze was icy cold as he asked rhetorically, if he kills you, you must kill him? Of course, if people don't offend me, I don't offend them. If someone else wants to kill me, I can naturally move to kill him back. What's wrong with that? Yi Chuan said as a matter of course, not feeling anything wrong. Zhou Qin raised his eyebrows and said angrily, "This is a society with the rule of law. How can you resort to lynching, killing people at will? Do you want to go to jail? Black wife, are you concerned about me?" Yi Chen suddenly showed his teeth and smiled. Zhou Qin's face flashed with a hint of shame as she rebuked, "Who cares about you? Don't you talk nonsense." "I never talk nonsense. Here, black wife, do you know who this man is?" Yi Duan said as he pointed at Ma Half-Xian, who had long since lost his life on the ground. "Who?" Zhou Qin asked succinctly. "In the human world, Ma Half-Immortal," Yi Dust said indifferently. "What?" Zhou Qin was still glaring angrily at Yi Chen, but when she heard those 6 words, her expression instantly changed drastically. In the world of men, a name she couldn't have been more familiar with. One of the world's infamous assassin agencies, despite its civilized name, is filled with more extreme members than any other, all of whom are terrorists who have committed heinous crimes. From the President of the United States down to the common man, there is no one they dare not assassinate. Several bigwigs in Huaxia have been targeted, but they've all been repelled in the end. The team that Zhou Qin used to be on was an old rival in the human world. There were more than 60 collisions between the two sides, but in comparison, the one with more heavy casualties was instead the team that Zhou Qin was in. She used to have a lot of friends there, and as a result, they all died in battle. And the murderers were no one else but this group of killers from the world of man. It could be imagined how indignant Zhou Qin was towards this killer organization of the world of man. "You actually killed half-immortal Ma?" Zhou Qin was a bit surprised. One must know that Ma Half-Xian is one of the 8 human kings in the human world. With extremely high strength. Even if the grand captain of their team met it, he didn't dare to say that he could definitely win steadily. But he didn't expect that here. He was directly killed by Yi Chen in seconds, without the slightest power to fight back. Yeah, this brain-dead old man thought he was winning, so he declared himself before making his move. But he never expected that I was actually more powerful than him. Speaking of this, Yi Duan had a bullish look on his face. Zhou Qin was speechless, but soon she brightened up and thought of a brilliant idea. She wanted to trick Yi Duan into, recruit him into their team. With Yi Duan's strength, he could definitely raise their team's combat power by several steps. "Yi Chuan, no matter what, you have killed someone. If the matter is exposed, you will definitely still go to jail. I suddenly have an idea that can save you from this calamity. Do you want to hear it?" Zhou Qin said in a serious manner. "With the look that I am seriously thinking about you." She knew that Yi Chen was a person who ate soft food but did not eat hard food, and if she directly showed her cards, 9 times out of 10, he would reject it, so she purposely switched to a different kind of argument, at least in her opinion, a statement that Yi Chen would definitely agree to. I don't listen. Yi Chuan skimmed his mouth and covered his ears. "Looking at you, I know it's definitely not a good idea. You're going to trap me again, aren't you?" Zhou Qin almost vomited blood. What do you mean by again? When did she pit Yi Chen? But for the sake of her plan, she took a deep breath and told herself she must hold her tongue and not get angry. The hell with pitting you. I'm genuinely thinking about you. No matter what the reason for killing is killing after all. If you are an ordinary person, you will definitely be pursued. If you want to live a calm and peaceful life in the future, you must join a place where you can have immunity for killing. Zhou Qin said indifferently. "You want me to join that team behind you?" Yi Chen seemed to smile. Zhou Qin was stunned, not expecting Yi Chen to be so open and honest. She reacted and hurriedly nodded her head. "Not bad. I want to invite you to join my team. You killed Ma Half-Immortal, one of the 8 human kings in the human world. The human world will definitely not let you go. Only by joining my team can I maximize your safety. Won't leave me alone, so let them. As for joining your team, it's not impossible. The choice is in your hands." Yi Chuan stared at Zhou Qin's concave and convex figure and suddenly laughed badly. "The choice is in my hands?" Zhou Qin frowned. "What do you mean?" "It's when you agree to be my wife, and when I agree to join your team," Yi Chen explained carelessly. "You," Zhou Qin was furious and said in annoyance. "If you don't join us, sooner or later, you will be targeted by the killers of the human world, and at that time, unless you die, it will be impossible for them to stop assassinating you. Small problem la, just killers in the human world. I'm afraid of them a ball." Yi Chen smiled proudly, not to mention that it was only ordinary killers in the human world. Even if their Führer came, Yi Chen would not put it in his eyes. Zhou Qin wanted to use the threat of the human world to persuade herself to join their team. Then she was using the wrong brain. Chapter 42. It's not jealousy. Talking big words as much as you can. You simply know nothing about the horrors of the human world. Zhou Qin sneered. Yi Dust laughed and couldn't help but shake his head. Regarding the human world, I know much more than you think. Although it is true that I don't feel that the human world is that scary. To your battle blades, their threatening nature is still incomparably huge. The reason your battle swords have lost many battles and still haven't disbanded is because behind you, there are stronger people guarding you. Zhou Qin was shaken, and then her gaze condensed as she stared dead at Yi Chen and asked, "What exactly are you?" Warblade was the number of Zhou Qin's troop, and it could be said that it was a superpowered battle team. It was a top secret in the military, and very few people would know about it. Yi Chuan actually broke it with a single word, and coupled with his strength to kill Ma half-immortal in seconds. This increasingly made Zhou Qin feel that Yi Chuan had come from a shocking source. It was necessary to figure out his identity. Zhou Qin secretly resolved in his heart to find out Yi Chen's true identity today no matter what. Black wife, that's where you're breaking my heart. Can't you see it seems? I'm a man. Yi Chen was full of aggression. His male characteristics were so obvious. Zhou Qin actually asked, was he questioning the function of a certain part of him? The corners of her mouth twitching slightly, Zhou Qin forced down the urge to slap Yi Chuan in the face as she gritted her teeth. I'm asking what exactly is your origin, not asking if you are a man or woman. You're a man, can't I tell? That's good. I thought you were questioning my gender. Yi Duan patted his chest and let out a long breath. He smiled cheekily and said to Zhou Qin, if you want to know where I come from, it's very simple. Just promise me one thing. What is it? Even though she knew that Yi Chen didn't hold his farts, Zhou Qin couldn't help the curiosity within her. She was too curious about Yi Chen's origin identity. Yi Chuan glanced at Zhou Qin and said with a bad smile, when you become my wife, I'll naturally tell you where my identity comes from. You. Zhou Qin was just about to open her mouth, but suddenly a bright light appeared inside her head. She revealed a shy look and said daintily, your honor is so generous. Of course my daughter will agree. Stop. Yi Chuan shivered and said that he was a bit overwhelmed. Zhou Qin was a beautiful woman fine, but she belonged to that kind of wild beauty, forcing a wave of everyone's girl to act like a petulant and whiny girl. This made Yi Duan almost pass away on the spot. Since you're so sincere, I'll reveal a little secret to you, so attach your ear. Yi Duan's expression suddenly became serious. Zhou Qin looked in his eyes, and was instantly flabbergasted. It seemed that Yi Chen's identity was truly very mysterious and special. Otherwise, with his temperament he would never be so solemn. Thinking of this, Zhou Qin no longer hesitated as she decisively leaned her head towards Yi Chen. What Zhou Qin didn't know was that just as she put her ear close to Yi Chen, an evil smile unconsciously appeared at the corner of Yi Chen's mouth. In the next moment, Yi Chen stuck out his tongue and licked on Zhou Qin's earlobe. Zhou Qin was jolted, as if countless electric currents were flowing through her body in a flash. So sensitive. Flirting successfully, Yi Chen laughed up to the sky as he leaped out with a single leap. By the time Zhou Qin reacted, Yi Chen's figure had long disappeared. Bastard! How dare you lie to me? Zhou Qin was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. She had paid so much, even that disgusting act of pampering, but as a result, not only did Yi Chen not say a word, but in turn, he secretly took advantage of her. Don't let me see you again if you can. Zhou Qin clenched her teeth for a while as she glanced at the corpse of the horse half-immortal on the ground and couldn't help but frown slightly. Taking out his cell phone, he took a picture of Ma Half-Xian's face. Then Zhou Qin logged onto a website and submitted the taken picture of the face. Not long after, the website sent the verification results. Zhou Qin looked solemn, immediately dialed a number, and talked about what happened here. A shocked voice came from the other end of the line. You're not kidding? Are you sure that the person struck down was a horse half-immortal in the human world? This was a youth whose appearance was unimpressive, and when he heard Zhou Qin's report, he directly froze. His first reaction was disbelief. Team Qin, I'm not joking. I've already uploaded Ma Half-Xian's face photo to the system for comparison, and the overlap rate is as high as 98%. Zhou Qin's tone was very serious as she explained. There was silence inside the phone for a while, but then Captain Qin laughed out loud and said, Xiao Zhou not bad. After going back the strength has grown so fast. Only a few months ago, even the Ma half-immortal is no longer your opponent. It's really amazing Captain Qin was very happy. Although Zhou Qin was already considered semi-retired from the army, but her personal data was still there, and she was still a person of the battle blade. It was undoubtedly heavily good news that she was able to exterminate the human king of the human world. I didn't kill Half-Xian Ma. The one who took the shot was someone else, a student from Jinling University. Zhou Qin said truthfully. She was somewhat helpless. No way. A student is that good? What's his name? Captain Qin suddenly became interested. A student who could kill Ma Half-Xian. If he could be absorbed into their team, he could definitely add a lot of battle power to their team. His name is Yi Chuan. His origin is very mysterious, but his hands are terrifying. He should not be below you. Captain, if you don't come to Jinling City, this guy will definitely be a great help to us if he can join the Warblade. Although he hated Yi Chen with all his teeth, Zhou Qin had to admit that Yi Chen's strength was quite terrifying. This was a strong person not weaker than their Captain Qin. and it would be a bit too much of a waste if he was hidden as a student at Jinling University. What did you say his name was? The voice on the other end of the line was an octave louder. Yi Chan. What's wrong? Zhou Qin was a bit dissatisfied. What's wrong with this Captain Qin? He's so startled. Cough. Captain Qin coughed dryly. His tone lowered, and said, the idea you just mentioned is good, but it's better not to mention it in the future. Zhou Qin asked in confusion. Why? There's no reason. Anyway, this is an order. Just follow it unconditionally, Captain Qin said with a straight face. When he finished, he tried to hang up. At this time, Zhou Qin suddenly frowned and spoke. Wait a minute, Captain Qin. You can't be afraid that Ji Chen's strength is too strong and will steal your position when the time comes. That's why you won't take him in to join the Warblade. Hearing this, Captain Qin, who was descending the stairs, almost stepped on his foot and fell down the stairs. He laughed and laughed. This was not because he was jealous of the virtuous, it was really because Yi Chen's origin was too astonishing. Not to mention the captain of the battle sword. Even if it was the post of the chief instructor of the battle sword, I'm afraid that people wouldn't even put it in their eyes. Alright, this matter ends here. I'm going to a meeting. When I'm free, I'll make a trip to Jinling City, Captain Qin said, then hurriedly hung up the phone. A look of excitement appeared on his face, and he couldn't help but whisper to himself, it must be him, it must be that fellow, he's finally come down from the mountain. Chapter 43 Yi Duan's origin. Zhou Qin stood still, and after some conversation with her captain, she was even more confused. However, the only thing that could be affirmed was that Yi Chen's identity was not simple, and that between him and Captain Qin, they were still acquainted. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been the case that as soon as she said Yi Chen's name, Captain Qin immediately changed his attitude. No, I have to find out who this guy really is. Zhou Qin secretly gritted his teeth. At this moment, her curiosity about Yi Chen's identity had completely overshadowed her resentment towards him. In the middle of a Lakeview villa, a yellow-haired youth was reporting to the middle-aged man in front of him. Lord Half-Immortal Ma was killed. The opponent was a student who only used one move. The yellow-haired youth opened his mouth, his tone filled with shock. If he hadn't seen the surveillance video with his own eyes, he wouldn't have been able to believe, no matter what, that Ma Half-Xian, who was one of the 8 human kings, had been killed just like that. Impossible, absolutely impossible. The middle-aged man in front of him couldn't help but stand up from the sofa. He was also one of the 8 human kings in the human world, codenamed Shura, ranked 3rd amongst the 8 human kings, for rankings higher than Ma Half-Xian. Are you not lying to me? A cold light flashed in Shura's eyes. If it was said that someone was able to strike down Ma Half-Xian, this he naturally believed. But to say that the opponent was a student, or that he had killed Half-Immortal Ma in a single move, this was too sci-fi to believe. Lord Shura, how could my subordinate dare to deceive His Excellency? Everything I said is true, and I have the video to prove it, the yellow-haired youth hurriedly said, his face full of fear. If he let Shura decide that he was making up his mind, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to walk out of this gate today. Video? Where is it? Bring it to me, Shura said faintly. The yellow-haired youth no longer hesitated and decisively took his cell phone out, playing the video captured by the previous surveillance. It's surprisingly true. Who the hell is this guy? After watching the video, Shura drew a breath of cold air. On the screen, from the time Ma Half-Xian appeared to the time he was taken out, there were only a few tens of seconds, and the battle scene, which only took up 2 or 3 seconds, he was literally killed by a single blow. You hurry to investigate the identity of this person and then report back to me quickly. 2 sharp rays of light shot out from Shura's eyes. He knew deep down that the one who could kill Ma Half-Xian with a single strike could never be an ordinary college student. Subordinate understands. The yellow-haired youth hurriedly nodded his head before retreating from the area. Looking at the yellow-haired youth leaving, Xiao Luo's eyes narrowed slightly. He had a premonition that this trip to Jinling would most likely not be so peaceful. Returning to Jiang Wanqing's place, Zhou Qin directly hugged Jiang Wanqing, who was sitting on the sofa watching soap operas. You haven't bathed yet. Stay away from me. Jiang Wanqing glanced at her and said in mock disgust. Zhou Qin of course knew that Jiang Wanqing was saying this on purpose. She also pretended to be broken-hearted and said, okay, feelings fade right, then I go? After saying that, she really let go of her hold on Jiang Wanqing and made a gesture to walk outside. Just kidding with you. Jiang Wanqing was startled and hurriedly explained. But didn't you go out on an errand? Why are you back now? Hearing Jiang Wanqing mention this matter, Zhou Qin also did not have a playful mind. She said with a calm face full of seriousness, Qingqing, we've been friends for so many years. I've never begged you for anything, but today I want to beg you to do something for me. What is it mysterious? You say, as long as I can do it, I will help you. Jiang Wanqing had a strange look on her face. To be honest, she rarely saw Zhou Qin look so serious in front of her. You can definitely do it. I want you to seduce Yi Chen and get his true identity out of him, Zhou Qin said with pleading eyes. Even though this method had the potential to embarrass her best friend, it was the best she could come up with. Seducing that guy? No way. No way. Absolutely not. Hearing that the thing Zhou Qin said was actually this, Jiang Wanqing's face changed and she hurriedly shook her head to reject it. If others didn't understand Yi Chen, could she not? Once she went to seduce Yi Chuan, whether she could ask for her identity or not she didn't know, but 9 times out of 10 she would be blitzed by Yi Chuan. That guy wasn't a decent person. The honest man's set of shame didn't work on him at all. The white rabbit that was sent to the door, he definitely had no reason not to eat it, although the two had already measured the length and depth before. But that happened in the case of delirium, so that she went to go and heave to Yi Chuan when she was sober. This Jiang Wanqing accepted not to come, but people really want to know Yi Chen's identity. Zhou Qin didn't realize in the slightest that after being preceded by Yi Chen, she subconsciously pampered Jiang Wanqing. Then there's no need for me to seduce him. Aren't you afraid I'll be eaten by him? Jiang Wanqing rolled her eyes. This damn plastic sisterhood. Zhou Qin froze before she reacted. She gave a dry laugh and hurriedly explained. That's not what I meant. What I meant was that I want you to go and deliberately get close to Yi Chen, as long as you can help me ask about his origin. Well, Jiang Wan was still a bit hesitant. She thought for a moment and said, after you said that last time, I purposely went to ask my eldest uncle. He said that Yi Chuan is some kind of evil doctor's heir, and I don't know if that's the answer you want. Evil doctor? Zhou Qin froze. This name, why is it so familiar? Soon the look on her face changed. Zhou Qin mischievously bounced up from the sofa. She stared wide-eyed and said in a demented manner, my goodness, it's actually that person. Which one? You know the evil doctor? Jiang Wanqing was a bit surprised. Judging from her best friend's behavior, she should be very familiar with this evil doctor. Zhou Qin could not hide the shock on her face as she nodded heavily and said, there are 4 top-tier powerhouses in China, and the world refers to them as the 4 heavenly kings, which are the heavenly evil doctor, the earth-killing sage, the Xian Cannot and the yellow swordsman, and the evil doctor you mentioned. No surprise, it should be the heavenly evil doctor who is the head of the 4 heavenly kings. At this moment, Zhou Qin finally understood why Captain Qin had said something like that before. Originally, she had thought that Captain Qin was jealous of the virtuous, but now it seemed that this was not the case, but rather that their temple of the war sword was too small to accommodate such a great Buddha. Zhou Qin had a complicated look on his face and stood frozen in place. No wonder Yi Chuan's stance was so outstanding, and he wasn't even afraid of the threats in the human world. It turned out that he was actually the mantle of the heavenly evil doctor. This he would be a fake if he wasn't powerful. The 4 heavenly kings? Qin, what are you babbling about? Are you obsessed with reading martial arts novels? Hearing Zhou Qin's words, Jiang Wanqing looked a bit strange. She couldn't help but reach out her hand and touch Zhou Qin's forehead. Strange, there is no fever. Why is he even talking nonsense? Jiang Wanqing muttered in a small voice. Zhou Qin came back to her senses. She smiled and hurriedly waved her hand, indicating that she was fine with it. Chapter 44. There really are martial arts. Are you sure? Jiang Wanqing was suspicious. Nodding his head, Zhou Qin's expression suddenly became serious as he said, Qing, there is something I feel the need to talk to you about. Go ahead. I'm listening. Jiang Wanqing smiled faintly. Zhou Qin picked up the water cup and took a sip of water, then said with a straight face, Qing, to tell you the truth, in this world, there really are supernatural things. For example, the martial arts forests inside the martial arts novels you just mentioned are actually real. We, in Huaxia, have a lot of martial arts masters. Of course, in modern times, they are called martial artists. Ah, Jiang Wanqing froze. The snacks in her hand fell to the ground without even realizing it, mainly because Zhou Qin's words were just too amazing, almost turning her worldview upside down. The 4 heavenly kings are the topmost powerhouses in this circle. They are similar to the ancient Zhang Daoling and Zhang Sanfeng kind of people, belonging to the true Taoist masters, and the onlookers simply can't understand how divine they are. Speaking of the 4 heavenly kings, Zhou Qin couldn't help but have a strong look of admiration on his face. That kind of character, she only knew his name, never had the honor to meet him. Since the 4 heavenly kings are so powerful, how powerful is Yi Chuan, who is a disciple of the evil doctor? Jiang Wanqing couldn't help but ask. Tilting his head to think, Zhou Qin said with some uncertainty, according to the division of strength in our Chinese martial arts forest, I should belong to the realm of a second-rate martial artist, and that Yi Chuan, at the very least, should be an absolute top martial artist, because he took out an internationally renowned assassin leader in front of me today. That assassin leader just happens to be an absolute top martial artist. This was still only Zhou Qin's conservative estimate, and she had a feeling that Yi Chen's strength might be far more than that. The supernatural one is very particular and clear about the hierarchy of strength. Taking the martial arts in China as an example, from low to high, There are third-rate martial artists, second-rate martial artists, first-rate martial artists, top 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 martial artists, kings, and ultimately, the land immortals. Yi Chuan was able to kill the half-immortal of the Jedi realm with a single strike. His own strength would never be lower than that of a Jedi martial artist, and it might even be higher. Thinking of this, Zhou Qin could not help but get excited. It was because she knew that Yi Chen was mostly a supreme martial artist. There are so many supernatural powerhouses in the world, and the ones who can reach the realm of extinction are very strong existences now. As for the absolute realm, such as the Chinese absolute martial artist, that is each sect or martial arts family of the town-level characters, the status is extremely high. The king, that is a party titanic figure. In ancient times, that is equivalent to the martial arts alliance, can command the world martial arts people, no one dares not follow. As for the four heavenly kings, they were all true land immortals, and when they raised their hands and threw their feet, they possessed the power to change the sky and the earth. Of course, there was another rumor in the world that the four heavenly kings had already surpassed the land gods and had become true immortals. However, Zhou Qin was not too sure about the authenticity of such claims. She was only a second-rate martial artist, so she naturally had no access to those kinds of secrets. After hearing you say so much, it seems like Yi Chen isn't very impressive. Jiang Wanqing stroked her glossy chin and said. Zhou Qin couldn't help but crow and laugh at his words. This isn't bullish? In our country, a Jedi martial artist is a very important talent, and Jedi martial artists are even rarer. Due to their even rarer numbers, if a Jedi martial artist agrees to join the official forces, they will immediately be summoned by certain bigwigs. To carry out missions, they could act beforehand and enjoy a variety of privileges. Of course, unarmed ordinary people definitely couldn't lay their hands on them. However, this is still amazing. You know, China is a country of rule of law. Even the most vicious criminals must be brought back and handed over to the court for trial. Private execution is not allowed. But none of these rules apply to Jedi martial artists. Do you think they are bullish? Bull. Jiang Wanqing nodded from the bottom of her heart. Zhou Qin said a whole lot. Of course she couldn't understand all of it, but some keywords she still heard clearly. For a while, Jiang Wanqing was a bit confused. Her head made a mess inside. Obviously, she needed time to digest this information. Zhou Qin, however, didn't care about that much as she continued. Our battle sword's Grand Captain Qin Chao is only an overwhelming martial artist. If Yi Chen could agree to join us, Captain Qin would in all likelihood immediately give up his position, the heir of the heavenly evil doctor. No matter where he goes, he will be the object of the crowd's admiration. Is this guy really that much of a stretch? Jiang Wanqing's eyes glazed over. She really couldn't connect that colorful man with the dragon among men in Zhou Qin's mouth. Not bad, maybe I'm being a little conservative. Not to mention the strength, just the heaven-defying medical skills of the evil doctor lineage were enough to make all the major powers covet. And the supernatural forces formed by the Chinese government were certainly no exception. Not to mention the strength of the heavenly evil doctor's heir was extraordinary. Such a talent, if he did not join the officialdom, it would definitely be a great loss for the country. Okay. Jiang Wanqing nodded plausibly. She turned her head to look out the window, while her gaze became a little distant for a moment. Zhou Qin did not notice Jiang Wanqing's unusual state in the slightest. She was still immersed in deep shock. There was no talk all night. Early the next morning, Zhou Qin left. Jiang Wanqing took advantage of Zhou Qin's absence to personally cook a breakfast in the kitchen. After doing so, she hesitated for a moment, but still went to knock on Yi Duan's door. It didn't take long for the door to open with a creak. When she saw Yi Chen appear at the door wearing only a pair of fancy pants, Jiang Wanqing was startled. First wife, looking for me so early, is there something? Rubbing his eyes, Yi Chuan sleepily said, you're too much. Hurry up and put your clothes on first. Jiang Wanqing inclined her head and didn't look at him. Hearing Jiang Wanqing's words, Yi Chen couldn't help but scratch his head as he said with a strange look on his face, doesn't the pants I'm wearing count as clothes? Pants count as clothes? Jiang Wanqing glared back at him, but when she swept over the bulge underneath Yi Chen, she let out another shriek and looked away. Doesn't count? Yi Chuan was puzzled. On what grounds did pants not count as clothes? This was blatant discrimination. Of course it doesn't count. You put your clothes on for me and I'll talk to you about things. Jiang Wanqing's voice was a little shaky. Yi Chuan was helpless, originally thinking to continue back to sleep after listening to the matter, but as a result, Jiang Wanqing insisted that he put on his clothes. In that case, I'm afraid his return to sleep will be lost. What a pain in the ass. It's not the first time we've met with my brother, and we're making it so personal. Leaf Dust muttered in a small voice and turned around to head inside the bedroom. Chapter 45 Solved My Dad. Jiang Wanqing blushed in shame, and a shameful picture immediately surfaced in her mind when she was spoken to by Yi Chen. God, that's wicked. Jiang Wanqing couldn't help but shiver and almost gave up on her decision to call Yi Chen over for breakfast. But for the sake of her grand plan, she took a deep breath and finally relented. After about 5 minutes, Leaf Dust re-entered the doorway. He wore a pale yellow t-shirt on top and a pair of white sweatpants underneath, looking stylish and casual. Jiang Wanqing couldn't help but light up, not realizing that this guy's clothing was still quite good. "Come to my house for breakfast," Jiang Wanqing said at that moment squarely. "Ha, okay." Yi Chuan froze for a moment, then followed Jiang Wanqing back to her home, waiting for Yi Chen to sit down. Jiang Wanqing came to the kitchen and took out the 2 slices of bread she had made with fried eggs. "This is the breakfast I made especially for you." Handing over the breakfast, Jiang Wanqing's heartbeat sped up for no reason. Yi Chuan was a bit speechless. 2 slices of bread and 1 egg. This portion was not enough for him to stuff his teeth. And this bread that was handed over, it was blackened, so it couldn't have been toasted. Seeing that Yi Chen didn't answer for half a day, Jiang Wanqing thought that the breakfast he made was too ordinary, and at that moment, she got annoyed and said, "Love it or hate it, don't eat it and pull back." Growing up so big, the first time she made breakfast for a man, she never thought that she was actually disliked, which made Jiang Wanqing have a feeling of madness, and she couldn't wait to directly kick Yi Chuan out of the house. "Eat, eat, eat right away." Yi Duan hurriedly accompanied a smile. He took the 2 slices of blackened bread and swallowed hard, thinking in his heart, this shouldn't be food poisoning if you eat it. Sparing his amazing physique, he was also a bit terrified at this time, as he thought of the meal Qin Ningxian had made in the past, which seemed to be similar to this. Forget it, go out on a limb. Yi Chuan clenched his teeth, closed his eyes, and directly stuffed all the food in his hand in one stream into his mouth. He coughed uncontrollably, his face reddening, obviously choking. Yi Chuan also did not expect these 2 slices of bread to be so dry, but fortunately there was water right next to him, which saved him from being choked to death alive. Finally finished eating. "Let's go out and eat soup dumplings." Yi Chuan breathed a sigh of relief and looked as if he was relieved. "You asshole." Jiang Wanqing was annoyed and stomped out with a backhanded stomp. Yi Chuan's expression was truly exasperating. It was better not to eat it. First wife, why so violent? Yi Chuan deflated. He directly clasped Jiang Wanqing's jade foot, and then pulled it smoothly, bringing her soft body over. Yi Chuan hugged her and sat down on the sofa. One of his hands was extremely dishonest and actually directly covered a certain high ground. Jiang Wanqing was so humiliated that she wanted to knock down Yi Duan's thieving hands, but she realized that she was so tingly that she couldn't lift half of her strength, which made her helpless. "Don't take advantage of me," Jiang Wanqing gasped. Just the sound came out. Even she herself was shocked. Was the feverish sound really coming from her? "Take it from me, don't you? Women are creatures of the mouth. Saying no actually means yes." Yi Chuan heatedly smiled with an expression of "I understand you." His hand covering Jiang Wanqing's heights not only did not move away, but instead gently pinched it a few times, causing Jiang Wanqing's body to go soft and her eyes to become mesmerized. "You let go of me," Jiang Wanqing said weakly. She understood in her heart that if this continued, she was afraid that she would be raided by Yi Chuan today. Once a man was beastly, it was basically impossible to stop him with words. However, to Jiang Wanqing's some surprise, this time Yi Chen was obedient and actually really released her. "Tell me, first wife, what's the matter? I don't believe you've come to call me to breakfast on purpose." Yi Chuan was very smart and knew how to assess the situation. He sensed that although Jiang Wanqing fell softly in his arms, but inwardly there was still some resistance. "Eat some tofu, not a big problem, but if it is a bully, will definitely leave an extremely bad impression in Jiang Wanqing's heart, which is more than worth the loss." Therefore, he directly transformed into the appearance of a righteous man, and his temperament was indescribably transcendent. Seeing that Yi Chen was really abiding by the rules, Jiang Wanqing let out a long breath. When her mood completely calmed down, she then gritted her teeth and said, "As you know, my father has fixed a marriage for me, and the other party is that Haitian. You've seen him, he's massively annoying." Thinking of Haitian's Svenskam beastly appearance, Jiang Wanqing couldn't help but feel a wave of nausea inside her heart. Needless to say, there weren't many people left in the world that she could loathe so much. "You mean that idiot? As I recall, he threatened me, didn't he? Is he still pestering you? You tell me where his house is. I'll go over there right now and tenderize him to death." A cold light flashed in Yi Chen's eyes. Killing people was just nothing to him. Jiang Wanqing glanced at him and realized that Yi Chen didn't seem to be talking nonsense. He really did have the idea of killing someone. Jiang Wanqing was startled and hurriedly waved her hand and said, "That won't do. Killing pays for life. It's not worth it to lose yourself for a scum. Moreover, there are so many people chasing me, you can't get them all killed. What's not to like? Whoever dares to approach my first wife unsuspectingly, scrapping his 5 limbs is light." Yi Chen raised his eyebrows and said in a cold voice. Hearing Yi Chen's words, Jiang Wanqing felt speechless. She slapped her bare white forehead and said, You guy is getting more and more outrageous. Communicating with you is really tiring. He. Leaf dust hemmed and hawed. Jiang Wanqing cocked her head in thought for a moment, then said, actually, it doesn't have to be so troublesome. You just need to get my father's approval, and it should be a done deal. Yi Chen nodded his head and pulled Jiang Wanqing's hand and walked out. What are you doing? Jiang Wanqing had a strange look on her face. No, business first. What business? Jiang Wanqing became more and more puzzled. The corner of Yi Chuan's mouth picked up an evil smile, and he said rather bullishly, go find your father. Didn't you say that there would be no problem if you solved him? That's what the words say. Jiang Wanqing frowned. She always felt that there was something wrong with Yi Chen's tone. With a fine taste, Jiang Wanqing then reacted to the fact that it was the word solution that had gone wrong. It's okay for you to go and talk to him, but never move or hurt him, or I'm not done with you. Jiang Wanqing had a strong warning in her eyes. With the previous experience of his own eldest uncle almost being killed, Jiang Wanqing now expressed serious doubts about Yi Chen's reliability. Ha, of course not. That's my future father-in-law. Yi Chuan laughed, and without stopping his footsteps, he pulled Jiang Wanqing out of the door. Where exactly are you going? Jiang Wanqing asked with a frown. Go to school. It's a weekday. Don't you even have to work? Yi Duan said indifferently. What? It's almost 9 o'clock already? Geez, I've got classes to teach. Jiang Wanqing panicked. There were still 10 minutes left before her class started, but she was still at home. Even if she had legs, she wouldn't be able to make it to school in time. Chapter 46 Kai Kuan. Honey, I know you're in a hurry, but hold your horses for a moment, because haste makes waste. Leaf Dust smiled cheekily with a bitter look on his face. Twisting her head and glaring at him, Jiang Wanqing gritted her teeth and said, this hot tofu has to be eaten even if you don't eat it. You're with me. Go. Yi Chuan shrugged his shoulders. He had planned to go to the school, and it just so happened that he was on his way with Jiang Wanqing. I remembered that you have 3 classes today. Be honest with me. No escaping. Jiang Wanqing suddenly said coldly, with a hint of warning in her tone. Obviously, she didn't think that Yi Chen was that honest and would accompany her to class on her own accord. It's not necessary for class. Yi Chuan gave a dry laugh, and in his mind, he thought of several excuses to stall in an instant. Regardless, it's fine for him to go to school, but if he's going to be put in a boring class, that's never going to work. With that time, he might as well find more good-looking girls to talk to. Sitting in a classroom all day is a waste of time and life. Jiang Wanqing's face was full of cold smiles. How could she not see Yi Chen's inner little plan? Having been a classroom teacher for many years, for someone like him who wrote the words don't want to go to class on his face, Jiang Wanqing was able to see through them at a glance. Dream on. Go to class honestly for me. Jiang Wanqing grabbed Yi Chen's arm and continued to walk forward. When they came to the main road, the two of them took a car and rushed towards Jinling University. Ahem. First wife, we're already in the car. Can you let go of me? It's not like I'm going to run. Yi Chuan was quite helpless and got into the car. Jiang Wanqing still remained in the position of locking his arm back, giving him a sidelong glance. Jiang Wanqing didn't say anything, but she released Yi Chen's arm. The car sped on the road, because it missed the morning rush hour. Originally more than 20 minutes of driving, the driver master only used 15 minutes to arrive. Dropping a red ticket, Jiang Wanqing hurriedly got out of the car. Don't be in a hurry. First wife, you're already late anyway. It's not like there's any difference between being 5 minutes late and half an hour late, Leaf Dust said with a smile. Hearing this, Jiang Wanqing instantly became angry. If not for the half day of dawdling inside the home, where would she be late? Thinking of this, Jiang Wanqing huffed and puffed as she walked towards Yi Chen. Of course, her intention was to drag Yi Chen to the classroom with her. However, in the next moment, Yi Chuan smiled evilly and directly hooked her small waist. You, Jiang Wanqing just wanted to rebuke, but she couldn't say anything because a warm thing blocked her red lips. Wowo Jiang Wanqing was straight up human stupid. Her eyes glazed over. This guy is crazy. This is in front of the school. So many students and teachers. He dared to kiss himself? He doesn't want face. He wants it for himself. Jiang Wanqing struggled hard, but it wasn't much use. Only after kissing her until she was about to turn her back, did Yi Chuan show mercy and let go of her. So soft. Leaf Dust hemmed and hawed. You asshole. Jiang Wanqing looked annoyed and glared at Yi Chen. With this kiss, she was afraid that she would directly become the talk of the town after tea at Jinling University. Those guys who were watching the fun would surely spit on her like crazy for eating an old cow. The pressure of a teacher-student relationship is not something anyone can handle. If a man isn't an asshole, women won't love. Yi Chuan laughed badly. He had a look of entitlement on his face, obviously thick-skinned to a fault. Jiang Wanqing was helpless. She couldn't help but sigh. If you're like this, how can I meet people in the future? What's so unseemly about it? Isn't it a rare and normal thing for couples to show their love for each other? Yi Chen shrugged his shoulders. He didn't intentionally amplify his voice, but the teachers and students present heard his words. For a moment, the sound of breaking glass came from the hearts of over 90% of the boys here. Yes, they collectively fell out of love. Who would have thought that the goddess teacher they had adored for a long time would have long since married a man? God! Someone please grant me a noodle. I'm going to hang myself. A pimple-faced boy cried out sadly, with a look of mourning. The noodles aren't firm. Let me lend you a block of tofu. The other boy next to him said bitterly. Obviously, they were all a bit overwhelmed by this sudden news. Hearing the words of these people one by one in his ears, Yi Chen could not help but raise a smug smile on his face. Why do you keep talking nonsense? Who is married to you? There's not even a single word about us yet. Jiang Wanqing was a little milky. When she was faced with such a guy like Yi Chen who didn't want to take advantage of her at all times, Jiang Wanqing was really dumbfounded and couldn't say anything bitter. Sooner or later. First wife, aren't you going to class? Yi Chen raised her cell phone. The time on it showed that she was already 20 minutes late. Damn, confused by you again. Jiang Wanqing was frantic. She took a step and ran towards the school building. I'll wait for you in the classroom. If you dare to skip my class, you'll wait to flunk. Words filled with threatening intent came from the front, and Yi Chen shrugged his shoulders with a disinterested expression. With Jiang Qingzhang's ace in the hole, what was he afraid of failing? And taking a step back, was he, Yi Chuan, someone who cared about those credits? Stretching his back, Yi Chuan walked inside the school, but the direction was not towards the teaching building. Leaf Dust was bored and wandered around the school. Just as he had arrived on the Mirror Lake Island, a bone-chilling voice came from behind him. You're Yi Chuan? Yi Chen didn't turn his head back. As if he didn't hear that voice, he continued to walk forward, enjoying the scenery along the way. Humph, it's really as arrogant as Guko said. Seeing that Yi Chuan didn't pay attention to him, the man directly made a leap and jumped in front of Yi Chuan, blocking his way. Which head are you again? Yi Duan skimmed his mouth and disdainfully sized up the visitor. The man in front of him was around 35 years old or so, with a country face and a 5-centimeter-long scar on his right cheek that cut diagonally into the corner of his mouth. His eyes were fierce and his body was even more muscular and full of oppression. My name is Kai Cohen, and I came here today to ask you for advice. You injured my brother. You must give me an account. Kai Cohen's aura was astonishing, and the murderous aura on his body was released, making the temperature around him seem like it had dropped to a freezing point. Yi Dust was a little surprised. This Kai Cohen is really something interesting. Obviously never killed anyone, but still have this killing aura. Simply a different kind. What do you want to say? Yi Chen smiled faintly. He had already seen through this Kai Cohen's strength, located at the peak of the top martial artists, and was indeed not a good fighter. But facing himself, his strength like this was obviously not enough. Since we are both martial artists, naturally we will see the truth under our fists and feet. The face my brother lost, I will help him get it back, Kai Cohen said coldly. Chapter 47 My brother is here. Inexplicably, I don't even know which one your brother is. Yi Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes. Although he hadn't been off the mountain for a few days, he didn't know how many people's faces he had already slapped. As for this Kai Cohen's brother, he really didn't have the slightest impression. Kai Cohen's eyes were cold. In his opinion, Yi Chen's words were indeed a bit insulting. But just at that moment, another voice actually sounded from the side. This made Yi Chen a little surprised, knowing that on weekdays, very few people came over to this island. Finally, I've caught you. As this voice fell, a dozen people rushed over and surrounded Yi Chen and Kai Cohen. A man with a handsome appearance, but with a somewhat frail face walked out from the crowd. His gaze was cold and stared at Yi Chen, full of disdain and mockery. Boy, you sure know how to hide. I've been looking for you for days. This person was no other than Jiang Wanqing's nominal fiancé, Haitian. This, of course, I'm afraid no one else but himself will admit. You are? Leaf Dust looked confused. Seeing that Yi Chen looked like he didn't recognize him, Hai Tian was angry enough to say with a cold smile, Hai Tian, Qing's fiancé, as long as you promise me to stay away from her, I won't make things difficult for the two of you today. Saying that, Haitian glanced at Kai Cohen on the side. Obviously, he thought of Kai Cohen as Yi Chen's friend. Kai Cohen's face did not move, but in his heart, he scoffed. The guy he was going to teach a lesson to really does not seem to be a good person. Actually so heartless, even robbing other people's fiancé. Then if he did it later, wouldn't it be like doing justice for heaven? No promises. Yi Duan shook his head. Don't agree, right? If you don't agree, I'll beat you to agree. Brothers, give me a go. Waste this kid. I'll heavily reward you. Haitian roared. He had already given face, but the other party didn't want it, so it wasn't his fault for being vicious. After glancing at Kai Cohen, the corners of Yi Chen's mouth rose, revealing an evil smile. A bunch of idiots, and they dare to commit murder in front of my brother? It's too much of a disregard for him, isn't it? Yi Chen had a contemptuous look on his face, but it caused Kai Kuan to stare in disbelief. However, soon, he understood Yi Chen's meaning, and was trying to draw the woes to the east. Glancing disdainfully at Kai Kuan, Haitian snorted and said, "Is this the only guy with all 4 limbs? He's quite strong looking, but can he beat so many of my people?" As Haitian's words fell, the dozen or so thugs under his command each pumped their fists and glared angrily at Kai Kuan. "Get lost!" Kai Kuan shouted. Anyone who had a few mole crickets running around in front of them provoking them madly would not be happy. I'm afraid, not to mention Kai Kuan, such a social mixer. The temper is even more hot. By this group of people annoys, immediately will be angry. He didn't care if he was being used as a gun by Yi Chen. Anyway, a group of ordinary people were just a group of ordinary people. It wouldn't take much effort at all for him to waste them. Yo, the temper is quite explosive. A bit of fun. Today the brothers will educate you properly. Out of the mix. Just practicing muscles is useless. A dangling murderous youth spoke playfully. Before slamming his fist straight into Kai Kuan's head, Yi Duan's eyes widened. He had to say that he admired this youth's courage. An ordinary person who dared to swing his fist at a top martial artist. This guy was definitely the first one to open up the sky. Bump! That youth did not smash Kai Kuan's head, but instead was smashed in the chest by Kai Kuan's fist, and his whole body flew out like a cannonball, and stopped moving after twitching twice on the ground. Yi Chuan could really see that although Kai Kuan's punch didn't kill him, it broke at least 3 of his bones. Within 6 months, I'm afraid this murderous young man won't be able to leave the hospital. TSK. Yi Dus smacked his lips and watched this indifferently from the side. He had the means to make this youth recover immediately, but he wouldn't make a move because Yi Duan didn't want to be a holy mother. Some of the remaining people were still surrounding Yi Chen. However, seeing their companions being beaten, they immediately dropped Yi Chen and pounced towards Kai Kuan. Yi Duan touched his nose, a bit intolerant. Top martial artists faced ordinary people in an almost crushing stance, and no matter how many there were, the difference in quantity could never make up for the difference in quality. Without a doubt, everyone was put down by Kai Kuan. They had broken tendons and bones, and all of them were lying on the ground, howling miserably. Haitian's jaw dropped as he subconsciously took a step back. Yi Chen, this brother, was a bit too strong. The most powerful figure within their family was nothing more than that. Roll or die. For concise words, but they were filled with a harsh and appalling killing aura. Haitian didn't doubt for a second that if he lingered any longer, this terrifying fellow would step in and do himself in on the spot. Without further hesitation, Haitian led the way. However, before he left, he glanced sinisterly towards Yi Chen, his meaning self-evident. Yi Chen's brows wrinkled, and he had the urge to immediately finish off Haitian, but in the end, he still resisted the idea. After all, this was at school. Killing someone would be equally troublesome for him, and the district was a second-generation ancestor. He didn't care at all. If he liked to play, then he would play with him more. The annoying fly is gone. Now isn't it time to settle our score? Kai Kuan's face was ice-cold as he stared at Yi Chen. What's the account between us? Yi Duan had a curious baby look on his face. Injuring my brother and using me as a gun. Do you take me, Kai Kuan, to be a mud man without a temper? Kai Kuan shouted angrily. He took a step and walked towards Yi Chen. Although his pace was not fast, with every step, the murderous aura that condensed on his body became heavier. By the time he walked to a position 5 meters away from Yi Chen, the overwhelming killing aura had completely enveloped Yi Chen's figure. At this moment, if it were anyone else, even if a first-class martial artist was here, I'm afraid that he would be oppressed by this murderous aura to the point of collapsing on his knees. But what kind of person was Yi Chen? He just smiled faintly, as if a fresh breeze was blowing on his face. The wind volume is quite large. With you in the house, there's no need to buy an electric fan, Yi Duan said lazily. Seeing that Yi Chen looked as if he didn't put him in his eyes, Kai Kuan suddenly burst into a rage. I'm going to kill you, Kai Kuan roared. It's a beautiful thought, but with my brother here, there's no way he'll let you get away with it. Yi Duan skimmed his mouth, signaling him to look at his left side. Kai Kuan froze for a moment, then subconsciously glanced to his left. Who are you? Kai Kuan was startled in his heart, his gaze blazing as he stared at the visitor. With his strength, he actually didn't notice the other party's arrival at all, so it was obvious that the other party was extremely strong and was still above himself. The person who came was a young man with a trench coat and sunglasses, and when he saw that it was really Yi Chen, the man immediately removed his sunglasses, revealing a look of ecstasy. Kai Kuan's eyes flashed with a cold light. The other party did not take care of him, but he did not dare to have an attack, because he had a feeling that this person was at the very least a supreme martial artist, and the probability was that he was not an opponent. Chapter 48 Creepy Doctor. Chow, how did you find this place? Yi Chuan was filled with surprise. If Zhou Qin was present, he would definitely be able to recognize that this youth, who Yi Chen called Chao, was clearly Qin Chao, the first captain of their battle sword. At this time, Qin Chao completely did not have the same iron face and cold-bloodedness that he had when he was at the training base. Instead, he had a face of excitement, and seeing each one was as if he had seen his idol. Listening to the report from my men, they said that a young expert came out of Jinling City and beheaded the 7th king of the human world. Horse half immortal. I thought who was that capable, but it turned out to be you. Guile Doctor. Creepy Doctor. This codename made Yi Duan somewhat memorialized. It had really been a long time since he had heard someone call him that. Now you know? Go on. Help me get rid of that big guy, and then we'll get drunk together. Yi Duan laughed. Seeing his former comrade in arms, his mood became incomparably good. No drunkenness is exempted. I'm abstaining from alcohol right now. Qin Chao scratched his head and laughed heatedly. As for getting rid of that guy, it's not easy. Saying that, he looked his gaze towards Kai Koen and couldn't help but snicker. I've seen quite a few people who don't measure themselves these days, but this is the first time I've seen such a Pushin, a top martial artist who dares to challenge you. Guile Doctor, I have to admire you. You're still as talkative as before. Leaf Dust glared at him. Hey, Dr. Creepy, do they know that you came down the mountain? Qin Chao suddenly asked. Yi Chen froze, then shook his head and said, of course not. I still want to live a few years of peace and quiet. Let this group of livestock know that I've come down from the mountain. They won't be able to annoy me to death. Then do you mind if I inform back the news of your descent? Qin Chao was looking forward to it. If that happened, he would be considered to be guilty of his crimes and could return to that organization. Coldly sweeping a glance at Qin Chao, the small boat of friendship overturned at the drop of a hat. Yi Chen said in a threatening tone, if you dare to say anything, I'll make you shut up forever. Qin Chao, just saying that you're going down the mountain isn't even an option? Qin Chao was a bit undeterred. Not a single word can be said. With their ability, as soon as you say that I've come down the mountain, they'll know that I'm here in the next second. Yi Chen said with a cold smile. Alright then. Qin Chao nodded helplessly, but the moment he did so, his eyes rolled in their sockets. Yi Duan captured this detail very keenly. He coldly grunted. Don't think of anything crooked. As long as they know about me coming down the mountain, I'll default to what you said and will immediately run to Battle Blade to fix you. Qin Chao, good fellow, one's own plan has not yet been implemented, and it is directly dead in the womb. I haven't seen you in a few years, but the trickster doctor has gotten a lot smarter. The two of them had a word for each other, without putting Kai Koen in their eyes. Even if he knew that there was a chance that he was no match for this trenchcoat man, Kai Koen couldn't help but burst into a rage. From the bottom of society all the way up to the present point, now the road brother which see him, not respectfully shouted a Koen brother, being ignored in such a magnificent manner. This made Kai Koen unable to accept it and became more and more violent and brutal. Shut the up. With a ferocious light flowing from his eyes, Kai Koen let out a violent cry before rushing straight towards the two. Annoying guy. Yi Chen didn't move. Qin Chao moved. His body was like a dragon, appearing in front of Kai Koen in an instant before slamming his fist out. Kai Koen's complexion was aghast. Not daring to be slow, he similarly swung out a fist to meet Qin Chao's fist. Bump! There was a muffled sound, and between the contact of the fists, there was a wave of air visible to the naked eye that rolled backwards in all directions. Kai Koen was knocked back, and his entire body retreated all the way to the edge of the lake before barely stopping. Peak Jedi martial artist. Kai Koen looked appalled. With ordinary supreme martial artists, he still dared to put up a fight. Not that he didn't have a chance of victory. However, if he were to be replaced by an existence at the peak of a Jedi martial artist, then there would be no suspense whatsoever, and with his current strength, there was no way that he would be an opponent. That kind of existence, half a foot had already stepped into the ranks of the Absolute, and their strength was unfathomable. You can't even beat me, and you dare to challenge the trickster doctor? You're afraid that you don't want to live. 5 years ago, I couldn't block 3 of his moves, and 3 years ago, I was put down by one of his moves. Now, I directly can't even probe his bottom line. Ridiculous for you, a top martial artist, to dare to pop up in front of him, thanks to his temper becoming much better. Otherwise you would have become a corpse long ago. Qin Chao said coldly as he looked at Kai Koen, his gaze filled with contempt and disdain. A top martial artist only, still dared to show off in front of them, not to mention that their own level was still above this Kai Koen. Even if they were in the same realm, it would be effortless to pack up, because their strength wasn't something that came out behind closed doors, but rather a real breakthrough in promotion between life and death wandering. If they were to talk about combat power, they could be called undefeated at the same level. I concede defeat. I admit that I am not your opponent. May I tell you your name and origin? Kai Koen took a deep breath and said with some frustration, almost the same age. He actually lost in one move, which made Kai Koen somewhat unacceptable. Qin Chao. It's not convenient to talk about the words of origin. Xin Chao said indifferently. Although the secrecy of the war knife was not as strict as the organization he was in before, not everyone was able to know of its existence. This social mixer in front of him was obviously not qualified to know about the existence of the war knife. You go away and tell that what's-his-name lousy brother of yours not to mess with me in the future. In case he annoys me, even the God of heaven will not be able to save him when he comes. Yi Chen said expressionlessly. That's right, under the heavens, there's no one that Guile Doctor dares not kill, Xin Chao added from the side. Hearing the words of the two, Kai Kuan's heart shook as he hurriedly nodded his head. I know, don't worry, I'll restrain them. It's fine if you don't restrain them, but I can't guarantee their life or death. Yi Chen's voice was indifferent, as if it did not contain any emotion. He flicked his fingers and a strong wind flew out from his fingertips, hitting an old acacia tree not far away. With a click, the old acacia tree instantly split apart and fell to the ground, raising dust in the sky. Seeing this scene, Kai Kuan was dumbfounded and froze all over. He was afraid that he had gotten too much water in his head when he took a bath last night, so he dared to challenge such a scary guy today. True Qi was released externally and was as powerful as a steel cannon. Anyone who could reach this level was at the very least a supreme martial artist. A supreme martial artist at the age of a weak crown. Not to mention what his origins were. His own strength alone was enough to make the vast majority of martial artists submit. For a while, the eyes of Kai Kuan looking at Yi Chen changed. From the disdain and teasing at the beginning, it in turn turned into respect and fear. Xin Chao smiled faintly. He wasn't the least bit surprised by the strength Yi Chen had displayed. 3 years ago, he was a supreme martial artist, and nowadays, his realm would only be higher. And even if he wasn't a king, I was afraid that he wouldn't be too far off. The two hooked up and left, leaving Kai Kuan alone and frozen. It wasn't until the two men's backs completely disappeared that Kai Kuan came back to his senses, and he was surprised to find that his back was completely wet with cold sweat. Calming his restlessness down, Kai Kuan pretended to be fine and left the school directly. Chapter 49 Protecting the Little Wife. In a small restaurant, Yi Chen and Xin Chao were drinking to each other. As for what Xin Chao had said about quitting drinking, at this point, he had long since forgotten where he himself had gone. Who do you mean, Lin Mengru? When he heard about Xin Chao's purpose for coming to Jinling City, Yi Chen couldn't help but be a little surprised. This female doll, you recognize? Raising his eyebrows, Xin Chao keenly sensed Yi Chen's mood swings. Yi Duan nodded and took a bite before saying with a smile, of course, I've already internalized her as my little wife. I'll go. Are you serious? Xin Chao's eyes widened as he stared at Yi Chen. Yi Chen glanced at him and said with a bland expression, you know, I always say one thing and do another. Fart. 3 years ago you said you teach me 2 moves, and you haven't delivered until now, you big liar. Speaking of this, Xin Chao's face was full of grudges. If he had gotten 1 or 2 pointers from each one, he should have stepped into the ranks of the greats by now. That one was an accident. Yi Chuan laughed dryly, looking a little embarrassed. He hurriedly changed the subject and asked, by the way, why did the superiors ask you to protect Lin Mengru? Xin Chao's complexion was straight. When it came to the main topic, he naturally wouldn't be playful. Her father has a project cooperation with a government department, and this project, the Easting people have been craving for a long time. The leaders at the top are afraid that the Easting people are heartless and will go after Boss Lin's daughter. That is, Lin Mengru, so they specially assigned me to come and protect her for a while. It seems that the identity of the little wife is quite extraordinary. Yi Chuan laughed, then gazed at Xin Chao and asked strangely, where are they? None of them are free? Xin Chao naturally knew who this them Yi Chen was referring to. He shook his head and said, not sure. I haven't gone back for more than 2 years. So, but letting you protect my little wife, I'm a bit uneasy. Yi Chuan hemmed and hawed. Creepy doctor, what do you mean by that? Is it because you dislike me for being too weak? Xin Chao immediately looked dissatisfied. In that case, I'll contact Little Pepper in a while and have her come over to protect Lin Mengru. You dare. Yi Chen glared with both eyes and looked at Xin Chao with a threatening look. Xin Chao was full of concern and skimmed his lips. Don't you dislike my low strength? Little Pepper is stronger than me, so wouldn't it be just right to let her come? Hearing his words, the corners of Yi Chuan's mouth twitched slightly twice. He was messing around with him and he actually brought out Little Pepper in an attempt to suppress him. It was really too much. If you dare to say it, you're dead, Yi Chen viciously threatened. Xin Chao was not moved in the slightest, as he folded his hands together and put on the appearance of an enlightened master as he recited, Amat Ba Buddha, if I don't go to hell, who will go to hell? Yi Chuan had some egg pains. This guy Xin Chao had eaten this point of him and deliberately put on a look of a dead pig, so that he had no clue. When he thought of that beautiful maiden who was a small family member but acted in an unusually formidable manner, Yi Chuan couldn't help but shiver all over. If it was said that among that team, other than the vice captain, I'm afraid that this little chili pepper was the only one who could subdue Yi Chen. Of course, it wasn't because Yi Chuan was not as strong as her, but the other party's pugnacity really gave Yi Chuan an unrivaled impact. Alright, no more jokes. Anyway, no matter what, you can't reveal my news to little Pepper, or I'll fight you to the death. Yi Chen stared at Qin Chao with a serious face. They're so used to joking around with each other that there's no disconnect, much less flip-flopping. Ha ha, creepy doctor. I can't imagine that after so many years have passed, little Pepper is still that intimidating in your heart. Qin Chao laughed out loud. It's out of your hands. Leaf Dust twitched his nose and grunted. Qin Chao laughed even more. In his eyes, Yi Chen's appearance was undoubtedly exasperation. It really wasn't rare to see the heavenly sword trickster doctor's exasperated appearance. Creepy doctor, getting down to business. Since you said that Lin Mengyu is your little wife, it should be more than appropriate for you to be the one to protect her closely, right? Qin Chao hemmed and hawed, and it was obvious that he wanted to give the task of protecting Lin Mengru to Yi Chen. As the captain of the Warblade Brigade, he was naturally very busy right now. In order to fulfill the mission given by his superiors, he had sacrificed a lot and put off quite a few arrangements, but if Yi Chen agreed to take over, he would be just in time to go back and continue those arrangements. Alright, this task of yours, leave it to me, Yi Chuan said without hesitation. The task of protecting his little wife was given to him, as it should be. Great, Qin Chao was very happy. His own busy business was certainly true, but he mainly didn't want to be someone else's bodyguard. That kind of mission was so boring that it just wasn't the least bit challenging for someone like him. You owe me a favor, Yi Chen said indifferently. Ni Mei. Qin Chao was speechless. After not seeing him for a few years, he wasn't sure how the trick doctor's strength had grown, but in terms of shrewdness, it had definitely risen more than one level. It's okay enough to protect your own wife and actually ask him for favors. However, Qin Chao did not object. After all, this was originally his mission, and now that Yi Chuan was taking over, owing a favor was not wrong. The two of them talked for a while, and then Qin Chao left the place in peace. Anyway, with Yi Chen around, the task of protecting Lin Mengru was not something he worried about at all. Xuanma Bar, Kai Koan walked in with a cold face. Upon seeing Kai Koan's return, a yellow-haired gangster hurriedly greeted him. Next to him was the rich young man Li Xian who had pestered Lin Mengru many times. Quinn, how was it? Did you beat that kid to tears? The yellow-haired punk was full of color and didn't notice that Kai Koan's face was not right. Glancing at him, Kai Koan opened his mouth as he said coldly, Ma Fei Ah. Our brothers have known each other for 8 or 9 years. 8 years and 6 months. Brother Koan. Yellow-haired punk Ma Fei laughed. Kai Koan nodded. That's a long time indeed. Brother Koan. What's wrong? Did something happen? Ma Fei froze for a moment, clearly noticing that something seemed off about Kai Koan's state. Taking a deep breath, Kai Koan said in a chilling voice, the kid you offended is very strong. I'm no match. What? Even you're no match for Gon? Hearing his words, Ma Fei, as well as Li Xian next to him, were instantly creeped out. Kai Koan is a famous master in the underground world of Jinling. 11 years, never had a defeat. Did not think that today actually planted in the hands of a little-known kid. Listen to me, if you guys don't want to die, don't ever mess with him again. If you really piss him off, no one can save your little lives, Kai Koan said coldly. After he said that, he didn't even look at Ma Fei and Li Xian, and went off alone with a flourish. Chapter 50 Another Suitor. Yellow-haired gangster Ma Fei and Li Xian glanced at each other. Both could see the consternation in each other's eyes. What to do? Li Xian asked. What else can we do? Even Koan is no match for that kid, so of course he's already hiding as long as he can. Ma Fei shrugged his shoulders with a disinterested look on his face. He himself had no conflict with Yi Chen and was only temporarily called by Li Xian to back him up. Now that he knew that Brat was actually so powerful, how could he still think of making an enemy of him? Isn't this a case of the old man eating arsenic and living beyond his means? Young Li, I advise you that you'd better stop looking for trouble from him as well. The person that Brother Koan can't beat, your Li family can't afford to mess with in 9 out of 10 cases. Out of kindness, Ma Fei reminded. Li Xian didn't say anything, only his face was a bit cloudy. With a faint smile, Ma Fei got up and left. The words were already there. Whatever choice Li Xian would make next had nothing to do with him. Anyway, in the future, it would be fine as long as he and his brothers no longer messed with Yi Chen. Jinling University, in a certain study room, Lin Mengru looked out the window, looking a little dazed. For some reason, whenever she was free, a cynical figure always appeared in her mind. I shouldn't have fallen in love with that hateful guy. Lin Mengru couldn't help but feel a little worried in her heart. Although he is quite handsome and gives her full security, the womanizing problem is really a bit too much for her to bear. In front of her, calling someone else's first wife, making her look like a mistress. She doesn't want to lose face. Big bad egg. Lin Mengru ground her teeth for a while. Mengru, Come out quickly, Luo Xiao is looking for you. A female student stood at the entrance of the study room and shouted to Lin Mengru. In an instant, everyone raised their heads and looked at Lin Mengru. Lin Mengru came back to her senses, and when she heard this girl's words, she instantly furrowed her brows, feeling an incomparable headache. Here we go again. A nuisance comparable to Li Xian, the son of Vice President Luo of Jinling University. After 2 days of silence, he's here again. Lin Mengru got up and left the classroom, not for any other reason. She was worried that lawless nobleman would barge into the study room and disturb other people's studies. Manru, I love you. Please go out with me. Every day from now on, I will love you more than the day before. A young man with a shaved mohawk and a suit appeared, holding flowers in his hands as he arrived in front of Lin Mengru. Under the gaze of the onlookers, he directly knelt down on one knee and said to Lin Mengru with a face full of deep emotion. Gosh! Lin Mengru covered her head. Her head was cracking. Luo Feng, how many times have I told you that I don't like you? Can't you just leave me alone? Lin Mengru said helplessly. She really can't stand this look of Luo Feng a little bit. Li Xian, no matter how rogue he is, at least he looks like a normal person. But Luo Feng is not. At first glance, it is simply a non-mainstream thug. For such a person, Lin Mengru didn't have any good feelings anyway, let alone being the other party's girlfriend. Mengru, I'm devoted to you, can't you give me a chance? Luo Feng didn't die. He looked up at Lin Mengru. The expression on his face was so subtle that he couldn't even describe it in words. Lin Mengru stood still, indifferent. No, I have a boyfriend. In order to completely cut off Luo Feng's thoughts, Lin Mengru had no choice but to once again bring out Yi Chen as a shield. What? This can't be. Who is it? Is it that Li Xian? Hearing Lin Mengru's words, Luo Feng directly stood up. He threw away the flowers and grabbed Lin Mengru's shoulders with both hands, his face full of scorn. There is clearly the beginnings of a failed courtship and a hatred born of love. Lin Mengru couldn't help but let out a cry of pain as she was pained by his grip. She stepped back, trying to escape Luo Feng's clutches, but Luo Feng could not let her have her way, since he had already said it, so he didn't pretend to be a gentleman. It's just a woman. He's got his eye on her. Can she still escape him? Just as Luo Feng was gloating and about to grab Lin Mengru, a silhouette fell into the field and appeared in front of Lin Mengru. Dare to pester my little wife. Let's see if I don't waste you. An icy voice rang out, causing Lin Mengru to shudder. Immediately after that, touch, with a muffled sound, Luo Feng was kicked out and rolled several times on the ground before coming to a stop. The surrounding students were dumbfounded. No one had expected that a good confession would turn out like this. Look at where the kick hit. Will Luo Feng still be able to stand up? The male compatriots present doubted it. Leaf dust. In her heart, cursing was cursing, but when she saw Yi Chen again, Lin Mengru still felt very elated. Kicking Luo Feng away, Yi Chen didn't bother with him anymore. Instead, he came to Lin Mengru with a smiling face. What do you want? You. Without waiting for Lin Mengru to finish her sentence, Yi Chen directly opened his hands and gave her a big hug. Little wife, I haven't seen you in 6 years. You've missed me. Leaf Dust looked like he hadn't seen him for a long time and missed him. You let go of me. Lin Mengru's cheeks blushed slightly as she hurriedly pushed Yi Chen away. Annoyed, she said, who is your little wife? And what's 6 years of absence? What are you babbling about? Yi Duan smiled playfully and replied in a serious manner. A day without seeing is like 3 autumns. We haven't seen each other for 2 days. Doesn't it happen to be 6 years? As for who is my little wife, who else but the youthful beauty of you? Hearing Yi Chen compliment her beauty, Lin Mengru was delighted in her heart, but her face was still cold. Don't joke around. You have MS. Jiang, what are you doing messing with me? Lin Mengru said with an indifferent face. Huh, little wife, are you jealous? Yi Chen gave her a surprised look, then righteously said, MS. Jiang, I want it. You, I want it too. You're both my wives. It's not a conflict. You. Lin Mengru was infuriated in her heart and viciously gouged out Yi Chen. This stupid straight man, can't he even cheer himself up? Moreover, saying such things in front of so many people, making her look like a mistress. How could she live in this school in the future? Mengru, this guy is a sea king, don't let him fool you. At this time, Luo Feng, who had been kicked away by Yi Chen, finally climbed up. He staggered over, his eyes staring at Yi Chen with anger and fear. It's none of your business if we fight as a couple? Yi Chen disliked him nonchalantly. Luo Feng was choked. He took a deep breath and a hint of resentment flew across his eyes. This brother, since you already have another woman, how about letting me have Lin Mengru? My family has plenty of tickets, so I won't let you suffer anyway. Not letting me take a loss? How much can you offer then? Yi Duan's eyes lit up. He didn't expect that coming over to accompany his little wife to nag and nag, he could actually encounter such a good thing. Seeing how quickly Yi Chen agreed, Luo Feng couldn't help but freeze for a moment, but he quickly reacted with a big grin on his face. 500,000. Luo Feng stretched out 5 fingers, but his heart was filled with contempt and disdain. Chapter 51 Going and Returning. $500,000. You're hitting on a beggar? Is Manhwa worth that much? Yi Chen skimmed his mouth and stared at Luo Feng with the look of a poor man. Upon hearing his words, the surrounding students who were watching the scene burst into a chorus of taunts, all casting a look of contempt toward Yi Chen. There was no one else for this guy to say such heartbreaking words in front of schoolgirl Lin. And how much are you going to ask for it? According to you? Luo Feng was not angry but pleased as he gazed coldly at Yi Chen. Food, lodging, growth, air breathing, floor wear, plus the fact that Manhwa herself is priceless. Yi Duan didn't know when he borrowed a book and started counting. Not long after, he raised his head and stretched out 2 fingers, full of seriousness, totaling 2,560,000. But seeing as you look like a pauper, I'll give you a discount. One price, 2,500,000. The crowd looked odd. This asking price, are you sure you're not cursing? Luo Feng was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. He had grown up so much and had been a rich second generation for so many years. It was the first time he had been described as poor and sour. However, when he thought that he would be able to double date with Lin Manhwa in a while, Luo Feng took a deep breath, forced down his inner anger, and raised a springy smile on his face again. Fishing out a gilt card from his pocket, Luo Feng threw it over with an arrogant face. He said lightly, "This card has $3 million in it. The first 6 digits of the password pi. You take it and get the hell out of my face." Yi Chen laughed, and after receiving the gilt card, he literally turned around and walked away, not even glancing at Lin Manhwa. You. Lin Manhwa's small face instantly rose to a purplish-red color, purely infuriated. This guy, why is he such an asshole? Throwing yourself away like that for a little money? Sending Yi Duan away. Luo Feng revealed a smile and once again returned to his previous gentlemanly appearance. He picked up the flowers on the ground and walked over to Lin Manhwa, saying with deep emotion, "Manhwa, I'm sorry, I was out of line just now. I apologize to you. I love you too much. Please forgive me for being rude and abrupt." Seeing that Lin Manhwa was not moved, Luo Feng then said, "Manhwa, you just saw. That man doesn't love you at all. Today I can spend a few $1,000,000 to make him leave your side. Tomorrow he meets a richer white beauty. He will still kick you away. I'm the only one who is devoted to you. Manhwa, be my girlfriend. I will make you happy for the rest of your life." He had a gentleman's smile on his face and spoke softly, as if he were a smitten prince courting his beloved princess. His look of sincerity immediately touched the hearts of many love brains present. Promise him. Someone started to cajole. There are those who lead, and then there are those who follow. For a moment, nearly 80% of the onlookers here chanted along. Such a voice grew louder and louder, causing Lin Manhwa to stifle a wave of annoyance. All shut up. Lin Manhwa drank. She turned her head to glare at Luo Feng and said coldly, "I still say the same thing. I don't like you. Please don't waste your time on me. Even if my boyfriend he has left me behind." In Lin Manhwa's opinion, the reason why Yi Chen had left was down to Luo Feng. Therefore, although Lin Manhwa didn't show too much obviousness on her face, deep inside, she loathed this Luo Feng. What? Luo Feng's face steeply became incomparably gloomy. Lin Manhwa's last words to him were nothing short of explosive killing. He did whatever he could, even going so far as to spend so much money, just to get Lin Manhwa in one fell swoop. But Luo Feng never expected that in the end. It was a basket of water, which made the extremely conceited him completely unacceptable. Right away, Luo Feng's eyes turned red as he stared viciously at Lin Manhwa, like he wanted to eat her in one gulp. "TSK, TSK, TSK, that's pathetic nah. I feel sorry for you." Just when the crowd thought Luo Feng was going to storm out again, a familiar voice rang out from the side with a touch of mockery. When the crowd looked for the sound, they could not help but stare, but it was Yi Chen who had gone and returned. However, unlike before, he was carrying a snakeskin bag in his hand, filled with money, and the splash of red that was revealed at the mouth of the bag made the crowd's eyes go straight. "Why are you back again? As a man, do you want to go back on your word?" Luo Feng narrowed his eyes. The rage and fury in his heart had already reached a critical point, and now that he saw Yi Chen coming back again, he really had the tendency to explode. The corners of Yi Chen's mouth rose as he waved his hand and said, "I didn't go back on my word. You told me to leave and I have indeed left. Anyway, you didn't say that I couldn't come back." The jaws of the students watching around them were staggered. Yi Chuan's bullseye drill. Just one word. Absolute. They looked at Luo Feng with a look of pity. Encountering such a rogue guy, I'm afraid that the $3 million he spent would be in vain. You were given the chance, but you're not good enough for it yourself, so it's not my fault, is it? Yi Duan continued to speak with an air of exasperation. Luo Feng was furious. The originally delicate features had all become somewhat distorted at this point. At this moment, even if he was stupid, he knew that he had been tricked by Yi Chen. The other party had never intended to break up with Lin Mengru from the beginning. It was just that he had misinterpreted his meaning and had properly become a clown. Go on, beat the out of him. Not caring about maintaining his fine image in front of Lin Mengru, Luo Feng was furious and only wanted to get Yi Duan to take out his anger. As Luo Feng's voice fell, quite a few youths dressed as students jumped out from the crowd. They were all lanky and tall, and as soon as they appeared, they directly surrounded Yi Chen. Yi Chen, Lin Mengru couldn't help but feel a little worried. Don't worry, little wife. These are just a bunch of dirt dogs. They can't hurt me yet. Sweeping a glance at these people, Yi Chen lazily said. Hearing such arrogant words, those youths, without exception, were all enraged. They let out a roaring unison and rushed towards Yi Chen. Dare to underestimate us, you must pay the price, one of them said coldly. However, as soon as he finished saying this, he was stared at by Yi Duan. Yi Duan directly slapped out and smacked him in a big then pocket. That youth couldn't dodge and let out a miserable scream. With a wow sound, he spat out 2 bloody teeth from his mouth, and half of his face was even more highly swollen, like a pig's head. Just now, you were the one who raised the most uproar. How dare you mess around and let my little wife be with this kind of scum? Beating you is not negotiable, Yi Duan coldly said. That youth was seething with anger, but he covered his cheeks and dared to speak. He was Luo Feng's man, and this time, he disguised himself as a student and mixed into the school to help Luo Feng achieve what he wanted. The uproar was naturally necessary, but he didn't realize that because of this, he would be beaten by the other party. Chapter 52. Knowing how to take stock of the situation. Seeing that Yi Chuan's stance was surprisingly so good, those youths froze in place, and all of them wimped out. What are you waiting for? Give it to me, Luo Feng roared. How come these people he shouted over are all unreliable contraptions? 7 or 8 people, surprisingly, were intimidated by a single person on the other side. I'll see who dares. Just when the atmosphere was a bit stagnant, an angry voice came from the side. The crowd froze as they saw a youth suddenly appear at the end of the corridor. With a cold face, he seized his steps and rushed to Luo Feng, directly slapping him out. Snap! Luo Feng couldn't dodge and solidly took this blow with his cheek. This change of heart straightened out the crowd. Many people widened their eyes and looked towards the visitor. When they saw that it was the school bully, Li Xian, who appeared, they all revealed astonished gazes. Why is this guy here too? Lin Mengru's complexion changed slightly as she stared at Li Xian in the field with some caution. In her mind, Li Xian's level of annoyance was completely no less than this Luo Feng. Marred, asshole Li Xian, you dare to hit me, do you want to die? When Luo Feng saw that the one who slapped him was his love rival, Li Xian, he immediately jumped up with a furious look on his face. Still doesn't seem sober. Li Xian smiled coldly and slapped again. However, this time, Luo Feng was prepared, and Li Xian's slap was easily dodged by him. You're crazy. Luo Feng's face was gloomy. There had indeed been friction between the two of them in the past, but because of their respective identities, they would both be restrained and would never go and tear each other apart. Li Xian's behavior today broke common sense and was absolutely abnormal. Old me isn't crazy. It's you that old me is beating, Li Xian said coldly. He charged at Luo Feng once again. A blistering shower of punches and kicks. Luo Feng's hands were busy, protecting his head, getting hit in the stomach, covering his stomach, and getting slapped hard a few more times. Anyway, a few minutes down the line, he was beaten by Li Xian to the point of crying. Are you all dead? Give it to me. Luo Feng was beaten to the point of holding his head, but still didn't forget to yell at the frothing youths. Those youths came back to their senses at this time. They looked at each other, threw down Yi Chen and surrounded Li Xian. Li Xian turned his head, his eyes glaring as he angrily shouted, "You bunch of trash! How dare you meddle in my affairs with him? Stand there honestly for me. No one is allowed to move without my permission." Those youths were shaken. They all knew Li Xian's origin, plus they were taken in by Li Xian's aura. They actually really stiffened in place, not daring to move anymore. Bunch of losers. Li Xian swept a disdainful glance at them before focusing on chasing Luo Feng again. Without chasing out much farther, Li Xian made a tiger pounce, caught Luo Feng, and pressed him underneath for a brutal beating. It was only until Luo Feng fainted that Li Xian let go of him. Dusting himself off, Li Xian stood out. He revealed a smiling face and came to Yi Chen's front. "Boss, this guy is not open-minded and dared to bully his sister-in-law. I've already stepped in for you and taught him a good lesson," Li Xian said as if inviting credit. Upon hearing this title from Li Xian, many people revealed a dazed expression. No wonder the other party laid down such a cruel hand. It turned out to have touched the bottom line of the harda, the boss's wife. Not to be deceived, this is a rule that people who mix with the society are defaulted. Of course, the mixed school ones are no exception. Lin Mengru stood on the side, a big question mark floating on her head. Only she knew exactly how deep the conflict between the two ran. Li Xian, who had been beaten by Yi Chen 3 times in a row, now shamelessly came over to call him his boss. What the hell is going on here? Her pair of beautiful eyes glanced back and forth at Yi Chen and Li Xian, as if she wanted to see through the secrets in them. When did I say you were a little brother? Why don't I know? Yi Chuan was surprised. Hearing Yi Chen's words, Li Xian subconsciously lowered his head. But soon, he raised his head again, a trace of firmness in his gaze as he gazed at Yi Chen. You're pretty smart. You know how to take stock of the situation. The corners of Yi Chen's lips lifted slightly. He was as meticulous as a hare, and as soon as Li Xian made a move, he gained insight into everything. I just don't want to involve the family, Li Xian said with a bitter smile. Yi Chen, what's going on here? Lin Mengru couldn't help but ask curiously. No big deal. Call your husband and I'll tell you. Yi Duan's eyes rolled and he stared at Lin Mengru with a smile. Lin Mengru's cheeks slightly reddened, and she snapped. Bad egg. You're taking advantage of me again. You love to say it or not. Puffing out her cheeks, Lin Mengru averted her head in a vain attempt to muddle through with petty emotions. Yi Duan secretly snickered. This approach might work for others, but for him, it couldn't possibly do any good. After a long time passed, seeing that Yi Chen really didn't let up, Lin Mengru couldn't hold it in anymore. Girls are sometimes more curious about certain gossip than cats. Reaching out and poking Yi Chen's arm with her jade finger, Lin Mengru looked at Yi Chen pitifully. Still, if you want to know what's going on, call out to your husband. Yi Duan heatedly laughed badly. Watching the goddess of his heart flirting with another man, Li Xian only felt bitter in his heart. However, for the sake of the family and his own safety, he did not have the slightest solution, and could only swing his sword to cut off the threads of love, and forcefully suppress this feeling. The two stalemated for a while, and in the end, it was Lin Mengru who couldn't keep her composure and compromised with Yi Chen. Hubby, Lin Mengru cried out in a glutinous manner. Oh, it's comfortable. Yi Chuan revealed an expression of pleasure, as if he had just eaten 9 watermelon hearts in a row. Come on, I want to know. Lin Mengru grabbed Yi Chen's arm and shook it vigorously. Anyway, she even shouted her husband, so it wasn't a big problem to pamper her again. Yi Chuan smiled faintly as he gazed at Li Xian and said, if I'm right, that Kai Kuan I met an hour ago should be somewhat related to you. You guys must have thought before that by relying on a top martial artist to step in, you would be able to defeat me and teach me a lesson. But you guys never thought that the proud existence behind you was actually no match for me. In that case, then, in order not to implicate your family, you can only come over to make amends to me in person. After all, if I were to become angry, your Li family would be doomed. I'm right, right? Leaf Dust revealed an inquiring gaze. Li Xian smiled bitterly and nodded. Boss is perceptive. Li Xian, admire it. That's not hard to guess, since it's not like I've offended anyone since I came down. Yi Chen shrugged his shoulders with an air of disinterest. At this time, Lin Mengru cocked her little head and suddenly interjected. You're that powerful? These words were said to Yi Duan. Of course, this was not questioning Yi Duan's stance, but rather curiosity. What means does he have to bring a huge family to ruin? Although the Li family was not considered to be the top family in Jinling City, their economic strength was not weak anymore, and at the very least, they all had billions of assets. To move such a family, even the Yin family, the most powerful family in Jinling City, would have to spend a great deal of effort. And Yi Chen spoke lightly, clearly not putting the Li family in his eyes. This mannerism made Lin Mengru feel very surprised. Could it be that this dangling fellow was really some hidden super-rich second generation? Chapter 53E. That's for sure. Who do you think your husband is? Second in the world. Yi Chuan arrogantly raised his head. Why are you the second? Lin Mengru blinked her eyes and asked with a curious baby-like expression. Cough. Hearing Lin Mengru's words, Yi Chen almost choked on his own saliva. Penis. Indeed. Isn't it talking about a certain part of a man's body? It's not the second. It's the second in the world. Yi Duan corrected seriously. Is there a difference? Lin Mengru asked with a crooked little head. Looking at Lin Mengru with a look of innocence, Yi Chen couldn't help but be stunned. Could it be that he had misunderstood? This girl, she really doesn't know what the hidden meaning of penis is. Thinking about it, he just coughed dryly and said, no difference. Then why are you the second? Lin Mengru continued to pursue the question. Yi Chuan was so depressed in his heart that he wanted to vomit blood. He wanted to tell Lin Mengyu what exactly his penis meant, but he was afraid of bringing down this simple girl, so he had to endure all this in silence. Although it's a bit humiliating, I have to admit that old fellow, my master, is a master of the arts and is stronger than me in every aspect. I'm not as good as him for the time being. Yi Chen explained with a face of egg on his face. Oh, Lin Mengru nodded her head as if she understood. They chatted here as if no one else was around, while Li Xian just watched without making a sound. Inside the gaze he was now looking at Lin Mengyu. That blazing fanatical flame no longer existed, and was replaced by a calm face. Li Xian had a number in his heart. Since he had chosen to recognize Yi Chen as his big brother, he must not have any more illusions about Lin Mengru. Otherwise, if this newly recognized ruthless big brother misunderstood, the fun would be great. Li Xian's change in demeanor was glimpsed in Yi Chen's eyes by his afterglow. Yi dust some surprise. This kid seems to be not so bad. Well, Li Xian, you asshole, hitting people without hitting their faces. I won't let you go. Luo Feng suddenly awoke, feeling the sharp pain coming from his face. He let out a hysterical hiss. With his face swollen like this, I'm afraid his handsome face, which he was so proud of, has been disfigured. Li Xian didn't even lift his eyes as he once again walked towards Luo Feng. In Luo Feng's horrified eyes, Li Xian kicked towards his head. Knock! Luo Feng's brain buzzed, pointing at Li Xian, unable to say a word, and fainted again, acting casually and decisively. A bit interesting, I like it. Yi Chuan smiled faintly. Please take me, boss. Hearing Yi Chen's words, Li Xian's heart was delighted. He hurriedly turned around and bowed down to Yi Chen. Yi Duan didn't say anything and stared at him for a while before revealing a smile. Get up. From now on, you're my Yi Duan's little brother. Thank you, boss, Li Xian said in surprise, with a smile on the corner of his mouth. Yi Chen continued, don't be in a hurry to thank me first, I still have something to say. What? Li Xian froze for a moment. To be my little brother, there are 3 rules that must be followed. First, you are not allowed to bully men and women. Second, you are not allowed to bully the old and weak. And third, you cannot look down on people with your dog's eyes. Outside of the 3 rules, if anyone dares to bully you, you tell me and I'll execute his 9 clans. Yi Chen's words were very plain, but the onlookers present felt an unprecedented coolness. To execute the 9 clans, isn't that a right and a means that only ancient emperors had? Li Xian couldn't help but be a little surprised. What exactly is this big brother that he just recognized? The tone is so big. Most of all, he looked at Yi Chun with a confident and full of confidence, obviously not joking, but really had that kind of ability and means. I understand, boss. I will definitely abide by these 3 rules. Li Xian responded with a solemn face. Yi Chen glanced at him and said indifferently, there is no need for you to be so formal. Just get along with me normally. Also, remember, don't call me boss in the future. I'm not a social mixer. Then what should I call you? Li Xian asked. After thinking about it, Yi Chuan said in a serious manner, I prefer people to call me master. Master Yi? Li Xian froze and subconsciously shouted, but then he couldn't hold it together, because the title sounded weird, in a super plus senior kind of way. Yi Chuan also didn't expect his surname to match this master to have such a great killing power. He shook his head and said, forget it, you'd better call me Brother Yi. That title sounds strangely uncomfortable. Okay, Brother Yi. Li Xian hurriedly changed his words. At the same time, he secretly slandered in his heart. The one who shouted Master Yi was him. What did Yi Chen have to be uncomfortable about? Any way you look at it, he should be the one to suffer. Give me your phone. If this guy wakes up and comes after you, just let me know and I'll go talk to his old man. Yi Duan said carelessly, not putting Luo Feng and his old vice principal in his eyes in the slightest. Li Xian gave out his cell phone number. Then Yi Chen dialed it. Alright, things are settled. Yi Chuan stretched his back. He looked at Lin Mengru and said, little wife, are you free? Accompany brother around? Lin Mengru's eyes immediately lit up, and she could be said to be very interested in Yi Chen's proposal. It was important to realize that she hadn't been out of the school for a long time because of the young assassin earlier. The day-to-day dormitory teaching building 2.1 line life make her almost moldy. Now that she was accompanied by Yi Chen, she didn't need to worry about her safety at all, and could go out and have a good time. However, plans couldn't keep up with changes, and just as the two were about to leave, Lin Mengru's cell phone rang. Who? Leaf Dust frowned. My dad. Lin Mengru made a silent gesture and then picked up the phone. After a 2-minute phone call and hanging up, Lin Mengru spat out her tongue and showed a hint of an apologetic look to Yi Chen. It's just as I thought. My dad called me back to the house, so you might as well spin alone. After saying that, she spread her feet and ran outside, fearing that Yi Chen would catch up. Yi Chen was a bit depressed, but he didn't chase after him again. Those secretly hidden bodyguards, although their strength is not good, but they are good at shaking people fast enough. If Lin Mengru was in danger, Yi Chuan believed that those bodyguards would be able to contact him in the first place. Lin Mengru went home. Yi Chen touched his nose and also took a step to leave the place. He wandered around inside the campus for a while and found it really uninteresting, so he cocked his head and walked in the direction of the school building. Instead of wandering around stupidly and blindly a few times alone, it would be better to go to the first wife Jiang Wanqing. Taking out his cell phone and checking the class schedule, Yi Chuan's eyes lit up. Yo! It seems that it just happens to be Jiang Wanqing's class. The purpose was already clear. Yi Chen accelerated forward and went straight to the classroom where the lesson was held. Chapter 54 Brother is just a legend. Inside the classroom, Jiang Wanqing was taking a lesson. Yi Chen didn't even make the most basic report and directly swaggered in. The corners of Jiang Wanqing's eyes twitched slightly, and her face darkened a bit as a nameless rage ran straight to the top of her heart. This guy skipped class. Just skipped, halfway through the class. Now come back, what is the meaning? And so arrogant. The students in the class looked at each other in dismay. They all admired Yi Chuan to the fullest. The one who skipped class openly and still dared to come back. This person was definitely the first one. Mr. Yi Chuan, do you still have me as a teacher in your eyes? Can't you even shout a report before entering the classroom? Jiang Wanqing held back her anger and said, I will. Leaf Dust rubbed his head with a silly face, then he walked outside the classroom, his body standing straight. With a shout, report! First wife, can I come in now? Seeing that Jiang Wanqing didn't move for half a day, Yi Chen weakly asked. Boom! The class is shocked. Everyone was in an uproar, their eyes as wide as brass bells. They weren't shocked by Yi Chen's boldness right now, but the first wife that Yi Chen shouted, which confused the crowd. How could a hangdog student be involved in that kind of relationship with their beloved goddess teacher? There must be something wrong with their collective hearing. In a corner of the lower right corner of the classroom, Li Ming had his hands propped up on the desktop, resting his fleshy chin as he surveyed Jiang Wanqing on the podium and Yi Chen at the doorway, and he revealed a look of determination. Previously, Yi Chen had told him that Jiang Wanqing was his woman, and at that time, Li Ming still didn't believe it. Now that seems highly credible. Jiang Wanqing's face turned red as she secretly gritted her teeth, her bright eyes glaring viciously at Yi Chen, itching to eat him. This guy really didn't have a clue. Calling her first wife here. I'm afraid he was trying to embarrass her on purpose. Yi Dust scratched his head, a confused look on his face. Had he said something wrong? Otherwise, why would Jiang Wanqing stare at herself with such a cannibalistic gaze? Load. Keep loading. Jiang Wanqing sneered in her heart, and this guy knows not a day or two. Just now if it is not intentional. She Jiang Wanqing 3 words written upside down, but the most important thing at the moment was what excuse should be made to gag these students. You know, college students are the best at gossiping, and if you don't explain what's in front of you, there's no guarantee that some kind of doggone scandal will come out. Seeing Jiang Wanqing ignoring himself, Yi Chen shrugged his shoulders and once again walked in on his own. Instead of taking his seat, he walked to the podium. Yi Duan had a smile on his lips as he swept over the crowd. Suddenly a hand wrapped around Jiang Wanqing's waist and said with a face full of dejection, I didn't expect it, guys. Your goddess teacher actually had a master long ago. I am her fiancé, Yi Chuan. As for why I became her student, this is confidential, so let's not speculate any further. With a hefty smile, Yi Duan added. Hearing Yi Chen's explanation, Jiang Wanqing reacted, not bothering to give Yi Chen a blank stare. She hurriedly followed Yi Chen's words. Since the matter has been spelled out, I won't hide it from everyone. What Yi Duan said is true. The elders of our two families are family friends and fixed this marriage for us. I didn't say anything before because I was worried about the bad effects if it came to light, so I'll ask all of you to keep it a secret for us. Jiang Wanqing's words caused the male compatriots who were still harboring a hint of fantasy to collectively collapse. They couldn't accept that their goddess teacher had just become someone else's wife. And what's most heartbreaking is that the man is also in their class. Oh my god, this isn't real. So Mr. Jiang had a boyfriend a long time ago. I'm so sad. Ooh. Some of the boys broke down in tears in the classroom, announcing on the spot that they had lost their love. This world is so unfair. How can a flower as beautiful as MS Jiang be stuck in pig manure? Why not stick it in a pile of cow dung like me? A skinny boy with a face full of acne cried out. The crowd crowed and laughed and all heard his words, describing himself as cow dung, when Yi Duan described him as pig dung. This guy's analogy was really absolute. Yi Duan had a black face and pointed at the boy who spoke with a puff of anger. He gritted his teeth and said, Who are you calling pig? Your whole family is pig. Come up to the podium. I want to fight you one-on-one. Really handsome? Do you like the front or the back? The skinny boy suddenly looked surprised, but then he gave a squirmy look and said, But there are too many people here, eh? I'm a bit put out. The inside of the classroom was suddenly quiet, and everyone's mouths were wide open as they swept back and forth between Yi Chen and him in a dazed manner. After a brief moment of silence, the classroom erupted in an explosion of shocked laughter. Yi Chuan almost fell head over heels on the podium, blowing up for the first time he spoke. Who can afford to eat this? He picked up the insoles at his feet and was about to rush over and give the boy a few hard hits. In the end, though, he held back. Honey, I knew you couldn't spare me. The boy looked touched. A man stumbled on the soles of his feet, and Leaf Dust scratched his head. Shut up or I'll finish you off right now. Yi Dust gritted his teeth and said, really disgusted. That boy had wanted to speak, but when he met Yi Chen's icy gaze, he instantly quieted down. After all, it's not easy to find like-minded people these days, and it's not easy to cherish them. Leaf Dust naturally didn't know that under that acne man's powerful comprehension, His warning look had changed flavor again. If he had known, he would have recklessly rushed over and slapped the other party unconscious, saving him the trouble of staying here to diaphragm him. Forget about this guy. I'll treat everyone to dinner today. 2 bean paste buns each, Yi Duan said to the students on the stage. The crowd cried and laughed. They thought Yi Chen was going to treat them to some big meal, but it turned out to be this. 2 buns per person. Or bean paste. Just don't be stingy. Yi Chen scratched his hair. There was no way around it. Who made him too generous? After a few days of giving away hundreds of millions of dollars, instead, they have little money left on themselves. Alright, don't joke around. Time is running out. Let's continue the lesson. Yi Chuan, be honest, find a seat and just don't make any noise. Jiang Wanqing rubbed her temples. She was really tired from this lesson. Not only her body was tired, but her heart was even more tired. Understood. With a solemn expression, Yi Chuan lightly stomped his foot twice and made a frog salute. Jiang Wanqing was speechless, but seeing that Yi Chen then walked off the podium, she didn't say anything more. As long as this guy didn't continue to make trouble, Yi Duan swept around and found that he basically didn't recognize any of the students in this classroom. He had no choice but to sit next to Li Ming. At least this little fatty seemed nice. Boss, you're amazing, a model for my generation. Little fatty Li Ming came over his head with a look of adoration. Yi Chen said indifferently, don't be infatuated with brother. Brother is just a legend. Chapter 55 Tradition cannot be lost. Legend. Take me as your disciple and teach me how to pick up girls. Little fatty Li Ming said with an envious face. Obviously, he admired Yi Chen's skill in picking up girls. Yi Chen twisted his head to look at him with a deep gaze, and suddenly sighed, shaking his head. I may not be able to teach you. Why can't you teach? Boss, you only need to teach me 1 or 2 moves. I'm not greedy. Li Ming hurriedly said. Yi Chen looked out the window, his gaze deepening. He sighed quietly, because you don't have my stunningly handsome face, it doesn't matter if I teach you more. Unless you go on a trip to the coconut country. Oh no, it's a trip to the stick country, and then come back to lose weight. Then I can pass on 100 tested secret for picking up girls. What? Li Ming was curious. Yi Chen shook his head and said with some regret. This is an exclusive secret. You don't deserve to know it in your current state. Whoa. Li Ming directly compared an international gesture. How could he not understand that Yi Chen was deliberately burying him? Taking out his cell phone, Li Ming opened the confession wall account of Jinling University and prepared to eat a wave of melons. Ha! Li Ming froze, and topping the confession wall was a very hot post. This post immediately attracted Yi Chen's attention, causing him to be curious for a while. Li Ming directly clicked in. A title that caught his eye. The principal's son was beaten up. Years of school bully recognized his big brother. The mysterious young man made a move to capture the heart of the school flower. Pull the post down and a whole bunch of pictures and extensive text notes appear below the title, detailing the cause, the course and the outcome of the incident. Boss, look at this person. Why does he look so much like you? Li Ming pointed to a photo on his cell phone screen and zoomed in to compare it with Yi Duan. Yi Chen instantly said angrily, is there a possibility that this is me? Nanny? Little fatty had a shocked face. He compared them again and again, and only then did he believe Yi Chen's words. He said in surprise, Boss, you're really great. Having a goddess teacher and getting so close to schoolgirl Lin. Yi Chen lowered his head and ignored him, but his face was extremely ugly. With a movement in his heart, Li Ming instantly understood Yi Chen's worries. This post was so highly viewed on the confession wall, exposing the relationship between him and Lin Mengru. If Jiang Wanqing saw it, one could imagine the consequences. These assholes, with such low pixels on their cell phones, they're still playing peekaboo like other paparazzi, taking such a muddy picture of me. How else can people see my handsome face? If someone rumors behind my back that I'm a big dinosaur, wouldn't that be a great injustice? The more Yi Chen thought about it, the more angry he became, and he couldn't help but let out a thunderous roar. The entire class was startled and looked over to Yi Chen's side. Mr. Yi Duan, in my class, please keep quiet. Jiang Wanqing knocked on the podium and said with some annoyance, this guy can't keep quiet for a few minutes, and now with this whole thing, how can she continue with this class? Leaf Dust hemmed and hawed and hurriedly compensated with a smile. He was sitting upright, as if he had become a good boy. Li Ming was filled with speechlessness. This guy's change of face was really fast. Moreover, Yi Chen's words just now almost didn't burn his CPU. Shouldn't the average person reading this post be worried that their proper fiancé will be pissed off if she sees it? But Yi Duan was good, and actually felt that the other party's sneak peek was too blurry, covering his handsome face. This kind of odd logic made Li Ming momentarily unable to tell who had the problem. Boss, are you really not worried at all about your sister-in-law seeing this post? Li Ming couldn't help but ask in a small voice. Worried about what? Afraid she'll see me getting close to my little wife? Yi Duan had a strange look on his face and asked a rhetorical question in passing. Isn't it traditional for a man of ability to have 3 wives and 4 concubines? He looked like he was taking it for granted. And directly straight away Li Ming wouldn't be able to straighten it out. 3 wives and 4 concubines? Tradition? This girl is not ancient times, but still engaged in this set. Not by the crowd of saliva drowned only strange. Li Ming, however, did not know that Yi Chen had been brought up by his master, and had been educated with a completely different philosophy than people nowadays. His master's father had taught him from time to time that monogamy was a weak mindset, and which of the truly strong men were not surrounded by countless women. The more women surrounded by them, the higher the quality, the more it shows the man's skill and strength. Therefore, Yi Duan had 3 master mothers, and each of them was a great beauty on earth. In terms of looks alone, among these women that Yi Chuan knew, there was no one who could compare to them for the time being. Even Jiang Wanqing, who was regarded as a goddess teacher by the majority of male students, couldn't do it, and her temperament was a hair's breadth away. Serve the oil. Li Ming crossed his thumbs, 1,000 words coming together in this sentence. He felt that he and Yi Chen should not be living in the same dynasty. Otherwise, how could their concepts be completely different? Accompanied by the sound of the class bell, Jiang Wanqing left Yi Duan behind and left in a gust of wind. This made Yi Chen speechless. Was he that scary looking? I can't believe he didn't even say hello and just ran off alone. The main man ran away, and 2 bean paste buns for 1 person just happened to be saved. Yi Chen stood up and stretched, then slowly walked towards the cafeteria. Boss, wait for me. Little fatty Li Ming hurriedly chased after him. What are you following me up for? Is it because you want to treat me to dinner? Yi Chen seemed to smile. Li Ming froze, then nodded frantically. That's right, boss, I just want to invite you to dinner. Nothing ventured, nothing gained, so tell me, what do you want? Li Ming hemmed and hawed. Boss, that tried and true secret of picking up girls. Let's talk about it later. Go eat first. I'm hungry, Yi Chen said indifferently. Li Ming was a little disappointed, but he nodded. The 2 of them rushed towards the cafeteria, one after the other. What's happening there? Why are so many people gathered? Seeing the roadside crowded with people, Li Ming couldn't help but ask strangely. Yi Chen originally didn't want to meddle in this kind of idle business, but then he heard a familiar voice. This caused him to stop in his tracks and craned his head to look that way. Boss, what's wrong? Li Ming shivered as Yi Chen's face suddenly turned cold. Yi Chen didn't say anything as he took a step and walked towards that side. At this time, there were a lot of people there, 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside, and it was impossible for ordinary people to squeeze in. However, Yi Chen just flicked his hands, and all those people who were blocking the front to watch the fun automatically dispersed to both sides, as if there was an invisible saw that hardened the passage. Yi Chen walked in with his head held high, while Li Ming followed closely behind Yi Chen even though he was unsure. Dare to hit me right? Really think you are an onion? You little bastard calf. I've been displeased with you for a long time. An icy, resentful voice came out, interspersed with gusts of fist-to-flesh strikes. Yi Duan's face was gloomy. Just after 1 lesson, the little brother he had just recognized was beaten up in public. Wasn't this a naked slap in his face? Chapter 56. A dead Taoist friend doesn't die a poor Taoist. Li Xian protected his head with both hands and let his opponent punch and kick him. The reason why he didn't fight back was because he knew very well that the guys on the other side who made the move were all very powerful and not below him. If you make a rash counterattack, not only will you not be able to knock out your opponent, but you will also expose your vitals. Luo Feng, you overpaid for my men just to get me out of a fight? Don't forget, I'm the youngest son of the Li family. If anything happens to me, you and your father won't be able to live well. Li Xian gritted his teeth and said, despite the large and small pains coming from all parts of his body, he never gave in. Your Li family is nothing, just a third-rate family in Jinling City. Do you really think you're a character? Luo Feng laughed openly with a disdainful face. Might as well tell you that behind me is Mr. Yen. I'll make it up to you today, and I'll settle the score with that Yi Chen tomorrow. Daring to treat me like this, I must make you pay. Just like this goon, a dumbass who can only use dirty tricks. You still dare to mess with my brother Yi. I think you're going to the outhouse with a lantern, looking for death. Li Xian laughed coldly. He had thought that Luo Feng was a flagging love rival, but now it seemed to be a joke. What's wrong with messing with Yi Chen? It's just a crazy violent maniac. I have the backing of Mr. Yen. Would I still be afraid of him? Luo Feng had a disdainful look on his face. Obviously, that Mr. Yen had given him a great bottom line. Mr. Yen? Are you talking about Yen Hua, the son of the Yen family in Jinling City? Li Xian suddenly felt a chill in his heart. That's for sure. Besides him, who else in Jinling City dares to call Yen Gongzi? Luo Feng sneered. Li Xian drew in a breath of cool air, knowing that there was trouble. Their Li family is certainly not weak, but the Yen family is at the top of the pyramid in Jinling City. Not to mention one Li family, Even 10 Li families bundled together would never be a match for the Yin family. Seeing Li Xian reveal a look of fear, Luo Feng let out a laugh that was so smug. He paid a big price to join Mr. Yen. Now seeing the results, he was satisfied. What a cow! Yi Duan, who was on the side, couldn't help but sigh with emotion. That's right, Mr. Yen of Jinling City. Of course it's awesome. Luo Feng was full of color and subconsciously picked up the words. But soon, he realized a problem. It seemed that the voice that spoke was a bit familiar. It's you. Twisting his head in the direction the voice came from, Luo Feng instantly changed color. In the next instant, a 42-yard kick came in and struck him precisely in the stomach, once again bowling him over into a shrimp. A dogfighting guy. I really don't know what you have to be so proud of. Being so happy to be a dog for someone. You're not a masochist by any chance. Yi Chen skimmed his mouth and said disdainfully. Everyone revealed a shocked expression. No matter how bad Luo Feng was, he was still the son of the vice principal. What's more, he had already moved out his backstage, the son of the Yen family in Jinling City. How could anyone still dare to make a move against him? For a moment, everyone's eyes focused toward Yi Chen. Brother Yi. Li Xian was overjoyed. Those few people who had made a move on Li Xian also recognized Yi Chen. Their faces showed horror, and they subconsciously stopped their movements to get people together. They were originally Li Xian's juniors, but they had just been bought by Luo Feng, so they had naturally seen Yi Chen's hands. To be precise, not only had he seen it, but he had been beaten up by Yi Chuan so badly that he had even left a psychological shadow. You've had a miserable time. How come in the end, even your own little brother has rebelled? Yi Chuan was speechless, and he was very disappointed with Li Xian's performance. He can't even control his own little brother, so it's hard for such a person to take up a big job. Hearing Yi Chen's words, Li Xian couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. He was just an ordinary man who had recruited some minions with money, so it was inevitable that the fish were mixed up. The other is driven by him because of his interests, and naturally can betray him because of the greater good. Yi Chuan, how dare you? How dare you hit me? Do you know who the person behind me is? At this moment, Luo Feng slowed down. His eyes spewed fire as he glared at Yi Chen with a deadly glare. Didn't you say it yourself? That what's his name? Mr. Yen. What? After defecting to Mr. Yen, you're covered in gold? I still can't beat you up? Yi Chuan seemed to be smiling. You. Luo Feng pointed his finger at Yi Chen, shaking with anger. You hit me. Aren't you afraid that Mr. Yen will come after you? I'm so scared. Yi Chuan pretended to look scared. Luo Feng was so depressed that he wanted to spit out blood, because he realized that the guy in front of him was simply oil and salt. Even Mr. Yen wasn't afraid. What else could he do with this? He was desperate too. Scram to the side. At this time, Yi Chen's complexion suddenly turned cold. He faintly swept a glance at the few juniors before Li Xian. Those few juniors shivered and hurriedly took steps to stay far away for fear of being caught in the crossfire. The crowd was dumbstruck, and their gazes toward Yi Chen were filled with intense curiosity. Who was this person that he was so bullish that a single sentence could make Luo Feng's overpriced thugs each and every one of them honestly roll away? Li Xian staggered up from the ground, then stood next to Yi Chen. However, his stance was staggered a bit from Yi Chen, just like a little old brother's faction. You guys, first you betrayed my little brother and then you hit him with your hands. Kneel down first, kowtow to him and apologize. Then how you all treated him. Give me a full replica of this Duke Luo. Yi Chen spoke indifferently. Don't think about cutting corners. To tell you the truth, I arrived early, and I saw every punch and kick. If you guys don't greet Mr. Luo well, then I'll have no choice but to greet you all personally. Those few people were startled and looked at each other before decisively kneeling down. Men's knees have gold. Now although it cannot be realized, but if it can be spared from the pain of skin and flesh, it is not a shame. Brother Xian, I'm sorry. A few people lowered their heads and apologized to Li Xian in a fairly sincere manner. However, Li Xian did not intend to forgive them. Because of these guys, Li Xian had always treated them well and treated them as brothers. But in the end, they actually turned around and backstabbed him, and he had just struck out without mercy. If not for his strong body, he might have gotten internal injuries from them. It seems that my little brother is unwilling to forgive you guys. Forget it, then go and entertain Mr. Luo. If you entertain him well, I'll let you guys go. If it's not thoughtful, you guys know the consequences. Yi Chen's face was ice cold as he revealed a dangerous look. Those few juniors' faces were bitter. No matter what, they were all students of Jinling University. Once you get your hands on the principal's son, I'm afraid you'll be fired in less than a week. Humph. Yi Chen let out a cold snort, which immediately caused these few people to tremble. They all reacted. With Yi Chen here to keep an eye on them, it was impossible for them to even think of letting go. They could only obediently do as they were told. Otherwise, it would be them who would be in bad luck. Luo Xiao, I'm sorry, Dead Taoist friends don't die of poverty. Chapter 57 Rat Tail Juice. A few people said apologetic words, but they didn't dare to be ambiguous at all with their hands. Each of them was not too much weaker than Li Xian, and together, Luo Feng was really screaming for help. He couldn't even let out a single harsh word. His mouth was just used for screaming miserably. A half-hour-long one-sided reception that the crowd watched with eyes wide open. Look, two brothers, is this okay? A slab-headed youth stepped aside, revealing Luo Feng, who was surrounded by them in the center. At this moment, Luo Feng's nose was bruised and swollen, and most of his face was already unrecognizable. He was covered in blood, lying on the ground in constant convulsions, and making muffled pleas for mercy from time to time. The crowd was shocked. This wouldn't kill anyone. It's a little too creepy to watch a crowd get killed. Some good-hearted eaters saw this and rushed out their cell phones to dial the emergency number. There are still 4 punches and 2 kicks left. If you don't reach the standard, none of you will be able to leave, Yi Chen said indifferently. That slate-headed youth immediately revealed a difficult look and said, "But, this guy seems to be dying. If there are a few more strokes, I'm afraid he'll die in place." Faintly sweeping a glance at the slab-headed youth, Yi Chen's eyes made his heart palpitate. It was an extremely cold and disdainful gaze, like he didn't put Luo Feng's life and death in his heart at all. That slab-headed youth had a huge shock in his heart, but he didn't dare to say anything more, only to follow Yi Chen's words. He continued up and added 4 punches and 2 kicks, but as his last kick hit Luo Feng's back, Luo Feng suddenly trembled and violently sprayed out a mouthful of blood. The blood was red, and it was obvious that all the organs and bowels had been seriously injured. Everyone present, even those not studying medicine, could see the seriousness of the problem. "Brothers, stop, let's be merciful. If we keep fighting, we're going to kill someone. Yes, this is in a school. If a fight results in a fatality, it will be rumored, and it will have an impact on our school's reputation. Handsome, leave him alone." The crowd opened their mouths and pleaded with Yi Chen and Li Xian. "Brother Yi." Li Xian looked at Yi Chen. To be honest, by this point, he was pretty much out of breath. It was only because of Yi Chen's face that he hadn't opened his mouth. Now that the crowd had taken the lead, he could just about get his true thoughts out. "You also want me to let him go?" Yi Chen twisted his head to look at Li Xian, a faint smile on his lips. "Yes, brother Yi." Li Xian nodded slightly. "Although he brought people to block me and beat me up, but I'm out of anger now. He's not guilty enough to die. I didn't ask him to die. I just asked these guys to return the same punches and kicks they inflicted on you to this Mr. Luo. He himself is weak and can't hold up. So who's to blame? The same punches and kicks. Aren't you still alive and well?" Flicking his nails, Leaf Dust said carelessly. Li Xian was speechless. "But then again, I'm also a peace-loving person who doesn't like to solve problems with violence." Yi Chuan smiled faintly. "Since this fellow only has half a life left, let's leave this matter as it is. Mr. Luo, what do you think?" Yi Duan looked at Luo Feng with a smile. Luo Feng didn't take a stance, but the onlookers beside him were speechless. It was because after Luo Feng vomited blood, his entire body fell into a coma. In this situation, it would be a living hell if he could answer Yi Chen's question. Yi Dust smiled as he stroked his palm. "Everyone has seen it, and not saying anything means acquiescence. It seems that Mr. Luo has no objections, so if anything happens in the future, don't rely on us." The crowd was dumbfounded. Even Li Xian and little fatty Li Ming were no exception. It could still be played like this? Taking fainting as a default, they expressed their collective growth in knowledge. Just as Yi Chen was about to leave the place, a group of inspectors and medics rushed in. After those paramedics gave Luo Feng a short first aid, they carried him to the ambulance and sent him to the hospital for treatment. The patrolmen, on the other hand, surrounded Yi Chen and Li Xian as terrorists. "Get out of the way." Yi Duan didn't even raise his eyelids. The leading inspector sneered. "Indeed, they are thugs who hurt people and dare to be so arrogant in the face of the inspectors. Cuff them all and bring them back to the patrol room to slowly investigate." Yes. A large group of young patrolmen jumped out of the car. One of them took a pair of silver bracelets and handcuffed all of the young man with a slate head and others who had just made a move. "Who dares?" Li Xian stopped in front of Yi Chen. If it wasn't for the sake of defending himself, where would Yi Chen have gotten into this mess? Big brother is so righteous. Do little brother naturally cannot pit big brother? Li Xian secretly swore in his heart that no matter what, he could not let Yi Chen be arrested. Back to the patrol room today. Yi Chuan touched his nose, backhanded Li Xian behind him, and said, "Stay back and go. There's nothing for you here." When he finished speaking, he gazed at the middle-aged inspector who was in the lead. "This Lord Inspector wants to arrest us back?" Yi Chen said in a flat tone. The middle-aged inspector coldly grunted. "That's natural. Someone reported that you were fighting here, so you all have to go back with me to be investigated. If you are a bit more sensible, you can be spared the pain of skin and flesh. If you are not honest, Then don't blame us for not being polite. Oh, how is it not polite? Yi Chen's eyes grew cold. Originally, he was still being polite to these arriving inspectors, but it turned out that the other party's cold words directly caused Yi Chen's disgust. You can't take a statement without getting a flesh wound. These guys, they definitely haven't done a lot of bad things. The middle-aged inspector sneered and did not answer Yi Chen's words. The two young inspectors next to them came towards them with silver bracelets. Yi Duan frowned and directly kicked one of them out. You dare to attack the inspector? The middle-aged inspector's face changed as he opened his mouth and angrily rebuked. Bring us this before the matter is cleared up. Take me for a fool. It's for suspects. Skimming his mouth, Yi Chen said disdainfully. The middle-aged inspector narrowed his eyes and was secretly a bit surprised, not expecting Yi Chen to actually know this. I advise you, rat-tail juice, don't pose in front of me, otherwise, you will regret it, Yi Chuan said coldly. Hearing Yi Chen's words, the middle-aged inspector's heart was shaken, but he quickly sneered. Make me regret? Ridiculous. I've been an inspector for nearly 20 years. Would I still be afraid of the threat of a murderer like you? I would like to see how you can make me regret. You won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. Yi Chuan shook his head slightly and took out his cell phone to directly dial Qin Chao's number. The middle-aged inspector didn't stop. He had a sullen face and stared at Yi Chen. It had to be said that looking at Yi Chen with an emboldened look, he was really a bit frightened. Chao, are you still in Jinling City? Yi Duan asked. Yes, I'm not going back until tomorrow morning. What's the matter? Are you trying to call me for a drink? Qin Chao laughed out loud. Yi Chuan's expression was flat. No, someone wants to arrest me back to the patrol room. I'm at Jinling University, come over here right away. Upon hearing this, Qin Chao's laughter came to an abrupt end. There was a moment of silence before a deafening growl came from the other end of the line. Because Yi Chen was on speakerphone, the crowd could hear it clearly and plainly. There's such a thing? Give me 10 minutes. I'll be right there. Marred. These ungrateful things, when I arrive, I'll pop their little sparrows one by one. Chapter 58 Chief Instructor of Battle Swords. Yi Chen hung up the phone, and for a moment, the faces of everyone present became brilliant. Popping little sparrows, that kind of talk would have been vulgar, but coming from the person on the other end of the line, it was as dominating as it could be. The middle-aged inspector's heart fluttered, knowing that the identity of the person on the other end of the phone was definitely not trivial. Otherwise, it would be impossible to directly say such words without even asking Yi Chen who the person he wanted to clean up was. This kind of arrogance of the eye made them tremble with fear. The middle-aged inspector had a premonition. I'm afraid they really kicked the bucket today. Not 10 minutes later, an Audi roared up. The car stopped, and from the back seat stepped down a handsome young man. The youth was dressed in a straight suit. His appearance was mediocre, but the temperament of his body brightened the eyes of many girls present. The corners of his mouth quirked up slightly as he swept over the field. When he saw Yi Chen, he couldn't help but grin as he walked over with a smile on his face. Dr. Creepy, what's going on with this group of patrolmen? Qin Chao kicked out the two young patrolmen who surrounded Yi Chen. The two young inspectors were naturally unable to dodge, and were kicked in the buttocks by Qin Chao, almost falling on the spot. They turned back and stared angrily at Qin Chao. Qin Chao, however, didn't even look at them and only looked at Yi Chen with one eye. They said that I am a murderer, and they want to handcuff me and bring me back to the patrol room for investigation. Yi Chen said indifferently. What? You have to be handcuffed without evidence? Lawlessness. Qin Chao turned his head to the middle-aged patrolman and said, Your house chief, Du Ziming, didn't he tell you that violent law enforcement is not allowed in China? The middle-aged inspector didn't say anything. The two young inspectors who were kicked couldn't help but say loudly, Who the hell are you? Dare to make a move against us? Do you want to revolt? After saying that, the two young patrolmen took down two electric batons from the patrol car. It seems that you're really used to being brutal, to the extent that you even carry an electric baton with your car. Qin Chao sneered. Seeing the two young patrolmen with icy smiles, they walked up. Qin Chao frowned and suddenly drank. How dare you? Do you want to commit treason? The crowd was stunned. Of course they knew that the rebellion the two young inspectors were talking about was just intimidation. But this young man who had just arrived, when he spoke of treason, sent a shiver down the spine of every one of them. The middle-aged inspector was also shaken. Treason. This charge scared the hell out of an individual. Bunch of assholes. Qin Chao cursed. Then he pulled out a small book from his pocket and threw it at the middle-aged inspector. The middle-aged inspector subconsciously took it, and after only glancing down at it, his eyes widened, and his body was trembling uncontrollably. My God, this youth in front of me is actually a person from the battle sword, or the battle sword's first captain. Old patrolmen like them naturally knew the prestige of the Huaxiao war sword. It was a mysterious and powerful organization, and the members inside were all first-class elites in China. As the war sword captain, how terrifying this youth should be. The middle-aged inspector could figure it out even by moving his toes. And the scariest part is that the members there are said to be privileged. First to file, head of state charter. Doing it to them is tantamount to treason. Thinking of this, the middle-aged inspector immediately deflated, and a bit of his previous majesty was gone. Qin Shao walked over and controlled all of these inspectors, then said indifferently, "Let's go. Go back to the inspector's room. I want to have a good talk with your head of the room." The middle-aged patrolman nodded as he sighed, looking as if he had died, and led the way to the patrol car. Those young patrolmen looked at each other, seeing that their captains were so honest, they all didn't dare to be cross, and one by one, they rejoined the car. Dr. Guile, I'll leave first. This group of unenlightened fellows, I will inform their Dufang chief to educate them properly. Qin Shao got into the back seat of the Audi. He then threw out a small book through the back seat window, identical to the one he had displayed with his war knife papers. "This is for you." Qin Shao hemmed and hawed. After saying that, he urged the driver to send the car, as if he was afraid that Yi Chuan would storm out when he saw the information on the documents and detain him for a repair. Meanwhile, the patrolman drove away from the area. Yi Chen dispersed the crowd of onlookers, then led Li Xian and Li Ming directly towards the cafeteria. Along the way, Li Xian acted excited, knowing that he had made the best choice. This young boss was really something, to actually be so familiar with the Warblade's first captain, Huaxiao Warsword. He had heard his grandparents mention it before, and knew that it was a very marvelous troop, directly under the jurisdiction of those big leaders in the imperial capital, bearing all kinds of privileges. No one dared to mess with it. Yi Chen casually opened that document, and when he saw the information inside, his face immediately darkened. Chief War Knife Instructor. Yi Chen finally understood why this guy Qin Shao had just run faster than a rabbit. It turned out that he was afraid that if he saw what was on it he would storm off and catch him packing. Damnable guy. Yi Chen secretly gritted his teeth. He knew that Qin Shao fellow had definitely reported the news of his presence in Jinling City. Otherwise, how could he have gotten himself the position of chief instructor of the Warblade in such a short period of time? Li Xian and Li Ming were both filled with confusion. They looked at each other with a puzzled look, all of them looking at Yi Chen with a puzzled look, not understanding why exactly he was angry. Fortunately, Yi Chen wasn't really angry. After just spitting out a couple sentences, he refocused his gaze on Li Xian's body. "Starting tomorrow, I'll teach you some kung fu. Your three-legged kung fu was so lame that you couldn't even beat those guys just now. It's really a disgrace to me." Yi Chen skimmed his mouth and said with a disgusted look on his face. He didn't want to accept a useless little brother on his own, so he made the decision to teach Li Xian the real martial arts, and also so that he could have some ability to protect himself. The news of his descent had leaked, and the peaceful life that existed today would surely not last long. All those friends and rivals of his from the past would have successively learned of his presence in the city of Jinling, and Li Xian, as his first little brother, would inevitably have to deal with these people in the future. If the strength is too low, it is easy to be bullied and taken by the other side. Of course, as to whether or not Li Xian was truly loyal to him, this was something that Yi Chen didn't know and he didn't really care. All he knew was that comparing hearts to minds, and exchanging hearts for hearts with sincerity, was far more reliable than benefits. Li Ming was itching to listen on the sidelines. All boys have a martial arts dream in their hearts, and he was naturally no exception. However, he had a number in his heart. He and Yi Chen had only just met for a few days. Although they were on good terms with each other, he was not at all sure if Yi Chen would teach him such a magical skill. "You together." Yi Chen twisted his head and glanced at Li Ming. Li Ming's heart trembled, and he immediately revealed a look of ecstasy. He asked incredulously, "Really? You're going to teach me martial arts too?" "Fake." Yi Duan rolled his eyes. "Had ha." Li Ming giggled. He wasn't a fool and understood that Yi Chen's false statement was the real false statement yet. Why else would he roll his eyes? Next to him, Li Xian looked at the ecstatic Li Ming, and couldn't help but secretly envy this little fatty's luck. Plain and simple, it was simply too lucky to have gained Yi Duan's favor. Chapter 59 Father-in-law Calling. The two were so immersed in joy that they didn't realize that learning martial arts would only be more difficult than they had imagined. The three headed to the cafeteria and asked for a booth. The two little brothers' families were not bad, so Yi Chen naturally did not worry about eating them poor. After picking up the menu and ordering a few dishes to eat, Li Xian chatted with Li Ming. As for why Li Xian did not choose to chat with Yi Chen, it was purely because of the fear in his heart. He had been beaten by Yi Chuan several times, and even now that he had become Yi Chuan's little brother, he still couldn't help but feel that much of a psychological shadow. The food in the school cafeteria was served very quickly, and the two of them hadn't even been chatting for 5 minutes before the food was served. Leaf Dust directly feasted on the food. "Boss, save some for me." Seeing that Yi Chuan's speed of eliminating food was comparable to that of a windstorm, little fatty Li Ming panicked. He hurriedly left Li Xian behind and joined the dry rice people, waiting for that little while longer. All these delicacies would have to be taken care of by Yichuan alone. Why are you guys eating the food I ordered? Yichuan's face was full of displeasure as he glared at the two men. Li Xian and Li Ming froze at the same time. Li Ming's hand that was holding the dish froze, and he said somewhat speechlessly, "Boss, you're not so protective of your food. How can this be called food protection?" Yichuan coldly grimaced, "I ordered the food. I'll eat it myself. If you guys want to eat, why didn't you order for yourselves just now? Seeing that you guys only know how to chat, I thought none of you were hungry." It's still both of their faults. Li Xian and Li Ming both had helpless faces, but since their boss had given the word, they didn't dare to disobey. One can only hold one's nose and order a few more dishes for oneself. "I'm going to leave now. I'll be in touch tomorrow when I'm free. I'll teach you guys martial arts practice." Li Ming's side of the meal hadn't even finished, and Yi Chen had already ended the fight. He drank a glass of water, burped, and then just got up and left. The moment he had just stepped out of the cafeteria, an unfamiliar phone call came in. "Hello, is this Mr. Yi?" A magnetic middle-aged male voice came from inside the phone. Yi Chen froze for a moment, and when he heard that the other party was a man, he lost interest. However, Yi Chen was still a bit surprised that the other party could call out his surname. He asked back, somewhat guardedly, "Who are you?" "Lin Dongfeng," the voice on the other end of the phone said, seemingly with a hint of laughter. "Don't recognize it." Yi Chen honestly said that he really hadn't heard of this name. Hearing that Yi Chen was a bit impatient, the person on the other end of the phone explained, "I'm Lin Mengru's father." "Aha, so it's your father-in-law. Sorry, please forgive my rudeness." Yi Chen hurriedly compensated with a smile. Sensing the change in Yi Chen's attitude, Lin Dongfeng on the other end of the phone couldn't help but burst into laughter. He was silent for a while, adjusted his emotions, and then said seriously, "That Yichuan, I don't want to be in charge of you and Mengru's affairs, but there's one thing you have to guarantee. You absolutely can't let her suffer. This is of course." Yi Duan swore with conviction, nodding his head in satisfaction. Lin Dongfeng continued, "If you are free right now, immediately come to the Golden Dragon famous capital 13th Villa. I have something to tell you." "Something to tell me?" Leaf Dust was a bit strange, knowing that he and Lin Dongfeng hadn't even met. What could he possibly have to tell himself? Even though there was some confusion in his heart about Lin Dongfeng's words, Yi Chen went without any hesitation, and his footsteps flew without the slightest complaint. There's no way around it. Who made it an order from his future father-in-law? One thing led to another, and even a trickster doctor wouldn't dare disobey. "Free, free, free," Yi Chen hurriedly said. He walked straight towards the school's entrance. "Jin Long Mingdu, right, give me half an hour. I'll be there right away." "Dad, what do you mean by that? I've explained again and again that he and I are just friends for now." In the middle of the Golden Dragon famous capital 13 Villa, Lin Mengru pouted her little mouth, rather unenlightened. His own explanations were useless. Lin Dongfeng was so bent on having his own way that he called Yi Chen to his home. "I know, I asked him to come over not just because of your matter," Lin Dongfeng said mysteriously. "Cut." Lin Mengru plucked out her own father. She didn't believe half a word of this talk of his. Seeing that his daughter didn't believe his words, Lin Dongfeng secretly let out a bitter smile, but didn't explain anything more. 10 or so minutes later, a surprised voice sounded at the door. "Little wife, you're here too. Great." Hearing this voice, Lin Mengru couldn't help but widen her eyes and look towards the door. There stood a lazy figure. If it wasn't Yichuan, who was it? "You, how did you get in?" Lin Mengru asked with some surprise. She remembered clearly that Uncle Jay and the others were at the door, and at least 30 or 40 men were standing guard. With this kind of lineup, not to mention a big living person, not even a bird could get in. How could Yi Duan appear at the door of their living room without a sound? On the other side, seeing Yi Chen suddenly appear, Lin Dongfeng didn't feel that strange. He instead looked like he deserved it, the son of that godman, and then after being tempered for so many years by the heavenly evil doctor, the head of the 4 heavenly kings, he probably had a good idea in his heart of how powerful Yi Chen was. "I just walked in like this." Leaf Dust blinked with a strange look on his face. "He's not a ghost or a zombie. Can he still float in or pop in?" "No, I mean Uncle Jay and the others at the door. They didn't notice you?" Lin Mengru gave him a blank look. This guy's ability to understand was really odd sometimes. "You mean those guys at the door? Of course they found me." Yi Chen touched his nose. Then he said with some complacency, "They stopped me and didn't want me to come in. I don't care about that much. My father-in-law summoned me, so of course I had to arrive in time. So I directly shot out and put them all down, then walked in openly." "What?" Lin Mengru and Lin Dongfeng were shocked at the same time. And just at that moment, a sudden rush of footsteps sounded at the parlor door. "Boss, Missy, are you guys okay?" An anxious and worried voice rang out. Then a group of snot-nosed bodyguards appeared in the doorway of the living room. The person in the lead, a middle-aged man, was clearly the Uncle Jie that Lin Mengru had spoken of. Only at this time, Uncle Jie's two eyes were a bit glazed over, more so than the national treasure pandas ever were. The corners of Lin Mengru's mouth twitched, wanting to laugh but not being able to. Straight away she suffocated her shoulders and kept shrugging. We're fine. You guys back off, he's one of our own, Lin Dongfeng said indifferently. Okay boss. Seeing that Lin Dongfeng did not look like he had been hijacked either, Uncle Jie nodded and brought the group of bodyguards back into the courtyard again. But with the lesson learned just now, it was obvious that none of them dared to be careless anymore. Chapter 60 Father-in-law has many problems. Those bodyguards left, and Yi Chen's gaze returned back to Lin Dongfeng's father and daughter. I don't know what Lord Father-in-law called me here for. Could it be that you want to betroth Mengru to me? Yi Chuan said playfully, a pair of eyes staring straight at Lin Mengru. Lin Mengru was made uncomfortable by this kind of gaze from him, and she glared viciously at Yi Chen, making a gesture of gnashing her teeth as she angrily said, "Don't you talk nonsense in front of my father, little wife. That's hurtful. You were clearly the one who took the initiative to pull my arm and call me husband before." Yi Chuan had an aggrieved look, like a little daughter-in-law who had been abandoned, her brows filled with resentment. Upon hearing this, Lin Mengru almost spewed a mouthful of old blood on the spot. Shut up if you can't talk. Lin Mengru looked annoyed. The moment Yi Duan said these words, it made it look like how horny she was. If it were private, it would be fine, but the problem is that his father is still here. What will he think of himself when he hears this? It's just outrageous. Open the door to outrageous. Outrageous to the core. Yi Chen hemmed and hawed, no longer trying to irritate Lin Mengru, as his pair of eyes landed on Lin Dongfeng's body. This was a gentle and elegant middle-aged man. Just standing there gave people a feeling like a spring breeze. Yi Chen's heart stirred as he sensed that this Lin Dongfeng was not an ordinary person. It wasn't hard to understand how someone who could have a project with the government could be just an ordinary businessman. It would be normal to have that kind of deviant behavior. Mengru, don't be rude, Lin Dongfeng gently chided. Then his eyes glanced towards Yi Chen. I came to you for this, but not exactly for this. Yi Chen and Lin Mengru were stunned at the same time. But soon the two people's complexions changed in markedly different ways. Lin Mengru was so angry that her 7 orifices were filled with smoke. Her own father actually opened his mouth to reprimand himself for Yi Chen. In the end, who is the biological ah? On the other hand, Yi Chen revealed a look of surprise. I'm sure he's right. Father-in-law is a great guy. Lord Father-in-law is refreshing. Since this is the case, I'll give Lord Father-in-law a cure as a bride price. Yi Chuan smiled playfully. Don't you shout nonsense. This is my father, not your father-in-law. Lin Mengru looked at Yi Chen angrily. Yi Chen looked back at her and grinned. Sooner or later, it's not a loss to shout first. Lin Mengru was a bit frantic and couldn't help but look at her father. Dad. However, after shouting for half a day, Lin Dongfeng ignored her and only stared at Yi Chen with his eyes dead center. A long time passed before he asked suspiciously, what do you see? Yi Chuan nodded and said directly, kidney deficiency, impotence, prostatitis, arrhythmia, deficiency cold. There are quite a lot of problems in father-in-law's body. Lin Dongfeng was greatly embarrassed. He did not expect Yi Chen to actually see all the problems in him, and it's not even close, especially since those first 2 faults were known by his own daughter. It gave him the urge to dig a crack in the ground. Lin Mengru's big, beautiful eyes glared as she heard something. Kidney deficiency, impotence. I can't believe my own dad is that kind of guy. No wonder he's clean. Lin Dongfeng's face turned red. It was already humiliating enough that he couldn't. Now that we're in this situation, it's even more of a social death. It's all because this guy Yi Duan has a bad mouth. Lin Dongfeng glared at Yi Chen with a pair of tiger eyes, itching to eat him in one bite. Yi Chen dryly coughed, as if he also realized the inappropriateness of his behavior just now, in front of the other party's daughter, said that the other party's kidney weakness impotence. This is not sincere to give each other embarrassment. Don't be angry, father-in-law. I didn't do it on purpose. How about this? I'll give you a prescription. You take it for 3 consecutive months, and I guarantee that 90% of the problems in your body will gradually recover. Yi Chuan smiled sarcastically. Lin Dongfeng snorted coldly, although he was delighted in his heart. His face pretended to be unconcerned and said, You're not teasing me? How dare I tease my father-in-law? Yi Chen touched his head with a naive and honest look. Nodding, Lin Dongfeng lowered his heart. If we are talking about curing diseases and saving lives, I am afraid that no one in the world today can compare to the lineage of evil doctors. Yi Chuan had been taught by the evil doctor for many years, and even though his medical skills were no better than the evil doctor himself, he was definitely a rare divine doctor in the world. His formula must have worked amazingly well. Yi Chuan brought a pen and paper, and after writing down a prescription, handed it over to Lin Dongfeng. Then he smiled and said, I look forward to my father-in-law's revitalization in March. Good son-in-law. Thank you so much. Lin Dongfeng was overjoyed. The more the two talked, the more they got along, and the more father-in-law and son-in-law were shouting. Lin Mengru was really furious. She picked up the dolls on the sofa and smashed them one by one, angrily saying, "Can you guys think about my feelings when you talk? I'm still here." Lin Dongfeng put down the doll in his hand. He laughed dryly, and only then did he react to the fact that his daughter was still there. The topic of conversation he had just had with Yi Chen was indeed a bit immodest. Yi Chen, on the other hand, was not amused as he scratched his head and directly sat down on the sofa. Ahem, that Yi Chuan let's get down to business. We've just gone a bit far. Lin Dongfeng coughed dryly, and his expression suddenly became serious. Please speak, father-in-law. Yi Chen also got serious. First of all, I want to thank you for saving Meng Ru before. If it wasn't for you, Meng Ru might have already been killed. Lin Dongfeng said with a solemn face. Hearing this, Yi Chuan smiled and waved his hand full of concern. Protecting your wife is a natural right. This is something that Lord Father-in-law doesn't have to thank me for at all. Glancing appreciatively at Yi Chen, Lin Dongfeng continued. Secondly, I want you and Meng Ru's matter to be finalized as soon as possible. I'm not asking you to marry only her, but you absolutely cannot abandon her. When these words came out, Lin Mengru directly exploded. She practically wondered if there was something wrong with her ears, and that was why she heard such thunderous words from her own father. Dad, what are you talking about? Lin Mengru's eyes were filled with incomprehension and irritation. Yi Chuan was also slightly stunned, but then he happily stood up and assured Lin Dongfeng. Don't worry, Lord Father-in-law. Abandonment is impossible. Not in this lifetime. Remember your words. Lin Dongfeng smiled faintly. Lin Mengru had goosebumps all over her body. The two of them, without even asking for their opinions, just set their life's work in stone. I don't agree. Dad, I've only just met him. Isn't it ridiculous to talk about marriage like that? Lin Mengru looked at her father and ground her teeth for a moment. Regardless, she was still trying to save her freedom. Chapter 61 Parental News. Not ridiculous. Didn't we fall in love at first sight? Yi Dus said with a joyful face. It's definitely time well spent to make a trip to the Golden Dragon capital and earn a steady stream of little wives. Lin Mengru nodded with anger and gritted her teeth. The hell with you at first sight. Okay, Mengru, don't be childish. This matter is settled. If you don't have feelings, you can slowly cultivate them. It's perfectly normal for young people to develop a fondness for each other over time. Lin Dongfeng waved his hand and directly capped the matter, which made Lin Mengru so angry that she stomped her feet. What on earth had her own father been smoking? Having to make her be with Yi Chen. How could she know that the reason her own father would do this was entirely for her sake? Due to the Lin family's special position in China, sooner or later, they would be targeted by many people with evil intentions. If Lin Mengru could be with Yi Chen, it wasn't to say that she would definitely be happy, but at least in terms of safety, there was absolutely no need for anyone to worry about it. The disciple of the heavenly evil doctor, that man's son, under the heavens, basically no one could hurt Lin Mengru in his hands. Unfortunately, Lin Mengru didn't know all this, and Lin Dongfeng couldn't say anything. She glared at the two men for a while before suddenly turning away and heading back upstairs, accompanied by a sound of the room door. Yi Chen and Lin Dongfeng both revealed a smirk. Father-in-law should still have the last and most important point. Otherwise, it wouldn't have gone around the bend to support Meng Ru. Yi Chuan stretched his waist, with a lazy and unconquerable look. A flash of approval flew across his eyes, and Lin Dongfeng's gaze suddenly became extremely distant all of a sudden, as if he was reminiscing about some good times. As expected of his son, he is intelligent, he exclaimed. Hearing Lin Dongfeng's words, Yi Chen's body involuntarily trembled, and he could no longer maintain this exhausted posture. Yi Chuan's expression moved as his pair of brilliant eyes stared at Lin Dongfeng and asked, Father-in-law, do you know who my real parents are? This was the knot in his heart, and the reason why his cultivation was slow to break through the shackles. The reason why heavenly evil doctor let him go down the mountain. Apart from letting him experience the red dust, there was another reason, and that was this. As Yi Chen's master, heavenly evil doctor naturally hoped that he could rely on his own ability to find his parents and reunite the family. Lin Dongfeng nodded without moving. I do know. Who the hell are they? And where are they now? Why did they leave me behind? Yi Chen let out a trifecta of questions. His throat choked up, and his entire body seemed to have fallen into a state of dementia. Are you alright? Seeing Yi Chen in this state, Lin Dongfeng could not help but feel a little worried. Taking a deep breath, Yi Chuan calmed all the emotions in his heart before asking again. Don't worry, father-in-law. I'm fine. Can I trouble you to answer my question? Who exactly are my parents? Your father, whose name is Yi Changsheng, is my sworn brother. As for your mother, none of us know her origin. We only know that her name is Ji Jiangqi. Lin Dongfeng said truthfully, only his voice was a bit heavy. This caused Yi Chen to suddenly have a feeling of panic. always feeling that Lin Dongfeng had something bad to say that he had not finished. Where are they? Yi Duan subconsciously asked. Lin Dongfeng sighed and said, gone, life or death unknown. Although he had expected it in his heart, when he heard this reply, Yi Chuan still couldn't help but stiffen his body slightly, only to quickly return to normal. After a moment of silence, Yi Chuan suddenly turned his head to look at Lin Dongfeng as he said with a pleading face, Uncle Lin, can you tell me what kind of people my parents really are? Your mother Ji Jiangqi's appearance is the best in the world. That is, the imperial capital's #1 beauty is dwarfed in front of her, but her origin has always been a mystery. I think that perhaps apart from your father, I'm afraid that there is no second person in this world who knows your mother's true identity. What about my father? Leaf Dust asked. The #1 in China. No, the #1 expert in Blue Star. Lin Dongfeng corrected his initial verbal mistake, and when he spoke of his sworn brother, his brows were filled with suppressed pride. Yi Chuan, however, shook his head and retorted, that's impossible. My master's work has been recognized as the first of the 4 heavenly kings. He's the #1 expert of the Blue Star. Hearing Yi Junlin's rebuttal, Lin Dongfeng was not angry, but only shook his head with a slight smile and said, Senior Evil Doctor was indeed marvelous, overshadowing an era, and serving as the peak of cultivation for the Huaxia martial arts forest and even the Blue Star transcendent realm. However, he was defeated once. Lin Dongfeng revealed a look of reminiscence. It was 30 years ago on the night of the Mid-Autumn Festival, at the Tenda Peak. Your father, Yi Changsheng, and the Evil Doctor Elder engaged in a hidden duel. That duel lasted for 7 days and 7 nights, and although the Evil Doctor Senior used all of his means, he was ultimately defeated in your father's hands. Yi Chuan was dumbfounded. If not for Lin Dongfeng's serious look and the way he said it, he really thought that this was a legendary story, because Yi Chen knew that as early as 30 years ago, the Heavenly Evil Doctor was already the head of the 4 heavenly kings, and at that time, I'm afraid that his own father had just passed the age of a weak crown. At the age of just 20 years old, he was able to defeat the Heavenly Evil Doctor, who was the head of the 4 heavenly kings. His own father was truly too heaven-defying. He was also almost 20 years old now, but in terms of strength, he was far inferior to his own master. Then how big the gap was between him and his own father was something one could figure out with one's toes. Since my father is the #1 expert of Blue Star, who can kill him, and how did he disappear? Yi Chuan's face was filled with uncontrollable confusion. Don't ask me, I don't know either. Lin Dongfeng rubbed his nose and said somewhat dejectedly, this big brother of mine, who is a sworn brother, has always been a god. However, he once said that no one in the world can kill him, not even the 4 heavenly kings joining hands, and shortly after the battle with your master, your father and mother disappeared together, and no one knows where they went. Your mother's strength should not be weaker than your father's, Lin Dongfeng added, but his tone was not very certain. 2 experts who were able to suppress the 4 heavenly kings had suddenly and inexplicably disappeared. How deep the water was in this was something that even someone without a brain could figure out. It was no wonder that his master had repeatedly warned him that he would only have a chance to find his parents when he had reached great cultivation. Now, he finally understood the true meaning of the words. Yi Chen exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and said with a smile, thanks to Uncle Lin for telling me about my life. I will try my best to find them. They are so strong, they must still be alive. Well, I also feel that there must be other unknown reasons for this. I believe in you. You will definitely be able to find them and reunite the family in the future. Lin Dongfeng revealed a smile. Yi Chen nodded, I definitely will. Then, he changed his words and revealed an evil smile as he said, what about me and Mengru? Off. You're getting a bargain. If I said I wouldn't, would you let go? Lin Dongfeng said without a trace of humor. Leaf Dust heatedly smiled. Of course not. Then no, I only have one request. Can't fail her right. Yi Chuan skimmed his mouth. Father-in-law, you've said this sentence several times already. My ears are getting calloused. You brat. Lin Dongfeng cried and laughed, pretending to raise his hand to give him a violent chestnut. Yi Chen laughed out loud and hurriedly dodged as he flickered and directly went out of the living room. Father-in-law, goodbye. Yi Chuan waved his hand at the door, then whistled and left the place. Chapter 62 Sudden Heatstroke. With a dog's tail grass in his mouth, Leaf Dust wandered through the streets. Just as he was thinking about what to eat tonight, an old man selling baked sweet potatoes on the street suddenly planted himself on the ground covering his chest. Grandpa, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me. The boss beside a girl cried out. The girl looks sweet, tall, but the face of the green, looks to estimate only 13 or 14 years old. Many people heard the commotion and gathered around, but none of them extended a helping hand. Yi Duan was also attracted to the scene, and as he approached, his face changed. With his medical skills, he could naturally tell that this old man was suffering from heatstroke, and it was very serious. If left unchecked, it is highly likely to turn into a life-threatening case of pyrexia. Everyone spread out. This old man is suffering from heatstroke, Yi Dust shouted. However, none of the onlookers paid any attention to him. When they heard him shouting, some of them didn't even look at him. Yi Chuan was a bit depressed, but he didn't give up. Instead he changed his approach and continued. Don't you guys block here the air doesn't circulate. Do you guys want to murder this old man? This time, he learned his lesson and just picked up a hat and snapped it on anyone who didn't listen. And the crowd dispersed a bit. Yi Chen walked over and squatted down to take the old man's pulse. Big brother, are you a doctor? The girl asked tearfully. Yi Chuan nodded, but the expression on his face became more and more grave. Big brother, please save my grandfather. I only have my grandfather as a relative. The girl begged pitifully. Don't worry, Big brother will definitely cure your grandfather. Yi Chuan smiled faintly. His smile was filled with affinity, making the girl feel a trace of inexplicable warmth. Originally, because of Yi Chen's earlier remarks, the crowd was a bit displeased, but at this moment, when they heard the conversation between the two, the displeased looks on their faces disappeared, and were replaced by a gentle face, as they felt compassion for the poor little girl. Don't worry little sister, heatstroke is not life-threatening. I've called the emergency services and the doctors from the hospital are already on fire. Everyone spread out. This oldest needs to circulate air. I'll get the parasol from my car. The crowd was radiating their own light, which caused the little girl to stifle another bout of teary eyes. Of course, there were also those who advised Yi Chen not to casually mess around, and they chose to keep things to themselves. Little brother, don't mess around. Be careful of people blackmailing you when they are well, a middle-aged man advised, with a smile on his face, but what was in his heart, I'm afraid only he knew. Yeah, are there fewer people pretending to be sick and blackmailing people these days? Someone echoed. Yi Chen smiled faintly, and was able to understand their thoughts. In recent years, there have emerged everywhere the kind of detestable bad old people who take advantage of the goodness of human nature and go around blackmailing people for ill-gotten gains. Over time, it has dragged all the elderly people along with them to be scolded, so much so that nowadays, when most people see an elderly person fall down, their first reaction is to hide far away from them. No one dares to take the chance that if they are blackmailed, they will lose all their money and their lives will be ruined. Thanks to the reminder of these friends, I have it in my heart, as a healer, to see a patient suffering and not to help, but to walk away. This is a coward, a deserter. I went to save him with a healer's heart, and if he turns around and blackmails me after he gets better, that's his problem, and I have a clear conscience. Well said, little brother, we top you. The crowd all stared at Yi Chen with glowing eyes, and they sighed in their hearts. If all doctors were as benevolent as this young man in front of them, where would there be any doctor-patient disputes? Big brother, you have to believe me. Grandpa and I are good people. The girl's eyes were firm. Yi Chen smiled and said, Big brother believes in you. After saying that, he reached out and undid the upper half of the old man's clothes, then took out a few silver needles from inside the brocade box in his pocket, and inserted them into the old man's chest as well as his heavenly soul cover in a swift manner. The crowd's jaws dropped for a moment as they collectively froze, only then realizing that this youth was not a serious doctor at all, but a Chinese medicine practitioner. Little brother, someone opened his mouth, wanting to question. After all, so many of them didn't believe that Chinese medicine could cure diseases, but before he could finish his words, he was stopped by Yi Chen. Shoo! Yi Chuan looked serious and made a silencing gesture around his mouth. He kept slapping his hands on the old man's body as if he was massaging and pushing his back. It was not until the ambulance siren came that Yi Chuan stopped moving, and with a swipe of his hand, he collected all the silver needles back. Big brother, is my grandfather well? The girl asked pitifully. Yi Chen nodded and said confidently, it's already healed and will wake up soon. Heatstroke is because the human body's thermostatic system and the continuous high temperature produced a disorder. Yi Chuan with silver needle for the old man to adjust the body, enhance the activity of the other party's 5 viscera and 6 bowels, so that this old man in the body of the thermostatic system to return to normal is a matter of time. The ambulance pulls up to the side of the road, and a balding male physician, 50 years old, comes this way with a group of young paramedics. They took out their portable instruments and gave the old man a preliminary physical examination, and eventually concluded, to their surprise, that there was nothing wrong with the oldest man at all, but that he had simply fallen asleep. Can't you figure out if you're sick or not? Calling for an ambulance indiscriminately is legally liable, the balding male physician said with dissatisfaction. He was having a good time blowing the air conditioning and brushing up on his dramas inside his office when a phone call came and spoiled his good day. The most infuriating thing is that when he arrived at the scene to take a look, he realized that it was not a patient at all, but a sleeper. The person who called the emergency number made a mess and caused them to make a wasted trip. It can't be. I saw with my own eyes that this old man suddenly fainted on the side of the road. A female college student came forward and said, "This emergency call was made by her precisely." "Yes, I saw it too. And just now a little brother said he was a doctor and judged that the oldest man was suffering from heatstroke." The balding male physician's eyes narrowed slightly as he said in an unkind tone, "Little brother? Which little brother? I'm the head of the emergency department of Jinling City Hospital. Can he have my authority?" The crowd was a bit unhappy to see him with this snooty look. They turned their heads and looked around for Yi Duan's figure, as if they wanted Yi Duan to step forward and confirm that everything they said was true. But the problem was, how could Yi Chuan still be at the scene? Taking advantage of the moment when everyone's attention was attracted by the ambulance doctor, he didn't hesitate in the slightest and directly left the place with a flash. At this moment, Yi Chen was sneaking around in a sparsely populated small alleyway. Not far from him, a plump, shapely figure, equally furtive, followed the two young men further away. Chapter 63 Stalking the Kid. Yi Duan touched his nose and followed the woman closely behind. Originally, he didn't want to show up, only to secretly watch from the shadows, but then he suddenly realized that they appeared to have passed a road they had traveled before. Yi Chuan's heart stirred and instantly reacted. It dared to say that the two guys at the very front had already discovered the woman's tracking and were playing around in circles with her. "Hey, you're going to track down blah blah blah." A low voice rang in Zhou Qin's ears, instantly startling her. Before her head returned, her fist had already subconsciously slammed behind her. Yi Chuan reached out and held her fist as he said somewhat breathlessly, "Black wife, this is how you welcome your husband." When she saw that it was Yi Chen, Zhou Qin breathed a sigh of relief as she reset her gaze to the two men in front of her. "I'm on a mission right now. I don't have time to chat with you," Zhou Qin said in a rapid speech. "Is it following those two guys?" Yi Chen pointed at the backs of the two men in front of him. Zhou Qin revealed a hint of surprise. "How did you know?" "I've been following you for quite a while. You've been chasing after those two. If you're not following them, what else could it be?" Yi Duan said with a smile. Hearing his words, Zhou Qin was startled, but then he was relieved. With Yi Chen's strength, it would be normal for him to secretly follow him behind and not be able to detect it. "Black wife, do you need any help? Just a small favor will do." Yi Chuan's eyes rolled, and he suddenly opened his mouth. Originally, when she heard the first half of the sentence, Zhou Qin wanted to nod her head, but once she heard that Yi Chen actually wanted benefits, she directly refused, very decisively. With Yi Chuan's character, she didn't need to think about it in her head to know what the hell this guy was playing at. "That's too bad. I'm afraid you won't be able to finish this mission." Yi Dust sighed. "What do you mean?" Zhou Qin frowned slightly. Yi Chuan pointed at the two men in front of him and said somewhat helplessly, "This is just such a big place. You've been circling around for almost an hour. Haven't you realized that something's not right?" "What do you mean?" By Yi Chen's words, Zhou Qin could not help but start to get suspicious in his heart. "Your clumsy stalking tactics have long been discovered by others, who are leading you around in circles, playing the monkey," Yi Dust said carelessly. Zhou Qin's face darkened. Even though she knew that Yi Chen was right, she still couldn't stand it a little when she was called a monkey. What then? Zhou Qin was a little depressed, not realizing that her proud tracking skills were so unimpressive in the eyes of others. In front of Yi Chen, there was no place to hide, but I didn't expect that the two little devils in front of her could also find her tracking, which made Zhou Qin have the urge to hang herself with a noodle. "If you give me some favors, I'll help you complete this mission," Yi Chuan swore. Zhou Qin glared at him without any good humor. "These two are both Easterning brats. I don't know what they are plotting in Jinling City. You as a Chinese, and your hands are so powerful, isn't it a natural thing to do a favor? What more favors do you want?" Obviously, Zhou Qin wanted to white whore Yi Duan out, not hesitating to use the moral high ground as a sharp weapon. Yi Chen skimmed his mouth. Wanting to morally kidnap him? It didn't exist. He didn't eat this set at all. Not making a move without benefits. Yi Dust grunted, with a look of "I won't make a move. What can you do to me?" Zhou Qin was helpless. Seeing that the other two circled back again, she had to bite her tongue and ask, "What benefits do you want? As long as it's not excessive, I'll promise you everything, okay?" Zhou Qin added, afraid that Yi Chen would take this opportunity to take advantage of her in a big way. Hearing Zhou Qin's promise, the corner of Yi Chen's mouth picked up an evil smile. With fiery eyes, he stared at Zhou Qin's sexy vermilion lips and said, "After the mission is completed, you let me barf a bite." "No, you change the favor. This is not negotiable." When Zhou Qin heard this, she was instantly covered in hair. Her head shook fast and she decisively refused. Seeing that she looked determined, Yi Chuan was somewhat faintly sad. It seems that the road to subdue the black wife is still a long one. It's not normally challenging to refuse to even barf. "How about this then? If I complete the mission successfully, you'll give me a kiss." Yi Chen scratched his head and said. Zhou Qin crowed. "What difference does it make?" "Of course there's a difference. One is active and one is passive." Yi Duan heatedly smiled. Then, His gaze fell on those two Easterning youths not far away, and he said lazily, "You decide quickly." As a friendly reminder, the strength of those two people are both above you, and in a single fight, you are no match for either of them. If you don't have me to help you, once they want to turn against you, you won't even have a chance to escape. What strength are they? Zhou Qin's expression was aghast. One first class, one top class, both are weaklings. Yi Chen pulled out his ears with a relaxed expression. He didn't notice in the slightest that Zhou Qin's face had darkened into a potbelly as his words came out. A first-rate plus a top-realm supernatural powerhouse. If such a combination was still a weakling, then what did she? A second-rate martial artist. Count as? An ant? Make your decision quickly. It seems to me that they don't want to play with you. Yi Duan's voice was somewhat playful. Zhou Qin came back to her senses and really saw these two guys speeding up their pace. She turned her head to Yi Chen and said, "All right, I promise you. You help me track these two little devils." Deal struck. Let's chase. Yi Chen was very happy. Directly pulling Zhou Qin's arm, the two of them chased after him right away. Hey, you haven't got it wrong. Just waltzing out like this. Isn't this telling others that we're following? Zhou Qin was startled. She didn't expect Yi Chen to be so direct. Actually not even looking for a place to hide. Black wife, aren't you underestimating me by saying that? With these two weaklings, if they can detect my tracking, I'll just go back to the drawing board. Yi Duan flattened his mouth. Zhou Qin then put down his heart. Thinking carefully, it was also true. A demon who could kill the half-immortal. How could it be possible to be followed by two scraps of Easterning people to find traces of tracking? They kept quiet and just strutted after the two Eastern youths. Strangely enough, Zhou Qin had previously hid behind an obstacle to follow her, but the two men had discovered her trail long ago. But at this moment, Yi Chuan walked out with her brightly, and those two Easterning youths didn't act the least bit differently in return. All the way out of this area of short cottages, they entered a wild mountainous area. With the cover of the trees, it was even more unlikely that these two Easterning youths would be able to discover their traces. Zhou Qin is a little strange, and at the same time also a little worried. These two little devils ran into the seemingly mountain to do what? Chapter 64 Benefits in Exchange. It had to be said that those two Eastern youths were very steady, and even though they didn't know that there were people following behind them, they still circled around inside the woods several times. Yi Chuan yawned, not caring at all, as he brought Zhou Qin with him, following along step by step. Those two youths circled back and forth for a while and eventually came to a broken temple. They pushed their way in, and it was obvious that someone was already waiting inside. With a flash, Yi Chen directly pulled Zhou Qin and jumped to the tree closest to the broken temple. A flash of color exploded in his eyes as Yi Chuan recognized that the person who had approached the Eastern Japanese brats was no one else but Yin Ruli, the head of the Yin family in Jinling City. Yi Chen perked up his ears and eavesdropped on the conversation between the two sides. After all, sneaking to the deserted mountains to meet with the Easterners was not a normal thing in itself. Zhou Qin was a bit frantic. The other party had deliberately lowered her voice, and with her ear power, she couldn't hear what the other party was talking about. After the Easting people and the Yin family's men had left, Yi Chuan jumped down from the tree with Zhou Qin, and they landed smoothly on the ground. Yi Chuan's face flickered with cold light. He really did not expect that this Yin family head would be a big traitor, secretly making that kind of dishonorable deal with the Easting people. It was simply an unforgivable sin. This group of brats is really hateful. The sound is actually suppressed so low. Zhou Qin gritted his teeth and said. She looked annoyed, clenching her own fists as she looked in the direction the men had left. And at this time, Yi Chen suddenly turned around, and there was an attacking kiss on Zhou Qin's vermilion lips like a dragonfly pointing at water. What are you doing? Zhou Qin subconsciously wiped his mouth with the sleeve of his shirt, then stared angrily at Yi Chen with a pair of eyes. She was pissed off enough that she had no defense, and her first kiss was accounted for. Things are done. There's nothing wrong with me taking the benefits, right? Yi Chuan said playfully, with an air of entitlement. But I don't even know what they said. Zhou Qin huffed. She tracked half a day to figure out her opponent's intentions. The conversation in the broken temple was undoubtedly the most crucial piece of information, but she hadn't even heard a word of it. So what's the point of this painstaking stalking? But it's just a pure waste of time. With a strange look on his face, Yi Duan said, if you don't know, I know. You know? Zhou Qin was overjoyed and couldn't help but brighten his eyes for a few moments. She also reacted to the fact that the more powerful a person was, the sharper their five senses were. She couldn't hear the conversation inside from the outside, and that was because she was too weak and her sense of hearing wasn't sharp enough. However, if it was Yi Chen, it would be a different story. Yi Duan nodded his head. He had indeed heard it, and heard it very clearly, not even missing the details amongst it. Zhou Qin hurriedly inquired, what exactly are these guys going to say? Is it that kind of unseemly stuff? Yi Chuan was a bit surprised. He didn't expect that Zhou Qin had already guessed correctly before he had heard the content, which made him a bit impressed with this black girl. However, instead of just nodding his head and admitting it, he pointed to his face and said with a smirk, "Want to know? Then barf a mouthful first." "I bark your head a bark." Just sneak attack cheated the old lady's first kiss, but also put here bark it. Believe it or not, I immediately go out to find 8 chickens to tie on your mouth, so that you every day buy 8 chickens bark. Zhou Qin crossed her waist, looking like a tigress possessed, and pointed at Yi Chen's nose and scolded him. It was mainly because she felt that Yi Chen's behavior was really too much. Things hadn't even ended yet, and here he was trying to take advantage of her all the time. Yi Chen scratched his head. Naturally, he was not pained by such a painful scolding. On Yunluo Mountain, the old man's scolding could be much more powerful than this, and sometimes he would even get his hands dirty and wildly flatten the children. One thing leads to another. And that bit just now was the payment you promised me for helping you track down those 2 little devils. If you want to know the inside information, mustn't you give some additional benefits? Yi Duan said in a serious manner, with a look like you don't think I'm easy to fool. Asshole. Zhou Qin was instantly enraged. Thanks for the compliment. Leaf Dust grinned. Zhou Qin continued to curse. Shameless. It's my honor. Yi Chen gently raised an eyebrow, not the least bit moved. Zhou Qin was almost so depressed that she wanted to spit out blood. Meeting such a cheeky guy, she was finished off and was directly pinned to death. Yi Chen stretched his waist and stood still, looking at Zhou Qin with a smile on his lips. He was not at all afraid that Zhou Qin would flip his face. After his chest rose and fell violently for a while, Zhou Qin forced down the anger in his heart and said hatefully, "Then close your eyes." It couldn't be helped. Looking at Yi Chuan's look of a dead pig, Zhou Qin knew that if she didn't agree to his conditions, I'm afraid that this information, she would never be able to know. Besides, the first kiss was gone anyway, so it didn't matter if I kissed him again. Yi Chen stood there, and as Zhou Qin requested, he closed his eyes. Zhou Qin had a cold face and approached Yi Chuan, but the closer she got to Yi Chuan, the faster her heart beat, which instantly gave her an uneasy feeling. She should not be moving her heart. Just as she froze, Yi Chen suddenly snapped his eyes open and held her head in a hug, and kissed her heavily against her vermilion lips. Ah! Zhou Qin came back to her senses and pushed Yi Chuan as hard as she could, but her strength was nowhere as strong as Yi Chuan's. After pushing for a while, Yi Chuan didn't move, but instead kissed harder. Gradually, Zhou Qin didn't resist anymore. A tingling sensation attacked her whole body, making her mind start to get a little confused. It was only until he couldn't catch his breath that Yi Chuan took the initiative to let go of her, and he dodged to the side, heaping a smile. "I'm going to kill you," Zhou Qin roared angrily. At this moment, she couldn't care less about any insider information. She only wanted to press Yi Chen underneath her body and beat her up to relieve her anger. However, just as she returned to her senses and looked at where Yi Chen was, it was empty, not to mention anyone, not even a mosquito. This asshole thing. Zhou Qin was so angry that her lungs were about to explode. How could she not know that Yi Chen had taken advantage of the moment she had just caught her breath to slip away? With his stature, it would have been simply too easy for him to slip away without being detected by himself. Looking around at the surroundings, Zhou Qin gathered himself and prepared to leave the place. This ghostly place was so eerie in broad daylight that she couldn't help but feel a very strong sense of crisis in her heart. In short, without Yi Chen's company, she would never dare to stay here for a long time. Zhou Qin walked quickly in the direction where Jinling City was located, and she blissfully failed to notice that the moment she moved to leave, on top of a green pine not far away, Yi Chen revealed an evil smile. Naturally, he would not leave Zhou Qin alone here, not to mention whether that group would return. The environment here alone was complicated. Without his secret help, it was still a toss-up as to whether Zhou Qin would be able to walk out of this dense forest. Chapter 65 Meted 5. Under Yi Chen's secret stone-throwing directions, Zhou Qin turned several pockets and finally returned to the middle of the neighborhood without any problems. When she returned to Jiang Wanqing's place, the first thing she did was not to lie down on the sofa and rest, but instead came to Yi Duan's doorway across the street and kicked it over. The door slammed with a clunk and a lot of dust fell from the ceiling. After half a day of not seeing any movement in the house, Zhou Qin let out a cold snort before he turned around and walked into Jiang Wanqing's home. What just happened? What's all the commotion? Jiang Wanqing walked out from her bedroom. She didn't have class this afternoon and purposely came back to catch up on her sleep. She just didn't expect to hear a loud bang from the doorway just as she lay down. This kind of commotion, obviously non-trivial, Jiang Wanqing could not hide the curiosity in her heart, and at that moment, she climbed up from the bed, wanting to go out to see what was going on. Then, Jiang Wanqing saw Zhou Qin walking in with a puff of anger, and it was immediately clear in her mind that the ringing sound just now was most likely unrelated to this close friend of hers. Nothing, just knocked on the door across the street to see if that Yi Duan fellow had returned. Zhou Qin pretended to look like nothing was wrong. Even if she was the best of girlfriends, she wouldn't tell what had just happened in the middle of the seemingly mountain, because it was just too humiliating. After half a day's work, Not only did he not get any valuable information, but he also lost his first kiss. I don't know. After this guy slipped out in the morning, I haven't seen him again, and he's not at home. I don't know where he went dashing around all day. Jiang Wanqing said with some irritation. Forget it, just pull back if you're not at home. I'm tired after running for a few hours. I want to sleep with you, Zhou Qin said tiredly. She saw that Jiang Wanqing was wearing pajamas and was obviously resting as well. Seeing Zhou Qin walking towards her, covered in sweat, Jiang Wanqing hurriedly dodged away. Quickly go and rinse it off. It stinks to high heaven, Jiang Wanqing said angrily. Zhou Qin froze for a moment, revealing a sanguine look, and said, You dislike me, don't you? So love goes away, right? Yes. Hurry up and rinse off or there's no way I'm letting you in my bed. Jiang Wanqing flattened her mouth and directly ignored the sad expression of Zhou Qin. Smelled his body. Zhou Qin shrugged his shoulders. A look of nothing to hang said, Do not flush, no flavor, do not believe you smell. With that, she put her arm out. Jiang Wanqing snapped on her arm and said in a bad mood, Are you disgusting? Hurry up. No shower, no bedroom door. She stopped at the bedroom door, not allowing Zhou Qin to enter. Zhou Qin was helpless. She knew that her best friend had a cleanliness fetish, but a cleanliness fetish this serious, she had not expected it in any way. Touching his nose, Zhou Qin could only respect the habits of his good best friend. She got a clean set of clothes out and went into the shower room for a brief rinse. When Zhou Qin came out, Jiang Wanqing nodded in satisfaction and stepped aside. Come on, baby. Zhou Qin picked Jiang Wanqing up in one hand and then dropped her on the bed. You're going to die, gently exclaimed Jiang Wanqing. On the other hand, after witnessing Zhou Qin return home, Yi Chen didn't go back the first time, but stayed outside for a while. His decision proved to be very wise. After waiting until there was no more movement in Jiang Wanqing's home, Yi Chuan quietly took out his key and opened the door. When he came to the living room, Yi Chuan sat his butt on the sofa, then he thought for a moment, took out his cell phone, and made a call to Qin Chao. Dr. Creepy, are you telling the truth? Qin Chao's shocked and incomparable voice came from the other end of the phone. Of course, I heard it with my own ears. How could it be false? Yi Chen's voice was flat. Taking a deep breath, Qin Chao nodded. I know, I will find a way to inform the top. Hanging up the phone, Yi Chen returned to his bedroom. The reason why he took advantage of Zhou Qin but didn't tell her this information wasn't because he was not true to his word. Rather, Yi Chuan knew that this matter was not something that she could solve at all, and it was not even easy to say if the war sword had the ability to solve it. There were too many and too wide things involved, and it would be quite troublesome to deal with. Yi Duan called Qin Chao, also hoping that he would find someone to solve the problem, especially the team they used to be in. It could be said that it was very easy to solve this matter. It was just that Yi Chen was not convenient to come out right now, so it could only be left to Qin Chao to make the contact. After doing this, Yi Chen stopped worrying, and he laid down on the bed and fell asleep in a daze. But he didn't expect that he would sleep directly until the next day's dawn. Yi Chen stretched his back. After sleeping for so long, he was in high spirits and looked radiant. Subconsciously opening his cell phone and looking at the time, Yi Chuan was startled and hurriedly jumped down from the bed. Yesterday at noon, he had agreed with Li Xian and Li Ming to meet at the school playground at 5 o'clock this morning. It was now 4:50, and there were only 10 minutes left until the appointed time, and he had only just woken up, which made Yi Chen sweat a little. He set the time himself, and he actually took the lead in not complying with it. Does he still want to lose face as the boss? No longer hesitating, Yi Chuan quickly washed up and then went downstairs to buy some delicious and tasty breakfast. He stopped a taxi and rushed to Jinling University at a rapid pace. When Yi Chen arrived at the playground, Li Xian and Li Ming were already waiting there. They saw Yi Chen at a glance, and all of them were excited. Only, on Li Xian's face, apart from excitement, there was also a trace of inexplicable anxiety. Yi Chuan glanced at him and asked curiously, "What's wrong? Worried that learning martial arts is too hard?" "No." Li Xian shook his head. The look of worry on his face grew stronger. "Brother Yi, there's something I need to talk to you about." After thinking about it, Li Xian still decided to tell the truth. "What is it?" Yi Duan asked lazily. Although Li Xian's expression was serious, Yi Chen didn't care at all, because whatever it wasn't a problem for him, so there was absolutely no need for him to worry. "Brother Yi, you'd better keep a lower profile during this period of time. That Yan Gongzi behind Luo Feng has sent word. Brother Yi, you hurt his little brother. It's equal to slapping his face. He's going to find someone to teach you a good lesson." Li Xian had a worried look on his face. Seeing that Yi Chen looked like he didn't care, Li Xian was secretly anxious as he continued. "Brother Yi, I know you have a backstage, but the Yan family in Jinling City is really very powerful. They can even find that kind of very powerful martial artists. You are only one person. You must not be careless. It's fine. It's not just the Yan family in Jinling City. If they don't come to my trouble, I'll have to go to their trouble after a while. A meaningful smile appeared on Yi Chen's face. Seeing that Yi Chen still had this accomplished look, Li Xian let out a bitter smile and did not say anything more. Chapter 66 White-Eyed Wolves. The technique that Yi Chuan taught the two was called the battle martial skill. It wasn't that powerful, but it was undoubtedly the most suitable for them at this stage. Not only is it easy to get started, it's also relatively easy to master. The most crucial thing was that this technique had been improved by Yi Duan, and it was tantamount to a condensed version of the essence. You guys start, meditate on this gong method while running, no less than 50 laps per day. Within a week, you must practice the sense of qi for me. Yi Chuan gave full play to the duties expected of a strict teacher. Since he had already decided to bring them to step into the circle, then Yi Chuan would not try to treat them differently because of the particulars of their personal situations. What he was going to do was to treat them equally and bring Li Xian and Li Ming into the world of martial artists in the shortest possible time. Li Xian nodded. He already had a bit of martial arts background. Now with this gong fu, practicing qi sense in a week, this was not a difficult task for him. However, for the little fat man Li Ming, who didn't know anything about the questions, it was a bit of a pushover. The best time to practice martial arts was from the beginning of bone development. Generally speaking, boys were 13 years old, 11 years old if they were girls, and at Li Ming's current age, it was obvious that he had already missed this best time. Now it's not normally difficult for him to get started from scratch. However, Yi Duan did not relax his requirements because of this. In the circle of martial artists, talent determined the upper limit, while effort determined the lower limit. If in a week's time, Li Ming was unable to practice his qi sense, it could only be a disguised indication that he wasn't trying hard enough. In that case, then, Yi Chen wouldn't have any more hope for him, and he wouldn't be qualified to enter this magical world. You guys go ahead and practice, I'll go first. A week from now, same time, same place. After explaining everything, Yi Chen left the place with his hands in the air, not caring about the two people's grudging gazes. After one lap, the little fatty Li Ming was a bit out of breath. Li Xian saw this, frowned and couldn't help but ask, "How are you?" "It's okay, we can't let you look down on us. When luck is there, effort has to keep up. I, Li Ming, want to get off my ass and be a human being." Li Ming raised his fists, cheering himself on. Nodding his head, Li Xian was somewhat impressed with this little fatty. Regardless, there is absolutely nothing wrong with this effort. Follow the mantra of the gong method, adjust your breathing, and slowly run to the rhythm of your breath, Li Xian said. It could be seen that Li Ming had no martial arts background at all, and he didn't even know how the gong fu worked. In order for Li Ming to be able to keep up with him, Li Xian shared everything he knew. Li Ming's face was filled with gratitude. With Li Xian's help, he finally understood how to utilize this gong fu. At that moment, the two of them adjusted their breathing rhythm according to the qi practicing method on the battle martial arts technique, and took steps and ran wildly on the playground, 20 laps in a row. They were all trying to push their limits. As for Yi Chuan, he wasn't idle either. Taking advantage of the good morning air, he went to the school's mirror lake and started boxing. This was the morning class he had to take every day in Yunluo Mountain. Only that after he got off the mountain, he secretly slacked off for a few days since no one was minding him. Getting up early today, Yi Duan decided to make up for all the laziness he had stolen in the previous 2 days on the way. In this way, he was able to live a little in his heart. "You're Yi Chuan?" However, without waiting for Yi Chen to fight for long, a group of people suddenly appeared. Yi Duan turned to look and couldn't help but laugh, because he realized that the youth in the lead was no other than Yan Hua, the eldest son of the Yan family, whom he had met at the Jinling City Hospital. After his own treatment, this guy had already recovered, and now that he had brought people to surround him, he had obviously listened to Luo Feng's encouragement. "It's you." At this time, one of the bodyguards next to Yan Hua suddenly changed his face. Yan Hua instantly twisted his head towards him and said in a frightened tone, "What? You know this guy?" That bodyguard took a serious look at Yi Chuan, nodded, and said, "My lord, he is the divine Dr. Yi who cured you at the Jinling City Hospital a few days ago. That bastard son of a who extorted $200 million from my family?" Yan Hua blurted out. Obviously, he didn't feel half as good about this divine Dr. Yi who had unlocked his descending head, but a little yakuza who knows a little bit of sideways, actually dared to blackmail his parents for so much money. It is simply the old man eating arsenic, living impatiently. But today, since he met, it is just right. Not only can give his own little brother to export the bad temper, but also can ask for that 200 million, 2 birds with 1 stone. It is not in vain that he ran this trip early in the morning. Yi Chen stood there leisurely, his arms crossed in front of him, surrounded by so many people. He didn't have a trace of worry on his face. Instead, his eyes were full of teasing as he said, $200 million, do you think that your own little life isn't worth that much? Yanhua was choked for a moment, and his expression instantly became somewhat annoyed. He said this, of course, not because he didn't think his life was worth the 200 million, but he wanted to get the 200 million back. Thinking of this, Yanhua no longer covered it up. He smiled coldly and with a wave of his hand, the more than 10 bodyguards following beside him all spread out and surrounded Yi Chen in the center. Hand over $200 million, and the most I'll do is break your 2 legs. But if you're not honest, then don't blame my men for not knowing what's important and beating you into an idiot. Yanhua said coldly. The threatening intent in his tone was something even a fool could hear. That won't do. Money that goes into my pocket has never been spit out. Yi Chen's head shook like a rattle as he stared at Yanhua with a smirk. Yanhua was furious. He snorted coldly and said, toast is not enough, right? Give me on. Remove this kid's arms and legs. I'd like to see if he still dares to be so arrogant. Dare to go against my Yen family? I don't care who you are. Due to being stopped by Yen Rulai before, none of those bodyguards had fought Yi Chen because they didn't know how good Yi Chen's stance was. At this moment, when they heard their own son's command, they directly rushed towards Yi Chen without saying a word. It's true. You can't sleep 2 kinds of people inside a house, and both father and son are white-eyed wolves. Yi Chen shook his head and sighed lightly as he gently stomped his foot and all the small stones on the ground popped up, and then with a wave of Yi Chuan's right hand, all those small stones unexpectedly flew out, just like the Tangsec's concealed weapons, accurately hitting each bodyguard's chest. More than 10 bodyguards, without even touching the corner of Yi Chen's clothes, fell to the ground en masse. They covered their chests and wailed uncontrollably. Martial artist? Yanhua's expression was aghast, finally realizing why Yi Chen had been so calm since the beginning. It turned out that he was not only a strange doctor who studied sidewalks, but also a very powerful martial artist. In front of a martial artist, there was certainly no way that his own dozen or so ordinary human bodyguards would be a match for him. Chapter 67 Zhou Qin in danger. Thinking of this, Yanhua turned around and wanted to leave. The next moment, however, he jerked to a halt. In front of him, a dogwood stuck straight into the ground in front of his heels. The hard concrete floor was actually hardened by this dog-tail grass, causing cracks to grow across the floor. Yanhua couldn't help but widen his eyes, knowing that this was a concrete floor, not to mention the dog's tail grass, even a steel needle. I'm afraid that it would be impossible to cause such an effect. Seeing Yi Chen walking towards him, Yanhua was instantly nonplussed. He trembled and said, What do you want? Don't you come over. I'm the Yin family's eldest son. If you dare to touch me, my father will break you into pieces. The other party was a powerful martial artist, while he himself was nothing but an ordinary person. So naturally, he could not be an opponent. Therefore, he could only bring out his background, trying to use it to scare off Yi Chen. Hearing this, Yi Chen suddenly stopped in his tracks. Yanhua on the opposite side of the room, seeing this, really thought that his father had scared this scary guy, and he laughed out loud. What martial artist? In this Jinling city, their Yin family is the king. You're laughing so hard. Yi Chen skimmed his lips and directly slapped him. Yanhua covered his face and retreated backwards. He looked incredulous. Wasn't the other party scornful of his father? How did he still dare to slap him? As if he could see through Yanhua's mind. Yi Chen snorted and said, You don't think that I stopped because I'm afraid of your father? Afraid of your Yin family, do you? Yanhua's face turned blue. Of course that was what he was thinking, but at this moment, he didn't dare to nod his head, because he was afraid that Yi Chen would not speak of martial virtues and give him such a blow again. Then his own face would be gone. I was having a good morning exercise here, but you guys came over to trouble me, causing me to lose my great mood for the day. I want mental damage and lost labor costs. Otherwise, none of you can leave. Yi Chen opened his mouth with a big grin. In this school, he naturally wouldn't do anything to Yanhua, but the other party sent him to the door, which was a little bit sorry for his conscience if he didn't extort a sum of money. However, when he heard this naked extortion from Yi Chen, Yanhua instead secretly let out a long breath. Luckily, the other party didn't care about what had just happened and just wanted some money. Tell me, how much do you want for the mental damage and lost labor? Yanhua asked in a deep voice. Yi Chen thought for a moment, then raised a finger. $10 million, right? Yanhua took out a gilt card from his pocket and handed it over, with a look of fear that Yi Chen would back out. There happens to be $10 million on this card. You take it and then say yes. You let us leave safely. Yi Chen was slightly stunned, but he soon raised the corners of his mouth. Originally, he only intended to extort $1 million, but he didn't expect Yanhua to actually misunderstand his meaning and directly take out $10 million, so he could only grudgingly smile. Since the money is in place, I will be merciful and spare you this time. However, if I come across you next time, it won't be a mere $10 million that can be uncovered. Yi Chen impatiently waved his hand as if he was chasing away a group of flies. This action caused Yanhua to sulk in his heart, and he gave Yi Chen an indignant look before turning to leave. not even caring about those bodyguards under him. Yi Chen stretched his waist, having his mood disturbed by Manhwa and the others. He didn't have the heart to continue practicing in the morning. Looking at the time, it wasn't even 7 o'clock. Yi Chen took a step and walked outside the school. Gongzi, are you serious? You still want to find trouble with this guy? The group of bodyguards quickly caught up with Manhwa on a path somewhere in Jinling University. However, upon learning of Manhwa's decision, they all looked horrified and couldn't help but feel furious. As an ordinary person, provoking a powerful martial artist again and again was no less outrageous than being bouncing on a grave. But it was Manhwa who didn't listen to advice and was going to be bent on finding Yi Chen's trouble. What's wrong with martial artists? Martial artists aren't invincible. Manhwa gritted his teeth as he endured a moment of getting angrier and angrier as he thought about it. I don't believe it. In this era where the heater is king, he can still carry the blast of the heater. But, before the bodyguard who had opened his mouth earlier could speak again, he was backhandedly slapped by Manhwa. Manhwa's eyes showed a fierce light and said coldly, there is no buts. I am the eldest son of the Yen family. You all have to listen to me. Go, find a few people from the road, with guns, exterminate that brat, then bring back that card of mine. That bodyguard had no choice but to nod his head in agreement, but he had some disdain in his heart. Those martial artists, even though they couldn't block the bullets, it was mostly pretty easy to dodge them, right? However, since Manhwa had opened his mouth, it was naturally not good for them, as subordinates, to go against his orders. At that moment, they left in a hurry. Yi Chuan also left the school and prepared to go to Jishirtang to find that girl Qin Ningxian. It couldn't be helped. Already this girl knew where she was. If he didn't take care of her for a long time, Yi Chen was really afraid that she would go to the third master's side to complain. But just as he was about to move there, a call came in. Black girl? Yi Chuan froze for a moment. The caller ID was no one else. It was Zhou Qin. What's this calling herself for? Could it be that you want to settle a score with yourself? Yi Chen skimmed his mouth, somewhat unimpressed. It's just a little woman. If he really wants to settle the score, he's not afraid. With this kind of mind, Yi Chen lazily answered the phone. Hey, black girl, what's wrong? Missing little master me? I thought that I would wait for Zhou Qin's angry dislike, but as a result, there was a delay on the other end of the phone. This caused Yi Chen to be a bit strange, hearing such flirtatious words and remaining silent. This was not like Zhou Qin's style. Just as Yi Chen was about to continue opening his mouth to molest, an extremely weak voice came from the other end of the phone. Abandoned factory at 89 Long and Road. Help me. After saying this, Zhou Qin's cell phone cut off the signal. Yi Chen's face suddenly sank. He had already considered Zhou Qin as one of his wives, but now someone actually dared to chase after her. Wasn't this challenging his bottom line? A cold light flashed in Yi Chuan's eyes, and the playful smile from a moment ago was no longer there, replaced by a face full of coldness and murderous aura. He no longer hesitated, following the address that Zhou Qin had finally provided, and rushed over there alone at breakneck speed. At this moment in the abandoned factory, Zhou Qin was hiding on a beam, condescendingly monitoring the 7 guys underneath who were searching everywhere for their whereabouts. Other than the 3 Easterning brats, the other 4 were all authentic Chinese, providing for the martial artists of the Yin family in Jinling City, which caused Zhou Qin to grit his teeth for a while. One's own compatriots, actually colluding with the East, chasing and killing themselves. I have to say, this is really too ironic. Of these 7 people, the weakest in terms of strength were all at the second stream realm, on par with themselves, and the most powerful one was an Eastern woman from the Yinyang Dao. Her strength, Zhou Qin could not see through. However, by conservative estimation, the other party should have already reached the late stage of the top realm. Chapter 68. A close call. With such strength, other than her captain Qin Chao, I'm afraid that in this Jinling city, only Yi Duan could compete with him. So without thinking, she directly took out her cell phone and dialed a distress call to Yi Chen. And at that moment, the 7 men searched in vain and regrouped. I don't have it here. I don't have one here either. This woman is practically a loach. She's too good at running. Damn it, we must catch her, or else my Yin family will be in a situation of no return. This was an envoy of the Yin family, around 40 years old. His appearance looked quite handsome, but at this moment, his eyes were filled with coldness, like a snake that chose to devour people. The Easterning woman with the strongest strength raised her head and looked around. A stern aura flashed in her eyes, and with a flip of her wrist, a dozen or so hexagonal darts quenched with poison broke through the air and shot towards the various beams at the top of the factory. Zhou Qin was shocked. She used to deal with this gang of brats. Naturally clear that this dart injury quenched poison. See the blood to seal the throat. As long as the skin is rubbed a little, not after 10 minutes, will be poisoned to death. The gods cannot save. But the problem now was that as soon as she moved slightly to dodge these 2 darts, the 7 people on the other side would inevitably lock onto her position. Once the 7 surrounded her, With her strength, even if she had wings, she was afraid that it would be difficult to escape. Zhou Qin was hesitating when two darts came her way, and with a clang, the steel beam was actually pierced through. The spikes, which were quenched with poison, pierced through the beams. However, fortunately, the two darts staggered away from where Zhou Qin was hiding, sticking to her hair and rushing out of the ceiling at the top of the factory. A tuft of hair was cut off. Zhou Qin had a palpitating look on her face. Less than a centimeter away, she would have to go and drink tea with Hades. That young lady just now. Where are you? Come out and let us have a good talk. One of the Yin family's confessors called out with a smile on his face. Zhou Qin skimmed his mouth. This guy thought she was stupid. He had heard almost all of their secrets. If he went out, would he still have a life? The Yin clan's one offering shouted for a while. Seeing that Zhou Qin never opened his mouth, his face stiffened, and he said with some annoyance, "Not coming out, are you? When we find you out, we will definitely make you beg for your life, and not be able to beg for your death." Hearing his words, an Eastern youth next to him couldn't help but light up. Yue Kuan is right. That woman's skin is a bit worse, but her body is one of the best. If we catch it later, why don't we? Saying that Easterning youth Gigi lasciviously laughed. A few of the other men nodded in agreement. Yossi, that's a good idea. Let's hurry up and find this woman. I just don't believe that a second-rate martial artist can still grow wings and fly to the sky. With this motivation, all of them were riveted, with the look that they would not rest until Zhou Qin was found. Zhou Qin was secretly anxious. At this rate, it was only a matter of time before she was found. These people on the other side were not the least bit humane. If they were really caught, the consequences could be imagined. Yi Chuan, you hurry up now. You were so swift when you took advantage of my old lady yesterday. Now that my old lady is in danger, why don't you come? Zhou Qin cried out in her heart. After joining the war blade for so many years, it was the first time she felt this powerless. To fight and not be able to fight. To run and not be able to run. It was simply torturous. I see her. She's here. Accompanied by a low roar, Zhou Qin came back to her senses. She turned her head to look, and saw that not far away, on a beam, there was a young man from the east lying on his back. Zhou Qin was horrified. Her position had already been exposed, but Yi Chen hadn't arrived yet. Finally found you. That Easterning woman giggled, and with a flash of her figure, she instantly jumped onto a beam in front of Zhou Qin. Zhou Qin gritted her teeth. As a member of the battle blade, she naturally wouldn't sit around and wait for death. Even if she had to die, she wouldn't be a captive and be tortured. But she had overestimated her own strength and underestimated the means of these people. Before Zhou Qin could escape by grabbing the window, he was wrapped in a rope around his right leg by one of the Yin family's confessors. With a sardonic laugh, that donor jerked the rope, and Zhou Qin was so unsteady that he instantly fell to the ground. Looking at the lewd-faced Easterning youth lunging at her, Zhou Qin's eyes were filled with despair. Is it possible that his innocence will be accounted for in the hands of these beasts today? No, absolutely not. Zhou Qin thought of Yi Chen, and she didn't know why she would still think of Yi Chen at this time. She subconsciously waved her hand to try to resist, but she was slapped off all her strength by that Easterning youth. With a lewd smile on his face, the Easterning youth grabbed at Zhou Qin's chest. However, just in the nick of time, outside the abandoned factory, a cold and chilling voice rang out. Dare to bully my woman. You seek death. Upon hearing this voice, Zhou Qin was shaken, as if she had suddenly come back to her senses. Of course she heard it. It was Yi Chen's voice. The Emperor's heaven did not disappoint her. After waiting for so long, she had finally waited for her savior. No good. Someone is coming. Ms. Aoba, what should we do? All 6 men dropped their gazes onto the Eastern woman. What are you afraid of? There are 7 of us here. As long as we don't encounter an expert of the Jedi realm, the others are purely giving away food. The Easterning woman said indifferently. Even when she heard that someone was coming at this moment, she was not panicked. However, just to be on the safe side, let's hurry up and hide first, and be able to sneak up on him if necessary. Himao Qingye's words immediately drew the several people to praise him repeatedly. Ms. Qingye is right. As the saying goes, being careful is the best thing to do. We'll hide here. Several of the Yin clan's offerings laughed in unison. On the other hand, that Easterning youth glanced at Zhou Qin with hatred before pulling her in hiding together. Zhou Qin wanted to shout and struggle, but the rope was tied too tightly, and the other party also stuffed a piece of rag in her mouth as a way to prevent her from making a sound. After tossing and turning for a while, a lot of effort was expended, but there was no effect at all. Yi Chen walked into the middle of the factory with his head held high, but he wasn't surprised at all when he saw that it was empty. The little devils of the Yin Yang Dao, and the dog traders of the Yin family, all come out, daring to spread your wildness on the ground of Jinling City and injuring my black wife. None of you will be able to leave today, Yi Chuan said coldly. With his hands behind his back, he walked towards the center of the venue. What? still pretending to be offline with me? Come out all of you, I found you all long ago. Seeing that there was never a single movement in the surroundings after he finished speaking, Yi Chuan couldn't help but laugh coldly. Thumbs up. Behind Yi Chen, a bright earth-colored light suddenly flashed up. This light darted and coalesced in the air before transforming into a slash that chopped down towards Yi Chuan's neck. How dare you show off your skills in a mere sculpture? Chapter 69 Easy Rescue. Yi Duan turned around and blasted his fist behind him. There were no fancy moves, only pure power crushing, and the earth-colored blade dipper was instantly like paper mache, blown apart by Yi Chuan's fist. Then, that fist wind went more than that, and lunged straight towards the left side of Yi Chuan's back, which was 20 meters away. Bump! A muffled thud. A silhouette rolled down from the beams of the room, and it was clearly one of the two people that Yi Chuan and Zhou Qin had tracked earlier. It's really you guys. Yi Chuan laughed coldly. Originally, he wasn't quite sure who the person chasing Zhou Qin was, but when he saw it, it dawned on him that he had guessed it. He reached out and grabbed at the Easterning youth, wanting to force Zhou Qin's whereabouts out of him. Whoosh! Two tiny cracking sounds rang out, and Yi Chuan's ears twitched as he directly tilted his head. In the next moment, two poison darts passed close to his body and shot on the wall behind Yi Chuan. That Easterning youth took the opportunity to fall back and avoid Yi Chen's tackling range. Yi Chuan was a bit upset and turned back to the direction where the poisonous dart had shot from. There above the beams of the room suddenly fell a rather beautiful woman. She was wearing a white kimono. The corners of her mouth was holding a trace of if not a smile. The female yin and yang master of the Hiemo family? Yi Chuan's eyes were cold. Just by looking at the clothes and attire, he gained insight into the other party's origin. Not bad. The Hiemo clan. Hiemo Aoba. Himao Qingyi spoke coldly. She held a white sail in her right hand, while in her left hand she held a few hexagonal darts. Let all your companions come out. It's time to end things, Yi Chen said indifferently. This time, as soon as his words fell, several figures jumped down from the beams of various rooms. One of the figures was no other than Zhou Qin. However, at this moment, she was in a very bad state. Not only was her face pale, she had a piece of rag in her mouth, and her body was tied up with a thumb-thick rope. This time, she showed up, and was obviously also held hostage by the young man from the east next to her. As for herself, she barely had any mobility now. Seeing Zhou Qin in this state, the anger in Yi Chen's heart had climbed to a peak. 1, 2, 3, there are 7 of you in all, so I'll kill you all and take it out on my black wife. Yi Chuan exuded a terrifying murderous aura, and although he had a smile on his face, it was abnormally cold, just like a devil who climbed up from the 18 layers of hell. It was intimidating, arrogant. Himao Qingyi was shocked, and as her voice fell, those 4 offerings from the Yin family, as well as the other 2 Easterning youths, all laughed and launched themselves at Yi Chen. How dare a firefly worm compete with the white moon? Yi Chen laughed lightly. He slapped his hand and all the attacks were instantly crushed by him altogether. What? Nani? The Yin family's provider and those 2 Easterning youths both opened their eyes wide and looked at Yi Chen with an unbelievable gaze. Jedi martial artist. Himao Qingyi's face was incomparably ugly as she gritted her teeth and said hatefully. At these words, those people's faces turned brilliant all of a sudden. This excessively young man was actually a terrifying supreme martial artist. It was no wonder that just a slap drawn over broke the attacks of so many of them. It's my turn, isn't it? Yi Chuan charged towards the 2 Easterning youths. The Chinese people's hatred for the Eastern Japanese brats is engraved in their bones. Therefore, Yi Chuan struck without mercy. Even if he didn't care about the others first, he had to kill these 2 Easterning people first. Seeing this, the 2 Easterning youths couldn't help but let out a roar. One on the left and one on the right, raising their swords to slash at Yi Chen. Yi Chuan laughed coldly. He suddenly stopped and stood still without dodging or flashing. He just watched the demonic blade fall as if he was stunned. This caused those 2 Easterning youths to be overjoyed, and they felt that with this slash, they would definitely be able to chop this terrifying opponent in front of them into 3 pieces. This was because although a Jedi martial artist was powerful, it was never possible for him to use his physical body to harden himself against the sword daggers. However, the ideal is very rich, the reality is very bony. Just as their swords were about to slash down, the 2 men, no, the 2 dogs stiffened at the same time, and their eyes suddenly lost their luster. In Himao Qingyi's shocked gaze, they planted themselves straight on the ground, and the tip of the knife was only 2 inches away from Yi Chen. What's going on? The Yin clan's several supplicants were all grossed out. The death of these 2 Easterning youths was far too bizarre. One must know that they had not even touched this guy, but they had lost their voices just like that. Of course, if they had the guts to go over there and turn the bodies of these 2 guys over, they would be able to figure it out. Lips purple, face blue-black. These 2 little kids obviously died of poisoning. Evil doctor lineage. Not only is the world's unrivaled medical skills, what poisonous techniques, compulsion, the same is also a master of his trade. As the sole heir of the evil healer lineage, Yi Chuan, in terms of poisonous techniques alone, he was more blue than blue, and already had the momentum to surpass his master. Therefore, he gave these two Easterning brats poison. These Jedi realm are less than the small party dishes. No one can detect it at all. And you guys, Yen family's dog traders. Yi Chuan's gaze looked at those four offerings of the Yen family, filled with contempt and disdain. To say that there is no reason to hate the brats, that Yi Duan hates this kind of eating out of the house, that is even more hateful to the teeth. Those four offerings of the Yen family were targeted by Yi Chen, and they felt a chill on their backs. After all, those two youths had died in a strange manner, causing them to be terrified in their hearts, so much so that they didn't dare to get up the idea of fighting with Yi Chen again. Scatter and flee. They made an instant decision. As long as one of them escaped, they could go back and report all the things that happened here to the family head, so that he could make plans earlier. Trying to run in front of me, looking down on someone. Yi Chen skimmed his lips as his figure flashed. His speed was so fast that he almost turned into a stump. With four crunching sounds, almost at the same time, those four confessors of the Yin family had their necks slapped by Yi Chen. They stared wide-eyed and writhed in agony and resignation and despair for a while before they were completely motionless. Raising his hand to kill 6 people in seconds, Yi Chuan was not proud at all. He turned back to look towards where Mao Qingyi was, but he saw that it was really empty. The other party's figure had long since disappeared. Count on you to run fast. Yi Chuan snorted coldly, but a meaningful smile unconsciously appeared at the corner of his mouth. He had a premonition that they would definitely meet again in the future. This female yin and yang master of the Como family. Just then, Zhou Qin suddenly let out a whimpering sound, pulling Yi Chen's thoughts back. Yi Chen slapped his head. He had forgotten the purpose of his visit. Seeing Yi Chuan react, Zhou Qin's face was filled with excitement as she looked at Yi Chuan, hoping that the other party would hurry over to untie herself. The rope was tied so tightly that it choked her skin. Yi Chuan walked over to Zhou Qin with a hint of an impish smile on his face. He didn't go to untie Zhou Qin at the first opportunity. Instead, he stared at Zhou Qin's chest with an evil smile on his face. That kind of eyes, full of aggression, immediately caused Zhou Qin's heart to tremble violently. You, what are you doing? Zhou Qin looked a little uneasy. Abandoned factories, lonely men and women. She was really afraid that Yi Chen would do something out of the ordinary. He himself was now tied up tightly, without the slightest resistance. In fact, Zhou Qin forgot one thing, that is, if Yi Chen really wanted to do something extraordinary, even if she could resist, most likely she could not resist. The strength gap was too disparate. Chapter 70 Chesty. Bad smile. Yi Chuan reached out and grabbed a hand on Zhou Qin's chest before putting it to his nose and sniffing it. It's so soft. It smells so good. Not caring in the slightest about Zhou Qin's cannibalistic gaze, Yi Chen revealed a look of intoxication. Zhou Qin's heart was so angry, but now she was begging Yi Chen, so she could only endure her anger. Her eyes stared at Yi Duan, and a whimpering sound came out of her mouth. Yi Chen reacted as he hemmed and hawed, then stepped forward and untied Zhou Qin's restraints. Bastard! I'll kill you! As soon as he regained his freedom, Zhou Qin glared angrily at Yi Chen. This guy had too much guts. Yesterday he took her first kiss. Today he even directly attacked her breasts. At this rate, she should be eaten and wiped clean in less than a month. A splash of juvenile images unconsciously surfaced in her mind, and the main characters were none other than her and Yi Duan. Zhou Qin couldn't help but shiver. This was too disgusting. Hey, you guy, how can you be beneficent? I saved you. Is this how you treat your savior? Leaf Dust laughed out loud and hurriedly dodged. Hearing this, Zhou Qin slightly froze and calmed down a little. She looked at Yi Chen, her gaze filled with complex emotions. This man was an asshole, but I have to say that his words and stance just now were indeed somewhat handsome. What do you know? Zhou Qin couldn't help but ask. Looking at the situation just now, Yi Duan seemed to be familiar with those Eastern Terra Nova brats, especially that Easterning woman. The identity of her origin is absolutely extraordinary. Know what you need to know and know what you shouldn't know. Yi Chen smiled faintly. Then he asked rhetorically, it's you. How did you get targeted by these people? At those words, Zhou Qin suddenly looked a bit embarrassed as she fell silent. Seeing this look on her face, Yi Chen almost had a number in his heart. He looked as if I had already seen through it and said, I guess it's because you didn't believe in it and continued to sneakily follow the other party, and as a result, the other party detected it, right? Zhou Qin nodded with some embarrassment. Why don't you understand what I mean, you fellow? Since I already know their inside information, but I don't tell you, is it really because I'm not true to my word and deliberately lied to you about the kiss? Yi Chen's face changed at the drop of a hat. 1 second he was all smiles, the next he directly transformed into an angry man. isn't it? Zhou Qin skimmed his lips. If it wasn't for the fact that this guy wouldn't tell her the information, why would she risk so much to retrace the movements of those two brats? Although he had overheard the core of the other party's message, he was also detected by the other party's experts and almost even lost his life. Yi Chuan was speechless as he said without any good humor, "Am I that bad in your heart?" "Yes." Zhou Qin continued to nod. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Yi Chuan directly compared an international hand gesture, indicating that there was exasperated. He glared at Zhou Qin and said unhappily, "In fact, after I heard their conversation yesterday, I knew that this matter was not something that you could handle at all. To be more strict, the battle sword behind you can't handle it either. Therefore, it's useless to tell you, but instead it will only add to your troubles. So, you didn't even mention it." Zhou Qin gritted his teeth. "Don't you know that women are curious creatures?" Yi Chuan flattened his mouth, glanced at Zhou Qin's chest and said, "I don't know if curiosity is heavy or not, but it's quite true that a big chest is not a brain. Surname Yi, what did you say?" Zhou Qin's willow eyebrows stood up, jumping 3 feet high, with the mannerism of wanting to die with Yi Chen. "I said you have big boobs and no brain." Yi Chuan glared, showing no weakness. "You're at a second-rate level yourself, and you dare to mess with the Yin Yang Dao. I think you're going to the outhouse with a lantern, looking for death." Zhou Qin didn't speak anymore, only his face remained a bit dark. In this case, it was indeed her lack of consideration. She hadn't thought that there was an even more powerful woman behind these two brats, and it just so happened that at that time, those few offerings from the Yin family were also present. They were not weak, and they colluded with the East to hunt themselves down and almost succeeded. It was good that she was smart enough to hide inside this abandoned factory and delayed a lot of time. Otherwise she was afraid that she wouldn't even be able to wait for Yi Chen's rescue. "Let's go. Go back." Yi Chuan picked up Princess Zhou Qin with one hand. "What are you doing?" Zhou Qin's eyes widened and he struggled frantically, glancing down at her. Yi Chen said indifferently, "If you don't mind leaving scars on your body, keep struggling." Once these words came out, Zhou Qin was instantly honest. Girls love beauty and no one is an exception. It would be a sad drama if those wounds on his body could not be healed because of himself. 120 pounds of body. Yi Chuan held in his arms, as light as nothing. He performed his supreme lightness and rushed towards his home. Jinling City, Yen family villa. Yen Rulai sat on the living room sofa with an unusually ugly expression. "Dad, we mustn't just let that kid off the hook. This guy is really too arrogant. First he extorted 200 million from you, and just now he managed to ask me for $10 million in moral damages. If this is spread out, where will our Yen family's face go?" Yen Hua stood in front of Yen Ruli, full of anger. As soon as these words came out, Mu Hong's face changed. She was just about to give Yen Hua a wink, but she didn't expect Yen Ruli to stand up directly and backhandedly slapped Yen Hua in the face. Yen Hua was instantly jerked around. He had never expected that his father would slap himself because of an outsider. Is it possible that one is not right? That Yi Duan had extorted so much money from their Yen family? If he wasn't punished, where was the face of their Yen family? Yen Ruli chilled his face and said angrily, "Idiot, who told you to go find trouble with that Yi Chen? Don't you know that he saved your life?" "I know, but I'm pissed off. He's extorting us for $200 million, not 2 million. Yen Hua covered his face and was full of grievances. How could it be wrong for him to think for the family with all his heart? Seeing Yen Hua's pitiful and innocent expression, Yen Ruli sighed in his heart and his tone softened a few points. "This matter, you don't care. I have my own measure." Slanting a glance at his son, Yen Ruli said indifferently, even though he knew his son's virtues, and it certainly wasn't because of these $200 million that he had provoked Yi Chen. There was nothing to be said when things had come to this. True to Yen Hua's words, after being extorted for so much money, their Yen family had to regain some face. Yen Hua was a bit reluctant, but he still nodded. Since Father Sama had his plans, it would be better for him to be honest and not ruin his arrangements. "Go, call them all back. Don't move that Yi Chen for now." Yen Hua ordered down and called back all those bodyguards who had been sent out earlier to find the gunman. "Just as well, then I'll let you live for a while longer." Yen Hua's face was icy cold as he muttered. Chapter 71 I will make a move. Back at home, despite Zhou Qin's objections, Yi Chen placed her on the bed in his bedroom, then without changing his face, with a zip, he directly ripped open Zhou Qin's pants. "What are you going to do?" Zhou Qin looked flustered and couldn't help but scream out in shock. "Shut up." Leaf Dust chortled and glared up at her. At this time, an inexplicably domineering aura emanated from him. That kind of aura caused Zhou Qin to be a bit confused and subconsciously shut his mouth. She didn't fret for long, though, and quickly came back to her senses. Glancing down at the bruises on her legs, Zhou Qin then understood Yi Chen's intention of ripping her pants just now. The blood was dry and coughing, and the wound was ligated, so if you took it off, it could easily cut into the wound and cause a secondary infection, and by tearing it right off, you not only save yourself the trouble, but you also avoid this needless infection to a greater extent. Yi Chen called a basin of water and carefully cleaned up Zhou Qin's wound. The current Yi Chuan was extremely focused, and did not look like the kind of hooligan that he had been before at all. Zhou Qin couldn't help but be a bit curious as to which one was the real Yi Chen. Was it the cynical, somewhat lustful fellow, or was it the present young man with a superb, abstruse demeanor? But no matter which one it was, the secret on Yi Chen was definitely extraordinary, and it was even possible that the origin of his identity was much greater than she had imagined. Don't worry about this matter. I've already told Qin Chao to find someone who can fix it. Yi Chuan opened his mouth while applying medicine to Zhou Qin's calf. Captain Qin, and you couldn't solve it either? Zhou Qin asked curiously, but his voice was a little shaky. Being held by Yi Chen's thighs, even though she knew that the other party was healing her injuries, she was shy, so it was only through conversations and forcing yourself to be distracted that that feeling of alienation was effectively alleviated. Yi Chuan smiled faintly and shook his head. The old Chao, naturally, was able to solve it, but now, he can't. As for me, I'm no longer in the official sect, so I don't want to bother with it, purely as a figure of leisure. Upon hearing this, Zhou Qin was instantly annoyed. She had always had a strong sense of justice, and Yi Chen's words were too selfish and self-serving, obviously not to her liking. The so-called the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. You're so strong. Are you just going to stand by and watch the brats spread their wildness in this Jinling city and poison our Chinese people? Zhou Qin sat up straight violently, his eyes fixedly looking at Yi Chen. How many capable people there are in the world, in their positions, seek their own affairs. Overstepping one's bounds will only invite disaster. Don't worry, this matter, someone will solve it, Yi Chen said indifferently. However, Yi Chuan suddenly looked cold as he said with a murderous air, those little devils and the Yen family's people even dared to make a move against you. This is tantamount to provoking me, and I have to make them pay the price. As soon as he spoke, the movement of his hands stopped. At this moment, Zhou Qin's legs had suddenly turned a greenish-black color, and that was the scar removal ointment that had been applied by Yi Chuan. Just wait a day and all wounds will be restored. However, right now, Zhou Qin's focus was not on these things, and she could not help but be overjoyed when she heard Yi Chen's words. You're going to make a move? Zhou Qin asked tentatively. Yi Chuan nodded and said, I didn't want to care, but they group of things that don't know how to die even hurt you. It's unforgivable. When the time comes, I will step in. Great. Zhou Qin revealed an excited look while her heart warmed up. Obviously, Yi Chen's defense moved her greatly. Sleep here for a while. I'll go out to get some food, Yi Chen said indifferently. After saying that, without waiting for Zhou Qin to reply, he left the bedroom on his own. Looking at Yi Chen's departing back, Zhou Qin secretly thought in his heart, this guy seems to be quite good, and now he doesn't seem to be such an asshole. With thoughts flying around inside his head, Zhou Qin was overwhelmed and fell into a deep sleep. In the middle of the Yen family villa, a middle-aged man ran back in a panic. Family master, it's bad. Yen Yue and the others have all been killed, the middle-aged man said with a terrified expression. As soon as he heard this news, Yen really instantly couldn't sit still. He stood up from the couch in a mischievous manner, a look of shock and anger on his face. Killed? Who did it? And where did you learn of it? Yen Rulai's eyes narrowed as he issued a trifecta of questions. To say he wasn't nervous right now would be a lie. The Yen family has an unseen deal with the Easting people. If this matter comes to light, the Yen family will be destroyed in an instant. They will instantly go from being the high and mighty aristocrats to the street rats that everyone shouts at. Miss Qingyi of the Yimao clan sent word that the one who killed them was a young man named Yi Chen. The middle-aged man replied respectfully. Hearing this name, Mu Hong couldn't help but exclaim, it's him. Obviously, this name had an extremely deep impression in her mind. Yen Rulai twisted his head and glanced at her, and even though his heart was also set off in waves of shock, his face did not move, and he could not see a bit of joy or sadness. It was just that Yen really understood that if Yen Yue and the others had really been killed by Yi Chen, then I was afraid that the other party had already known all about the deal between their Yen family and the Eastern Ing people. I know. You go down. Yen Rulai waved his hand, his face covered in frost. In that case, he would have to make the first move. Yi Chuan, a vertical son who knows a little bit of sideways, still really think that Yen family is afraid of him? After going to the grocery store, Yi Duan bought some vegetables and came back, and then dove headfirst into the kitchen. After being busy for most of the day, it was nearing noon, and his stomach had long been hungry. If there was no Zhou Qin, it would have been fine for him to casually go downstairs and deal with a bite. However, with Zhou Qin present, Yi Chen deliberately wanted to show off his cooking skills. When the time comes to capture her stomach, will it still be difficult to capture her body and mind? With this thought in mind, Leaf Dust was energized in the kitchen, but just as he was cutting up the cabbage, there was a knock at the door. Who would be looking for him at this hour? Yi Chen was a bit curious as he walked over and opened the door. What came into his eyes was Jiang Wanqing's closed moon, shy face. However, at this moment, she had a strong sense of anxiety on her face. First wife, what are you doing here? Aren't you at school? Yi Duan was filled with surprise. He stared at Jiang Wanqing for a while, then suddenly laughed with a ha and said with a smile, First wife, did you know that I'm cooking today and purposely rushed back to try my handiwork? Jiang Wanqing didn't follow his words. Instead, she said with an anxious face, Qin has disappeared. I didn't see her when I got up this morning, and then the phone call didn't pick up, showing the off state. Something can't have happened to her. Right, Yi Chuan, can you help me look for her? So it was for Zhou Qin. Yi Chen nodded and pulled Jiang Wanqing into the door as soon as he did. I promise you, but can you promise me one condition? Yi Duan heatedly smiled. Chapter 72 Taken for a Ride. Hearing that Yi Chen actually had conditions, Jiang Wanqing couldn't help but slightly furrow her eyebrows. However, for the sake of her bosom friend, Jiang Wanqing still agreed in one breath. As long as you can help me find Qin, I'll agree to any conditions. Jiang Wanqing looked serious. Yi Chuan touched his nose. Jiang Wanqing unexpectedly agreed so dryly, which instead made him a bit uncomfortable. Pretending to think deeply, Yi Chuan uncertainly asked again, really agree to all conditions? Except for that kind of thing, everything else is fine. Seeing Yi Chen smiling somewhat ambiguously, Jiang Wanqing's heart tightened and hurriedly added, although she now had so much good feelings for Yi Chen, but letting her go and heave to Yi Chen, she still had a bit of a knot in her heart. Yi Chuan was naturally clear about this. He nodded and suddenly swallowed his saliva, staring at Jiang Wanqing's small mouth with red lips and white teeth. Not to mention that kind of thing, but I helped you find black wife. Can you let me have a kiss? Just like that? Jiang Wanqing was slightly stunned and looked at Yi Chen with an unbelievable look, as if she hadn't thought that Yi Chen would actually propose such a simple condition. Yi Chen nodded his head with an unusually serious look on his face. Just one kiss is it? I promise. Jiang Wanqing didn't even bring a blush to her face, and directly agreed in one mouthful. As far as she was concerned, this kind of thing was stress-free, and it wasn't the first time she'd done it anyway. I'll get her for you in a minute, so go sit on the couch for a while. Yi Chuan smiled heatedly, and after placing Jiang Wanqing in the living room, he went back to the kitchen to get busy. Watching him enter the kitchen, Jiang Wanqing was a bit bewildered, but still honestly sat down. Less than 2.5 minutes later, however, she sensed something was wrong. Leaf Dust was inside the kitchen, whose snoring sound was coming from that bedroom. Unable to suppress her inner curiosity, Jiang Wanqing stood up from the sofa and headed over to the bedroom. When she saw Zhou Qin lying on all fours on the bed huffing and puffing, Jiang Wanqing immediately turned dark, knowing that she had fallen for Yi Chen's thieves. Surname Yi, you've gone too far. Qin is clearly in. Jiang Wanqing turned around and rushed into the kitchen, and just when she wanted to scold Yi Chen for a few words, she smelled an indescribable aroma of dishes. She couldn't help but gulp. The rest of her words instantly swallowed back in her stomach. Watching Yi Chuan concentrating on stir-frying, tossing and turning the spoon, all in one go, Jiang Wanqing couldn't help but widen her eyes and asked in shock, you can still cook? Yi Duan didn't reply until he finished making the last dish. Only then did he turn his head to look at Jiang Wanqing and faintly smiled. That's for sure. The meal is ready. Go wake up black wife and let's eat together. Oh, good. Jiang Wanqing nodded her head, but as soon as she turned around, she immediately reacted. She crossed her arms and walked towards Yi Duan with an annoyed expression. You guy, you're too much. Say, why is Qin in your bedroom? Did you do something unseen to her? She was getting angrier and angrier as she spoke, her eyes almost on fire. It was clearly not a normal thing for one's bosom friend to appear in Yi Chen's bed. Jiang Wanqing was annoyed in her heart and had a feeling of being betrayed. This woman is so self-absorbed, not very capable, but curious, that she actually dared to mess with the brats and the Yin family by herself, and was caught on the spot by the other side. If I hadn't arrived in time, I'm afraid you wouldn't have seen her. After I rescued her, I brought her straight back and gave her medicine for her wounds. She fell asleep because she was so tired, and that was about it. Yi Chen explained. His tone was flat, but it startled Jiang Wanqing. No wonder it was strange when she saw Zhou Qin's legs were dark before. It turned out to be an injury, and Yi Chuan had applied the ointment to her. Is she hurt bad enough to need a hospital? Jiang Wanqing's face was filled with worry, completely forgetting the fact that Yi Chen himself was a divine doctor. In her subconscious, when she was sick and injured, her first choice was to rush to the hospital. Yi Chen touched his nose, but he could understand this kind of heart of hers that was worried and nervous for her good friend. Don't worry, it's fine. Little master me out. One can stand up to two. Only the wound bleeding a little too much. Easy to leave a scar. I used a secret ointment for her. At most a week. Even the scar will not remain. Yi Chen said proudly, his face filled with indescribable confidence. Jiang Wanqing nodded, and only then did she put her heart down. She glanced at Yi Chen and said, "Then I'll go shout at her to get up." "There's no rush." Yi Chuan suddenly smiled badly as his figure flashed and stopped at the doorway, not allowing Jiang Wanqing to leave. "What do you want?" Jiang Wanqing looked a little alarmed. "I don't want to, but isn't it time to honor the terms you promised me?" Yi Chen shook his head and stared at Jiang Wanqing, only that an impish smile remained on his face. Jiang Wanqing blinked her eyes and visibly began to play dumb. What conditions? Anyway, the person had already been found, and it was Yi Chen who had lied to her first. So was there a problem for her to play the fool now? Obviously there was no problem at all. "You promised. I'll help you find the black wife and you'll let me have a kiss." Seeing Jiang Wanqing actually playing a rogue, Yi Chen was instantly a bit dissatisfied. What was the difference between this and crossing the river and tearing down the bridge? "But you didn't help me look for it. I was the one who found Qin in your bedroom." Jiang Wanqing had a smile on her face. After she said that, even she admired herself. She was simply a logical genius. Leaf Dust was choked. It seemed like that was really the case. However, when he thought about it more carefully, something didn't seem right. "Alright, get out of the way. I'll go shout at Qin to get up for dinner." Jiang Wanqing's face was full of springtime complacency. Since she had met Yi Chen, this was the first time she had won a big victory. Wait, just as Jiang Wanqing passed by Yi Chuan suddenly looked up and pulled her sleeve. "First wife, you are really eloquent. I was almost swindled by you." "What? You want to cheat?" Jiang Wanqing's heart jumped, but her face did not change color. "Of course not. I rescued Black Wife, and ultimately, it's because I stepped in that you can see her in my bedroom." "So?" Yi Chuan heatedly smiled, and as soon as he finished his words, he wrapped his arms around Jiang Wanqing's waist and kissed her heavily on her sexy little mouth. With her body a wit, Jiang Wanqing only symbolically pushed and shoved for a short while before she became intoxicated and kissed Yi Chen. The two of them embraced each other and kissed for a long time, until Jiang Wanqing was a little out of breath, and only then did Yi Chen take the initiative to release her. Jiang Wanqing was tingling all over, half relying on Yi Chuan's arms, standing even a little unsteady. "You bad egg." Jiang Wanqing bit her lip, her eyes as watery as water, and glared at Yi Chen. "Men don't love. Women don't love. Besides, that's what you promised me." Yi Chuan smiled playfully and wrapped his arms around Jiang Wanqing's waist with a smug look on his face. Oily mouth. Jiang Wanqing couldn't help but give Yi Chen a blank look. She was a bit helpless. She had thought it was her big win, but in the end, she had been taken by Yi Chen again. However, even Jiang Wanqing herself did not expect that she would actually not resent Yi Chen's strong behavior like this at all. If it had been anyone else, she would have been slapped who knows where long ago. Chapter 73 Chef in Charge. Yi Chuan wrapped his arms around her waist and came up to her ear, asking in a fine voice, "Comfortable?" A hot breath exhaled from his sinuses and hit Jiang Wanqing's earlobes, instantly causing Jiang Wanqing to shiver. "If you keep this up, I'll ignore you," Jiang Wanqing said with a red face. She didn't realize in the slightest that she was living up to her mistress with this look on her face right now. Leaf Dust hemmed and hawed and didn't say anything else, and at this time, Jiang Wanqing took a deep breath and suppressed the throbbing within her heart. "I'll go shout at Qin to get up," successfully breaking free from Yi Chen's arms. Jiang Wanqing did not look back and directly left the place in a puff of smoke. Yi Chen revealed a smug smile, then turned around and went to serve the food. Inside the bedroom, when Jiang Wanqing walked in, she found that Zhou Qin had already woken up. "Qing, why are you here? Isn't this Yi Chen's home?" Zhou Qin was a bit strange. She clearly remembered. Wasn't this Yi Chen's home? Could it be that she had slept and her nerves were a bit deranged? At the thought, she patted her head, and sure enough, there was some pain there. Seeing this scene, Jiang Wanqing cried and laughed as she walked over and hurriedly said, "This is indeed Yi Chen's home. I'm here to find you. Looking for me for what?" Zhou Qin was again at a loss. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wanqing was exasperated and laughed. She said without a good mood, "We both slept together yesterday, and when I woke up in the morning, you were gone, and when I called you, your cell phone didn't answer. You say, can I not worry about you?" Zhou Qin then reacted. She smiled sarcastically and said, "I didn't just happen to have a task to do. I didn't mean to leave without saying hello." "You still have the nerve to say that. If it wasn't for Yi Chuan's timely arrival, do you know what kind of consequences there would have been?" Jiang Wanqing glared at her feisty best friend. Zhou Qin's eyes widened in surprise. "You know all about it? Of course, you guy, if you keep messing around like that in the future, I'll cut ties with you." Jiang Wanqing gritted her teeth. Zhou Qin naturally understood that Jiang Wanqing was concerned about herself, and she lowered her head in an "I already know what's wrong" manner. Seeing Zhou Qin in such a state, Jiang Wanqing couldn't continue to talk. She changed the topic and said, "Let's go out to eat. That guy Yi Chen, his handiwork is not bad. He made a lot of meals." "He can cook?" Zhou Qin said in surprise. It looks okay, colorful and fragrant, but I don't know if it has any taste. Jiang Wanqing shrugged. As long as the poison doesn't kill anyone, Zhou Qin said in a serious manner. The two joked and left the bedroom. When they re-entered the living room, Yi Chen had already served all the meals. Smelling the aroma of the meal, Zhou Qin couldn't help but let his eyes light up. It looked as if it was really good. The three of them took their seats and then ate their meal. At first, Jiang Wanqing is still a bit of a lady, but after tasting the delicious, she immediately stopped pretending, and directly transformed into a dry rice maniac. And even some of the dishes that do not have soup, she did not even use chopsticks, directly on the hands to grab. On the other side of the table, Zhou Qin, naturally, was even more exaggerated. As a practitioner, she never knew what a lady was. It was rare for her to eat such a delicious meal, and she almost bit her tongue several times in a row. Hey, you guys pay attention to your image. There's someone else here, Yi Chuan shouted. He was a little depressed. These two women were also too protective of their food, directly dragging the dishes to them. Looking at the tabletop in front of him, which was bare and only had a bowl of white rice, Yi Chuan wanted to cry without tears. The one who cooks has no food to eat. What is this called? But it couldn't be helped. One's own women. One could only spoil them. And to think about it from another perspective, it wasn't a good thing that they loved their cooking so much. An autumn wind swept away the leaves and all the dishes were empty. Not even a bit of soup left. 4 dishes, and you two ate them all? You didn't even leave any soup? Yi Chuan was shocked. He purposely ate the white rice slowly, just to wait until the two women were full in a little while, and he could still lick his plate and taste something or other. But he had never expected that both women would be so good at eating that they didn't even leave a single vegetable leaf for him. Hearing Yi Chen's aggravated shout, the two women glanced at each other, both looking innocent themselves. I'm too hard, Yi Duan wailed, spitting out her tongue. Jiang Wanqing said embarrassedly, it's rare to eat such a delicious and flavorful meal, so I didn't hold back for a while, so I ate a little more. Speaking here, she looked at Yi Chuan with a grudging face and said, it's all your fault for making the meal so delicious. People eat so much, they're going to gain weight. Leaf dust. At this time, Zhou Qin also chimed in. That's right, if we grow fat, it's all your responsibility. Oh come on, it's even his own fault. Yi Chuan's face was so depressed that he was close to carving the word big grudge directly on his face. The meal did not eat a bite not to mention, but also by the two women to complain on. This he how wronged ah. After thinking about it, Yi Chen nodded and said, alright, it's all my fault, then I won't cook in the future. But who would have expected that when they heard this? Jiang Wanqing and Zhou Qin immediately pulled down their faces and said in unison, no, why not? If I don't cook, you guys won't eat as much. If you won't eat that much, you guys won't gain weight. Yi Chuan clasped his hands on his chest and said with a smile. Jiang Wanqing didn't say anything, but Zhou Qin smiled playfully and said, you're so good with your hands. It's a pity that you don't cook, so let's just be fat. Anyway, Lao Ao doesn't really care about it. And don't you know how to heal? It's not easy to get us some medicine to maintain our figure? Hearing Zhou Qin's words, Jiang Wanqing's eyes immediately lit up. Right, isn't Yi Chuan some kind of evil doctor a medical expert? So he thought that he should have that kind of means to maintain his figure. What I can do is medical arts, not spells. Yi Chuan's face darkened. This woman was really hopeless, wanting to eat again and not wanting to gain weight. How in the world could there be such a good thing? Zhou Qin didn't care about that much, as she flicked her nails and faintly swept a glance at Yi Duan, saying, just say if you can do it. It does work. However, hundreds of prescriptions instantly flashed inside Yi Chuan's mind. Since I can, it's so happily decided. From now on, you'll cook for us, and we'll leave our figure management to you, Zhou Qin said with a big grin. I protest. Leaf Dust looked dissatisfied. Protest is invalid, the two women said at the same time, as they looked at Yi Chen with a smile, as if they weren't afraid of Yi Chen not agreeing. Yi Chuan was depressed. Good guy, just cooking a meal on a whim, and then becoming a chef at the helm later on? No, absolutely not. Since you guys are asking me to do body management, then can I check your bodies anytime I want? Yi Chuan suddenly smiled badly. If he could fulfill this condition, then he would have no complaints about being the chef at the helm. Chapter 74 No date. However, there is often a gap between the ideal and the reality. Yi Chuan's words, without any suspense, were once again ignored by the two women. I have to go to school this afternoon, so I'll just go ahead hiccuping. Jiang Wanqing heatedly smiled and turned around to leave the place without any hesitation at all. With a twinkle in his eye, Zhou Qin also spoke. I remembered something important. I haven't been back home for a long time. I need to go back and visit my parents. After saying that, without waiting for Yi Chen to agree, she also left. Looking at the backs of the two people leaving back and forth, Yi Chen touched his nose and did not say anything else. But when he lowered his head and saw the sight of cups and plates on the tabletop, he couldn't help but feel a surge of blood pressure. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I didn't get to eat the food, but I had to wash the dishes myself. Yi Chuan had some egg pain. He sighed and quickly settled the bowl of white rice before getting up and cleaning up. By the time Yi Chuan was all finished, it was already close to 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Jiang Wanqing and Zhou Qin and the girls were not doing anything, so Yi Chuan thought about it and decided that it would be better to go and look for that girl Qin Ningxian. However, when Yi Chen finished the call, he was depressed, because Qin Ningxian was also not available this afternoon. There were many patients coming to Ji Shirtang, and she and another person sitting in on it were simply too busy, not to mention taking the time to sneak out and accompany Yi Chen to go shopping. There was no other way. Yi Chuan could only aim at his young wife. Lin Mengru, who is it? Don't you know people are taking a nap? Call back after 3 o'clock. The phone was connected, and Lin Mengru's disgruntled voice came from the other end, obviously carrying a little bit of emotion. Yi Chuan was speechless. It was past 1 o'clock. Lin Mengru was actually still taking a nap. This girl was really enough. He just wanted to speak, but the phone was hung up directly by Lin Mengru. Yi Chuan's face darkened, and without saying anything, he directly called a car and rushed to Jinling University. Lin Mengru was the famous school flower of Jinling University. Her dormitory number, naturally, was very easy to inquire about. After Yi Chuan asked for the exact address, he jogged all the way to the bottom of her dormitory building. Little wife, the sun is on your ass. Don't sleep anymore. Get up and go shopping with me. Yi Chuan made his hands in the shape of a trumpet and shouted loudly upstairs. This odd behavior and shouting instantly attracted many people to watch. Yi Chen didn't care at all. Seeing that Lin Mengyu didn't respond, he continued to shout loudly. Quickly stop talking. Get up and get high. Lin Mengru lived on the 3rd floor. She was sleeping soundly, but a shout from downstairs shouted her sleepiness away. Which murderous ghost is screaming? Lin Mengru gritted her teeth in hatred. She walked out onto the balcony and looked down, almost dropping her eyes in shock. Why is it this asshole? Lin Mengru clenched her teeth for a while. No wonder she felt the voice was a bit familiar. With this kind of cheeky character of Yi Chen, if he didn't show up again, he would definitely keep shouting, and by then the whole school might have to rush to see the fun. Thinking of this, Lin Mengru angrily yelled to Yi Chen downstairs in the dormitory. I'll go down immediately, so shut your mouth. Yi Chen scratched his head with an obedient and good boy look as he looked around for a while before finding a stone bench and sitting down, because it happened to be the time of the afternoon classes. Although there were many people coming and going, there were very few people who really stopped to watch. When Yi Chen quieted down, even more so, no one paid attention to his side anymore. Mengru, do you recognize this tuba downstairs? Inside Lin Mengru's dormitory, there was another girl taking a nap, but right now, she was obviously woken up by Yi Chen's loud voice. Don't know. Wait for me to go down and get rid of him, Lin Mengru said without blushing. The girl nodded and didn't say anything else as she rolled over into a comfortable position and continued her lunch break. After briefly freshening up, Lin Mengru applied lipstick to her lips and then went downstairs wearing a casual shirt. When he saw Lin Mengru's youthful and energetic figure appearing downstairs, Yi Chen's eyes lit up and he quickly swept over. What do you want from me? I don't know, I'm having a nice nap. Lin Mengru pouted her little mouth, looking a little unhappy. Obviously, she felt very unhappy about Yi Chen disturbing her good dreams. You don't have classes in the afternoon, right? Accompany me on a date, Yi Duan said with a hefty smile, giving him a sidelong glance. Lin Mengru didn't directly agree, and certainly didn't directly refuse. She raised her little head, rubbed her chin, and said haughtily, you let me think about it. She herself was one of the school beauties of Jinling University anyhow, with countless suitors. If he agreed to Yi Chen's invitation as soon as he invited him, wouldn't that be too faceless? He must take a good hold of Yi Chen. Holding this thought, Lin Mengru intentionally made things difficult for Yi Chen. She deliberately showed a sorry look and said, that's sorry, I have an appointment this afternoon. But who would have expected that when Yi Chen heard these words, he didn't react at all as if he was nothing. This made Lin Mengru furious, as she realized that Yi Chen's gaze was not on herself at all, but was looking at another place. Hey, I'm talking to you. Lin Mengru gritted her teeth. Yi Chuan came back to his senses with an ah, and he glanced at Lin Mengyu before a pair of eyes quickly moved to that direction again. If you have an appointment, forget it, I'll see you next time. I've got things to do, so I'll leave. After saying that, without waiting for Lin Mengru to agree, Yi Chen directly ran away. Staring blankly at Yi Chen's back for a while, Lin Mengru's brain was a bit confused. Obviously Yi Chen came over to look for himself. How come he ran away on his own instead? It wasn't until Yi Chen's back completely disappeared from sight that Lin Mengyu reacted, and she stomped her little foot in exasperation. Bastard! I hate you la! Lin Mengru's cheeks burned and she only felt bashful. In order to meet Yi Duan, She purposely wore this casual dress that was her favorite, but as a result, Yi-chan only ran over to say a few words to herself and then excused himself and left, which made her feel speechless and angry. Other than that, just this matter today, if the few little sisters in the dormitory knew about it, they would definitely laugh at their entire college career. Lin Mengru huffed and puffed as she went back up the stairs, but she didn't know that the reason why Yi-chan had left wasn't because he was deliberately teasing her, but because he had seen his special character, and a big part of the reason he came over to Lin Mengru was for that reason. Yesterday, Zhou Qin's distress had taught Yi-chan a great lesson. There are some unstable factors. It is better to eliminate them in time. It is impossible to guarantee that one day the stimulus is enough to explode and hurt those close to you. Therefore, Yi Chuan is ready to start action to eradicate all those restless factors in Jinling City, and the first to bear the brunt is the human world. Chapter 75 Locating Shura. Just because Ma Half-Xian was killed by him doesn't mean that there are no other members of the human world in this golden city. The only way to bring peace to Zhou Qin and Lin Mengru was to eliminate them altogether. No, Yi Chuan had only just turned around near Lin Mengru's dormitory and immediately discovered a suspicious character. Yi Chuan swaggered and followed up. The other party was a youth dressed as a student, with a clean-cut appearance and a thin figure. At first glance it looked as if it was not threatening at all. However, Yi Chen knew that these were all appearances used to confuse people. The youth's body was heavy with killing, and Yi Chuan estimated that he had killed 10 people at the very least. The youth of course noticed Yi Chen behind him, and a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth before he led Yi Chen to turn into a deserted alley. When Yi Chuan walked inside the alley, the youth's figure disappeared. The corners of Yi Chen's mouth curled up slightly. Knowing that his ploy had succeeded, he intentionally revealed his figure precisely so that the other party would notice the tracking. In that case, with the suspicious nature of this young killer, he would definitely make a fool of himself and introduce himself into this unoccupied place. By this time, Yi Chuan would be able to make a plan to take down this youth without a sound and directly force out the location of the other killers in the human world. I wonder what Your Excellency, who has been following me, is calling for? A cold voice sounded behind Yi Chen. Nothing, just want to ask, how many people do you people have in this Jinling city? Where are they all hidden? Yi Chen turned around with an evil smile on his face, but it caused that youth to tremble and almost pee his pants. This youth was no other than the one who had been coy in front of Shura earlier, checking the security camera footage. After being restored by special means, all of them had seen Yi Chen's face clearly. It's you! The youth no longer had the cold arrogance he had before. Someone who could kill a half-immortal was simply not something a first-class realm like his could fight against. You recognize me? Leaf Dust was a bit surprised, but then, he reacted and said lazily, looks like I'm already famous on your side. It's also true that what's his name, the half-immortal of Lazi, was pinched to death by me, so you little Yakuza, you must have all been scared out of your wits. Hearing Yi Chen say this, the youth's face turned green. If he had been skeptical a moment ago, he was undoubtedly certain now. Can you spare me? The youth said bitterly. His luck was too backward. Just the first day he took on the task of spying on Lin Mengyu, he was targeted by such a big bogeyman. With the strength of the other party, one could not run even if one wanted to. Answer the question I just asked. Yi Chen's eyes were cold as he stared at the youth. The youth cried out, if I say something, can you spare my life? I can quit the human world and be devoted to goodness in the future. Yi Chuan, however, ignored him, such a person, whose hands were stained with blood, expecting him to be good. It would be better to believe that sows would fall into trees. If you don't say it, die now, Yi Chen said coldly, his gaze filled with danger. The youth's face was bitter, but in order to seize that slim chance of survival, he still chose to tell Yi Chuan everything, even Shura's address. He said it without omitting it. Shura, ha! Yi Chen laughed disdainfully as he looked at the youth, the corner of his mouth rising slightly. Seeing that you're so cooperative, I'll give you a pain in the ass. Go on your way here. After saying that, a stern aura flashed in Yi Chen's eyes as he reached out and grabbed towards the youth's neck. You don't keep your word. I've said it all. Why do you still refuse to let me go? The youth roared as he frantically retreated backward, his expression even more filled with fear and panic. However, although he was fast, he was obviously not fast enough for Yi Chuan, and in the youth's horrified eyes, Yi Chuan grabbed him by the neck and picked him up like a chicken. Spare my life. As Yi Chuan exerted force in his hands, the youth's voice begging for mercy became softer and softer. Not long after, the youth's constantly struggling limbs drooped and completely lost their voice. Putting the youth's body down, Yi Chuan took out a round bottle with a flat top and a wide bottom from his bosom. He poured out some liquid from the bottle and drizzled it on the youth's body. Zip! Along with the sound of bubbles tumbling, the last trace of the youth disappeared. After doing this, Yi Chen turned around and left. He came out onto the street where the cars were coming and went, reached out and stopped a cab and got in. After telling the driver master the location provided by the youth, Yichuan directly rushed towards Shura's residence, Golden Sunshine Lakeview Villa 24. When Yichuan reached his destination, he could not help but let out a long sigh of relief. These outlaws are really rich. Jinling City is a horrible place to live, especially in several large villa areas, like this Lakeview Villa area that Yichuan was now in. The villas inside had a unit price of more than 6 figures, and a set of getting it, at the very least, had to be a small target. This kind of sky-high price, even his own little brother Li Xian's family, most likely could not afford it, and according to the information provided by the youth, this one Lakeview Villa was only 1/10 of the human world's assets in Jinling City. Looking at the door number, Yi Duan found Shura's residence. However, when he pushed the door in, he was surprised to see that there were already several people waiting for him in the courtyard. At the head of the group was a middle-aged man, dressed in black clothes and pants, with a black cloak behind him. Obviously, he was Shura. Underdog secretly sent me a signal that he was being watched, so it seems that this person is you. Shura had a cat-and-mouse look on his face. Even if he knew that Yi Chen had the battle record of killing a horse half-immortal, he was not afraid. First of all, Ma Half-Xian was already old and naturally could not be as sharp as a young man in a fight. Secondly, his ranking among the 8 human kings in the human world was itself higher than that of half-horse immortal, and his realm and strength naturally surpassed that of boss half-horse immortal by a hair. The combination of the two brought Shura great confidence. He was already at the peak of the extreme realm, just a hair's breadth away from entering the ranks of the extreme. In this situation, unless a supreme powerhouse stepped in, otherwise, he was confident that he could defeat all enemies. What did you do with the underdog? At this time, a youth next to Shura opened his mouth to chide, his face carrying the flames of anger. Yi Chen swept a glance at him and said indifferently, "Naturally, I will kill him. Guys like you with blood on your hands, when I see one, I will naturally exterminate one. Arrogant, let me see what you're capable of." That youth roared in anger as he rushed towards Yi Chen, holding a dagger in his hand and stabbing it towards Yi Chen's heart. Yi Duan deflated. At this level, it was not as good as that guy just now. He flicked his finger and struck above the dagger. A huge force erupted and directly shook that youth back. The youth kneeled down and vomited blood, looking at Yi Chen with a look of disbelief among his gaze. Somewhat tactful. "I'll give you 2 choices. The first is to join the human world and submit to me. I guarantee that your name will be included among the future 8 great human kings." Shura's eyes flickered as he stared at Yi Chen. Unlike the other 2 youths, there was no trace of anger on his face. Instead, he carried a hidden smile. "What about the second?" Yi Chen skimmed his lips and asked. Cultivator's eyes went cold, and he said with a stern tone, "Secondly, then this king will personally take action and grant you death." Chapter 76 Survivalist Pulling Full Weight. Hearing this, Yi Chen couldn't help but grin widely. His pompous expression and piercing laughter instantly drew Shura's ire. "Kid, it's not easy for you to have such a strong strength at such a young age. I advise you to be honest. Don't refuse to eat the wine with respect," Cultivator said in a chilling tone. He had a love of talent, but that was only limited to situations where the other person knew what was good for them. If Yi Chen didn't know what was good for him, then Shura would likewise show no mercy and would decimate him at the first opportunity. This is the purpose of the world. If you can't use it for yourself, then you are all enemies. But I just like to eat the punishment. Yi Chuan smiled playfully, blithely not putting Shura in his eyes. Shura sulked in his heart. His gaze was icy cold as he stared at Yi Chen. "I'll give you one more chance. Do you submit?" He really looked at Yi Chen's strength and knew that such a demon with great potential would definitely add a lot of help to him if he could be driven by him, which was why he asked Yi Chen so bitterly one more time. Otherwise, if it was anyone else, he would have already known how many times he had chopped them up with his hands. A sneer flowed from the corner of his mouth. Yi Chen sneered and said, "Little Shura, you deserve it too. Go ask your family's God King Lord and see if he dares to be so reckless with me." When these words came out, Shou Luo as well as the few youths next to him all sucked in a breath of cool air as they were stunned by Yi Chen's words. There are 8 great human kings in the human world, but none of them are the strongest in the human world. The strongest battle force in the human world was the Soul Lord who created the human world, and the next thing that came next was the 2 great god kings that Yi Duan had spoken of. The 2 great god kings were of profound strength, both terrifying existences of the absolute realm, and were internationally renowned. But at this moment, looking at Yi Chen's tone of voice, it was full of contempt and disdain, as if he didn't put the 2 god kings in his eyes at all. "Who exactly are you?" Shura narrowed his eyes slightly as he finally realized something was wrong. Even if the average son of a powerful family knew of the existence of the human world, it was by no means clear that there were still 2 great god kings reigning above their 8 human kings, and among the Chinese martial arts, there were definitely no more than a handful of forces or organizations that could know so much about their human world. Shura's gaze was biting. staring at Yi Chen's body as if he wanted to see through his origins. In addition to this current name, I have another name that I haven't used for many years, and I think you should have heard of it as well. Yi Chen smiled faintly. What title? Shura subconsciously inquired, but an extremely ominous thought arose in his heart. Yi Chuan looked at Xiu Luo with a smile on his face and spat out 2 words. Trick doctor. What? Shura was so shocked that he almost thought that there was something wrong with his ears. This handsome-looking youth in front of him was actually the heavenly sword guile doctor who had disappeared from the world for 3 long years? Shura was bitter in his heart, feeling that he was a living clown. Even their Lord God King didn't dare to mess with the trickster doctor. It was ridiculous that he actually wanted to take him as a henchman. It was simply too self-indulgent. Go, kill this arrogant brat, Shura yelled. As his voice fell, all of those young assassins rushed towards Yi Chen. They were naturally not clear about who the trickster doctor was. Otherwise, they would definitely not dare to strike towards Yi Chen even if they were beaten to death. Shura didn't participate in the siege of Yi Chen and instead fled outside. He knew in his heart that although those men of his were numerous, they were simply not enough to face the trickster doctor. It wasn't even realistic for the 6 of them to join forces and even block Yi Chen for a minute. Shura was very life-thirsty and very decisive. Taking advantage of the little bit of precious time his men had to hold Yi Chen back, he rushed outside like a madman. 4 years ago, the bloodthirsty god king of the human world had come to China to do a mission to assassinate one of the Chinese scientists, only to be caught on the spot by the trick doctor. The 2 sides fought, and the bloodthirsty god king used all of his cards, but he was still killed by the guile doctor and fled in disarray. Both sides jockeyed for tens of thousands of kilometers, running from Asia all the way to Europe, and the bloodthirsty god king just barely escaped from the tiger's mouth. Since then, the bloodthirsty god king talked about Huaxia. Until today, he had never dared to take half a step into China again. After that battle, the middle and upper echelons of the human world knew that in the mysterious and ancient East, there was a heaven-defying demon, codenamed Guile Doctor, and even the bloodthirsty god king, who was the higher power among their 2 great god kings, had been killed by him. A few of Shura's men laughed and rushed over. They didn't know Yi Chuan's power and only had one thought in their mind: kill Yi Chuan in exchange for Lord Shura's compliments. However, Yi Chen's attention was not on these people. The corner of his mouth curled up slightly as he looked at Shura's escaping back and was about to give chase, but he suddenly realized that those men of his, one by one, were actually sticking to him like a dog's skin. Want to die? Then I'll let you? Yi Chuan laughed coldly. He had never been merciful to this gang of outlaws. A hand chopped down, sharper than a steel blade, and landed on the neck of one of the men. With a poof, the man directly separated his head and body, breaking into 2. Almost at the same time, Yi Chuan flung his sleeve, and with a snap, an astral wind exploded out, directly cutting across the 3 young killers in front of him. Those 3 people's expressions froze as they let out muffled grunts and all of them collapsed to the ground. Obviously, their spines had been twisted off by the strong wind from Yi Chen, and even if they didn't die, they would never be able to stand up again. The last young assassin revealed a horrified expression. He finally reacted. This person in front of him was simply not something that these minions of theirs could defeat. Without further hesitation, he turned and rushed outside. Yi Chuan sneered, and with a pick of his toes, a small stone on the ground flew up and shot sharply in the direction where the young assassin had fled. Before that young assassin could run out of the door of this villa, he was run through the head by a small stone. He glanced back at Yi Chen in horror, and then he never moved again. All of this happened in the blink of an eye, and Shura had only escaped 100 or so meters away. When he noticed the movement coming from behind, he subconsciously glanced back. It was a sight to behold, and it almost scared Shura's soul. His 6 henchmen actually didn't even last 10 seconds before they were all taken care of by Yi Chuan. Shura despaired in his heart, but he didn't stop on his feet, still frantically fleeing outside. The desire to survive is quite strong. Yi Chuan lightly laughed as he gently clicked his foot, instantly spanning out 10 or so meters. With just a few flying maneuvers, Yi Chen swept past Shura's head and stopped him on his way. Shura was horrified and tried to change his escape direction. However, in the next moment, a hand choked his neck. Chapter 77. Everybody's gonna get killed. Don't kill me. I can be your dog. Shura spoke with difficulty, his face rising to a pig's liver color. Little Shura, are you worthy? Even your family's Lord God King, I can't even look at you. Yi Chen sneered and directly pinched his 5 fingers with a click, breaking Shura's neck. Shura no longer struggled. His eyes bulged out and his pupils lost their vigor for a split second. And after Yi Chen crushed Shura to death, he didn't dispose of his body at the first opportunity. Instead, he dragged him back inside the villa. Shura's eyes were wide with death, obviously to his death. He had never thought to understand why he was a strong person at the peak of the Jedi realm who had defected, but Yi Chuan didn't even care about it, and was instead pinched to death by his hand, leaving Shura's body in the courtyard. Yi Chen directly dialed Zhou Qin's phone. rise with something and retire from the court without anything, Zhou Qin said lazily, listening to the voice, obviously in a good mood. You come to Golden Sunshine Lakeview Villa 24. I have a surprise for you, Yi Chen said indifferently. What surprise? Zhou Qin asked. However, she was secretly vigilant in her heart. According to her understanding of Yi Chen, this guy was 100% going to do something weird again. Yi Duan smiled mysteriously. You'll know when you come, and I guarantee this surprise, you'll definitely like it. There was silence on the other end of the phone, but soon, Zhou Qin's voice rang out again. I know, Golden Sunshine, right? I'll be right there. After much deliberation, Zhou Qin made the decision to go to this Lakeview Villa to see what kind of surprises Yi Chen had waiting for her. Seeing that Zhou Qin was about to go out again, her mother, Luo Min, hurriedly walked out from her room with a strong reluctance on her face. Qin, you've only just returned and you're leaving again. Luo Min looked a bit gloomy. For more than 2 years, mother and daughter have been together and apart. Zhou Qin returned home once in a while, and this time it was even more so when she had to leave again before her but was even warmed up, which made her feel very lost. Zhou Qin turned around with an apologetic look on his face. She explained to Luo Min, Mom, I'm sorry, I have something to take care of right now. I'll be back when I'm done. Well, be sure to be safe. Luo Min sadly nodded slightly. Zhou Qin revealed a gentle smile. Mom, just don't worry, I'll be back soon. With that, she turned and walked out the door. The reason why Zhou Qin decided to make a trip to Golden Sunshine was not because she believed Yi Duan's pie in the sky, but her sixth sense told her that this address was a bit unusual. As for Yi Chen, without another glance at the corpses of these killers, he walked inside the villa on his own. It had to be said that these bloodthirsty and indifferent killers were quite good at enjoying life. Yi Chuan opened the refrigerator and found that it was piled with high-grade ingredients and fresh fruits. He took out some of these high-grade fruits and washed them, then ate them in a nice way while watching TV. After about half an hour, Zhou Qin arrived here. Upon seeing the sprawling bodies lying inside the villa, she almost thought she had come to the wrong place. Inside a villa, so many people were dead, which was obviously very unusual. Zhou Qin sank his face and took a step inside the villa. Black wife, you're finally here. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Seeing Zhou Qin appear, Yi Chen revealed a smile as he smiled and stood up from the sofa, walking towards Zhou Qin. Zhou Qin frowned and asked, Why are you here? Did you kill all the people outside? Of course, who else but me? Yi Chen had a smug look on his face and did not notice Zhou Qin's face was out of place. In the next second, Zhou Qin pulled out her own sidearm from her waist and pointed it at Yi Chen as she said coldly, You are suspected of intentional homicide. Put your hands up. The smug smile on Yi Chuan's face froze as he crowed and glanced at Zhou Qin, saying rather helplessly, Black wife, are you serious? Of course, you've killed so many people. Even if we have a friendship, there's no way I'm going to be lenient with you. Zhou Qin said coldly with an unusually serious expression. Yi Chuan had some egg pain. He scratched his head and pointed at the corpses of these people outside and said, But these are the surprises I'm going to send you. What do you mean? Zhou Qin froze for a moment, but then reacted. You mean, these guys are a killer in the human world. Leaf Dust picked up the conversation. Zhou Qin immediately drew a breath of cool air. No wonder she felt that this place was a bit strange. It turned out to be the human world's base camp in Jinling City. Well, isn't this surprise a favorite? Yi Chuan said with a face full of dejection. But who would have thought that Zhou Qin was still pointing his gun at him and spoke coldly. I don't like it. These are human lives. Even if they are internationally notorious killers, they should be handed over to the law to be judged, rather than you resorting to lynching them and killing them. You're a silly girl with a one-track mind. Leaf Dust cried and laughed as he met the blackened muzzle of the gun towards her, then flicked her on the forehead without any good reason. Zhou Qin exclaimed, covering his forehead in annoyance. You bastard, don't you know that a gentleman moves his mouth but not his hands? I'm not a gentleman. What's wrong with moving my hands? Yi Chen skimmed his mouth, disdaining this kind of statement from Zhou Qin. Zhou Qin was helpless as she blankly glanced at Yi Chen before putting her own gun away. Can't pretend anymore? Leaf Dust hemmed and hawed. Nonsense. Do you think that my old lady really has a one-track mind? You obviously have a relationship with the war sword. If I arrest you, it would be strange if Captain Qin doesn't skin me. Zhou Qin flattened her mouth. That's why you didn't say anything when you saw me take out those brats and the Yin family's offerings in the morning. Yi Chen smiled faintly. Hearing Yi Chen's words, Zhou Qin shook her head as she said with a cold smile, It's not that I didn't say anything because I was afraid of Captain Qin's blame, but I think those dog scum deserve to die. Nodding his head, Yi Chen rather agreed with this view of Zhou Qin. No matter what era, brats and dog traitors will always be punishable by everyone. Which character is this guy in the human world? Zhou Qin asked, pointing at Shura's corpse, the third-ranked Shura of the 8 human kings. Yi Chen said casually, He's Shura? Zhou Qin was shocked. Compared to the horse half-immortal, Their warblades had gone up against Shura more often, and their losses had been heavier. Even their vice-captain almost died at the hands of Xiao Luo in the beginning, but fortunately, Qin Shao appeared in time to save his life. Therefore, when Zhou Qin knew that Yi Chen had killed Shura, she acted especially shocked, more so than the last time Yi Chen had killed my half-immortal. As good as fake, Yi Dust said triumphantly. After thinking about it, he suddenly said, "Tell Qin Shao to say that Shura was killed by you, and don't mention my existence." Chapter 78 True or False Credits. Zhou Qin's face was full of doubts as she stared at Yi Chen. She asked with some suspicion, "Are you not punking me? You have to know that within the army, claiming credit without permission is a big offense." Hearing her words, Yi Chuan instantly revealed a mulish look as he covered his heart in feigned heartache. "Black wife, is this how you think of me in your heart? I was kind enough to give you credit and help you get promoted, but you actually suspect that I'm screwing you over. I'm too hard." Yi Chen had a look of mourning that made Zhou Qin unable to stop crowing and laughing. At this moment, she finally understood Yi Chen's intention. It turned out that he actually wanted to give the battle record of killing Shura to himself. With this credit at the bottom of the list, it will be much easier in the future, whether it's a promotion or a commendation. "Thank you, but won't Captain Qin and the others be suspicious?" To be honest, Zhou Qin was a bit moved, but she was a bit wobbly. After all, how many pounds she weighed? The top management of the Battle Blade was just too clear, not to mention an 8th human king like Shura, even a first-class realm assassin. It was unlikely that she would be able to do it. Doubts will of course be suspected, but Qin Chao and the others aren't stupid. They won't rashly question you without evidence. After all, it's highly likely that behind you stands a supreme expert who can kill a cultivator. Yi Chen said indifferently. Seeing that Zhou Qin still couldn't be cruel enough to agree, Yi Chen's face was solemn. He stared at Zhou Qin's eyes and said seriously, "I'm not a member of the War Sword. I don't have immunity from murder. If you don't agree with this thing I'm talking about, in the future, there will definitely be endless trouble coming to my door. And the first wife lives across the street from me. This will more or less affect her somewhat. You have to think about her even if not for me. Moreover, if the top management of your Battle Blade knew that Shura was killed by me, they would definitely send someone to lobby me to join the Battle Blade despite everything, and I don't want that day to come." Yi Chen skimmed his mouth and continued. Of course, this statement of his was pure bull asterisk. Not to mention anything else, just the document of the battle sword in his hand was not something that an ordinary person could have. Chief instructor of the battle sword. This position was much more impressive than Qin Chao's battle sword captain. Zhou Qin didn't know this, so when she heard Yi Chen's words, she said with great dissatisfaction, "What's wrong with the battle blade? Has joining the war sword even wronged you? Forgive me for my life of debauchery and love of freedom. After joining the war blade, I'm bound to be subject to its rules and regulations, and I don't want to be subjected to this. If you're not afraid that I'll clash with the people of the Warblade, you can go ahead and tell your leaders the truth." Yi Chen spoke with an unusually grave demeanor, instantly causing Zhou Qin's heart to tremble. She didn't want to see such a scene. Yi Chen's strength was too powerful. Even their captain Qin Chao might not be his opponent. If there was a real conflict, the ones who would lose out would definitely be their battle sword people. "If you say so, then I'll have to accept it reluctantly." Zhou Qin sighed with a very reluctant look. Yi Chuan secretly smacked his lips. This woman was really enough. Typical of getting a bargain and still selling her good behavior. Finally, I've met someone with a thicker skin than me. Yi Chen looked up to the sky and sighed. Zhou Qin's face darkened. This guy actually said that she had thick skin. Gouging him viciously, Zhou Qin directly stomped out. Yi Chen laughed as he slightly sidestepped and dodged Zhou Qin's kick. "Black wife, it's your turn here. I'll slip away, ha." With a sway of his body, Yi Chen suddenly disappeared. You asshole." Zhou Qin was exasperated. This guy really didn't have any commitment at all. Actually really left her alone here. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Qin adjusted his mood and then began to deal with things here. "Shura's dead? You killed him?" Qin Xiao's voice came from the other side of the phone, filled with disbelief. "Yes, I've uploaded the facial data over, so you guys compare it to see if it's Shura." Zhou Qin's voice was a bit strange. After all, it was the first time she had lied, and she wasn't quite used to it. "We've compared. It's Shura," Qin Xiao said with a straight face. "With facial data comparing up to 99% similarity, there's certainly no mistaking it. It's just that the one who killed Shura, was it really Zhou Qin? This calls for a question mark. I'll report this matter up. Don't worry, the commendations that are due will definitely be there," Qin Xiao said with a faint smile. He had already guessed a generalization, and if he didn't expect it, it must be the trick doctor who had secretly made a move to help Zhou Qin kill Shura. Nowadays, looking around the entire Jinling city, I'm afraid that only the trickster doctor possessed such a strong strength to be able to unknowingly touch Shura's lair and kill him. Having guessed this, Qin Xiao didn't care who the credit went to, as long as he didn't reveal the whereabouts of the trickster doctor anyway. Hanging up the phone, Qin Shao put down the information in his hands as he revealed a helpless expression. This guy, Dr. Creepy, was really giving him a hard time. After all, the leaders are not stupid. The strength gap between Zhou Qin and Xiao Luo is so big. If she can take out Xiao Luo, that is simply outrageous. His mother to outrageous. Open the door. Outrageous to the home. Forget it. Qin Shao thought over and over in his mind for a while, and finally came up with a set of words that could make sure as death sound reasonable. As for Yi Chen, he was naturally unaware of Qin Shao's helplessness. He had returned to the school and reappeared under Lin Mengru's dormitory building. Only this time, after he shouted downstairs for half a day, Lin Mengru froze without any reaction at all. Is it not in the dormitory? Yi Duan was a bit strange. He took out his cell phone and looked at the time. It was obvious that class had already ended for him. Thinking of this, Yi Chen yelled at the top of his voice for a while longer. Yet there was still no response. Downstairs, you're making a lot of noise. Just then, a number of girls poked their heads out of the balcony and glared at him. Yi Chen touched his nose and had to obediently keep his mouth shut to avoid offending the public. He sighed and left the place with a depressed look on his face. In a certain dormitory on the third floor, Lin Mengru was quietly hiding at the edge of the balcony, condescendingly peering at Yi Chen downstairs. Seeing Yi Chen finally leave, she let out a huge sigh of relief. Damnable fellow, finally gone, having caused me to lose such a big scandal earlier, wanting me to forgive you. Humph, it's not that easy. Lin Mengru grunted in her mind as she sat back down on the heel of her desk. The girl in bed number 2 inside the dormitory couldn't help but ask curiously, Mengru, your boyfriend is looking for you, why don't you go down? He's not my boyfriend. This guy, annoying as hell. Lin Mengru gritted her teeth. Hearing her words, the other two girls looked at each other and laughed out loud. The girl in bed number 3 laughed and teased. Dreamru, stop pretending. Your heart is written all over your face. Ha! Lin Mengru was immediately embarrassed. She touched her cheeks and felt that they were indeed a little hot. Chapter 79 Ruthlessly Killing Yi Duan. After Yi Chuan left Lin Mengru's dormitory downstairs, he had nothing to do, so he came to Jiang Wanqing's office. When he saw that Jiang Wanqing was here, Yi Chen's eyes lit up, revealing a smile as he directly walked over. He grinned broadly and took a seat in one of the office seats in front of Jiang Wanqing, then rotated the chair under his buttocks 180 degrees to face Jiang Wanqing. First wife, are you free? Let's go out for dinner. Yi Chen stared at Jiang Wanqing, who was busy with her head down, and invited with a smile. A few teachers beside them heard the sound and turned their heads towards them, revealing a look of munching. Not going. Jiang Wanqing did not raise her head, as if she did not notice Yi Chen's arrival. My treat, Leaf Dust said in a meaty voice. He had gone out of his way to get his first wife to agree to his invitation. But who would have guessed that Jiang Wanqing still didn't raise her head and faintly said, not going. This time, Yi Chen was a bit depressed. He skimmed his mouth and said with a fake sanguine face, hey, the family is unfortunate. The wife doesn't care about her husband. She won't even eat a meal together. Hey, it's too hard for me. Hearing Yi Chen's muttering, Jiang Wanqing's face darkened as she raised her head and swept a glance at her colleagues at the side, and saw that they were looking over here with smiles on their faces. Let's go. Jiang Wanqing got up and pulled Yi Chen away. With her understanding of Yi Chen as a person, if she hung him out to dry any longer, she didn't want to be laughed at by her co-workers for what strange and bizarre things he might do next. The two left the office and headed outside the school. What the hell do you want with me? I'm really busy. I'm not lying, Jiang Wanqing said with a bit of a headache. Yi Chuan smiled cheekily and pulled over Jiang Wanqing's small hand, saying, didn't I say so? Just wanted to find you to have dinner together. Hearing Yi Chen's words, Jiang Wanqing froze. She looked at the time and was surprised. No way, it's already past 6 o'clock? First wife, you're too wasted, aren't you? Yi Chen looked odd. Blankly glancing at Yi Chuan, Jiang Wanqing said without any good humor, nonsense, do you think I'm you? Hanging around all day and doing nothing. It's been a week since school started. Tell me honestly, how many classes have you taken? With a dry laugh, Yi Chen did not say anything. As a student, he was indeed a bit incompetent for a bit. He had only gone to a total of 1 class since the beginning of the school year. Cough cough, let's not talk about this. First wife, where are we going to eat? Yi Chuan hurriedly changed the topic. Jiang Wanqing sneered. How could she not know that Yi Chen was deliberately interrupting? However, she didn't hold on to it. After all, it would be unrealistic to really force Yi Chen to go to class. Taking a step back, with the ambiguous relationship between them, if Yi Chen agreed to go to class, Jiang Wanqing herself would still be uncomfortable. You're letting me decide? Jiang Wanqing glanced at Yi Chen and suddenly thought of a way to punish him. That's for sure, Yi Chen said without hesitation. It's a natural thing to treat your wife to dinner. There's no point in worrying about money. Jiang Wanqing nodded her head and the two of them walked outside the school together. When Jiang Wanqing brought him to an opulent five-star hotel, Yi Chuan reacted at that moment, and the corners of his mouth twitched viciously a few times. This woman, it seems, is intent on emptying his wallet. Seeing Yi Chuan's slightly stiffened expression, Jiang Wanqing seemed to smile. She knew that her methods were beginning to work. However, if she wanted Yi Chen to completely step into this pit, she still needed a helping hand. What? Can't spare the money? Jiang Wanqing used a provocative move that was tried and true against men. Sure enough, the simple Yi Duan was trapped. How could it be? I was just thinking about whether to eat king crab or caviar later. Yi Duan had the look of an old man with plenty of money. Seeing Yi Chen's look of pretending to be unconcerned even though his flesh was so painful that he wanted to die, Jiang Wanqing couldn't help but secretly snicker. Let him bully himself all the time. Today all at once pit back, Jiang Wanqing secretly thought in her heart. The two of them walked towards the inside of the hotel. The welcome guests at the entrance were very polite. When they saw a guest arriving, they first bowed slightly, then personally pushed open the revolving door for the guest. Jinling City is the capital of Jiangnan province. The number of rich people is certainly not less, and it happens to be dinner time. The hall is actually full. The seats are full. Is there a private room? Jiang Wanqing asked the front desk staff. The receptionist checked with her computer and smiled. This young lady, you're so lucky. There just happens to be one last room left. She called the person in charge of that private room over, then brought Yi Chen and Jiang Wanqing over. Taking his cell phone and scanning the code to order, Yi Chuan took a look at the price of the dishes and immediately drew a breath of cold air. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly. This meal was absolutely astronomical. Yi Chuan secretly celebrated. Fortunately he was resourceful and demanded a large sum of mental damage fee from Manhwa early in the morning, which was able to avoid the embarrassing situation of not being able to pay the bill in a while and being despised by others. Let's start with a bottle of 90-year-old Romane Conti, Jiang Wanqing said indifferently. Hearing this title, Yi Chen almost had a black eye. He knows that this wine can be several times more expensive than the 82-year-old Lafite. This, she really dares to ask for it. First wife, you've had enough. This red wine can be several $100,000 a bottle. Yi Duan grunted for a while. Jiang Wanqing was instantly a bit surprised. You actually knew? Rolling his eyes, Yi Chuan said without any good humor. Nonsense, do you think I'm a bumpkin? Looks like I misunderstood you. Jiang Wanqing spat out her tongue, then turned her head toward the waiter and said, then it's better to have a bottle of 82-year-old Lafite. Since Yi Chen was very knowledgeable about these high-grade items, Jiang Wanqing couldn't afford to rip him off too hard. Otherwise, if you go back, 9 times out of 10, he'll come back with a vengeance. Thinking of this, Jiang Wanqing secretly thought to herself with a red face, she shouldn't have lifted a stone and smashed her own foot again this time. Hearing that Jiang Wanqing had switched to an 82-year-old Lafite, Yi Chuan nodded his head and let out a sigh of relief in his heart. He had money now, but he wouldn't take hundreds of thousands of dollars to drink a bottle of red wine. That would be purely foolish behavior. An 82-year-old Lafite. At least the price was normal enough for him to accept. The waiter next to him was a bit disappointed. Switching from Romane Conti to Lafite, his commission was at least half less, but he was, after all, a professional 5-star hotel attendant, and the emotion only flickered across his face. Yes, please wait, both of you. This waitress quickly gathered her emotions and with a big smile on her face, she turned and left. Jiang Wanqing took out her cell phone and scanned the code to order some dishes, then directly clicked on the checkout. Alright, that's it, Jiang Wanqing said with a smile. That, I haven't ordered yet. Why are you ordering the check so fast? Yi Chuan was a bit depressed. Looking at Jiang Wanqing, it looked like she had taken away all his power to order food. Jiang Wanqing smiled faintly and said with a face full of words, I ordered 5 dishes, which is enough for the two of us. If you order more, odds are we won't be able to eat it. Wasting food is a very shameful behavior. Chapter 80 Difficult to achieve great things. Yi Duan was helpless. He wanted to say that 5 dishes were not enough for him to stuff his teeth. However, since Jiang Wanqing had already spoken, he was too lazy to argue, and only needed to tell her in a moment with practical actions that this judgment was wrong. It didn't take long for the wine and dishes to be served. The waiter backed out, closing the door to the private room behind him. Yi Duan opened the 82-year-old Lafite and directly tootled and poured a large cup full. He tasted it gently, then smacked his lips as if savoring the flavor of red wine. Well, this stuff doesn't taste good. The fame blows it out of the water. Leaf Dust frowned once before delivering his own wine-tasting speech. Jiang Wanqing couldn't help but cry and laugh. Originally, looking at the way Yi Chuan tasted the wine, she thought that Yi Chuan would say some high-end words. As a result, it didn't occur to him that Yi Chuan had held his tongue for half a day and gave a comment that it wasn't tasty. Rolling Yi Chen's eyes with a big blank stare, Jiang Wanqing stepped forward and snatched the bottle of red wine. Cow chewing peony, you big old man. You are not allowed to spoil this red wine, Jiang Wanqing said heartily. Yi Chen skimmed his mouth. After tasting it, he wouldn't want this thing even if it was given to him for nothing. Jiang Wanqing took it as a treasure just in time. There was no need to waste it at all. Yi Chen looked indifferent as he shifted his gaze and focused his attention on the dishes. I have to say that the dishes from the 5-star hotel came out very pleasing to the eye, with perfect color and aroma. Yi Duan estimated that the chef of this hotel must have at least 2.5 years of experience. In front of Jiang Wanqing, naturally, there was nothing to pretend to be civilized, and having eaten a bowl of white rice at noon, Yi Chuan had long been starving. He started straight away, and his appearance was many times ruder than when Jiang Wanqing and Zhou Qin were eating at noon. However, when Jiang Wanqing saw how Yi Chen was eating, she showed no concern and instead gave an appreciative smile to this casualness of Yi Chen. To her at least, the rudeness was very much in character, and many times better than the pretended gentility and gentility. Jiang Wanqing moved elegantly and poured 1/3 of the red wine into the goblet in front of her. Then she cupped the slender foot of the goblet and began to slowly savor it. After a few glasses of red wine, Jiang Wanqing was obviously a little on top. She was still sitting in a dignified manner, but now her feet were cocked directly onto the table, and her head was leaning against the back of the seat. She tilted her head, looking a bit confused. This position made the scenery under her skirt hidden, causing Yi Chuan's speed of drying his meal to slow down involuntarily. Yi Chuan was somewhat speechless and immediately put down his dishes and went over to take her feet off. You don't have any idea how much you can drink, and you're drinking like this. Luckily, your husband is a decent man and won't take advantage of others. If it were any other man, it would be strange if he didn't take advantage of you. Yi Chuan muttered with some dissatisfaction. However, just as soon as Yi Chen touched her feet, Jiang Wanqing suddenly opened her tightly closed eyes. What are you doing? Jiang Wanqing's face flushed red as she glared at Yi Chen. Yi Chuan pointed at the bottom of her skirt and said in a bad mood, "Put your feet down for you. You're naked, you know? It's okay that I saw it, but this is a private room. What if someone enters by mistake?" Hearing this, Jiang Wanqing instantly shrieked in shock as she hurriedly put her foot down, then stared at Yi Chen in annoyance and asked, "Bastard, what have you seen?" Yi Chuan deflated his mouth and said, "Nothing. Aren't you wearing black bottoms? Besides, we're both old married couples, so what if we do see the light?" "That's true." Jiang Wanqing hemmed and hawed and giggled a bit before continuing to feed wine into her mouth. Yi Chuan jaw-dropping. This woman is intended to one-time the bottle of wine drink it. By the time he reacted and was ready to stop it, the bottle of red wine was already at the bottom. Yi Chuan, how did you split? 2 heads, 4 hands. Jiang Wanqing suddenly raised her head and looked at Yi Chen with a surprised face. Her big eyes fluttered and she giggled. Yi Chuan lived in a hole speechless. This woman was already drunk, but she herself obviously hadn't realized it yet. Thinking of this, Yi Chen walked towards her, intending to help her check out and leave. At this point in time, this meal is definitely not going to be able to be eaten in peace anymore. Go away. Don't touch me. I need a drink. Jiang Wanqing pouted her lips and glared angrily at Yi Chuan, with a look of emo taking a beating from her old man. Drink a hammer. You're still drinking when you're in this hellish state. Be honest with me, Yi Chuan said without a good mood, and he slapped Jiang Wanqing's rounded and moist buttocks. Jiang Wanqing body a spirit. Small mouth inside issued a tantalizing wooing sound. Listening to Yi Chuan body a burst of tingling, almost transformed into a hungry wolf pounced over. This woman, before she drank, was dignified and elegant, and her every word and action revealed the temperament of a great lady. But when she was drunk, it was like a different person, and even Yi Chuan was almost seduced. After settling the bill, Yi Chen helped Jiang Wanqing out of the hotel. However, just as he was about to stop a cab to leave the place, a group of straggling youths walked over. Yo, man, you're a lucky man. A yellow-haired man playfully opened his mouth. Yi Chuan indifferently swept a glance at this group of gangsters. With his status to tangle with this group of social mixers, it was really a drop in the bucket. Scram! Yi Chen's tone was icy cold, and he spat out this one word in a concise manner. That yellow hair smiled instead of being angry. He waved his hand, and the horsemen behind him surrounded Yi Duan quickly. I'm not rolling. What can you do to me? Yellow hair had an expression of a cat playing with a mouse. His eyes greedily sized up Jiang Wanqing and said with a smile, Be sensible, leave this woman behind, and if our brothers are in a good mood, we might just let you go. After saying that, all those youths laughed in a conspiratorial manner. Yi Chuan's face was cold. Daring to hit his wife's idea was absolutely unforgivable. Your laughter is so hard to hear, Yi Chen said coldly. He held Jiang Wanqing with one hand, and with a move of his other hand, all the small stones on the ground unexpectedly bounced up. When those punks saw this scene, their laughter came to a screeching halt as they stared in disbelief. They thought they were hallucinating, yet when they rubbed their eyes several times and those small stones remained suspended in the air, they instantly realized that the youth in front of them was by no means an ordinary person. This brother, Yellow Hair hurriedly opened his mouth, but before he had time to finish his sentence, he was hit by the small stone that Yi Chuan flung out and flew across the room. Of course, Yi Chuan was merciful this time and only slightly punished them, not injuring their lives. The punks fell to the ground, covering their chests, unable to stop wailing. Inside their gazes towards Yi Chen, the playfulness they had at the beginning was no longer there, and it was replaced by a face of awe. Seeing Yi Chuan walking towards them, a look of panic appeared on the faces of all those punks. You, stay back, there is someone behind us, Yellow Hair said through clenched teeth. Oh, someone? Who is it? Say it out for me to hear. Yi Chen looked interested as he said with a smile on his lips, thinking of the person behind him. A hint of pride appeared on Yellow Hair's face as he said triumphantly, behind me is Ma Fei, brother Fei. Muffy? Who's that? Never heard of it. Yi Duan shook his head with a confused expression. Our brother Fei, but Jinling City, Li Xian son of the Li family of iron friends, behind the more powerful boxing king Kai Kuan help, Jinling City Road, which does not know him, Yellow Hair said proudly, but I'm not on the path. Yi Duan seemed to smile. His face didn't move, and although he still didn't know who Ma Fei was, there was a name that sounded somewhat familiar to him. Kai Kuan. Isn't this the top martial artist he met last time at the school's Lake Island? The corners of Yi Duan's mouth rose slightly. It was really fateful. It's easy to get me to let you guys off the hook. Call your what's-his-name Fei Kuan over here to apologize to me and my wife. Yi Chen had a teasing smile on his face. The other party took the initiative to come over and find trouble with him, so he naturally wouldn't put things to rest so easily. Even if he didn't kill the other party, he had to make the other party shed his skin and learn a lesson. Yellow Hair was a bit hesitant. What? You can't come here by shouting? Then I'll have to leave your hands and feet behind. A ferocious light shot out from Yi Chen's eyes, instantly piercing the bodies of these mongrels. The youth in front of him was too powerful, especially from a few meters away, and with a move of his hand, small stones could still fly. Such tactics are simply unthinkable. If he moved to kill, he definitely didn't need much movement. As long as he snapped his fingers, it was estimated that his gang of brothers would all have to rest. I'll call. Yellow Hair shivered at the thought. Without further hesitation, he hurriedly dialed a number to his boss. Wait, only 2 words came from the other end of the line, and then it hung up. Yellow Hair looked at Yi Chuan with a terrified face as he said nervously, our boss should be here soon. Very well, I'll wait here for him to apologize, Yi Chen said indifferently. And at this time, Jiang Wanqing, due to the effects of alcohol, had completely passed out. Only with Yi Chen holding her up, her body did not collapse to the ground. Not long after, Ma Fei arrived here with a group of people. When he saw his little brother lying on the ground, he burst into a rage, feeling that he had lost all his face. Ma Fei was about to open his mouth to scold Yi Duan and back up his little brother. However, just when he walked up to Yi Chen and got a clear look at his appearance, his entire body froze, as if he had suddenly been strangled, and he couldn't make a sound at all. It was obvious that Ma Fei had recognized Yi Chen. So this guy's boss is you? Yi Chen looked at Ma Fei and said with some surprise. At first, because of Lin Mengru's sake, he and Li Xian had a conflict, and on the second day of the school year, Li Xian had brought people to surround him, and one of them was clearly this Ma Fei. Brother Yi, I'm really sorry. May I ask these little brothers of mine, where did they provoke you? Ma Fei performed a wave of Sichuan opera face changes directly in front of his little brother. Not only did all the anger on his face disappear, but instead he raised a pleasing smile. This shocked the hearts of those punks from before and made their intestines turn green with remorse. Nothing, that is, my wife and I came out from dinner and were surrounded by these guys. These guys told me to put my wife down and leave and they wouldn't move me. Yi Chen looked indifferent and spoke about what had happened before. Ma Fei's face instantly darkened as he viciously glared at these eyeless juniors. However, he was also aware that this was not the time to blame these people. If the anger in Yi Chen's heart wasn't calmed, I'm afraid that none of them would be able to leave. Don't look at Yi Chen talking to them right now. You can't tell if you are happy or angry. Ma Fei can be very shrewd. From Yi Chen's cold tone, he instantly heard the hidden dissatisfaction in it. Brother Yi, I'm sorry, they had eyes but didn't recognize Tai and rushed you and sister-in-law. Here, I've made amends to you on their behalf. Please be generous and forgive them this time. Ma Fei's face was sincere, and in front of Yi Chen, he put his posture extremely low. Yi Chen didn't speak, just a pair of eyes staring at Ma Fei's body. His gaze was like a bone scraper, and wherever he swept, Ma Fei felt pain. Forgive them? Yi Chen suddenly laughed coldly and rebuked. This time, it's my way they're blocking. Of course I'm not afraid. But what if the ones who were surrounded today were those ordinary passers-by? Would they realize their mistakes? I don't think so. They only ended up in this situation because they kicked the iron plate that is me, not because they realized their mistakes. Hearing these words from Yi Chen, Ma Fei couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Brother Yi, I'm really sorry. There are too many people under my command, and their quality is inevitably mixed. I'll take them back, discipline them severely, and never let them come out to do such harmful things again. Yi Chuan was undeniable as he said coldly, to expand one's power, one must first establish a set of strict rules and regulations. Without rules, nothing can be accomplished. Acting arbitrarily will only invite disaster. Yi taught me a lesson. I'll remember. Ma Fei nodded his head in a coy manner. Yi Chen sighed in his heart. Although this Ma Fei was a little witty, he was not very wise and did not understand his words. He was destined to not become a great man. Letting Ma Fei leave with those minions of his, Yi Chen also helped Zhang Wanqing to get into a cab. Chapter 81. Do not say you are a student. Back in the neighborhood, Yi Chuan felt the key to the security door from Zhang Wanqing. He opened the door and then walked in carrying Zhang Wanqing. This drinking capacity of the first wife, it's really hard to tell. Looking down at Zhang Wanqing, who had long since drifted off to sleep, Yi Chen shook his head helplessly. He placed Zhang Wanqing in her own bed, and very thoughtfully removed her jacket and covered her with a quilt. After everything was all taken care of, Yi Chuan stretched his back, turned around and went out the door, returning directly to his home. However, what Yi Chen didn't know was that just as he left on the front foot, Zhang Wanqing in the room on the back foot opened her eyes. Her face was flushed, her eyes were dazed, but her mind was awake. Obviously, she wasn't as drunk as Yi Chen had seen her. I really can't see past you. Zhang Wanqing was naturally aware of everything Yi Chen had done just now. She stroked the small floral quilt that leaf dust had covered herself with and froze, staring at the ceiling for a while. On the other hand, Yi Chen returned to his home, and as soon as he laid down on his bed, he secretly regretted a little. Be nice, and pretend to be a gentleman yourself. This kind of opportunity to take advantage of the situation, once missed, can be difficult to have again. Tapping his head in remorse, Yi Chuan's mind couldn't help but recall the night with Zhang Wanqing. He sighed in his heart and wondered when he would be able to completely conquer his first wife's heart. There was no talk all night. The two men, each with their own thoughts, went to sleep one after the other. Early the next morning, Yi Chuan was woken up by a phone call. He touched his cell phone in a daze and then pressed the answer button. Hey, who are you? The beautiful dream was disturbed. Yi Chuan was more or less upset. It's me. Zhou Qin's slightly apologetic voice came from the other end of the phone. Ah, so it's Black Wife. You called me early in the morning. Did you miss me? Yi Chen yawned and casually flirted with Zhou Qin. Bah, who misses you? Zhou Qin gently spat. I. She looked like she wanted to say something, which instantly made Yi Chen feel a little curious. What do you want to say? Leaf Dust asked. This woman must have something to ask of him, or else she certainly wouldn't be in this squirmy state right now. Yi Chen, can I ask you to do me a favor? Zhou Qin asked through gritted teeth. Yi Chuan smiled faintly and said with a big grin. Say it, as long as you don't break the law. I promise to help you with any favor. After all, we have slept in the same bed. Hearing his words, Zhou Qin crowed. But upon careful consideration, there was nothing wrong with Yi Chen saying this. He himself did sleep in his bed yesterday morning, but not in the same bed. Of course it's not illegal. I just want you to come to my house and meet my parents, Zhou Qin said with some embarrassment. Meet your parents? When? Yi Chen couldn't help but let his eyes light up. It's also got to be the Black Wife, who does things just thunderously, and has volunteered to meet the parents straight away. Hearing that Yi Chen was a bit agitated, Zhou Qin cried and laughed. She coughed dryly and added, don't get me wrong. I just want you to pretend to be my boyfriend. My parents don't know what's going on. They arranged a blind date for me. I don't like that kind of fresh meat, so you help me set them up. What are the benefits? Yi Duan asked. Zhou Qin froze and asked rhetorically, what favor do you want? Yi Chuan thought about it and suddenly hemmed and hawed and said, after it's done, I'm going to be converted. Conversion? Zhou Qin was puzzled. It's that I'm going to be your real boyfriend. Ah no, husband, Yi Chuan said with a smug face. This won't work. I can't do anything to apologize to Qin Qing. When he said this, Zhou Qin's tone was serious. She had her own principles and could not possibly know 3 is 3 and intervene in her best friend's relationship. What's wrong with that? Let's talk about each other. Yi Chen shrugged and said carelessly. You. Zhou Qin was speechless. In the face of such a cheeky philanderer like Yi Chen, she really didn't know what to say. Where is your house? I'll go over right away. Yi Chen smiled cheekily, not paying any attention to Zhou Qin's helplessness. He naturally understands that chasing a woman means having a thick skin, or else you can only be a grudge holder. Wait for me at home. I'll be over to pick you up later. Zhou Qin sighed and could only compromise and settle the matter at hand first. Looking for someone else, that is certainly not feasible. And in addition to Yi Chuan, Zhou Qin simply cannot think of any other suitable candidates, able to steadily pressure the blind date ahead. Hanging up the phone, Yi Chuan got up and simply freshened up, then went downstairs to casually eat a breakfast. In less than half an hour, Zhou Qin drove over. Her ride was a brand new red Audi A6 that was very compact. After Yi Chen saw Zhou Qin's arrival from the balcony, he then turned around and went out the door. Where are you going? Just as Yi Chuan locked the door, the opposite door suddenly opened and Jiang Wanqing walked out of the house, carrying 2 sandwiches and ham sausages in her hands. Black wife asked me to go to her house, pose as her boyfriend, and strike a blow at her blind date in the process, Yi Chen said indifferently. Jiang Wanqing froze for a moment, then glanced downstairs and saw that Zhou Qin's car was parked on the side of the road and had not yet turned off the engine. I know, go ahead. Jiang Wanqing nodded her head and said. She no longer looked at Yi Chen, took the things in her hand and went back inside the house, and the door was naturally closed. Yi Chen touched his nose and headed downstairs. Sitting in Zhou Qin's passenger seat, the two left the neighborhood. Upstairs, Jiang Wanqing watched from the balcony as the 2 men left, and for some reason, her heart suddenly became extremely irritated. It was a weird feeling, as if someone else had taken their favorite thing. I shouldn't really like that abomination. Jiang Wanqing was a bit flustered. Knocking her head, Jiang Wanqing self-hypnotized that this uncomfortable feeling she had must have nothing to do with this bad guy Yi Chen. She thought this in her head, but she couldn't get rid of the empty feeling of loss in her heart. Indignantly biting into the sandwich she had made, Jiang Wanqing almost choked. She hurriedly looked for a cup of water and poured it down before she let out a long breath. Jiang Wanqing was a bit strange. Why was this sandwich she made so bad? The same approach, the same fire. She clearly saw Yi Duan eating happily last time. Ah Chio. On the car, Yi Chuan sneezed as he grunted. Which sister is chanting about me again? What are you muttering? Zhou Qin, who was focused on driving, couldn't help but twist his head and glance at him. I'm trying to think of a gift for my in-laws later. Yi Chen revealed a thoughtful look as he opened his mouth. Zhou Qin smiled faintly and said, the gift is not important. We'll just go to the mall in a while and buy some random stuff. Just one thing you have to remember. If my parents ask you what you do for a living, you mustn't say you're a college student. Chapter 82 Selecting Gifts. Why? Leaf Dust was a bit curious. My parents are traditional and can't accept me talking about younger guys. If you say you're a college student, they will definitely turn around and help that blind date of mine to suppress you. Zhou Qin frowned and explained. Yi Chuan nodded, indicating that he understood. Then he thought for a moment and said, then I'll say that I'm the head of the traditional Chinese medicine department of the Jinling City Hospital. Do you think it's okay? The head of the Chinese medicine department of the city hospital? Zhou Qin froze for a moment. Yeah, I know the old dean. He's hired me many times before. I didn't say yes to him. This time it's just right to use it to deal with it. Yi Chen said with a smile. So are you sure Dean's son recognizes you for this position? My father Zhou Qin looked a little worried. Her father and the old Dean's son Siyuan were old friends for many years. Regarding whether Yi Chen's words were true or false, her father could easily check with just a phone call. In case the old Dean, son Siyuan, didn't recognize Yi Chen as a section chief, wouldn't it be bragging to say so? With her father's character, he would be very angry. Of course he admits it, and he wouldn't dare to deny it. Yi Chen said in a domineering manner, his tone filled with strong confidence. Zhou Qin was infected. She smiled slightly and said, then you can say that. It just so happens that my parents, they respect people who study medicine very much. As the two chatted, the car sped down the road and soon arrived at the entrance to the Cheetah Mall. They parked in the parking lot and walked inside the mall together. Inside the mall elevator, Zhou Qin swept a glance at Yi Chen's outfit and shook his head. It's better to go and buy a dress first. You're not very good at this clothing. My mom is very picky when it comes to looking at people. It's fine. Mother-in-law will pick on others, but definitely won't pick on me. Yi Chuan said with certainty. How? Zhou Qin was instantly a bit curious, wondering where this guy Yi Chen got his confidence. Because I'm loved by all, and flowers bloom. Leaf Dust gave a very flirty flip of his not-so-long hair. The two little girls who had originally lowered their heads and silently swiped their cell phones on the side heard this and both snorted out a laugh. Zhou Qin's face was even darker, turning his body away, looking as if he didn't want to recognize Yi Chen. Can this guy still have some face? Push and Chan. Let's go. The elevator opened and Zhou Qin directly pulled Yi Chen out. Yi Chuan is quite depressed. What he said, this is the truth. How is it labeled as a Puxin man? They arrived on the 5th floor of Cheetah Plaza, which was filled with a wide array of men's clothing from big brands. Zhou Qin brought Yi Duan into an iconic specialty store. At least in Zhou Qin's opinion, the cost-effectiveness of the clothes here was extremely high, and most of the styles of clothes were more in line with Yi Duan's temperament. Yi Duan didn't refuse and picked out a beige jacket, then took a pair of light blue wide-legged pants. When he changed into this outfit and walked out of the fitting room, Zhou Qin's entire body looked dumbfounded. It's true that people need clothes and Buddha needs gold. Zhou Qin sighed. If the previous Yi Chen was dangling and looked like an unreliable person, then the current Yi Chen was undoubtedly a changed person. A smile, if any, played at the corners of his mouth, and although at first glance he still had a somewhat cynical air, there was an extra sense of courtesy about him. It was no exaggeration to say that the kind of aura that Yi Chen was emitting right now was already completely inferior to any male son of a large family. Even if Yan Hua, the Yan family's eldest son, saw it, he would more than likely have to be ashamed of himself. Handsome, those sales clerks said with a florid face. Even Zhou Qin couldn't go against her conscience as she stared at Yi Chen, her little heart pounding. Yi Chen also did not expect that the clothing here would be so suitable for him. Touching his nose, Yi Chuan held the idea that he had come all the way here, so he might as well buy a few more pieces, and picked out a few more sets of clothes and pants here. Those store ladies' eyes lit up at the sight. They looked at Yi Chuan with little stars inside their gaze. Not only handsome, but also generous, such a man. Give them a bunch. They were imagining things in their hearts. But Yi Chen, who was the one involved, knew nothing. But even if they knew, Yi Chen would most likely not bother with them. He now internalized several wives, which is not a perfect color on earth. Even the skin of a little darker Zhou Qin, features and body can easily finish abusing these store ladies. Hey, you control it a bit, don't be unable to pay the bill later. Zhou Qin came next to Yi Chen and reminded in a low voice. It's just a few pieces of clothing, not a big problem. Yi Chuan smiled and replied with full concern. Zhou Qin didn't speak anymore, just a bad smile on his face. Obviously, she was planning to watch Yi Chen's jokes in a while. The prices of the clothes here aren't very high, but buying so many of them would cost 6 figures at the very least. After picking the 10th set of clothes, Yi Duan finally chose to stop. He came to the front desk, ready to check out and leave. At this time, those sales clerks and ladies regarded Yi Chen as a male god, and when they saw him go over to the checkout, so many of them went AWOL and followed him over. That's $128,000. The receptionist looked at Yi Chen with a face of infatuation. How she hoped that Yi Chen would look at her squarely. How much? Leaf Dust's eyes widened. $128,000. That receptionist repeated a change. The heart is happy. The male god is talking to her again. The corners of Yi Chen's mouth twitched slightly, and he thought that there was something wrong with his ears. It's over $120,000 for just a few clothes. Silently shouting Mamma Mia in his heart, Yi Chuan handed out the bank card that he had pitched from Yan Hua's side. His heart was bleeding, but he put on a bravado face and said, "Swipe your card." Dropping. Payment successful. Accompanied by the cold sound of the machine, the eyes of each of those sales clerks and ladies were glowing. Actually really is a handsome and gold noble gentleman driving ah. Zhou Qin was also surprised. Yi Chen could actually afford to pay so much money. It really surprised her a bit, but after thinking about it for a while, she was relieved. Yi Chuan, as a disciple of the evil doctor, it was simply not too easy to make money. A mere $120,000. In his eyes, I'm afraid it's no different from $1 thanks to Yi Chen not knowing what Zhou Qin had in mind. Otherwise he would have helplessly replied back, "You're overthinking it. You don't have much money at all." If he hadn't pitched Yan Hua yesterday morning, I'm afraid he would have had to go drink the northwest wind last night. Let's go gift shopping. What do your parents like? After leaving the specialty store, Yi Chuan carried the bag and asked Zhou Qin about it. After tilting his head and thinking for a while, Zhou Qin spoke. My dad likes antique paintings and calligraphy, and my mom likes jade with spirituality. Your parents' hobbies kinda burn money. Yi Duan touched his nose. Indeed, the general calligraphy and painting my father can't see. At the very least must be Master Mu Lingyun that level of works. My mom's vision is even more tricky. Not only is it tricky to look at people, but also to look at jade, badly carved. Even if it's in good condition, she won't want it. Zhou Qin said somewhat helplessly. Forget it, it's better for me to buy it myself. In the end, Zhou Qin still didn't want to let Yi Chen break the bank. Even if they knew that Yi Chen had money, these two things are not like the others. They are not very easy to find, but when they are found, the expense is enormous. They were just playing games. At least that's what Zhou Qin thought. So of course she wasn't going to spend Yi Duan's money. It's not easy to find calligraphy and paintings. Jade is slightly easier. Yi Chuan stroked his chin and said with a serious face, then let's go to the jewelry store on the second floor to look at the jade first. Zhou Qin also agreed with this view of Yi Chen. Good calligraphy and paintings are about destiny, which is obviously not to be found inside this kind of shopping mall filled with the smell of copper. One could only settle the jade matter first, and then slowly think about the calligraphy and painting. Yi Chen was undeniable as he followed Zhou Qin and went down to the second floor. There are several jewelry boutiques here, and in addition to selling gold, jadeite jade is an extremely common variety. However, after looking at 3 stores in a row, Zhou Qin was unable to pick out a suitable one. In her mind, These emeralds were nice to look at, but they definitely didn't meet her own mom's requirements. Just at this time, Yi Chen suddenly walked towards a jewelry store across the street. Zhou Qin froze for a moment and chased after him. Why don't we just buy this one? Yi Duan pointed at a jade bodhisattva in the counter and said. Zhou Qin's eyes lit up and he couldn't help but ask in surprise. How did you know my mom likes this kind? This jade bodhisattva that Yi Chuan was referring to was brightly colored, with a faint light green glow emanating from its entire body, and was clearly not a mortal product. Yi Duan smiled mysteriously and didn't answer. Naturally, he was not clear about Zhou Qin's mother's preferences, but he knew that people of her mother's age, but as long as they liked jadeite jade, they would not miss this kind of jade bodhisattva and jade Buddha. However, Zhou Qin moved his gaze downward and was instantly startled. The price tag for this jade bodhisattva was surprisingly high at $880,000. Even if one could afford the money, spending $880,000 on such a jade bodhisattva was still a bit uneconomical. As if he could see what Zhou Qin's mind was thinking, Yi Chen smiled faintly and said, I'll pay for it, as long as the mother-in-law likes it. What's a little money? But Zhou Qin was a little hesitant. This money was not a small amount. Once Yi Chen paid her, then their relationship would really be cut and dried. I'll take this jade bodhisattva. Just as Zhou Qin was hesitating whether or not to take a liberty and buy this jade bodhisattva, a frivolous voice suddenly came from behind him. A fat man in a suit came to them. The fat man was full of crossface meat, with a gold necklace on his neck, and his wrist was even more exaggerated, actually wearing 3 pairs of emerald bracelets on one hand. Yi Chuan was a bit speechless. Looking at this situation, this fat peer looks like he is afraid that other people don't know that he is a tycoon, and as soon as the fat man appeared, his gaze couldn't help but fall on Zhou Qin's body. A strong color of greed flashed in his eyes, as if a big gray wolf that hadn't eaten for a long time saw a tender little sheep. Yi Chuan frowned. This fat peer was quite bold, and even came at Zhou Qin. Unlike last night's drunken Jiang Wanqing, Yi Chen was not the least bit worried that Zhou Qin would be taken advantage of by such a bucket man. Therefore, with his arms folded, he stood aside and directly remained silent. Chapter 83 This douchebag. Zhou Qin naturally noticed the fat man's gaze, and she frowned in displeasure. Let's go. Zhou Qin pulled Yi Chuan out of this jewelry store. It was obvious that she didn't want to dwell more with this fat man, because Zhou Qin was afraid that when her own temper came, she would directly beat up this fat man regardless of the occasion. After the fat man finished paying, when he turned back again, Yi Chen and Zhou Qin had both disappeared. He blushed and hurried over to the clerk at the door to ask the direction the two had left. This clerk obviously knew that the fat man was a big customer and had just bought a jade bodhisattva without even raising his eyes. He didn't dare to slack off and decisively told everything he saw. The fat man was overjoyed and took out a few red tickets and stuffed them into this clerk, then walked straight to a jewelry store diagonally across the street. This beautiful lady. My name is Lu Rengue. I just bought this jade bodhisattva, purely because I was happy to see it, so I hope I am not to blame. Now, I will pass it on to you, hoping that this jade bodhisattva can bless you with peace and joy. Lu Rengue took out the jade bodhisattva he had just bought and handed it to Zhou Qin. Some of the middle-aged Amazons in the surrounding area had their eyes straightened, and even the ones who didn't know any better were clear that this jade bodhisattva was worth a lot of money, and at the very least, it was a 6-figure sum. Such an expensive thing. The fat man actually said to give it away. This is also too generous. These middle-aged women in the heart of the calculation. A moment must go over to ask for a contact information. This kind of golden son-in-law, their daughters absolutely cannot miss, and even some more exaggerated. Their own daughter did not even think of how to make this fat man notice themselves. Glancing at Lu Rengue, a cold aura flashed in Zhou Qin's eyes before she directly ignored him as she turned around and continued to pick out jade artifacts in front of the counter. For this kind of thug who thought that having money could make all women spread their legs apart, Zhou Qin was undoubtedly very disgusted, and even felt that hitching a ride on the other side was a drop in the bucket. How can this be a good thing? I thank you for Qin Qin. Zhou Qin didn't say anything, but Yi Chen's eyes lit up, and his quick eyes grabbed the jade bodhisattva from the fat man's hands. Bring it you. Playing with the jade bodhisattva in his hand for a while, Yi Chuan suddenly smiled cheekily and said, Mr. Lu is really too polite, giving Qin Qin and I such a big gift as soon as we meet. Really the #1 good person in Jinling City. Lu Rengue corner of his eye twitched. Hell, a big good man. Big injustice seed is more or less, but in front of a beauty, he naturally wouldn't show his displeasure. With a flat expression, he said with a slight smile, nothing, as long as this young lady likes it. Dare I ask her name? Liang Liwa. Yi Chen glanced at Zhou Qin and suddenly gave a hefty smile. Liang Liwa? What a unique name. It's really just like this young lady's beauty. Lu Rengue smiled slightly and couldn't help but praise. Hearing this wave of forced hard boasts from him, Zhou Qin was speechless and only felt revolted in his heart. However, that strange name, after Zhou Qin pondered over it a little, He looked at Yi Chen with an odd expression on his face. This guy, he's really screwed up, making up such a cryptic curse name. MS. Liang, dare I ask if you are free at noon today? I have the audacity to, and would like to invite you for a casual meal. Lu Rungue asked with a smile. Sorry, I'm not available at noon today. Zhou Qin decisively refused. What about the night? Lu Rungue was undeterred. I'm not free in the evening either, and I'm not free tomorrow or the day after, Zhou Qin said indifferently. Lu Rungue's heart flashed a hint of sulkiness, but his face didn't move as he forced a smile and said, then can Miss Liang give me your phone number? This time, Zhou Qin did not refuse. After all, after receiving $880,000 of people's Jade Bodhisattva, if you really don't pay attention to them from beginning to end, that's not reasonable. It's just a phone number anyway, so give it away. Big deal. I'll change it when I get back. Lu Rungue was overjoyed. Originally he was ready to be rejected by Zhou Qin again, but he didn't expect Zhou Qin to actually say his number. Without hesitation, he directly took out his fruit cell phone and dialed. Only when he heard Zhou Qin's cell phone actually ringing did he let out a long breath. I won't bother you anymore. Miss Liang will see you again. Lu Rungue was ecstatic. As long as there is contact information, this woman will not be able to escape his five-finger mountain. With that thought, he left the jewelry store smugly. Yi Chen looked at the Jade Bodhisattva in his hand and raised his head to glance at Zhou Qin. This douchebag. Both of them were filled with speechlessness. This fat man was also stupid enough, typically disproportionate to his wealth and intelligence, and was actually swindled by a few words from Yi Chuan. However, they didn't care. There were fools who took the initiative to give gifts. It was a waste not to accept them. Yi Chen and Zhou Qin left, and they went straight to a business hall and reapplied for a phone card. As for the original one, since it didn't have many communication friends, Zhou Qin decisively chose to throw it away. All of this was naturally unknown to Lu Rungue, who was the wronged party, as he wandered around inside the Chanda Mall with a smug smile on his face. Uncle Sam, what are you thinking about? So happy? At that moment, a curious voice came from behind him. Lu Rungue turned his head, but saw that his nephew, Lu Chenyang, had appeared here at an unknown time. So it's young. Lu Rungue smiled faintly, and then said with a smug face, just now, third uncle ran into a woman with wild looks and body, so he went through a lot of trouble and finally asked for her cell phone number. Third uncle is still a treasure sword. Lu Chenyang laughed with an I-get-it look. However, it is her name that is a bit strange. Lu Rungue suddenly frowned. What name? Lu Chenyang was curious. Lu Rungue thought for a moment and said, Liang Liwa. As soon as this name was said, Lu Chenyang immediately froze. He repeatedly recited it a few times, and suddenly said with an odd expression, Third uncle, isn't this name properly taking advantage of you? How? Lu Rungue asked with a frown. In fact, he thought there was something wrong with the name, but he couldn't tell what. And this nephew of his, who had been gifted and intelligent since he was a child, had obviously sensed that something was wrong when he spoke like this. Third uncle, read these three words backwards. Lu Chenyang reminded. Liang Likwa, Walik Liang. Me you mother asterisk. Damn it, I want this guy dead. Lu Rungue was furious. Even if he was a pig, at this moment, he knew that he had been tricked by Yi Chen. Uncle San, don't you have the other side's phone number? Hurry up and call one. Lu Chenyang stumped the furious Lu Rungue. Although the words are so, but Lu Chenyang has a feeling that the number that his third uncle asked to come, most likely also fake, cannot be reached. Yeah, you're right. Lu Rungue hurriedly took out his cell phone and dialed the number that he just wanted to come to, and the result was not what Lu Chenyang expected, and a blank tone came from there. Malagasy. Lu Rungue was furious. He heavily smashed his fruit cell phone on the ground, trembling with anger. Chapter 84 Rejuvenation Pill. Third uncle, don't be angry. Isn't it just a pussy? When you're done with the noon business, nephew will take you to the Cloud Sky Casino and have a good time. Lu Chenyang comforted. Inside the entire family, I'm afraid that only his own third uncle is not interested in power, only thinking about women. That's why he was happy to be close to his third uncle. Nothing bad. It's not the same. Lu Rungue looked indignant as he said with a gritted face, I gave that stinking cousin a Jade Bodhisattva worth over $800,000. What? Lu Chenyang was shocked. He opened his mouth, but nothing came out. More than 800,000 nah. Not more than $80 ah. Such a large sum of money. Their uncle even gave a woman who has never met. Lu Chenyang at this moment finally realized his father's helplessness. His own three uncle, purely short-circuited brain. Third uncle, give me that number. I'll find out which woman it is that dares to victimize someone from my Lu family. A cold light flashed in Lu Chenyang's eyes. If it wasn't for this more than $800,000, Lu Chenyang wouldn't bother to pursue the other party's teasing of his third uncle. But now, he had to intervene. because the other party's behavior has been considered a huge provocation to their Lu family. If they just lay down, once the matter spreads out, face damage can be more than just Lu Rengue a person. Xiao Yang, you're right. This stinking cousin really owes it to me. When you find out her identity, remember to let me know. I'll make her look good. Lu Rengue gritted his teeth and said. A sincere heart fed the dog, which made him hate madly, and he couldn't wait to immediately press Zhou Qin under his body to teach him a lesson before he was relieved of his anger. Lu Chenyang was a bit speechless. His three uncles are really colorful. All this time, still thinking about that woman. However, he didn't bother to break it down, and instead said smilingly, don't worry, third uncle, I understand. Seeing that his nephew was so uptight, the resentment in Lu Rengue's heart diminished quite a bit. He smiled towards Lu Chenyang, then directly bid farewell and left. Looking at his third uncles departing back, Lu Chenyang couldn't help but shake his head, secretly despising it somewhat in his heart. No wonder his own father had always said that Uncle San was a do that couldn't be helped, and now it seemed that he was indeed right at all. No longer thinking about this matter, he turned around and walked into a jewelry store, personally selected an emerald bracelet and bought it. Lu Chenyang was content to leave. Yi Chuan and Zhou Qin went out of Cheetah Plaza. Originally Zhou Qin intended to go home directly, but Yi Chuan stopped her and let her go to Jishir Hall first. What are you doing at the pharmacy? Zhou Qin was a bit puzzled. The mountain man has his own plan. We'll know when we go. Yi Duan smiled mysteriously. Zhou Qin blankly glanced at her and said without a trace of humor. Nuisance. Quickly say it, don't whet my appetite. Seeing that Zhou Qin really looked curious, Yi Chen thought for a moment and said truthfully, the owner of Jishir Tang is an old acquaintance of mine, and there should be some very good calligraphy and paintings left on her side. Moreover, I'm going to personally refine a pill for my mother-in-law, and I need some herbs that I can also obtain in the Jishir Hall. Female? Zhou Qin asked. What? Leaf Dust froze for a moment. Zhou Qin seemed to smile. That old acquaintance of yours? It's a woman, right? Yeah, but is it important? Yi Chen scratched his head and looked at Zhou Qin somewhat strangely. Not important. Zhou Qin shook her head, but her heart was clear. This female owner of the Jishir Hall definitely had a great relationship with Yi Duan. Zhou Qin started the car and rushed to Jishir Tang with Yi Duan. When rushed there, Yi Chuan but did not see Qin Ningxian. I asked Jishir Hall fellows to know. The original girl went out to sit in the clinic again, until the afternoon to come back. Touching his nose, Yi Chuan walked into the inner room of Jishir Tang on his own. Those fellows were shocked at the situation and wanted to stop him, but they were stopped by Lu Yang who was at the side. You guys mind your own business. This is Missy's fiancé. If you offend him, do you still want to work here? Lu Yang kindly reminded. Those fellows were shaken, and then they remembered something. A few days ago there was a young man practicing medicine in their Jishir Tang, but instead of blaming her, Missy was so excited that she even went out with the other party for a long time before coming back. Hearing Lu Yang say this, those fellows all felt that the youth appeared to really be the guy in front of them. Turning around in the inner room, Yi Chuan really found that there were quite a lot of paintings and calligraphy collected here. He heatedly smiled, knowing that these were all treasures that Qin Ningxian's father had treasured for a long time. After opening these calligraphy and paintings and picking them out, Yi Chuan picked a pair of Qi Baiyu's 100 birds toward the phoenix and put them away according to his preferences. Then he walked out like nobody's business. Help me pack some herbs, Yi Chuan said indifferently as he reported the names of a dozen or so herbs. Please wait a moment. Lu Yang didn't dare to be slow, and after taking a note of the herbs Yi Chen needed, he turned around and went over to the counter to get busy. After about 2 minutes or so, Lu Yang packed all the medicinal herbs and then handed them over to Yi Chen. Take it and swipe it, as much as it should be, Yi Chen said with a smile, handing over his bank card. Lu Yang waved his hand and said with a straight face, Missy has instructed that as long as you come to get the medicine, it will be free of charge. Alright, thank that girl Ning Xian for me. Yi Chuan shrugged and took the bank card back. He took the package, turned around and walked to the door. Suddenly, as if he remembered something, he turned back to Lu Yang and said, remember to tell Ning Xian that I also took one of her old man's calligraphy and paintings, but don't think that it was stolen by a thief. Lu Yang nodded and gave an okie dokie gesture. Yi Chuan smiled faintly, and only then did he walk out of the Jishir Hall with a sense of relief. Back in the car, Zhou Qin couldn't wait to ask, how was it? Did you get everything you wanted? That's for sure. 1 for 2 when the little master steps in. Yi Chen had a smug look on his face as he brought the 2 packages in his hands to Zhou Qin and waved them in front of him. Zhou Qin obediently took the pair of calligraphy and painting, and after just a glance, he said in surprise, this is actually the work of Qi Baiyu's painting saint. Yeah, old man Qi's work should barely make it into your father's eyes. Yi Chen smiled faintly. Zhou Qin was overjoyed. Where this can enter his father's eyes simply will make his father excited to explode in place. Other people do not know, but as a daughter of Zhou Qin how can not know? their father's idol. It is the so-called painting saint of the 9 states of the old Mr. Chi Baiyu. What about those herbs? What kind of pills are you going to refine? Zhou Qin's gaze fell on another package. Curiosity filled inside her big eyes. Do you know about the rejuvenation elixir? An elixir that can make a woman return to her youthful beauty. The corner of Yi Chuan's mouth picked up a shallow smile. A brilliant light flashed in Zhou Qin's eyes, but then she felt a bit incredulous. In this world, is there really an elixir that can make people return to their old age? If it exists, doesn't that mean that modern biology is flawed and not absolutely scientific? Chapter 85. It's a small world. This elixir won't cause problems if you eat it, Zhou Qin said without worry. She had seen several news stories in the past about people who didn't go to the hospital when they were sick and took their own cold medicine indiscriminately, only to kill themselves. If this is the case with cold remedies, are you sure there are no problems with this unscientific rejuvenating elixir? Don't worry, it won't. Yi Chen touched his nose, somewhat speechless. As the heir of the evil doctor lineage, if the rejuvenation pill that he had refined could cause problems for people, I'm afraid that the evil doctors would immediately expel him from their division. It would be too humiliating. Seeing that Zhou Qin still had a skeptical attitude, Yi Chen raised his eyebrows. You don't believe me? Zhou Qin subconsciously nodded, which made Yi Chen extremely depressed. Ha ha, lied to you la. Of course I believe you, but can you make 2? I want them too. Zhou Qin suddenly spread a smile and reached out to Yi Chuan to ask for the spring recovery pill, not even being polite at all. Obviously, she remembered Yi Chen's origin. It appeared that it was not at all unusual for an evil doctor's heir to be able to make this kind of magical elixir. You drive. I'll refine the rejuvenation pill on the way, Yi Chuan said. Nodding her head, Zhou Qin started the car, a happy smile on her face. Seeing that Yi Chen was so attached to her parents, she was naturally very happy. After all, as a woman, who doesn't want a boyfriend who can hold his head high in front of his parents and fight for his face? Even though Yi Chen, the boyfriend, was only impersonating, it did not affect this joy in Zhou Qin's heart. The car sped down the road while Yi Chuan sat in the back seat and began his work. He took out the herbs, all of which could not be more common. This was the characteristic of the rejuvenation pill, and the materials used to make it didn't need to be much more precious. But the reason why no one in the whole of China could refine it was because the elixir required an extremely stringent condition during the refining process, the 9 yang true qi, and of all the supernatural forces in the world, only the evil healer lineage had the cultivation method of the 9 yang true qi. Therefore, even if outsiders knew the secret formula of the rejuvenation pill, it would still be futile. Without the assistance of the 9 yang true qi, they were destined to not be able to refine the rejuvenation pill. Yi Chen clutched the medicinal ingredients in his hands one by one and began to refine the pills. With the assistance of the 9 yang true qi, the process of refining the rejuvenation pill was not complicated. Not too long after, a green-colored elixir appeared in his palm. Yi Chen took out a porcelain bottle and filled it with the rejuvenation dan. Then he put it away and continued to repeat the process. The remaining herbs were naturally not enough to make another rejuvenation pill the size of the one just now. However, there was still no problem to refine a slightly smaller one. Yi Chuan made his move, and soon those herbs were all used up. Looking at this mini version of the rejuvenation pill in his hand, Yi Chuan smiled faintly and put it away with the previous one. What a pain in the ass. Yi Chen exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. No wonder the old man didn't like alchemy. He was finally able to understand it now. This kind of pure true qi consumption was simply more exaggerated than having fought 10 fights. After secretly meditating for a while, Yi Chen then opened his eyes, and at this time, Zhou Qin also happened to stop the car. Arrived, Zhou Qin said. Yi Duan nodded and the two of them got out of the car together. What came into view was a composite villa with a classical and elegant style, letting people know at a glance that the people living inside were not commoners. This is your house? Yi Chuan was a little surprised. Not to see. Zhou Qin's family is quite rich. Zhou Qin nodded slightly, then directly led Yi Chen into the courtyard. They crossed the path through the front yard and entered inside the villa without incident. Just inside was a large living room. At this moment, inside the living room just like sitting 4 people, a middle-aged couple, a young man of 25 years old or so, and a fat man full of thuggish temperament. The 4 people sat on the sofa, and were talking happily with each other. When they heard the voice coming from the doorway, the 4 of them stopped chatting at the same time and looked towards the doorway in unison. Qin, you're back. When Zhou Qin's mother, Luo Min, saw that it was her daughter returning, she excitedly stood up from the sofa before welcoming her. Zhou Qin revealed a smile, but when her gaze landed on the fat man, she couldn't help but freeze for a moment. Obviously, she didn't understand why Lu Rungue, whom she had met at the mall earlier, would suddenly appear in her home. The youth next to him also looked so familiar that Zhou Qin thought for a moment and instantly recognized him. Hell, this world is too small. Yi Duan, who was on the side, grunted. Luo Min took her own daughter's hand and drove away the cold and warmth for a while, then turned her gaze to Yi Chen and asked smilingly, Chin, who is this? Hello auntie, I'm Yi Chuan, Chin's boyfriend. Without waiting for Zhou Qin to introduce himself, Yi Chen smiled cheekily and introduced himself in a very self-conscious manner. Romaine froze for a moment, but then smiled as she brought the two of them right into the middle of the living room. It's you guys. Lu Rungue recognized Yi Chen and Zhou Qin at a glance, and his eyes were almost spitting fire. Uncle Sam, what's wrong? Lu Chenyang frowned, suddenly having a very bad feeling in his heart. Look at his third uncle this way. It is not possible that the one who pitched him $88 million is his own today's blind date. Zhou Qin, the ones who screwed me over in Cheetah Plaza before were them, Lu Rungue said through clenched teeth. Lu Chenyang was speechless, he had really guessed it. Third uncle, don't be angry for now, wait for me to settle things, then I'll take it out on you, Lu Chenyang said with a serious face. Taking a deep breath, Lu Rungue forced down the anger within himself as he nodded towards his nephew, indicating that he would not act with intent. Only then did Lu Chenyang put his heart down. He didn't want his third uncle's emotional outburst to lead to the failure of today's blind date. Uncle, what a coincidence, we meet again. On the other side, Yi Chen smiled and greeted Zhou Qin's father. Even Yi Chen did not expect that Zhou Qin's father would be Zhou Kachang, the mayor of Jinling City. The two had met once because of the previous incident of pointing a rat as a duck, and had left each other with an extremely deep impression. When they met again this time, they recognized each other at first sight. It's you. You're not the Qin family's big miss. Zhou Kachang was a little dazed. How could the childhood friend of the Qin family's eldest daughter suddenly become her own daughter's boyfriend? This was too strange. Why? It doesn't matter. I'm Qin's boyfriend now. Yi Chen smiled faintly and took out the painting from behind him. I heard Qin say that you like to collect paintings and calligraphy, so I went to a friend's side and shamelessly asked for this painting of 100 birds facing the phoenix, hoping that you would like it. Zhou Kachang's mind was still a bit confused, but when he saw Yi Chen handing over a painting and calligraphy, he subconsciously reached out and took it. After only opening it and looking at it, Zhou Kachang's eyes widened and his breath caught. Qi painting sage's work. Where did you get it? Excited to be excited. But Zhou Kachang did not let it go to his head. He instead seriously asked about the origins of the painting. Yi Chuan smiled faintly and said, the owner of the Jishir Tang gave it to me, so you can take it with confidence. Boss Qin gave you this? Zhou Kachang froze for a moment, but then he was relieved. The other party is a family friend and has a great relationship, so there is naturally no problem in gifting a painting or calligraphy. Only, would his own daughter be happy following such a person? Chapter 86 Double Standard. This calligraphy and painting is too expensive. I can't accept it. Zhou Kachang pondered for half a day, but still couldn't help shaking his head. Although he did want it very much, but without merit. Qi painting saint's painting, the value is too high. If it is taken out to auction, at least all have to be $1 billion upwards. As the mayor of Jinling City, he was a clean official, so naturally he could not accept something as expensive as this. He returned the calligraphy and painting, but Zhou Qin, who was on the side, reached out and snatched it away. She glanced at her own father and said with a faint smile, why did you come back after giving it away? Could it be that you like this painting and calligraphy? Yi Chuan, he's not an outsider. Dad, just take it. She did not only say this to Zhou Kachang, but also showed Lu Chenyang that she had a boyfriend, so don't waste any more time on herself. But Lu Chenyang heard but didn't think so. He sat himself on the sofa, sipping tea with his third uncle. Zhou Kachang had a heavenly battle inside his head for a while before he finally nodded and accepted Yi Chen's good intentions. After all, he really loved this painting and calligraphy. If he missed it, I'm afraid he would have to stay awake for several nights. Many thanks. Zhou Kachang opened his mouth and thanked Yi Chen very politely. Uncle is polite. This is a small token of my appreciation. It's not about receiving or not receiving. Yi Chen smiled faintly. At this time, he was old and very cultured, and his usual cynicism was simply two different things. This caused Zhou Qin to marvel a little. Yi Chen's acting skills were just too decent. If not for the fact that she had known Yi Chen for some time, even she would have to think that this was the real Yi Chen. Uncle's gift is in place. What about aunties? Luo Min suddenly said. Her eyes kept glancing behind Yi Chen. Zhou Qin cried and laughed. His own this mom is also spontaneous enough. Actually directly asked Yi Chen to ask for a gift. The gift is here. Yi Chen smiled faintly and handed over the gift box wrapped with the jade bodhisattva. It's still true. Luo Min was a bit surprised. She was just casually teasing her junior, but she didn't expect Yi Chen to actually prepare a gift for herself. For a while, Luo Min's eyes clearly had a few more soft colors in them as she looked at Yi Chen, regardless of character. It's so rare to see this thing done in drips and drabs. Let me con what treasure is in it, if it is not worth as much as your uncle's paintings and calligraphy. I don't want it. The corners of her mouth rose slightly, and a hint of hidden cunning crossed the depths of Luo Min's eyes. The gift box was opened and a flawless jade bodhisattva came into view. This is that jade goddess of mercy from Shuewufu? $880,000. My god, I've wanted to buy it for a long time, but I haven't been able to part with it. Luo Min's eyes widened and her face was filled with astonishment as she was somewhat shocked by Yi Chen's handiwork. Lu Rungue, who was on the side, couldn't help but feel a surge of anger when he saw this. He was shivering all over. He was purely infuriated. That was supposed to be something that belonged to him. Lu Chenyang smiled faintly and gently patted his third uncle's shoulder, patting out the anger in his heart. Be at ease, Lu Chenyang softly said to Lu Rungue. Only then did Lu Rungue snort coldly and move his gaze elsewhere. Thanks to Yi Duan, this jade goddess of mercy, Auntie likes it very much, Luo Min said with a smile as she played with this jade goddess of mercy, loving it. It's good that Auntie likes it. When I see other ones of superior quality in the future, I'll buy them for Auntie. Yi Chen smiled faintly. Luo Min was overjoyed and looked up at Yi Chen, nodding in satisfaction. This young man is indeed good, knows how to honor his elders, and is quite on the right track. However, right at this moment, Lu Chenyang suddenly laughed coldly and spoke. Buy? I don't think so. This jade bodhisattva in your hand, did you really buy it yourself? As soon as these words came out, the inside of the living room steeply became incredibly quiet. Zhou Keqiang and Luo Min's gazes also all landed on Yi Chen's body, their expressions somewhat strange. Lu Chenyang, who had been silent all this time, would suddenly say such a sentence, and it was obvious that he wasn't making it up out of thin air. Could it be that this jade goddess of mercy was really obtained by Yi Chen using dishonorable means? It's really not the money I spent. Yi Chen cast a sidelong glance at Lu Rungue and snorted. Some fool spent money on this jade goddess of mercy to give it to my girlfriend, so it's a waste not to receive it. What do you say? This brother Lu? Lu Chenyang was choked enough, but on the contrary, he didn't have a way to retort. This matter was indeed his third uncle's stupidity. In Yi Chuan's shoes, I'm afraid he wouldn't refuse this pie falling from the sky. But not only did you take his things, you also changed your phone number, and you even verbally abused my third uncle. This account, I have to settle it with you, Lu Chenyang said coldly. You still have the nerve to say, so that fat winter melon is your third uncle? He is a handful of years old, still told want to eat swan meat, not afraid of your third aunt. No, go back to the family law to serve? Zhou Qin opened her mouth, her face full of contempt, thinking that spending some money can get all the women in the whole world. Really too disgusting. This is not pit you pit who? As the saying goes, people are divided by their groups. This brother Lu, looks like he has quite a good relationship with your third uncle, that he would choose to stand up for your third uncle at this time. Yi Chen taunted, listening to the several people each making their own comments. Zhou Keqiang's brows frowned slightly as he seemed to have somewhat heard the cause of this dispute. If what his daughter and Yi Chen said was true, then the character of the Lu family was evident. You're talking nonsense. Of course I'm not as flowery and lustful as my third uncle, Lu Chenyang said in annoyance. He, the great young man of the Lu family, didn't want to be stared at by others as a playboy. Then you are looking down on your elders. Yi Chen smiled evilly. You, Lu Chenyang was once again choked, but this time, he didn't engage in a verbal fight with Yi Duan again. Instead, he turned his gaze to Mr. and Mrs. Zhou Keqiang. With an angry face, he said with a straight face, Auntie and Uncle, this guy is full of, he doesn't seem to be a good person. Let someone kick him out. Such trash doesn't deserve Qin Qin at all. You're the trash. Your whole family is trash. Originally, Yi Chen was still happy, but when he heard Lu Chenyang's words, he instantly became upset and directly disliked him without any manners. Auntie and Uncle, look, this guy has low quality and is full of dirty words. Don't let Qin Qin follow him and learn the bad things. Lu Chenyang evilly complained first. Zhou Keqiang frowned and didn't say anything for a while. Instead, it was Zhou Qin who couldn't help but say, obviously you were the one who first called my boyfriend trash, but now you're biting back and saying that my boyfriend is of low quality in turn. You Lu family members are really double standard. Lu Chenyang's face was cloudy. Originally he came on this trip because he wanted to propose marriage to Zhou Keqiang. If they could marry Zhou Qin, their Lu family and Zhou family would combine strongly and support each other, and it was highly likely that they would be promoted to the Yen family's kind of level within 2 or 3 years. I'm afraid that plan is now out the window. Zhou Qin was siding with Yi Chen so much that he couldn't use some underhanded tactics even if he wanted to. In case it draws back Zhou Keqiang's resentment, the loss will outweigh the gain. Thinking of this, Lu Chenyang had no choice but to get up and bid farewell to Zhou Keqiang and Luo Min. Auntie, there are still some things to take care of inside my house, so I'll take my leave first, Lu Chenyang said courteously. Then without waiting for Mr. and Mrs. Zhou Keqiang to respond, he directly pulled his third uncle and left the place. However, the moment he went out the door, his face suddenly became extremely grim. making him lose such a big face. This matter, definitely not finished. Chapter 87 Amazing Changes. I should have known that I wouldn't have let him come today, making an enemy for you guys for no reason. Zhou Kachang sighed. He was certainly not afraid of himself, but he was afraid of retaliation against Yi Chen and his own daughter. That look that the other party had just given when he turned to leave, although it was fleeting, it was still captured by the discerning Zhou Kachang. Zhou Kachang understood that the other party had lost such a big face and would never let it go. What kind of enemies is this? Just two thugs. Yi Chen skimmed his mouth and said. Hearing his words, Zhou Kachang looked back at him and shook his head. Don't underestimate the Lu family. The father of that Lu Chenyang just now is a hand of Jiangnan City. His power is still above me. His second uncle is a star entrepreneur in Jiangnan City with strong financial power. Although not as good as the Yin family, it's at least tens of billions. Due to the gift of Qi Baiyu's calligraphy and painting, Zhou Kachang had a good feeling about Yi Duan, so he opened his mouth to remind him of so many things. It's fine. A bunch of dirt chickens and dogs are just a bunch of dirt chickens and dogs. Don't come to mess with me even if it's fine. If it messes with me, I'll make their Lu family's chickens and dogs restless. Yi Chuan said lazily. Zhou Kachang immediately revealed a surprised expression as he gave Yi Chen a deep look, feeling somewhat incredulous. You have to know that it was the Lu family, a family that was not inferior to the Yin family at all, and to some extent, it was even more terrifying than the Yin family. Yi Chuan, what do you do for a living? Actually, you're not even afraid of the Lu family? Luo Min suddenly opened her mouth to inquire. She was a little surprised that her own daughter had gotten someone back who didn't look very old, but had a big mouth. I work at the Jinling City Hospital, head of the traditional Chinese medicine section, Yi Chen said with a smile. When these words came out, Zhou Kachang and Luo Min's faces both looked a bit odd. Does the city hospital have a Chinese medicine department? Zhou Kachang twisted his head to look at Luo Min. I don't think so, Romaine replied. The two of them turned their eyes to Yi Chen again, intending to see how he would explain. They didn't want their daughter to have a boyfriend who was an incompetent who could only talk big. Yi Chuan smiled faintly. He had prepared for this and said, I am acquainted with the old Dean Sun Siyuan. Whether this matter is true or not, uncle, you will know once you ask. Qin and I have said that you and old Dean Sun are acquainted. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Kachang nodded, then got up and walked out of the living room. Obviously, he went to call Sun Siyuan to ask for confirmation of the truth or falsehood of what Yi Chen had said. Right, Yi Chuan, where's the rejuvenation pill you refined for my mom? Why don't you hurry and take it out? Zhou Qin suddenly thought of the rejuvenation pill and hurriedly asked Yi Chuan to bring out this magical elixir. Yi Chuan slapped his head. Fortunately Zhou Qin reminded him. Otherwise he would have forgotten that there was such a thing as rejuvenation pill. He fumbled the porcelain vase out of his pocket and said with a smile, Auntie, this is the rejuvenation pill that I refined with my own hands. Please smile. Rejuvenation pill? Luo Min's face was full of confusion, obviously not knowing what the spring returning pill was. Yi Duan smiled slightly and opened his mouth to explain. A year is divided into 4 seasons. Spring is the season when everything flourishes. Summer is the season when everything grows in abundance. Fall is the season when everything withers. And winter is the season when everything withers. The life of a human being corresponds to these 4 seasons. The spring rejuvenation pill, as the name suggests, is able to bring back the spring of one's life, that is, the most youthful and energetic years. What do you mean? After listening to Yi Chen's explanation, Luo Min felt that his head was even bigger. Mom, what Yi Chen means is that this elixir can restore your appearance to when you were young. Zhou Qin interjected, succinctly re-explaining Yi Chen's words. This time, Luo Min understood, and she looked incredulously at the small porcelain vase that Yi Duan handed over in her hand, as if she had heard something heavenly. And at this time, Zhou Kachang, who had gone out to make a phone call, came back, and he looked at Yi Chuan with a shocked face and asked, You really know Chinese medicine? Yi Chuan smiled faintly and replied, That's of course. Uncle knows girl Ning Xian, right? Zhou Kachang nodded his head. The great lady of G***********************************************************************************************************************. Would not recognize her. 80% of her medical skills were taught by me, Yi Chen said indifferently. Zhou Kachang's eyes widened with a look of having seen a ghost. In his opinion, the medical skills of Jishir Hall's eldest Miss Qin Ningxian could already be described as out of this world. Even most advanced cancers could be cured. So as Yi Chuan, who was the one who had taught Qin Ningxian's medical skills, how powerful would his medical skills be? Zhou Kachang could no longer imagine it at all. Luo Min on the side was dumbfounded. She hadn't thought that Yi Chen was actually the master of that female miracle doctor from Jishir Tang. Soon, Luo Min's eyes lit up and thought of a very important point. Since Yi Chen's medical skills were so powerful, then this rejuvenation pill that he had refined should also be real. After all, even his own daughter trusted him so much. Yi Chen had no reason to deceive her at all. Thinking of this, Luo Min opened the cork of the bottle and poured out a rejuvenation pill. The aroma was overflowing, and the elixir shimmered with a greenish glow, catching Zhou Kachang's eyes for a moment. What is this? Zhou Kachang asked curiously. Luo Min casually replied, this is the rejuvenation pill that Yi Chen refined for me. It can return me to my beauty at 20 years old. Zhou Kachang froze for a moment, then looked at Yi Chen with some suspicion and asked, is this true? Try it and see. Yi Chen smiled faintly. He was confident in his alchemy level. Luo Min had been a little hesitant, but when she heard Yi Chen's words, she secretly clenched her teeth, closed her eyes, and swallowed the elixir in one gulp. Zhou Kachang was so jittery that he was almost startled into jumping in place. He never thought that his own mother-in-law would be so adventurous that she would dare to swallow this elixir without even knowing what the ingredients were. Of course, Zhou Kachang was not suspecting that Yi Chen would poison him, but something like a potion. Eating it randomly could cause big problems. The flavor is not bad. Seeing the worried look on her husband's brow, Luo Min said with a heated smile, Zhou Qin is somewhat speechless. His own mom is really enough to live treasure. And yesterday that does not shed their own out of the door completely unlike a person. Any feelings? Leaf Dust had a smile on his lips, feeling it with all her might. Romaine said seriously, it feels hot all over, especially on her face, and it tickles. As soon as the words fell, Zhou Kachang's legs went weak and he directly sat on his butt on the sofa. He had an inexplicably shocked expression on his face, as if he had seen a heavenly visitor. Seeing Zhou Kachang's behavior, Luo Min's heart trembled, and she was also a bit flustered. Luo Min naturally knew more than well what a stable person her husband was. Even he looked like this, and it was obvious that an extremely amazing change had taken place in himself. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't have acted that way. At this time, Zhou Qin covered his mouth and said word for word, my God, Mom, the way you look. Even though he was psychologically prepared, Zhou Qin couldn't help but be shocked at the sudden sight of such a marvelous sight. Now, Luo Min became even more flustered as she subconsciously moved her gaze to Yi Chen. Fortunately, Yi Chen didn't have any other exaggerated behavior, and remained in the same breezy manner, which caused Luo Min to let out a huge sigh of relief. Chapter 88 Attack. Without further hesitation, she rushed into the bathroom and to the mirror. The next moment, Luo Min's mouth opened into an O shape. What appeared inside the mirror was a flawless young face. Holy Lord, is this still me? Luo Min stroked her cheeks in fascination, her entire body in a state of intense shock. At this time, she definitely did not look more than 25 years old, and even the crow's feet at the corners of her eyes and the decree lines at the tip of her nose had all disappeared, as well as her hair, which had originally been nearly 2 Chengdu had already become speckled with white, but now it was black, with a soft texture and sparkling with a bright luster. Luo Min finally clear his husband and daughter. Why is that a look of a ghost expression? This is completely obscene Earth rebirth. This amazing change was so unbelievable that even Luo Min was somewhat unable to believe her eyes. I shouldn't be in a dream. She went back to the living room, and the more she thought about it, the more strange it became, and she suddenly pinched the flesh on her thighs with a violent force. Ah! Hiss! Zhou Kachang yelped in pain as he rubbed his thigh and realized that it was black and blue. You want to see if it's in a dream? You pinch your own flesh. Pinch mine for what? Zhou Kachang said with a grimace, a pair of eyes glaring angrily at his wife, very dissatisfied. This is not a light or heavy hand. Luo Min seems to want to murder her own husband. I forgot. Do you believe me when I say I didn't mean to? Romaine hemmed and hawed. Zhou Kachang rolled his eyes and said helplessly, can I say I don't believe it? It's possible, but it doesn't matter. Luo Min said with a smile. Her gaze went to Yi Chen, and in the next second, Luo Min pounced over with a face of excitement. My dear son-in-law, you're really a strange man. Mother-in-law, I love you to death. Yi Chuan coughed dryly and hurriedly dodged away, saying, Lord Mother-in-law is calm. These are what one should do as a junior. Since Luo Min had already changed his name to son-in-law, then of course Yi Chuan would not let this opportunity pass, and directly changed his name to call out to his mother-in-law. The two people's name? Let Zhou Kachang and Zhou Qin some speechless. This aid has not yet a skim. They actually changed their mouth. Shouted that is smooth. AI. It's too bad. The appearance is younger, but the age is still so big. If even the age can go back to 25, I'll chase you backwards. Luo Min suddenly sighed. Hearing Luo Min's words, everyone was thunderstruck. Zhou Qin covered his forehead. A headache look. Their mom want to not be so let fly? Luckily, there are no outsiders here. Otherwise it would not be a disgrace to the grandmother's house. Do you take me for air? Zhou Kachang knocked on the table and said with a disinterested face. Who's talking? Luo Min looked around for a while before her eyes landed on Zhou Kachang, and she said in surprise, Hubby, was it you who spoke just now? Zhou Kachang depressed. Good guy. This is nakedly ignoring him. Mom, can you be scared? I'm not normal. Zhou Qin rubbed her temples and said, However, just after she finished, she realized that she had said the wrong thing and hurriedly changed her words. Mom, can you be normal? I'm scared. Jo Ka-chang didn't say anything and got up to pull Luo Min back to his side. After calming down for a while, Luo Min then returned to her previous gentle and sensible appearance. Ye does look tisk tsk. Unexpectedly, Jo Chin's mom actually has two sets of faces. It is really unanticipated that each one just now the words, you just pretend you didn't hear them. It's hard for my sister to regain her youthful appearance, so it's unavoidable for her to be a little excited. I am absolutely loyal to your father-in-law, Luo Min said with a smile. Sister? Father-in-law? Hearing Luo Min's words, Yi Chen straight away felt his brain was a muddle. I understand. Yi Chen laughed dryly, looking at Luo Min's appearance. Even if he didn't understand, he had to pretend to understand. Gouging out Yi Chen, Luo Min looked dissatisfied as she bristled and said, Mother-in-law is not a good title. It doesn't reflect my youthful beauty. You'd better call me sister. What's hair? Yi Chuan's eyeballs burst. Almost a mouthful of old blood sprayed out. This generation is not completely messed up? Mom, be normal or I'll take Yi Chen away. Jo Chin slapped his head. This old mom of his was also too strange to even say such nonsensical words. Shut up, you call me sister too. What old mom? Am I that old? Luo Min cast a sidelong glance at Jo Chin. At those words, Jo Chin almost fell head over heels. She pulled a hand of Yi Duan, intending to leave with Yi Duan. Anyway, this family, she could not stay. If I stayed any longer, I didn't know what other shocking comments would come out of my oddball mom. Mom, there's another rejuvenation pill inside this bottle. It was left to me by Yi Chen. Don't steal it. Walking to the door, Jo Chin suddenly turned around and said. Yi Chen also nodded his head and said, one rejuvenation pill is enough. If you take more, there might be some unpredictable side effects. Luo Min was startled and hurriedly put back the second rejuvenation pill that she had poured out as it was. It's a good thing that you guys reminded me quickly, or else I would have been ready to take the second one and return to my 15th year. Yi Chen and Jo Chin were speechless. Thanks to that reminder. Let's go. After instructing his old mom, Jo Chin decisively pulled Yi Chen away. The two drove the car all the way to the river. They got out of the car and strolled along the river. Feeling the slight coolness brought by the river breeze, Yi Chuan stretched his waist very comfortably. This rhythm of life was really great. Thanks. The two of them walked for a while. Jo Chin suddenly stopped. She looked serious and thanked Yi Chen. Yi Chen smiled, waved his hand and said, we're an old married couple. There's no need to be so polite. Nodding her head, Jo Chin surprisingly did not fight with Yi Chen. If it was in normal times, she would have had to shout, who is an old married couple with you? Jo Chin walked along the river, leaving one shallow footprint after another on the muddy sand of the river. Her eyes were a little dazed, having wondered how long it had been since she had been so laid back. Since joining the war sword, she was so busy every day that she rarely had time to go back to her home, not to mention taking a walk by the river like she was doing now. Wife, you look so beautiful. Such a sentence suddenly came out of Yi Chuan's mouth. Jo Chin froze for a moment, but then he spread a smile. As a woman, nothing rates higher than affirming her beauty. However, just as the atmosphere here became a bit ambiguous, there was a whoosh sound, as if some object had cut through the air and was coming their way. Yi Chuan's face changed, and without thinking, he directly leapt in front of Jo Chin. With a muffled sound, Yi Chuan thumped backward 2 steps, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and pulling Jo Chin, he rushed in a direction. Chapter 89 True Elemental Body Protection. On the roof of a tall building by the river, a black-clothed masked man was creeping on the edge of the rooftop. He looked surprised. Through the sniper's scope, he clearly saw that the shot had hit the other party, but why the other party was actually unharmed. As he adjusted the angle of his sniper scope, he couldn't help but be shocked, as he saw Yi Chen leading Jo Chin, running towards his direction at breakneck speed. His position was exposed. The black-clothed man thought of this the first time. He got up and was just about to retreat when he suddenly heard an icy voice behind him. Shot me? In such a hurry to leave? The man in black turned around and looked over with an incredulous face. A few seconds ago, the other guy was still within range of his sniper scope. Just a rising effort. The other party had already caught up. What kind of bizarre stance was this? It was too terrifying. Die. Yi Chuan's face was filled with rage as he struck out at him. If he hadn't reacted quickly, Jo Chin would already be a dead man. Without entering the Jedi world, it was impossible for a martial artist at the peak of the Jedi realm to carry a sniper bullet. This bird man dared to kill his wife. It would be hard to solve Yi Chuan's heart's hatred if he didn't finish him off. However, this man in black was also very good. Seeing Yi Chuan pouncing, he was in danger and did not turn his head to run. Instead, he pulled out a pistol from his pants leg. He let out a sardonic laugh and without any hesitation, he pulled the trigger at Yi Chen. 10 paces away, The gun is fast, within 10 paces. The gun is accurate and fast. The man in black didn't think Yi Chen could dodge bullets at such a close range. That was something that only appeared in movies. Be careful. Zhou Qin's face changed as he subconsciously shouted. A disdainful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The hand that Yi Chuan extended out did not advance but retreated. Only the target changed. From the man in black to the bullets that were shot over. The moment Yi Chuan clamped the bullet, the black-clothed man's brain directly went down, catching the bullet with his empty hand. This girl will not be the fire cloud evil god. Cold sweat was hidden behind his back, and the man in black gritted his teeth, ready to pull the trigger again. However, Yi Chuan no longer stayed his hand. A cold light flashed in his eyes. His figure was like electricity, appearing in front of the black-clothed man in a flash, and smashing his fist over. Spare my life, I can tell you who is behind this. The man in black looked terrified and hurriedly begged for mercy. In his heart, he greeted the ancestor of that commissioner, asking him to assassinate such a terrifying fellow. Wasn't it tantamount to asking him to send him to his death? Not interested, Yi Chen said coldly as he broke the black-clothed man's neck with a punch. You, the black-robed man's eyes widened, his head drooping like a wilted flower. No longer alive. It was just that he couldn't figure out until the moment before he died why Yi Chuan didn't even care who the mastermind behind the scene was, and just made a move to finish himself off. How did you kill him? Didn't he all but say that he was going to tell the person behind the curtain? Zhou Qin frowned. Killing the man would be easy, but then the trail would be broken, and they would no longer be able to find out who actually hired the assassin. An outlaw is just an outlaw. How dare you believe what he says? In order to stay alive, he even betrayed his employer. No modesty at all, Yi Chuan said, contemptuously. That's why he didn't hesitate to take out this guy. The character was too tight. Zhou Qin sighed. Well, it will have to do. Don't worry, with me here, no one can hurt you. Yi Chuan smiled playfully, but soon he looked serious. But then again, I have a feeling that this person should be sent by the Yin family. How? Zhou Qin's eyes lit up. Yi Chuan thought for a moment and said, because you crashed their rendezvous before, and you escaped and knew all of their plans. They will naturally try to get rid of you by any means possible in order to be foolproof. It makes sense. It's very possible. Zhou Qin's eyes narrowed slightly. The Yen family had colluded with the Easterners to commit such a crime, and once it came to light, they would immediately be nailed to the pillar of shame. Yen Ruli, as the head of the Yen family, of course, could not stand by and watch such a thing happen. Then he could only hire killers to silence Zhou Qin, who was in the know. Thinking of this, a cold light flashed in Zhou Qin's eyes. Good Yen family, really heartless. At this time, Yi Chen suddenly added, don't meddle in the Yin family's affairs. Leave this matter to me. You know about the asshole things the Yin family did? Zhou Qin asked. Yi Dust nodded. I know. I heard it the other day when you asked me to follow the little devils. The reason why I haven't made a move yet is because I've already told your Captain Shin to go hire someone to deal with these Yin Yang masters. Invite someone? Zhou Qin froze for a moment. That's right. Relying on your Captain Shin alone, you won't be able to get through the Yin family and the Yin Yang Dao. Yi Chen was undeniable. It was not that Qin Chao was not strong enough, but that the Yin family's people and the brats were too cunning, and he alone was too divided to deal them a fatal blow at the same time. I'm going to return to the team to help Captain Qin. Zhou Qin made a decision. Fart, with your three-legged kung fu, you'd be taken out in one shot. Yi Chuan glared at Zhou Qin without a good mood and directly slapped her on her butt. Zhou Qin cried out in pain, almost jumped on the spot. This guy, the hand is not light and heavy, afraid of not giving her ass open flour. Just say it. What's the point of doing it? Zhou Qin looked annoyed and covered his buttocks, where a gust of pain came from. Who told you to disobey me? I've told you that I don't need you to interfere in this matter. Could it be that I blocked a shot for you and you want to send your life back now? Yi Chen rolled his eyes. Why don't you have any numbers? Don't you know your own weight? Hearing Yi Chen say this, Zhou Qin then suddenly remembered that just now, at the riverside, Yi Chen had used his back to block a sniper shot for himself. How are you doing? It didn't hurt anywhere. Zhou Qin had a nervous face and went around to Yi Chen's back. It's fine. Yi Chen smiled faintly. A mere sniper round was just a sniper round, and for him to resist it hard, it was simply a trivial matter. The heavenly sword trickster doctor, if he could be taken down by a single sniper shot, then the name wouldn't have spread throughout the supernatural world. Zhou Qin stared at Yi Chen's back as she revealed a shocked expression. Only Yi Chen's back, not to mention the wounds. Even his clothes were not wrinkled at all, and he could not see any traces of being hit by the sniper rifle at all. What's going on? Zhou Qin was quite surprised because she had seen the bullet strike Yi Duan with her own eyes. Heavy sniper rifle. General bullet caliber is relatively large, even if it is a martial arts accomplished high people, but also never dare to take it hard with the body. Yi Chuan ate that hard and didn't even scrape his skin, which was really amazing. True essence protects the body. Yi Chen explained indifferently. Chapter 90 Unwelcome Guests. Hearing this, a shocked look spread across Zhou Qin's face. Of course she knew that true essence protection. This was a means that only a supreme martial artist could possess. In the path of martial arts, all those who did not enter the top realm were in fact just unimpressive martial artists. The only way to truly enter the circle of martial artists was to become a top martial artist and quench your true chi. Jedi martial artists. Their bodies were thick with true chi, but they were obviously not yet able to externally form an effective defense. Even Qin Chao, the great captain of their battle sword, could only use his true chi to stimulate his physical fitness and enhance his combat power. Yi Chuan was able to protect his body with true essence, which meant that he was at the very least a supreme martial artist. This was because only when the true chi in the body was solidified enough could it be released to attach to the skin and form the strongest defense. This was also the reason why it was difficult for a martial artist under the extremity realm to harm an extremity powerhouse. Their defenses were too amazing to be broken by a force not of the same level. Zhou Qin looked at Yi Chen with a shocked look on her face. Despite having guessed earlier, she still could not hide the shock in her heart when it was proved at this moment. A supreme martial artist at the age of a weak crown. Ah! This was simply too astonishing. No wonder Yi Chen had previously given her the credit for killing Shura. Now she finally understood completely. If the Chinese officials knew about this news, it would be absolutely impossible for Yi Chuan to have any more peaceful days. Officials are bound to keep sending people to lobby him to join the country's organizations and serve the country. Likewise, other martial arts sects would not let go of such a heaven-defying wizard and would do their best to recruit him. You're too perverted. Zhou Qin sighed. She was now 23. Yet she was still a second-rate martial artist, and compared to Yi Chuan, she was simply a weakling, which gave her the feeling that she had lived to a dog's age. Snapping, another slap. Yi Chuan slapped Zhou Qin's buttocks. Can you talk? Little master, I call this heavenly indulgence. Yi Chen skimmed his mouth and said, Shenwu my ass, I'm going to finish you off. Zhou Qin looked annoyed. This guy, beat her ass and hit the addiction is it? Finish me off? You can beat me? Yi Duan's eyebrows flickered, an impish smile on his face. Zhou Qin was depressed. Knowing Yi Chen's true strength, she was really speechless when this was said. Yi Chuan smiled faintly and took out the corpse-transforming water, and after disposing of the black-clothed man's body, he brought Zhou Qin back to the river. But after this incident, the two naturally had no desire to continue their walk, and they drove away from the place. Jinling City, Yan family villa. At this moment, Yan Rulai's eyes were roiling with anger, and the assassin he had sent out had lost contact. Even without using his brain to think about it, he knew that this operation had definitely failed, and that the assassin hadn't been able to kill Zhou Qin. This made Yan really annoyed. The assassination was unsuccessful, which meant that there were still people in the world who knew about their Yan family's collusion. 9 times out of 10, it's that Yi Chuan kid who interfered again. At this time, a flirtatious woman inside the living room spoke. She was dressed in a kimono with an alluring body. Only when she mentioned Yi Chen, an icy chill rose from the depths of her eyes. Miss Qing Yi, what should we do next? Yan Rulai asked with a frown. Originally, he had thought that Yi Chen was just a foreigner who knew a little bit of sideways, but now it seemed that things appeared to be a little out of control. The other party wasn't even afraid of firearms, so it was obvious that their strength was also extremely terrifying. Let's stay put for now. You guys mustn't mess with that Yi Chen, so as not to involve us. Jedi martial artists. If they are determined to kill, none of us can run away. Himao Qing's tone was grim and his face was filled with a look of impatience. All things will be said after we finish this transaction. Okay, I'll set it up as soon as I can. Yan Rulai nodded his head, his gaze deep as he stared at Himao Qingyi. Himao Qingyi smiled faintly and directly turned around to leave the Yan family. Dad, this ghost is harboring evil. She wants to abandon us. It wasn't until Himao Qingyi's back completely disappeared from sight that Yan Hua, who had been silent beside him, opened his mouth, appreciatively glancing at his son. Yan really coldly grunted. Don't worry, since you can see it, I naturally see it as well. Just now it's a false pretense with this ghost. Speaking here, Yan really looked a bit huffy as he gritted his teeth and said, the little devils are indeed no good. Both of us have been cooperating for so many years. It's just that now that a little thing has happened, instead of thinking of helping us out, they are falling down the well and turning their backs on us. This kind of behavior is really shameless to the extreme. Dad, what should we do next? Those brats just aren't reliable. Yan Hua inquired. Yan Rulai thought for a moment, sighed, and said, since things have come to this point, why don't we just wash our hands in gold? After doing this one last time, we'll cut off communication with the Himao family. That Zhou Qin has a very hard background. Not only is she Zhou Kachang's daughter, she is also a member of the Battle Blade. We assassinated her once without success, and now she's definitely on the radar of the Sword of War. There's absolutely no good fruit to be had if we interact with the Easterning people again. Hearing his father's decision, Yanhua looked a bit surprised. He couldn't help but say, Dad, without this source of income, we will be very passive in the future, and it's highly likely that we will be surpassed by the other two. Yan Ruli naturally knew this, but he knew better that everything was about moderation. A single act of greed will only lead to an endless fall into the abyss. Money or life? Which do you choose? Yan Ruli inquired to his son. Yanhua froze for a moment, then said decisively, Fate. Yan Ruli nodded and said with a smile, Our Yin family has accumulated very strong funds after these years. Even without that income from cooperating with the brats, we can still maintain our dominant position in Jinling City. There's no need to take any more risks. There is no end to the money that can be earned. Still, the lives of our family are more important. The Yin family members present were all touched when they heard these words from Yan Ruli. The head of their family is just too great. After coming out from the river, Yi Chen separated from Zhou Qin. He returned to the neighborhood, and as soon as he walked through the door, he detected a strange aura looming. Yi Chuan's eyes flashed with a brilliant light, and he directly struck a true qi in front of him. Whoosh! 2 meters in front of him, a small flying insect that was hard to see with the naked eye was shot down by him. That little flying insect was extinguished by Yi Chuan's true qi, but it bizarrely continued to lunge at him. Yi Chen frowned, and with a vibration of breath within his body, he directly crushed the small flying insect's carapace. This kind of tarsal worm is not a threat to me? Is there anything more interesting? Yi Chen said lazily. As soon as the words fell, from inside his room, a 3-inch-long centipede flew out, its body colorful and obviously highly poisonous. Centipede descent. Somewhat interesting. Yi Chuan smiled faintly. He flexed his fingers and a silver needle flew out, stabbing directly in the direction the centipede flew from. Chapter 91 Simple Girls. A silver light flashed, and this poisonous centipede was directly nailed to the wall by Yi Chuan. Red and green splattered out, coloring the white wall, making it look extremely weird. Yi Duan was a little heartbroken. A good wall had turned into this ghostly state. If you don't come out, I will finish you off, Yi Chen said coldly. Obviously, he took it out on the man. However, just as his voice fell, a silver bell-like voice came from inside the room. You're the one who broke the love drop I put on Yanhua? Yi Chen was slightly stunned and somewhat incredulous. It was unthinkable that the one who gave Yanhua a head drop would actually be a woman. He looked up, but saw his bedroom doorway, surplus out of a girl with a stunningly beautiful appearance. The girl is not very old, looks only 16 years old or so. She has a head of black and silky hair. Her skin is as delicate as if it was carved from white jade. A jade face is natural, as if it is a fairy in a painting. Only her demeanor made Yi Chen chuckle. This girl was glaring viciously at Yi Chen with her own pair of large Kazran eyes. Yi Duan smiled slightly and stared at the girl in the same way. To be honest, it was the first time he had seen such a cute one. Although the girl's means were amazing, she was not very old after all. And after being stared at by Yi Chuan for such a short while, her face actually turned red directly. You're a badass. The girl ground her teeth. She had a look of flailing claws, only her looks were just too kawaii, and despite trying to make a ferocious appearance, in Yi Chuan's opinion, there was still no semblance of intimidation. Yi Chen secretly snickered as he had the intention to tease this simple little girl. I'm not a bad guy. Who made you look so good? I couldn't help but look at you a few more times. Can you blame me? Yi Chen revealed an innocent expression. Hearing Yi Chen praise her good looks, the girl's eyebrows arched and her eyes almost smiled into a crescent moon. But this happiness didn't last long, and soon the girl pouted and said in exasperation, It's really a bad guy. Just like that Yanhua, he's just good at tricking and coaxing girls. Yi Duan was confused. What kind of logic was this? Little sister, didn't the adults in your family tell you that it's impolite behavior to casually curse people? Yi Chen said with dissatisfaction. The girl wrinkled her cute little nose with a strange look on her face and said, I didn't scold you. You cursed. Yi Chen had a look of I just heard it. The girl was immediately filled with aggression. She clearly did not curse. This guy actually wronged her. Really not a good person. You just said that I'm the same as that Yanhua. That's not scolding me. I'm such a handsome and dashing person. How could I be the same as that bad thing? Yi Chen explained with a straight face. The girl was amused by this serious narcissism of Yi Chen and giggled nonstop. You also think that Yanhua is a bad guy? The girl laughed for a while and suddenly asked Yi Chen. Yi Duan nodded. This guy, old and bad. If you think he's bad, then why did you help him break my love drop? The girl puffed out her cheeks and glared angrily at Yi Duan. Yi Chuan shrugged his shoulders and rightfully said, I'm a doctor who was called over to cure him. After receiving money from his family, naturally I have to cure him. In a doctor's eyes, it doesn't matter if there are good people or bad people. There's only the difference between a normal person and a patient. No, you're a doctor, so why do you have so much black hair? The girl had a look of disbelief on her face. Yi Duan was once again confused by the girl's words. Being a doctor, why couldn't he have so much black hair? Was it peculiar? On our side, only old grandfathers with white hair and white beards can be doctors. Other young people won't be approached by anyone even if they know medicine, the girl explained to Yi Chen very seriously. After hearing her words, Yi Chuan couldn't help but laugh and cry. This girl's thoughts were too simple. Is it possible that in her worldview, only old men with gray hair are doctors? After giving the girl some science, Yi Duan wiped the fine sweat on his forehead. It was really not an easy task to make this girl change her perception. Luckily, Yi Chen still did it, and he managed to make the girl believe in his identity as a doctor. Since you're not an enabler, I'm not going to bother sparring with you. I'm going to keep going after that bad guy. The girl grunted, turning around and about to leave the area. At that moment, however, her stomach sounded a strong protest, which made the girl blush. After standing in place for a while, she turned back somewhat awkwardly and inquired to Yi Duan, do you have any good food? I haven't even eaten anything in a long time. The girl bent over and tightened her little belly, as if that would wash away quite a bit of her hunger. Seeing the girl with a pitiful look, Yi Chuan couldn't help but smile as he nodded and said with a smile, wait for me here for a moment. In the girl's hopeful eyes, Yi Chuan walked to the refrigerator and took out a large pile of food, including yogurt, bread, fruits, and so on. He shoved the food at the girl and asked a little curiously, how come you haven't eaten in so long? Because there's no money, the girl mumbled. Yi Duan widened his eyes. How did you support yourself until now without money? You should have been in Jinling City for a long time. The girl nodded her head and said with some embarrassment, I did come to Jinling City for half a month, and after I ran out of dry food a few days ago, I haven't had anything to eat since. Saying that, the girl pouted. The shopkeeper and the store assistant here are too hateful. They have to make me bring out that kind of paper before they will serve me food. If I don't have that kind of thing, they won't give me food. Otherwise, how could people be hungry for so many days? Yi Chen shook his head helplessly. This girl was simply a blank sheet of paper. The rule of pay first, eat later is actually not uncommon at all in modern society. And the girl unexpectedly didn't know, which left Yi Chen speechless. Why don't you eat something to pad your stomach, and I'll go make dinner. Leaf Dust gave an explanation, then turned around and zipped into the kitchen. He had just looked and there was still some meat and vegetables in the refrigerator. Just enough to make a hot meal for this simple girl. Not long after, Yi Chuan brought out the two small dishes that had been fried. Only when he saw the scene in front of him, he almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. The bread and fruit he had taken to the girl had not been touched at all, but the yogurt, however, had been drunk. Not only that, but the few remaining cans inside the refrigerator were empty boxes, apparently all drunk by the girl. But that wasn't what made him the most helpless. What made him cry and laugh the most was that the girl was curled up at that moment, lying on the sofa with a difficult expression. I treated you like a good person and you tried to plot against me. The girl stared at Yi Duan angrily, and fine beads of sweat continued to ooze from her porcelain doll face. Yi Chen crowed as he walked towards the girl, then directly knocked on her forehead with a thud. After starving for so many days, you still dare to drink so much refrigerated yogurt at once. If it's not hard for you, who is it hard for you? Yi Chuan said with a helpless face. The girl let out a cry of pain and held her head, glaring at Yi Chen with extreme dissatisfaction. Give me your hand, Yi Chen said indifferently. The girl pouted and hesitated for a moment, but still stretched out her small white and tender hand. Yi Chuan heatedly smiled and directly held the girl's small hand in one hand. The girl's body tightened and her face swished red. Growing up, it was the first time she was touched by the opposite sex. After lamenting the innocence of the girl once again, Yi Chuan's expression became serious as he touched the girl's pulse, and after determining the other party's illness, he moved his mind, and a piece of true qi was transmitted into the girl's body. Suddenly, the pain in the girl's abdomen began to diminish, and in just a few blinks of an eye, the girl was surprised to find that her stomach really didn't hurt anymore. You're so powerful. No wonder you can crack my love drop. The girl looked at Yi Chen with a face of adoration. Yi Chen smiled smugly and said, that's right, if I'm not powerful, who is? Stinky. The girl rolled Yi Duan's eyes, then her gaze fell to the meal on the table. The girl said with a surprised look on her face, it smells so good. Is this made for me to eat? Even though I had just drank a lot of yogurt, it was liquid after all, and it didn't fill me up at all. Still the real meal smelled good, and the girl couldn't help but salivate as she stared at the table. Yi Chen smiled, handed the girl a pair of chopsticks, and said in a thin voice, start. The girl took the chopsticks, looked at Yi Chuan gratefully, and said sweetly, thank you. My name is Liamo. My name is Yi Duan. Yi Chen similarly spoke his name. Liamo nodded curtly, then sat down and began to eat. Due to the fact that she had been starving for 2 days, the way she ate was not elegant, and her speed was so fast that she looked at Yi Chuan a little dazed. Eat slowly. No one is stealing from you. Yi Chuan said in a good-natured manner as he poured a cup of water and handed it over. Thank you. Ri Mo took it. She just happened to be a little thirsty and took a big gulp straight away. Yi Chuan smiled faintly, did not say anything, and continued to watch the girl eat. It's not an elegant look, but it's pleasing enough to the eye. Ri Mo continued to eliminate those meals. For one thing, she was really hungry, and secondly, it was also because Yi Chen's cooking was really delicious, making her unable to stop at all. It was only until the plate was at the bottom, and even the vegetable soup had been finished, that Ri Mo touched her small stomach and leaned back in her chair with a worried expression. She pouted her oily little mouth and looked at Yi Duan with a grudging face. What's wrong? Yi Dust couldn't figure it out. Ri Mo said in an aggravated manner. I've eaten too much and can't walk. A few black lines surfaced on his head. Yi Chuan was somewhat helpless and said, it's clearly you who are gluttonous. What does it have to do with me? I cook for you and still have to be complained about by you. Am I wronged? It's just something to do with you. Who makes it so good? Ri Mo's cheeks were flushed, but his voice was still justified. Yi Chen was completely defeated. This girl, she was even more unreasonable than herself. Okay, I'm sorry, it's my fault for being so good with my hands. Yi Chuan let out a long sigh with a look of I'm guilty, causing Li Mo to snort out a laugh. Cleaning up the dishes on the table, Yi Chuan suddenly revealed a bright smile. Sister Li Mo, there is something that brother would like to discuss with you. Cocking her little head, Ri Mo glanced at Yi Chen and asked somewhat strangely, what is it? However, soon after, she revealed a wary look, her hands clasped her chest, and her body even unconsciously retreated backward, keeping a long distance from Yi Chen. Chapter 92 The Haven. It's not okay, I just ate your meal. Ri Mo shook her own little head quickly, looking at Yi Chen as if she was looking at a big horny wolf. Yi Chuan wild sweat, or he does not understand this girl and the nonsense what? He said breathlessly, can you not be so thief-proof like looking at me? If I want to do something to you, just now directly in the meal to give you a little drug is not good. You poisoned me? Ri Mo's eyes widened. Yi Chen cried and laughed, hurriedly waving his hands and said, of course not, am I that kind of person? Ri Mo didn't say anything, just looked at Yi Chen. That look was simply no different from the meaning of a nod. Get this day of chatting couldn't go on. Yi Chuan couldn't help but roll his eyes. What exactly are the things you want me to promise Ri Mo asked timidly, then added, something too much won't do. Sweeping a glance at the girl's chest, Yi Chuan skimmed his mouth and said with a serious face, don't worry, I don't have feelings for Princess Taiping. I just want you not to touch that Yanhua for now. Hearing Yi Chuan's words, Li Mo's eyes glazed over as she blushed slightly and subconsciously straightened her small breasts as she said atmospherically, people are not Princess Taiping. Well, it's just the airfield. Leaf Dust was expressionless, puffing her cheeks. Li Mo was a bit frantic. She glared viciously at Yi Chen. If not for the fact that she had eaten too much and couldn't move a bit, she would have definitely rushed over to fight Yi Chen. You're an abomination. A big bad one. The girl gritted her teeth. Just not having access to the modern internet. She doesn't even curse with much offense. That's it? Then what? Yi Chen had an indifferent look on his face. This gave Li Mo the feeling that she had punched her fist on cotton. She snorted coldly and turned her head away. No longer bothering with Yi Duan, Leaf Dust felt a little amused, and with a flash, swung in front of the girl. What are you doing? Ri said angrily. Yi Chuan smiled cheekily and said, Sister Ri Moore, you haven't taken a stand on what I said. What is it? Riomo looked puzzled. Obviously, her attention was focused on the 4 words Princess Taiping just now, so much so that she didn't hear what Yi Chen said in the second half of his sentence at all. I said, don't touch that Yanhua for now. Yi Duan repeated helplessly. It was only then that Riomo reacted. She tilted her head and thought seriously for a moment, then shook her head. No, this guy cheated my sister's feelings and caused her to commit suicide. I have to avenge her. I'm not preventing you from taking revenge. I'm just asking you to wait a little bit for a few days. When the time comes, I will finish him off without you. Yi Chuan's eyes gleamed as he stared at Riomo. Why do we have to wait a few days? Riomo pouted, obviously a bit unhappy. Yi Chen's face sank as he explained in an extremely serious tone. Because the Yin family colluded with the Easterning people and committed the great crime of treason and collaboration with the enemy. In a few days the government will send people to arrest them. Rimo's complexion changed slightly, and his small face was filled with a grave expression. Even if she was no longer worldly, she understood how serious the charge of treason to the enemy was. No wonder this guy is so bad, so his family is all bad. Rimo said indignantly. Yi Duan guffawed. This girl's summary was quite spot on. I promised you that I won't look for trouble with that Yanhua for now. Li Mo nodded her little head. She suddenly blushed and said with some embarrassment, can you take me in for a while? After saying that, she was afraid that Yi Chen would not agree and continued. I will wash clothes and mop the floor. You only need to take care of my food and shelter. Of course, Yi Chuan agreed without even thinking about it. He is not a fool. The little beauty took the initiative to ask for cohabitation. Where is the reason not to agree? Really duh. Great. Stranger will never be hungry again. Limor cheered, his little face filled with uncontrollable surprise. Stranger? Leaf Dust was curious. Liemo smiled sweetly. My nickname. The elders in the clan call me that. Then is it okay if I call you that too? Leaf Dust heatedly smiled. No, you're not someone's elder. Riemo shook his head, decisively refusing. It's not like it has to be an elder. A husband can also be shouted like this. Yi Chuan came to Limo's ear and whispered. The hot air exhale from the middle of her nostrils hit Rimo's earlobes, instantly causing her to make a scene. Badass. I'm warning you, don't you dare hit on me. Blankly glancing at Yi Duan, Riemo raised her small fist. This action, naturally, was not the least bit lethal, but instead, it made Yi Chen a little excited. Don't worry, I'm a decent person. Yi Chuan clenched his fist and hammered his chest, packing himself. Riemo was then relieved as she turned around and walked into Yi Chen's room. What are you doing in my room? Yi Duan shouted. Sleep. I'm tired. Riomo replied. Yi Chen had no choice but to say, wait, I'll pack a room for you. Saying that, Yi Duan began to move, and after spending more than half an hour, he finally vacated the room next door. He got a new set of mattresses and quilts and spread them on the bed, then called Lamir in. From today onwards, this is your room, Yi Chen said with a smile. Thank you brother Yi Chen. Riemo smiled sweetly, made a flying leap, and reclined on the bed. Yi Chuan smiled helplessly and was about to walk over to set her feet straight, but suddenly realized that at this time, Liemo had actually fallen asleep. Sighing, Yi Chuan knew that this girl had been suffering a lot since she had been living in the wind for half a month, and her body load had actually reached a limit a long time ago. Now that she had found a haven, her body reacted instinctively and she simply drifted off to sleep. Yi Chen revealed a pleased smile, and after settling Lilmore down, he turned around and left the room. Riemo slept this sleep, straight through to the next morning. The little girl had gotten up early and wanted to get into the bathroom to take a shower, but she was helpless because she realized that the faucet in the bathroom wouldn't run hot water at all. What a Thai faucet! No hot water at all. Rimor huffed and puffed. Hearing her complaint, Yi Chen's voice came in from outside, filled with helplessness. Your water heater's not on. Riemo blushed and said with some embarrassment. People don't know how to use this thing. Yi Duan froze for a moment and had to walk over and help her adjust the temperature of the water heater. Thank you. Leaf Dust waved his hand and entered the kitchen to make breakfast. Riemo, on the other hand, hummed a piece of music and took a shower inside the bathroom. When Yi Chuan had made breakfast, Riemo also came out from inside the bathroom. Her full head of dark hair was wet, dripping with water droplets and glistening with a crystalline sheen. Come and eat. Yi Chen twisted his head toward Liemo, and his voice came to an abrupt halt. Since Riemo didn't have any clothes, she looked inside the closet for one of Yi Duan's previous clothes. Now on her, it was as wide as it could be, with a cutout in the center. This can be bitter Yi Duan. Such a beautiful view. Straight to him to see the blood and chi tumbling all over his body. Gilbang Stone Moor. Chapter 93 Distant Relatives. Wow, what a great breakfast. I'm hungry. The little girl walked over and took Yi Chen's arm as she stared at all this food on the table with her big eyes shining brightly. She was oblivious to how much of a shock her movements could bring to Yi Chen. Despite the small size, the amazing elasticity and softness still made Yi Chen a little apathetic. Yi Chuan panted heavily. This girl, she was simply a tantalizing little demon. If he wasn't strong-willed enough, he was afraid that he would have directly transformed into a hungry wolf and pounced on him. Just as Yi Chuan was silently chanting the clear mind technique to suppress the nasty thoughts in his heart, the door was suddenly knocked on. Leaf Dust returned to his senses, walked over, and opened the door. First wife? Yi Duan was a bit surprised. The woman standing outside the door with a breakfast in her hand. Who was it if not Jiang Wanqing? Jiang Wanqing was just about to hand her breakfast to Yi Chen when her afterglow suddenly swept and saw the scene inside the living room. Jiang Wanqing's face instantly clouded over as she let out a cold snort and directly turned around. Boo! Accompanied by the heavy slamming of the door across the street, Yi Duan wanted to cry. He knew that Jiang Wanqing must have misunderstood. However, Yi Chen was not surprised at all. Thinking differently, if he saw another man in Jiang Wanqing's house, he would most likely have to storm out as well. That big sister looks so beautiful, and her clothes look good, just like a fairy. Remo's face was envious. It was obvious that this simple little girl didn't understand the seriousness of the matter at all. Of course Yi Chen didn't blame her. He just laughed bitterly. This damn coincidence made him not even have time to make preparations. You eat breakfast first, and I'll buy you clothes when I come back. Yi Chen reached out and pinched Limo's fleshy little face, puffing and knocking down Yi Duan's thieving hands. Liemo was very dissatisfied. Don't pinch people's face la. only their husbands can pinch it. Yi Chuan's eyes lit up and hurriedly went up and squeezed a few more handfuls. It wasn't until Liamo really got a little angry that Yi Chen stopped moving. He hemmed and hawed, turned and walked out of the living room. Why did you come back so quickly? Zhou Qin was a bit surprised. She saw Jiang Wanqing go out for less than 2 minutes before she returned with a sullen and angry face, and the breakfast that she had made for Yi Chen in her hands was even brought back again. Judging by Jiang Wanqing's various behaviors, Zhou Qin could conclude that it must be that this guy Yi Chuan had done something excessive to provoke Jiang Wanqing. This asshole is so hateful. I won't even bother with him from now on. Jiang Wanqing sat back on the sofa. She had a gritted teeth look on her face. The scene just now made her furious to the extreme. Have seen philandering, but have not seen Yi Chuan so philandering. But a few hours of time, he even led back a girl with delicate features, like a porcelain doll, and looking at the girl just out of the shower. It was inevitable that something colorful had happened between the two during the night. Jiang Wanqing sat there puffing and puffing, with a complicated look on her face, sometimes angry, sometimes sad. What exactly did Yi Chen do to make you so angry? Zhou Qin inquired curiously. Her perception of Yi Chen was still quite good now, knowing that although this guy was horny, he was never nasty. To summarize, that is Yi Duan as a person can deal with. This guy has a golden house and a little beauty inside his room. Jiang Wanqing gritted her teeth. Zhou Qin was slightly stunned. No wonder. His own bosom friend knows himself. If she didn't like it, how could Jiang Wanqing get up early in the morning to make breakfast? Mind you, she hated going into the kitchen. Now making an exception for Yi Chuan, it was obvious that she had already moved towards Yi Chuan, only that she refused to admit it on her lips. However, she went over this morning, only to find another woman inside Yi Chen's house. How could she accept this? Think about it, Law. I think there's something fishy about this. It's most likely a misunderstanding. Zhou Qin persuaded. Glancing at Zhou Qin, Jiang Wanqing said lightly, what could be so fishy about this? This guy is just a sex maniac who spends his heart in a justifiable manner. If it were someone else, I would still believe that it's a misunderstanding. Yi Chuan, he, beat me to death. I don't believe it. Zhou Qin was speechless. This kind of candor from Yi Chen was something she had experienced herself. If it were anyone else, the Golden House would definitely be sneaky. But that person was Yi Chuan, a philanderer with a skin thicker than a city wall, and it was entirely possible that he had hidden that little beauty right under their noses. Don't ever mention this person in front of me again. It bothers me to think about it. Eat, Jiang Wanqing said, turning grief and anger into appetite. Zhou Qin sighed. Jiang Wanqing's mind where she does not understand, said decisive. In fact, the heart is simply very entangled. The two sat at the dining room table, eating breakfast and watching the morning news. Right at this moment, the security door was opened and Yi Duan walked in from outside. How did you get in here? Get out. Seeing Yi Chen appear in her home, Jiang Wanqing's face, which was originally with a smile, once again became gloomy. Yi Chuan gave a dry laugh and opened his mouth to explain. I think you must have misunderstood. The girl you saw is actually the daughter of one of my distant relatives' family. According to seniority, she has to call me cousin. Because of some things, she had to stay in Jinling City for a while, which is why she found me. After listening to Yi Chen's explanation, Jiang Wanqing's face obviously soothed a lot. She and Zhou Qin exchanged a glance, and both of them had a look of surprise on their faces. I don't believe it. I'm going to go to your house to find that girl and ask for information. Jiang Wanqing grunted. Her pair of beautiful eyes stared fixedly at Yi Chen with a don't you try to fool me look. Yi Chuan's heart thumped, but his face didn't move for fear of being discovered by Jiang Wanqing. It might not be convenient now. Why don't we wait for the night? Yi Chen smiled sarcastically. Sweeping a glance at him, Jiang Wanqing said carelessly, why did you wait until night? Is it to give you guys enough time to conspire? Yi Chuan sweated furiously. When this woman got smart, he was really clueless. No, we're going out for a trip in a while. We might not be back until the evening. Yi Chuan casually blurted out. Jiang Wanqing pressed on step by step, pursuing, it's just dawn now. What's taking so long to get things done? Waiting until the evening to finish? Yi Chen almost cried at the question, and he turned his gaze for help to Zhou Qin. A light smile spread out from the corner of her mouth. Zhou Qin opened her mouth to relieve Yi Chen as she said, well, Qing Cheng, Yi Chen might really have something urgent to go out and do. If you don't feel at ease, then I'll follow and help you supervise them. What do you think? Taking a deep breath, Jiang Wanqing then nodded her head as she glared at Yi Chen before turning her head away, looking as if she didn't want to bother with him anymore. Let's go. Zhou Qin seemed to smile as he followed Yi Chen out of Jiang Wanqing's home. Arriving at Yi Chen's house, Zhou Qin was finally able to see the appearance of the little beauty that Jiang Wanqing had spoken of. I have to say, this girl was really very pretty. No wonder Jiang Wanqing was so angry. Explain, who exactly is this little girl? Zhou Qin smiled faintly. Don't try to trick me. I know where you come from. Evil doctor disciple. You don't have any so-called distant relatives at all. Yi Chen rubbed his nose. He knew that he couldn't hide it from Zhou Qin. Glancing towards the door like a thief, Yi Chen raised a finger and said, Shu, I'll tell you the truth, but keep your voice down. It's a matter of confidentiality. Hearing that it was a matter of confidentiality, the smile on Zhou Qin's face converged and she looked serious. You say. Zhou Qin's face was grave. Yi Chen laughed as he waved his hand and said, It's not so confidential. It's just inconvenient for Qing to hear. All right. Zhou Qin nodded and returned to his normal demeanor. Yi Chuan laughed and asked, Do you know about Southeast Asia's head-subduing techniques? I know. Zhou Qin nodded her head. As a member of the Battle Blade, she had naturally dealt with those descending masters. However, most of the opponents were people who were selling their names, and there were not many people who had real skills. This girl is the head-subduing master from Southern Cloud, and her head-subduing techniques are out of this world, Yi Duan said. Hearing Yi Chen praise himself so much, Liamo was obviously a little embarrassed. She opened her mouth crisply. I'm not that powerful. I've been studying for 13 years, but I only know compulsion surrender and love surrender. Zhou Qin revealed a surprised look. This girl was actually a mysterious descender? Yi Chuan smiled faintly and continued. This girl's sister was victimized by that brute Yanhua. She came to Jinling City to seek revenge on Yanhua. It was just a coincidence that her love drop was cracked by me. So, she came to you? Zhou Qin drifted off. She was more or less aware of the rules of a descender. Now that she had heard Yi Chen speak like this, she had already believed 90% of it in her heart. That's right. When I came back yesterday, I found this girl hiding in my room. After a fierce tussle, we turned enemies into friends. Glancing at Remo, Zhou Qin was a bit shocked. This little girl was not very old, but she was actually able to fight with Yi Chen. It was really amazing. You know, the Yan family collaborated with the enemy and committed treason. Yanhua naturally couldn't just be casually killed like that. So I made a deal with this girl to pack her food and lodging for a period of time, and she promised to stay out of Yanhua's way for the time being. Yi Chen explained the cause of the incident to Zhou Qin in detail. Zhou Qin revealed a meaningful smile and said, So that's how it is. However, I don't believe that you're Lu Xiaohui and don't have the slightest idea about such a cohabiting beauty. Amitabha Buddha, how does this monk speak? Lao Di is a decent man. How could he have thoughts about his cousin? Yi Chuan folded his hands together with a clean-cut look. Cousin? Remo stared with big round eyes, a little curious. It had only been a few minutes since she had seen her, but she had actually transformed herself into Yi Duan's cousin. Why didn't she know that herself? Rolling his eyes, Zhou Qin said with slight contempt, Goddamn decent people, I believe you a ghost. Ha ha. Yi Chen laughed and stopped caring about what Zhou Qin was thinking. The ins and outs of the matter he has explained clearly. As for how much Zhou Qin believes, this is completely by her own judgment. As for now, he had more important things to do. Chapter 94 Buying Clothes. Yi Chen pulled Liamo toward the house, while Zhou Qin blinked and surprisingly followed. What are you doing following me? Yi Duan had some toothache. In addition to buying clothes for Liamo, he was also going to take advantage of this time to skewer the little girl. If Zhou Qin follows us, won't we be exposed? I have recommended myself to Qing furtively to follow you on your errands and supervise you to prevent you from doing bad things to this little sister. Zhou Qin had a righteous face. Speechless, Yi Chuan shrugged and said, As you wish. It's just as well to go to the mall with us and buy a few suitable clothes for this girl. Taking a look at the clothes on Remo, Zhou Qin couldn't help but stare in disbelief. Going out dressed like that? Aren't you afraid she'll get naked? This is not Zhou Qin's casual nonsense. The little girl has a petite figure, wearing Yi Duan's clothes. It does not fit at all. It's fine inside the house, but if you wear it outside, it's definitely a big no-no. What then? I don't have any women's clothes here. Is it possible to let the little girl stay home by herself while I go to Zhangran to buy some shoes? Yi Duan touched his nose. Zhou Qin smiled faintly, swept a glance at Remo, and said, You guys wait for me here for a while. After saying that, she turned around and walked out of the house. Returning to Zhang Wanqing's place, Zhou Qin had her own bedroom in Zhang Wanqing's home. She walked into her bedroom, looked for a smaller-sized clothes and pants inside the closet, and re-entered Yi Duan's home. Change into this one of mine. It definitely fits better than your big old man's clothes, Zhou Qin said with a smile. Liamo subconsciously twisted her head to look at Yi Chen, but she saw Yi Chen nodding, and the little girl then rejoiced, taking the clothes and walking into her room. Not too long after, Remo changed his clothes and walked out from inside the room. Even though the dress was still a bit baggy, at least it didn't seem to be much of a problem anymore, and you wouldn't get much attention wearing it out. Thank you, sister. Liamo arched her eyebrows and thanked Zhou Qin. You're welcome. Zhou Qin smiled and touched her little head. The three of them cleaned up and then went downstairs. Originally, Yi Chuan was planning to take a cab to the mall, but since Zhou Qin was going to follow along, It was just as well to let her drive and save even the taxi money. The three of them set off for the Cheetah Mall. Zhou Qin drove in the front while Yi Chen and Liam O sat in the back row whispering. Yi Chen taught all the phrases he had made up to deal with Jiang Wanqing to Liam O, but the little girl was obviously a bit confused as she blinked her eyes and asked curiously, "Why did you lie and cheat that big sister?" "It's called a good lie. That big sister is a jealous person. If you don't say that, she'll keep rambling on." Over time, the negative emotions build up in her heart, easily affecting her physical health. Yi Chuan said with a solemn face. Hearing his words, Zhou Qin, who was driving ahead, couldn't help but have the corners of his mouth twitch slightly. Sure enough, Yi Chuan's ability to talk nonsense in a serious manner was as awesome as ever. "Okay, ba." The little girl nodded plausibly. The car quickly stopped at the entrance of Cheetah Mall. Zhou Qin parked the car and the three of them walked into the mall. Yi Chen revealed a smile. He had just come here yesterday with Zhou Qin. They went straight to the 5th floor where clothes were sold. "Where are we going?" Riamo blinked and asked curiously. She stood on the escalator, her big eyes looking around, filled with a strong color of curiosity. In the face of such a cute little girl, Zhou Qin is naturally very gentle. She pointed to the top floor of the rows and rows of a wide range of clothing stores, said with a smile, "Nah, see, there are all selling clothes. We go up. A moment you can slowly pick. Buy as much as you want. Your cousin has plenty of money anyway." With that, Zhou Qin heatedly smiled and glanced at Yi Chen. Liamo was instantly filled with joy. Her face rippled with smiles as she asked Yi Chen in a glutinous manner, "Is it okay?" "What?" Yi Chen had originally walked at the very front, and when he heard the two men's words, he retraced his steps. "Can I really just buy whatever I want?" Rimo's eyes were glowing. The beautiful clothes upstairs were about to blind her. Yi Chuan smiled faintly, nodded, and said, "Of course, feel free to buy it." Hooray! Liamo was so happy that she jumped 3 feet high. After coming to Jinling City for so many days, she could love these beautiful clothes from the outside world too much. She just suffered from the lack of money, but now she could finally own them brightly. Thinking of this, Riamo secretly peeped at Yi Duan. Seems to be this guy's cousin. There is nothing wrong with it. With a spacious and bright room to live in, delicious meals to eat, and now beautiful new clothes to wear, it is simply too comfortable. Black wife, if you have any new clothes you've been eyeing, you can take them together as well. It's my treat today. Yi Chen smiled faintly and turned his head to Zhou Qin again. "Yo, big money. I'll take my chances then." Zhou Qin had a smile on her lips. She did have a favorite dress that she had yet to purchase. The three of them took the escalator in the mall and quickly arrived at the 5th floor. The little girl looked down through the transparent glass fence along the corridor, overlooking the bustling scene of people coming and going downstairs. She couldn't help but sigh. There are so many people here. You call that a crowd? It's not even the weekend yet. If it were the weekend, I'm afraid you wouldn't even be able to stand your ground. Zhou Qin said with a faint smile. It's true that this place isn't considered much lively. When there's a chance in the future, I'll take you to a more lively place to take a look. Yi Chen smiled and said casually, a descended master of the southern clouds is not likely to stay in the secular red world for a long time. After another 10 days and half a month, even if Liamo didn't want to go back, I'm afraid those elders in her clan wouldn't agree. Yes, let's pull the hook and hang ourselves. No changes for 100 years. Stretching out his own little thumb, Riamo said with a smile. Yi Chuan was speechless. How old was this girl? But she was still playing such childish tricks, with Zhou Qin watching beside him and so many pedestrians. Even though Yi Chen had a huge thick skin, at this time he was too embarrassed to extend his little thumb. Seeing Yi Chuan's delay in extending his little thumb to pull the hook with her, Riamo was a bit sullen. The gaze she looked at Yi Chuan was filled with ghostly grudges, which couldn't help but make Yi Chuan laugh and cry. Alright, Yi Chuan, Sister Rimor is so cute. What kind of bad intentions could she have? She just wants your assurance. Quick, pull the hook. Don't worry, I won't laugh at you. Zhou Qin forced a smile and said. The corners of her mouth almost curved into a crescent moon when she said the last half of her sentence. Yi dust some toothache. He is not a fool. Where can that hear Zhou Qin words inside the kind of watching the meaning of the matter? Once he really pulled the plug with Liamo, Yi Chen estimated that he would have to be mocked by Zhou Qin for the rest of his life. A peerless martial artist, actually playing the game of pulling a hook with a little girl. Spreading the word would simply break people's bellies with laughter. Well, let's go clothes shopping and not waste time. Yi Duan dryly coughed and directly led the way towards the Daikoni specialty store from yesterday. As soon as those sales clerk ladies saw that it was another Yi Duan's visit, they were all so excited that their faces flushed red. Originally they looked a bit tired, but at this moment, they were refreshed, and they even had the energy to work. Chapter 95 Differentiation. Yi Chuan walked inside the store with Zhou Qin and Liamo, and suddenly, everyone's eyes focused on them. A man and two women. The man handsome, the woman of national color. It was indeed hard not to attract people's attention. Inside the store with their girlfriends or wives to buy clothes of some men to see this scene, all with envy and jealousy look at each one. The heart secretly sighed, this kid is really good luck. Give me this dress. Jo Chin pointed at an orange-colored dress and said. The shopper hurriedly walked over, took the skirt down, and handed it to Jo Chin. On the other hand, Ri-mo, the little girl, was standing inside the store, looking around, obviously a little overwhelmed. There were just too many beautiful clothes here, and she was so dazzled by them that she didn't know which one to choose. Sister Ri-mo, if you don't mind, let me help you pick. Jo Chin walked out from the fitting room and changed into that orange-colored dress with clothes. Her whole temperament became different. Wow, Sister Jo Chin, you are so beautiful. The little girl's eyes glowed as she looked at Jo Chin, full of sincere praise. Jo Chin had a smile on her face. Being praised by Ri-mo in public, she only felt happy. She reached out and pulled Ri-mo with her, and the two of them wandered slowly inside the boutique. As for Yi Chen, after watching for a while, he felt a bit bored, so he walked out and sat on the bench at the entrance for people to rest. However, before he could get his butt in gear, there was a deafening noise coming from downstairs in the mall. With some curiosity, Yi Chuan got up and walked to the heel of the handrail, following the direction of the sound coming up and looking down. It was a Banyo Four Sons store with a big front and a huge crowd of people crowded in front of it. It was clear that none of these people were customers, but had been drawn there by the noise of the quarrel. Glancing back at the store, Yi Duan realized that Jo Chin and the two of them were still concentrating on picking out clothes and hadn't heard what was going on outside. After explaining 2 sentences to the shopkeeper lady at the door, Yi Duan put his hands on his back and went downstairs to watch the fun. At this time, in front of the Banyo store, a female college student was arguing with the staff. I thought you said there was no more ice cream. Then why does this foreigner have it? The girl said angrily, her tone full of indignation. Seeing that the number of onlookers was increasing, her best friend couldn't help but blush a little. Sakura, come on, if you want ice cream I'll just get it for you, Sakura's best friend softly advised, obviously not wanting to make a big deal out of it. She knew that with the power of the internet these days, any more drama and they'd definitely be on the news. And this kind of trivial matters, even if you win the argument, is not much, but also have to risk offending the capital interests. They do not have the need to. Step back to the sea and the sky is. No way, this isn't about an ice cream. I have to let everyone judge, the girl named Sakura said in a chilling voice. Dude, what happened? Under the field, Yi Duan asked a nearby youth who was watching. The youth glanced back at Yi Duan, suddenly gave a hefty laugh, pointed at the girl and the staff of the Banyo store, and said, it's not that these staffs don't do their job. They were doing a good job of delivering ice cream for an event, but they had to treat us Chinese and foreigners differently. This girl waited in line for 2 hours. Obviously there is still leftover ice cream, but the staff lied to this girl that they have already finished delivering it. Maybe the ice cream is limited. Yi Duan smiled faintly. The youth shook his head, a look of disdain surfacing on his face as he snorted. To say it's limited, I can understand, but what's infuriating is that in the face of a blonde foreigner that came along, these staff members immediately changed their attitude. Not only did they conjure up the ice cream that had already been delivered, but they also very thoughtfully tore off the lid and inserted a wooden stick for that foreigner. Not only that, I see that white dress, can't wait to feed that foreign devil mouth to mouth. It's really too disgusting. The face of my Chinese women is being lost by these asshole sons of ES. There was a girl next to her who heard their conversation and couldn't help but interject, her face full of contempt and a look of anger. Nodding his head, Yi Chuan finally understood the context of the matter. So this was another incident of a Muyang dog biting his own family. Yi Chen sneered, and without saying anything, he directly turned around and left. He jumped headlong into a supermarket not far away, where he purchased over 100 ice creams and brought them out. At this point in time, the altercation was nearing its end in front of the Banyo store. Since the girl refused to back down, the 2 staff members had to call for their leader to step in. It was a middle-aged man with a big belly, and as soon as he arrived on the scene, he smiled nervously and opened his mouth to make peace. I'm really sorry, I think everyone might have misunderstood. This foreigner is, in fact, our colleague. Everyone stop maliciously speculating about our female employees and give them more tolerance. The crowd was in an uproar at these words. After half a day, actually made a mess. This foreigner is actually the employee of this Four Sons store. However, even so, the attitude of these 2 female employees towards the foreigners just now still made the crowd a bit displeased. It's fine to give tolerance, but I'm afraid that in turn it will grow the prestige of some Mohammed. Yi Chen's voice came from the distance with a touch of mockery. The manager of the Banyo store froze for a moment and asked with some annoyance, who are you? Who would have thought that Yi Duan would not even look at him, put down the bag in his hand, and then yelled, ice cream is free to distribute, come and get it yourself, Chinese people only. Hearing the voice, everyone's gazes turned back toward Yi Chen. The eyes of the onlookers lit up when they saw someone giving out free ice cream. Little brother is really hot in tight pants. The people who received the ice cream all gave Yi Duan a thumbs up. They weren't happy because they got the ice cream, but rather Yi Chen's move. In place of all of them, ruthlessly slapped these Muyang dogs, which made them all feel incomparably relieved. Soon the ice cream was split and everyone left satisfied. The college girl who had argued with the staff of the Treasure Cow store earlier and her best friend grunted in turn to leave the place as well. For a while, the Four Sons store, which had been doing quite well, became shuttered all of a sudden. This made the manager of the Bao store's face darken. It looked like they had committed public anger. The two female employees obviously did not expect things to turn out like this. They stood there like a stake, their heads pressed down, a look of receiving admonishment at all times. I've told you all to pay attention. What's wrong with you guys? You're actually so arrogant, treating Chinese people like fools. The manager of the Bao store looked at the two female employees with cold eyes. His face turned blue as he let out an angry low growl. It is important to know that the Chinese people are the big consumers of the Bao series, accounting for nearly 40% of the total market benefits. It was a small matter that they were so tossed around, but if things festered on the internet and the higher-ups knew about it, he would definitely have to eat his words, because it affects not just the business of their Four Sons store, but it will cost the entire Bao brand. As expected, in just 2 to 3 hours, the Bao ice cream incident took the internet by storm. Many Chinese people were furious, and the skybreaking messages nearly broke the official account of the Bao headquarters. Bao Group headquarters was informed of the news shock. The first time issued a notice, ice cream incident is a personal behavior, has nothing to do with the brand. I hope everyone rational melon. However, this terms netizens are not buying it at all. This perfunctory statement, on the contrary, shook them up even more. In just one day, the market value of Bao Group evaporated at least tens of billions. Of course all this was unknown to Yi Duan. He finished watching the action and returned directly to the 5th floor of the mall. Chapter 96 Money makes the world go round. And at this time, Zhou Qin and Liu Mo also happened to finish choosing their clothes. Yi Chen? Zhou Qin looked left and right for a while before realizing that Yi Chen was actually not here. Seeing this, the sales clerk lady at the door was about to open her mouth to tell Zhou Qin about Yi Duan going downstairs to watch the fun. I'm coming. Right at this moment, Yi Chen's voice came up from the other side of the escalator. When he saw that Liu Mo was wearing a light blue long dress, Yi Chen couldn't help but light up. Sister Moore, you seem to be cute again. He laughed, not mincing his compliments. At this time, Liu Mo, with her pink makeup, really looked like a little angel who had descended to the earth. It was hard for an onlooker to take their eyes off it after just one look. Yi Chen's gaze moved downward, and when his gaze landed on the hands of both Zhou Qin and Liu Mo, he was so shocked that his mouth couldn't close, and his eyes were even more round. These two women, they're really not polite at all. One bag, all bulging, afraid that there are not 20 or 30 pieces. Pay the bill. Zhou Qin nudged his mouth, rather nonchalantly. So many things, a bunch of loser es. Yi Duan grunted. He let go and let the two of them choose whatever they wanted, having expected them to choose 70 or 80 pieces at most. But Yi Duan never expected that he had only gone out for a stroll and these two had directly chosen dozens of pieces. Even with Yi Chuan's eyesight, he couldn't tell how many pieces were in there for a moment. Yi Dust sighed in his heart. It doesn't matter if he pays the bill, but don't let him carry it in a while. What did you say? Zhou Qin frowned. Nothing. Yi Chen hurriedly shook his head. Mo suddenly had a mouthful and said somewhat pitifully, Cousin, is it because I've chosen too many clothes that I've upset you? Yi Chen froze for a moment. Then his complexion shook as he said with a smile on his face, No, it's my honor to pay for Sister Mo. Thank you, cousin. The little girl then broke into a smile. Gathering his thoughts, Leaf Dust walked to the front desk. Since the exact amount had already been settled, all that was needed was for him to take out his bank card and check out. With a cold machine sound, Yi Chen spent out another $200,000. Let's go to the 4th floor again and buy a few pairs of shoes for Sister Moore. Zhou Qin proposed. Yi Chen shrugged his shoulders. He naturally had no objections. Anyway, he had already spent hundreds of thousands of dollars, and he didn't care about this little bit of shoe money. This time Yi Duan didn't leave, but followed them all the way around, picking and choosing. In the end, Zhou Qin picked 7 pairs of sneakers with different styles and colors for Liu Mo, and the little girl was so happy that she liked it. It was close to noon before the three of them reluctantly finished the shopping. In addition to spending hundreds of thousands of dollars, Yi Chen's biggest feeling right now was exhaustion. Yes, after accompanying 2 women for a morning stroll, even with his absolute martial artist's physical fitness, he was a bit overwhelmed. Yi Chuan sighed in his heart. No wonder it was rumored on the internet that women in the middle of shopping were the creatures with the strongest physical qualities. Now it seems that the rumors were right. He had a tired look on his face. but Zhou Qin and Li Mo had been strolling around for so long, but they didn't feel anything at all. Cousin, I'm hungry, with a gurgling sound coming from his stomach. Ri Mo looked at Yi Chun with some embarrassment. The little girl knew the truth of taking the shorthand and eating the soft mouth, but now, she had to rely on Yi Chuan in order to solve the problem of feeding her stomach. I remember that there are so many places to eat on the third floor. You guys see what you want to eat? I'll be casual. Yi Chuan thought about it and said, he was self-conscious enough to give the choice to both women. As a man, he just needs to have the sense to pay for it. Sister Zhou Qin, do you know of any good places to eat? Li Mo turned his inquiring gaze towards Zhou Qin. Because of helping to choose clothes and shoes just now, the little girl had now treated Zhou Qin as a heartfelt sister who had nothing to say. Zhou Qin swept the few restaurants on the third floor. She frowned, shook her head, and said, these are not very good. Look at the time now. It's obviously mealtime, but they are located in the center of the Cheetah Plaza. But surprisingly, they don't even have full seats. Obviously, this kind of restaurant either has poor taste or bad service. Then do you have an intended store? Yi Duan smiled faintly. Zhou Qin nodded his head, remembering a hot pot restaurant that he and Jiang Wanqing had eaten at not long ago. Follow me. Zhou Qin led the way towards the outside of the mall. Outside of the Cheetah Plaza, there was a not-so-large hot pot restaurant, but the traffic was overflowing, so it was obviously doing extremely well. The three of them called their numbers and then walked in, when a table of guests happened to be just finishing their meal. Luck! Zhou Qin laughed out loud. His eyes were quick, and he directly took his seat. Yi Chen smiled faintly, glanced at the family of three next to him who were glaring at them angrily, and sat down as well. The little girl rubbed her little head, a little confused as to why these strangers were glaring at them. However, when she saw that both Yi Chen and Zhou Qin had sat down, she didn't think too much about it and sat right next to Zhou Qin. Hey, how can you guys be like this? It's obvious that we were the ones who waited here first. The woman inside a family of three couldn't help but open her mouth and say angrily when she saw that her husband was slow to speak. And that's when the woman's husband came around. The reason why he didn't open his mouth just now was because he was captivated by Zhou Qin and Li Mo's beauty. And for a moment, he looked a bit mesmerized. Returning to his senses at this time, he also spoke unhappily. Brother, we are all reasonable people. First come first served. That's right, right? So, the man was about to open his mouth to let Yi Chuan make room for them, but suddenly saw Yi Chuan take out a large stack of red tickets from inside his pocket, and at first glance it looked like there had to be 20 to 30 of them, according to his estimation. This seat, I'll buy it. Yi Chen handed over the red ticket. The woman froze, the man was petrified, and they stood motionless. Seeing them froze, Yi Chen was a bit impatient as he frowned and said, will you take it or not? If not, I'll take it back, and of course I won't let you have this position. The woman instantly reacted as she snatched the money from Yi Duan's hand and dipped it in her saliva to count it. Take it, 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 take it. The woman smiled. Only a fool would have trouble with money. She had already counted it just now, and this pile of money was $5,000, which was worth a month's salary for her. Led by the woman, the family of three left straight away, not even bothering with the number plates. After all, with this $5,000, where to eat is not to eat. A hot pot is just a hot pot. What's the big deal? TSK, 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 TSK. It really is true that money makes the world go round. Zhou Qin flirted, skimming his mouth. Yi Duan said with some meat on his bones, it's not for the sake of being able to let you and the little girl have a meal in peace and quiet. I've read this woman's face. She's not a good person. If it wasn't for this method, she would definitely be able to mess with you for hours, seriously affecting the mood of the meal. Zhou Qin's smile tightened, and only then did he understand Yi Chen's bitterness. She gave Yi Chen a serious look, then said in a serious manner, tough on you. I'll say more good things about you to Ching Ching at night. Chapter 97 Classmates Being Bullied. Leaf Dust hemmed and hawed and made an okay gesture. Right, you also know the art of face reading? Zhou Qin suddenly seemed to think of something as she asked with a surprised look on her face. The world only knows that the evil Dr. Lineage medical skills unrivaled in the world, but few people know that they, in fact, also know a variety of secret arts, such as the art of qi, the art of face, and the art of formation, etc. Are the world's number of connoisseurs? Understand a little. Yi Chen said humbly. Zhou Qin's eyes lit up. Then take a look for me. After saying that, her face was full of anticipation as she gazed at Yi Chen. Okay. Yi Chuan smiled faintly as he stared at Zhou Qin's face for a while before he suddenly frowned. This makes Zhou Qin's heart thump. Does it mean that his face is not good? The future has a great evil omen? What's wrong? Zhou Qin's voice trembled a little. Yi Chuan frowned and said with a serious face, I saw through a corner of your future from your face. Is it bad? Zhou Qin pursued, looking a little worried. With this expression on Yi Chen's face, it was really hard for her to associate it with anything good. No, Yi Duan shook his head. Then what the hell is the situation? Tell me instead. Zhou Qin was frantic. If she hadn't been unable to beat Yi Chen herself, she would have had to go out and press Yi Chen underneath her body for a painful beating before she would have been satisfied. Having something to say and not saying anything to sell it made her almost not even in the mood to eat. Yi Chuan suddenly smiled with a hefty smile and said, I just looked at your face and realized that you and I are extremely married. If I'm not wrong, we have a one-life love affair. Hearing his words, not only did Zhou Qin roll his eyes, even the diners at the tables next to them couldn't help but make taunting noises. They thought that Yi Chen, this godly man, would really say something famous, but after waiting for half a day, they just waited for a flirtatious remark. This bored them and renewed their attention back to the dry rice. I'm serious. You and I have a lifelong love affair. Yi Duan was rarely serious for once. Zhou Qin's heart trembled as she bit her lip and said with some hesitation, But, you already have Qing Cheng. What's wrong with that? My master said that it's normal for a great man to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. Monogamy. That's the rule for the weak. Yi Chen said rightfully. Riemo nodded his head at this time as well, indicating that he agreed with what Yi Chen had said. Cousin's right, awesome men have lots of wives. My dad has several wives, and they all get along just fine. Zhou Qin's jaw dropped as she looked at Yi Chen and Riemo, and she was a bit at a loss as to what to say. Living in the new century today, Zhou Qin was educated from childhood to be monogamous, and the concept that Yi Chen and the others are talking about is not only unethical, but also illegal nowadays. Bigamy understood. Straight to the brig. Nice little girl. It's not in vain that I've loved you. Yi Duan, who was on the side, heatedly smiled and couldn't help but give a thumbs up to Liemo. If it wasn't for the little girl's additions, Yi Chuan could guarantee that Zhou Qin would definitely have to scoff at his words. But now, both of them were saying this, which made Zhou Qin couldn't help but begin to doubt his worldview. Not long after, the hot pot soup base came up, along with a variety of vegetables and meats. When the soup was boiling, Riemo couldn't wait to put his favorite food in. Yi Chen also hollered out to Zhou Qin, telling her not to think too much, and that if there was anything, she should talk about it after eating. As a member of the Battle Blade, Zhou Qin's ability to control her emotions was naturally very good, and she quickly put this confusion behind her, and started chatting with Yi Chen and Liemo while eating, a meal that lasted nearly 3 hours. It wasn't until the waiter came to urge them on that they picked up the pace and settled for the rest of the food. Yi Duan consciously went to settle the bill, and then they walked towards the parking lot together. After a trip to the street, Yi Chuan directly spent close to $300,000, but he was not very concerned about it. Seeing Limo's pretty face that was red from excitement, he felt that this money was well spent. Arriving at the parking lot, Yi Chen's gaze was attracted by a group of people not far away. What's wrong? Zhou Qin looked puzzled. Originally, she had already sat in the driver's seat, but seeing that Yi Chen didn't get into the car and kept staring in one direction, she got back out of the car out of curiosity. Those few seem to be my classmates. Leaf Dust frowned. Not far away among those arguing, there were several faces that were quite familiar to him. Obviously, the other party was also a college student, and it seemed to be Jiang Wanqing's student. Just the name, Yi Chuan didn't know any of them. This is not strange. More than a week after the start of the school year, Yi Chuan went to one class. This would be strange if he could call out the names of these students. Originally, Yi Chuan didn't really want to be nosy, but as his eyes saw one of the girls being slapped by the other party, his face sank and he took a step in that direction. For ordinary quarrels, Yi Chuan was too lazy to bother, but when he made a move, the nature was completely different. As a student of Jiang Wanqing, it was only natural that Yi Chen could not stand by and watch them being bullied. Su Feng, they are very aggrieved. Obviously the other side of the reversing car hit over, but the other side is hard to bite. Their parking is not standardized. The right side of the pressure of the solid line, which led to the collision of the two sides of the vehicle. After 100 fruitless attempts at communication, Su Feng had to offer to call the inspector to come and deal with the situation. But it did not occur to me that the other party had an extremely arrogant attitude, and when she heard that Su Feng was going to call out to the patrolman to come over, the middle-aged woman on the passenger side directly jumped out of the car, and without saying a word, directly threw Su Feng a slap. Su Feng covered her face, tears coming out of her eyes. They are just a group of ordinary female college students, and when they run into such unreasonable people, it is really a case of showman meets soldier, and there is no way to reason with them. How do you hit someone with your hands? It's obviously because you guys turned too fast and had too much centrifugal force, which caused you to turn the corner and hit our car. A girl next to Su Feng huffed and puffed. They are more quiet and well-behaved type of girls, which would have expected. This middle-aged woman will be like a shrew, directly up to the hands. Behind the middle-aged woman, followed by a big, bald man, The man was wearing a short-sleeved, with a large tattoo showing on his arm, and he had a stern gaze, like a sword. A few girls met his gaze and were immediately silenced, not daring to argue anymore. Seeing this, the middle-aged woman couldn't help but laugh out loud in triumph. A few milquetoast yellowheads, how dare you be arrogant with me? If I say it's your problem, then it's your problem. The middle-aged woman was full of smugness. After touching our car, if you want to leave, you must pay $50,000 to repair the car. Seeing that Su Feng and the others were easy to bully, the middle-aged woman's eyes turned, and she even directly opened her mouth to blackmail them. Chapter 98 Parking Lot Conflict. Hear what my sister Lan said. $50,000, not a penny less. The bald man had a cat-and-mouse look on his face. It was not too easy for him to take these yellow girls. You're shameless. A few girls were so angry that their faces turned white. It was clearly the other party's fault. The other party actually turned around and asked them to pay for the money. It was really too shameless. Marred. Little cousin smashing. Who are you calling shameless? Ah, biao. Give me on. Teach these stinky girls a good lesson. Let them see just how many eyes Master Ma has. When the middle-aged woman saw that a few girls even dared to talk back, she instantly became angry and revealed her ugly face. The bald man nodded, let out a sardonic laugh, and fist-pumped his way over to a couple of the girls. A hot hand is his favorite. If you take one more step forward, I'll directly break your legs. An icy cold voice sounded. It was indeed Yi Chen who walked over, his face cold as he stared at this bald man and the middle-aged woman next to him. Originally, Su Feng and the others were a bit desperate, but when they saw the visitor, they immediately revealed a look of ecstasy. It's Yi Chen. Great. Several girls were excited. They all knew that Yi Chuan's stance was very powerful, and even school bully Li Xian had suffered more than once in his hands. Although this bald man in front of him was vicious, it was clearly impossible for him to be Yi Chen's opponent. Violent man on campus. That title is no joke. Leaf Dust smiled faintly and nodded to them. However, as for what their respective names were, that Yi Chen didn't know. Where did that rash young man come from and dare to meddle in my sister Lan's affairs? A ferocious light shot out of the bald man's eyes. Thought it was some kind of powerful character, but it turned out to be this? A mere rash youngster. He could have gotten rid of with one hand. Yi Chen glanced at him and suddenly directly slapped a big mouth over. The bald man smiled disdainfully. It was a fool's errand to try to hit him even with such speed. He took a step and tried to dodge sideways. However, the ideal was rich, but the reality was bony. In the next moment, the bald man's face changed, because he was surprised to find that he actually wouldn't move, and his feet weighed as much as 1,000 pounds, as if they were rooted. The bald man roared and struggled frantically, but it was of no use, and he could only watch as Yi Chen's slap got closer and closer. Snap! A huge force erupted, directly jerking the bald man away. He fell heavily to the ground and spat out 2 bloody teeth with a wow sound in his mouth, which was covered in blood. When Su Feng and a few other girls saw the scene, they were startled, but they soon revealed a look of relief. Well played. A girl next to Su Feng clenched her small fists, her face full of excitement. This guy is really just like the school rumors, a veritable violent man. Giggle. Another girl laughed. However, none of them had a trace of aversion to this kind of violence from Yi Chen. Instead, they were quite adoring. How dare you hit someone? The middle-aged woman said angrily as she pointed at Yi Chen with an enraged look. Hitting people? Did I hit anyone? Yi Chuan snorted and turned his head to look at Su Feng and the girls. You guys say, did I hit anyone? No, you hit the unreasonable beast. A few girls were cooperative. Anyway, with Yi Duan here, they were not at all afraid of the other party coming at them hard. If the other party made a move, it was purely asking for trouble. The middle-aged woman was furious. She was not a good-tempered person in the first place, or else she wouldn't have reversed black and white like this before. Therefore, when she heard the taunting of a few girls, she was so angry that she lost her mind and directly took a fruit knife from the car, wailing and then lunged at a few girls. Su Feng and the girls were shocked. No one expected that the other party would actually be so arrogant and dare to show their knives in broad daylight. Yi Chen didn't make a move, and Zhou Qin on the side couldn't stand to watch. With a healthy step, she stopped directly in front of the middle-aged woman and reached out to grab at the arm of the middle-aged woman holding the knife. Careful! Su Feng and the girls shouted. It's just too thrilling to catch a white blade with your empty hand. However, what made a few girls' jaws drop was that just at the moment their words fell, Zhou Qin happened to be impartial and grabbed the middle-aged woman's arm that was holding the knife. With a tackle, she actually backhanded the middle-aged woman and pressed both of her hands behind her back. Yi Chen smiled faintly. He did not feel the slightest bit surprised that Zhou Qin was able to do this. The strength of a second-rate martial artist was not ranked in the supernatural world, but against these ordinary people, that was indeed more than enough. Let go of me. The middle-aged woman angrily yelled down, her mouth slurring in a tirade of obscenities. Zhou Qin frowned as she listened. She spoke coldly, you guys are too arrogant. Do you really think that no one can rule you? Rule us? We have Boss Wei behind us. Who dares? At this time, the bald man climbed up from the ground as he sneered. Even if he knew that he and Sister Lan were not the opponents of this group of people, he would not show his cowardice, because behind him stood the famous Boss Wei of the Jinling City Road. Yi Chuan seemed to smile as he spoke. Boss Wei? Interesting, go call him over and I'll take a look. You. The bald man's face immediately changed. He didn't expect Yi Chen to be so fearless that he didn't even give Boss Wei face. Hurry up, I'll give you 10 minutes. If your Boss Wei doesn't come, then I'm afraid that you and your concubine will have to go into the arresting officer's room to drink tea today. Yi Chen said indifferently. Kid, you're playing with fire. A cold light flashed in the bald man's eyes. After saying that, he didn't hesitate and directly dialed a number. You guys go back to school first, we'll take care of this place. Yi Chen smiled faintly towards Su Feng and the girls, but a few girls were a bit embarrassed. The matter started because of them. How could there be a reason for Yi Chuan to stay here while they walked away? As if he had read the girls' minds, Yi Chuan laughed and said, Don't worry, you guys just go ahead. This guy's backer. I don't put it in my eyes yet. Yeah, you guys leave first, there's me and Yi Chuan here. It'll be fine. Zhou Qin also advised, directly pulling out a police officer's license from his pocket. A couple of the girls froze for a moment, then rejoiced. No wonder the sister's hands were so powerful. It turned out that she was actually a valiant female inspector. Yi Chen, and this sister, I've troubled you with today's matter. An apologetic look surfaced on Su Feng's face. Yi Chen waved his hand and smiled. Go. Su Feng nodded and without further hesitation, she and a few other girls got into the car, and then they drove away from the place. Finally I can let go. Otherwise it's too tiring to pretend to be civilized in front of these female students. Yi Chuan muttered. Zhou Qin was speechless. She said that Yi Chen had changed his temperament today. Just as she was about to open her mouth to banter Yi Duan for a few sentences, a group of people appeared and came their way. When the bald man saw the gang, a look of smugness and arrogance appeared on his face. Boss Wei is here. You guys are dead. The middle-aged woman, Sister Lan, said coldly. Yi Chuan and Zhou Qin's faces were unchanged. A group of punks were just a bunch of punks. How much more powerful could they be to make waves? Wow. 1, 2, 3, that's 23 in all. Cousin, leave them to me. Remo's eyes glowed, and it was obvious that the little girl had an itchy hand. Alright, but don't use your head subduing technique. It's still troublesome to kill someone here. Yi Duan admonished. He swept a glance around, but saw that because of the commotion just now, a number of car owners had already noticed the place. Don't worry cousin, I'm not a fool. Remo heatedly smiled. Then the little girl jumped straight out and stopped in front of the group of punks. Chapter 99. If you can give and take, you are a husband. Aren't you going over to help? Zhou Qin frowned. The other party was outnumbered, and she was worried that Remo would suffer. After all, such a cute little girl. How much fighting ability could she have? If a head butler doesn't use head subduing techniques, at least 90% of his combat power must be nullified. Yi Chen shook his head and said with a faint smile, No need, just watch. This girl is much more powerful than you think. Only then did Zhou Qin nod his head, his eyes gleaming as he glanced over toward Li Mo. After the bald man and the middle-aged woman added more fuel to the fire, Boss Wei's face became more and more grim. He led dozens of minions towards Yi Chen's side, directly ignoring Remo, who had stopped in front of him. Tai, your opponent, is this girl? No, going to my cousin. Seeing that this group of punks even ignored her, the little girl was more or less unhappy, and she shouted at those punks. Boss Wei froze for a moment, then was extremely speechless as he shook his head and said, Little girl, you'd better hide to the side, so as not to hurt you with your fists and feet. Obviously, Boss Wei didn't put Li Mo in his eyes at all, and only thought that she was a small girl with a playful and delightful appearance, without any semblance of a threat to speak of. After saying this, Boss Wei surrounded Yi Chen with his minions. As for Remo, without Boss Wei's orders, the gangsters all ignored her and bypassed her. The bald man and the middle-aged woman were also mixed in the crowd, and they were full of cold smiles as they stared at Yi Chuan and Zhou Qin, with a look that you will be dead soon. Remo pouted her little mouth, a little angry, thinking that she was a top realm head surrender master, but she didn't think that she would actually be ignored by a few ordinary people, which made the little girl depressed. The little girl was about to make her move and give these guys with no eyes a little color, but right at this moment, Boss Wei, who was at the front of the crowd, suddenly flopped down and knelt down, panic written all over his face. Damn it, I didn't read the calendar when I went out, and I actually provoked this horrible guy again. Boss Wei's face was filled with bitterness as he lamented in his heart. This Boss Wei was no one else. It was the same gangster leader, Wei Qiqiang, who had brought people to surround him in the alley when Yi Chuan first met Xiaoshui. Ever since what happened last time, he had realized one thing in his mind: martial artists were unbeatable. and even if the number of ordinary people was high, it was all for nothing, and there was no way they could be an opponent. Therefore, in the recent period of time, he had acted very carefully, fearing that if he didn't pay attention, he would provoke that kind of terrifying existence. But Wei Qiqiang never thought that it was useless for him to be careful alone. His men were very good at making a fool of themselves and actually provoked Yi Chen, which made Wei Qiqiang feel the urge to strangle the bald man to death. How good the others were, he couldn't be sure yet, but this Yi Chen's stance, he had seen it with his own eyes. In the beginning, dozens of his little brothers, with machetes, could not even hurt him, let alone this situation now. Thinking of this, Wei Qiqiang directly conceded. After all, it didn't matter if you lost face, but if you even lost your life, it would be too wrong. Master Yi, I didn't know it was you that they offended. I'm sorry. Boss Wei, who was well known on the roads of Jinling City, was kowtowing and apologizing to a brat at this moment, which made the bald man and the middle-aged woman feel like they were dreaming. The only ones who were under Wei Qiqiang's command were those juniors, many of whom had participated in the siege of Yi Chen in the first place. As soon as they compared the face in their minds with Yi Chen, their faces changed and they shook like sieves. Obviously, they all confirmed one thing: Yi Chen was the guy who had beaten them to tears back then. Boss Wei, don't let this guy fool you. This guy is just a college student. What can he be? The middle-aged woman couldn't help but say. That's right, this kid is only a bit stronger. With so many of us together, we can definitely teach him a good lesson. The bald man egged on, his eyes staring resentfully at Yi Chen. This breath of being knocked out 2 teeth by Yi Chen, he really couldn't spit it out. However, none of them noticed that the moment their words had just fallen, those punks all glared at them angrily. That look in his eyes, he could hardly wait to dismantle them. Wei Qiqiang's face also changed as he quickly glanced at Yi Chen. Then he decisively stood up and slapped towards that middle-aged woman's face. Boss Wei, are you mistaken? The bald man was horrified and tried to escape, but he was kicked in the head by Wei Qiqiang with a left-hand stomp. The bald man's eyes went black and he was directly kicked unconscious. The middle-aged woman, on the other hand, was dumbfounded by Wei Qiqiang's slap, and she let out a scream as she collapsed to the ground. Master Yi, are you still satisfied with this treatment? Wei Qiqiang lowered his head with a terrified expression, fearing that Yi Chen would get upset because of what those two had just said and strike at them. Then they would be collectively finished. Zhou Qin, who was on the side, glanced at Yi Chuan and was filled with surprise. She didn't think that Yi Chuan actually knew this black boss, and looking at the other party's attitude, it seemed that the two were quite familiar with each other. Mamma mia, but it seems that you and I are not that familiar with each other. Isn't it inappropriate to call out to Master Yi? Yi Chuan seemed to be smiling. Hearing Yi Chen's words, Wei Qiqiang was shaken, and he couldn't help but let out a bitter smile as he said, Master Yi, just tell us straight, what is it going to take to let us leave unharmed? The child is teachable. Yi Chuan looked at Wei Qiqiang appreciatively. Then he said grumpily, your 2 henchmen, who crashed my classmate's car, ended up messing around, and in turn, demanded $50,000 in compensation from my classmate. How about this? You guys take out the money, enough for $50,000 compensation, and I'll let you guys go. When these words came out, Zhou Qin was speechless. Yi Chen, this guy was so bold that he had no bounds, actually extorting money in broad daylight. But what she didn't expect was that Wei Qiqiang and his minions were relieved instead. After all, anything that can be solved with money is nothing. At that moment, they pulled out all the money they had on them. There were some who refused to pay out money, but after being glared at by Wei Qiqiang, they had to reluctantly present their money. When you're on the road, you can be unruly, but you can't disobey the boss. There were over 20 people, poor and rich, and all the money together came to just over $60,000, eliminating the small denomination 10s and 20s among them. Yi Duan only left behind the $100 bills. He handed the money to Zhou Qin for temporary safekeeping, while he himself turned back around and patted Wei Qiqiang's cheek with a smile. Very good. It seems that you already understand the meaning of the phrase those who know what's good for them very well. No wonder you can become Boss Wei. The corner of Yi Chen's mouth rose slightly. Hearing this, Wei Qiqiang was depressed and always felt that Yi Chen was being sarcastic, but he couldn't say anything about it, so he could only bow his head with a terrified look on his face. I'll ask you one more question. Who was the one who shouted at you guys to find trouble with me before? Yi Chen suddenly asked. Wei Qiqiang didn't hesitate and directly replied. Jiangnan Province's Hai family's eldest son, Hai Tian. Dead Taoist friends don't die in poverty. In front of Yi Chuan, Wei Qiqiang felt that it was better for him to be honest. So it's him. Yi Chuan smiled coldly, then glanced at Wei Qiqiang and said meaningfully, get up, you are very good. Being born humble is not a shame. Being able to bend and reach out is what makes a husband. It would be a bit of a shame if you didn't unify the underground circle of Jinling City. Chapter 100. If you want to succeed, Go crazy first. These words caused Wei Qiqian's body to tremble violently. With his intelligence, how could he not understand Yi Chen's words? Yi Duan was planning to take himself under his wing, and then wanted to use his hand to unify the underground circle in Jinling City. However, Wei Qiqian was a bit guilty of muttering, knowing that although the underground circle was not allowed to see the light of day, the number of strong people in it was also quite a lot. There is simply no other way to take all of these social mixers in than with a big fist. When Shui Yong, the boss of the Xuanwu district of Jinling City, had a large number of horsemen under his hand, he was once considered to be the most promising person to unify the underground circle of Jinling City. But then, because of the appearance of Power Fist King Kai Kuan, he not only lost his position as the boss of Xuanwu district, but now he has even directly faded out of their circle. From this, it can be seen that the degree of misery in the underground circle is far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. With his Wei Qiqian's ability and strength, it was already very difficult for him to be able to be partial to the present scale. However, if they listened to Yi Chen and extended their claws to other territories, they would most likely incur immediate annihilation. After all, a third-rate martial artist from the lowest tier was able to sweep them away without a doubt. Opportunities are not to be missed. Once you miss it, there is no more room for regrets, Yi Chen said indifferently. After saying that, he greeted Zhou Qin and Liam O and turned around to leave the place. Wei Qiqian took a deep breath and suddenly walked quickly to Yi Chen, then respectfully bowed down. Master Yi, I've decided. From now on, I'll follow you. Saddle up. If you tell me to go east, I'll never go west. Stop. Don't engage in all this nonsense. And also, don't call me Master Yi. I'm not as big a grandson as you are. Yi Chen skimmed his mouth and said. Wei Qiqian froze for a moment, then gave a bitter smile and said, then I'll call you Brother Yi. My brothers and I truly want to submit to you. Please accept us. Please take us, Brother Yi. The gangsters shouted in unison. Yi Chen swept a glance at them. The expression on his face could not be seen as joyful or sad. His gaze finally landed on Wei Qiqian's body as he said indifferently, it's fine if you want me to take you all in, but you must strictly abide by my rules. Once I find out that something has been violated, I'll immediately take action to exterminate you all. Do you hear me? Hearing Yi Chuan's words, many of the gangsters immediately had a bitter look on their faces. They just didn't want to abide by the rules. That's why they came out to mix with the society. Now that they were defecting to Yi Chen, there were actually rules and regulations to constrain them, which made them old and reluctant. Wei Qiqian was also slightly stunned, but then he asked, Brother Yi, what rules do you have? Say them, I'll make sure that the guys strictly abide by them and don't dare to violate them at all. Once again somewhat impressed with Wei Qiqian, Yi Chen smiled faintly and said, it's actually very simple. Just 3 articles. First, no bullying the old and weak. Second, no molesting women. Third, no dabbling in gambling and drugs. Just these 3? Wei Qiqian was a bit surprised. To be reasonable, he had originally thought that Yi Chen would come up with some harsh rules in order to restrain them, but it turned out that he didn't expect that they were all things that couldn't be more commonplace. No problem. From today onwards, I will make everyone memorize these 3 rules. If anyone violates them, I won't need you, Brother Yi, to do anything. I'll directly exterminate him, Wei Qiqian solemnly said. Yi Chen nodded with satisfaction, and by this point, there was already a hint of appreciation within his gaze towards Wei Qiqian, at least in terms of being a boss. Wei Qiqian has the temperament of a lord, much stronger than the previous one. Ma Fei. Right, Brother Yi, I have another piece of news for you, Wei Qiqian suddenly said. Since he had already defected to Yi Chen, he would no longer have any second thoughts, and he would single-mindedly think only about Yi Chen. You say, Yi Chuan smiled faintly. This Wei Qiqian gave him a better and better feeling. The current old man of the White Tiger district in Jinling City, Dahai Wei Ming, is secretly investigating you, Brother Yi, and he's arranged for many hands, including even a few powerful martial artists, to get rid of you in one fell swoop, Wei Qiqian said with a serious face. Hai Weiman? What AF** king name? Yi Chuan was speechless and couldn't help but spit out a sentence. But soon, he frowned. This guy should have some relationship with Hai Tian, right? Brother Yi is wise. Hai Wei Ming is none other than Haitian's third uncle, Wei Qiqian said. Yi Chuan dawned, instantly gaining insight into the other party's intentions. It was obvious that the other party was trying to take the heat for Haitian. However, Yi Chen didn't care because he was confident that his strength was enough to crush all his enemies. I see. Hai Weiman. Right. From now on, he's counting down the days of his life. Yi Chen's voice was flat, but it caused Wei Qiqian's heart to tremble. He looked at Yi Chuan with a shocked face. This young boss that he just recognized. In the end, what kind of a god is he? His tone is too crazy. Actually, even the old man of the White Tiger district, Dahai Wei Ming, is not in his eyes. Want to know where I came from? Yi Chen smiled faintly. Wei Qiqiang nodded. He did want to know where Yi Chen came from. With so many people under his command, he can't follow an unidentified person, can he? The current Yu doesn't have this qualification yet. Wait until you have unified the White Tiger region, Yi Dust said indifferently. Wei Qiqiang was dumbfounded. Unifying the White Tiger district. The implication of this is to get rid of Hai Weiming, this little boss of his own. It is really not a general confidence. Cousin, let's go back. Ryumo walked over and took Yi Chen's arm and shook it vigorously. Watching two large men lay out and chat was too boring for her. Yi Chuan smiled faintly and touched her little head, then turned his head to look at Zhou Qin and said, "Alright, black wife, you go and drive. I'll come over in a while." Zhou Qin nodded his head and led Liamo then towards his car. "Take care of yourself." Meaningfully patting Wei Qiqiang's shoulder, Yi Chen turned away and sat in Zhou Qin's car. The car started and the three of them took off. Looking at the back of Yi Chuan and their departure, a blue-haired gangster who was closest to Wei Qiqiang couldn't help but ask, "Boss, are we really going to defect to that kid?" Sweeping a glance at him, Wei Qiqiang said coldly, "Of course, if we don't find a strong backer. Do you think that with our strength, we can hold back Shi Lang and his attack? There's also Hai Weiming. This old thing isn't a good fighter. Are there fewer people like us who have died in his hands? If you want to succeed, first go crazy and charge forward regardless. Perhaps, this little boss can really give us a different surprise." A look of determination surfaced on Wei Qiqiang's face. The blue-haired punk nodded his head and suddenly pointed at the bald man and middle-aged woman who had fainted on the ground again. "What about these two guys?" Wei Qiqiang frowned, thought for a moment and said, "Although these two fellows are detestable, but after all, they are crooked and have made us whole. It's better to send them to the hospital, but in the future, they won't be our flying dragon gangs people anymore." Chapter 101 Stay on my side. The blue-haired gangster nodded, letting out a long breath in his heart, and immediately brought a few people to take them to the hospital. After all, this middle-aged woman, Sister Lun, was considered a distant cousin of his. He didn't want to see the two die in this way. Sweeping a glance at the remaining people, Wei Qiqiang said coldly, "Alright, let's go back as well." What happened today was nothing more than a false alarm. However, they had gotten one of the greatest rewards, and that was defecting to the mysterious and unpredictable Yi Chen. This is definitely a solid deal in Wei Qiqiang's opinion. With Yi Chuan's strength and the confidence he displayed, he had a feeling that the other party really had the ability to crush Hai Weiming's gang, and wasn't just blowing smoke and talking. Thinking of this, Wei Qiqiang took his minions and left with a high level of ambition. By defecting to Yi Duan, their flying dragon gang was destined for glory. Knock knock. Yi Chuan and the others returned home and had just sat on the sofa when a knock came from the door. Zhou Qin went over and opened the door, and when she saw that it was Jiang Wanqing standing in the doorway, she couldn't help but widen her eyes. "What are you waiting for? Let me in." Jiang Wanqing did not have the good sense to wite his good girlfriend a glance, but just half a daytime did not see. As to this kind of fussing look, why didn't you go to work? Zhou Qin was a bit strange. She clearly remembered that in the morning, Jiang Wanqing was still spitting with her that all of this afternoon was her class. Wrong time, I don't have class this afternoon, Jiang Wanqing said indifferently, her gaze unconsciously glancing towards Yi Chen in the room. Naturally, she would not tell Zhou Qin that in order to squat on time to watch for Yi Duan's return, she deliberately went to the school office to ask for a half-day's leave. Zhou Qin hemmed and hawed, and in the flow of her mind, she had guessed Jiang Wanqing's intentions. Casting a look of self-seeking to Yi Chen, Zhou Qin made way, then allowed Jiang Wanqing to walk in smoothly. When he saw Jiang Wanqing appear at home, Yi Chen froze for a moment, but then a big smile appeared on his face. "First wife, it's been a long time, I miss you. You took the initiative to come over. Is it because you miss me too?" Yi Chuan playfully said. However, seeing Jiang Wanqing's icy face and ignoring himself for a long time, Yi Chuan skimmed his mouth and had to turn his head to look at Ryumo, then said with a smile, "Sister Ryumo, come over and say hello." Nodding her head, the little girl sweetly shouted out to Jiang Wanqing, saying, "Hello cousin sister-in-law, my name is Liamo. I'm cousin Yi Duan's distant cousin." "You, what did you call me?" Jiang Wanqing was originally chilling her face, but at this moment, when she heard Li Mo's name calling, she directly broke. "Cousin's wife ah, aren't you my cousin Yi Chen's wife?" Li Mo had a curious face, her bright big eyes filled with innocence. These words were naturally taught by Yi Chen, but coming from Li Mo's mouth, Jiang Wanqing was obviously a bit overwhelmed. Yi Duan on the side couldn't help but snicker, and in his heart, he gave the little girl a big nod of approval. I have to admit that Ryumo was really talented at acting. That innocent little look directly confused Jiang Wanqing. "That, Sister Ryumo is it? I think you must have misunderstood. Your cousin and I are just a simple male-female relationship," Jiang Wanqing hurriedly explained. Only her voice was getting lighter and lighter. The words of explanation more or less seemed a bit pale and powerless at this moment. With a teasing look on his face, Yi Chuan looked at Zhang Wanqing with a fixed gaze, which caused her cheeks to blush slightly, and the way she looked at Liu Mo couldn't help but start to dodge a little. Simple male-female relationship? The little girl had a puzzled look on her face. It was already a male-female relationship. Where was it still simple? Seeing that Liu Mo looked confused, Zhang Wanqing's heart trembled. She then reacted and realized that she had said the wrong thing. Her intention was to say simple friendship, but Zhang Wanqing didn't expect that when she exported it. She made a slip of the tongue and said it was a simple male-female relationship. The difference between the two words has a very different meaning. Mere friendship. I was wrong, Zhang Wanqing corrected, only to feel her cheeks burning with a fiery pain. She glanced at Zhou Qin out of the corner of her eye, but she saw that this guy had a smirk on his face and was clearly watching himself laugh. Seeing Zhang Wanqing looking towards him, the corners of Zhou Qin's mouth rose and he smiled even more happily. Zhang Wanqing rolled her eyes, depressed. This damn plastic sisterhood, do not help to round up the scene is just, actually on the sidelines in silence to eat their own melon. When she went back, she would definitely make her look good. Zhang Wanqing secretly swore in her heart. At that moment, Zhou Qin's body shivered violently. It alerted her to the fact that a sudden cold shiver on this hot day, with no air conditioning in the house, was obviously not a good sign. Zhou Qin looked grave, feeling that he might have been targeted by someone, and this cold shiver was the warning sign that rose up in his heart. You're Yi Chen's cousin, then why are you wearing Yi Chen's clothes after taking a shower in the morning? Zhang Wanqing suddenly asked. She had forgotten all of the words of her interrogation, except for this one, which of course was the point she wanted to know the most. Hearing this, the little girl's face changed, but her admiration for Yi Chen deepened in her heart. Unforeseen awe. This big sister will ask what words, Yi Chuan unexpectedly all predicted in advance, is really too powerful. At that moment, Liu Mo then once again utilized her excellent acting skills to perfectly portray Yi Chen's set of remarks. I came from the countryside, and on the way, I met thugs and had my luggage taken. I begged for food for 3 days in a row, and that's how I came 1,000 miles to Jiling City. The little girl deflated her mouth, looking aggrieved, with tear water dripping in her eyes, looking pitiful. In order to be able to stay here in Yiduan and be clothed and fed, she also put up a fight. So that's how it is. Perhaps sympathizing with this pitiful appearance of Liu Mo, Zhang Wanqing surprisingly did not question the idea of her words in the slightest and directly chose to believe them. These bags are? Zhang Wanqing's gaze fell on those shopping bags on the sofa. It's all the clothes that Yi Duan bought for his cousin, and I helped pick them out, Zhou Qin said with a smile. Zhang Wanqing nodded, thought for a moment, and said, there are still empty rooms in my house, so Sister Liu Mo should come and stay at my house. Although you are cousins, it is ultimately inappropriate for a lone man and woman to live together. With that, she picked up a couple of shopping bags from the couch and headed for her home. Qin, help me. Zhang Wanqing's voice came from outside the door. Being named, Zhou Qin shrugged and glanced at Yi Duan. Then she picked up a few bags and walked towards the opposite door. Yi Chuan had some egg pain. This, a typical wallflower. A few trips back and forth, the little girl's new clothes and shoes all entered Zhang Wanqing's house. From now on, Sister Liu Mo will live with us. We will take good care of her. You just have to remember to make good meals and send them over every day on time. Zhang Wanqing held over Liu Mo's small hand. She was full of complacency and said in a very domineering manner, it's not good. Yi Chuan was a bit uneasy. At least Liu Mo was also a descended headmaster, although she looked a bit more innocent, but the threat was still there. In case Zhang Wanqing accidentally provoked her and caused the little girl to strike, that would not be too wonderful. Even Zhou Qin was simply powerless to stop it, as the difference in strength was too great. Chapter 102 Buying Yiduan. Who would have expected that at this time? The little girl Liu Mo opened her mouth, a sentence that directly depressed Yi Chen to the extreme. Cousin, why don't I just go live across the street? Cousin sister-in-law and sister Zhou Qin and the girls are all there, and my new clothes and shoes are all there as well. The little girl blinked her eyes and said, come on, he's not as important as new clothes and shoes. Yi Chen touched his nose and didn't say anything, only his face was sad. After a long time had passed, he said with great reluctance, go on then, I want to be quiet. Who is Jing Jing? Liu Mo cocked his head with a curious expression. Her words caused Zhang Wanqing and Zhou Qin to burst out in laughter. Yi Chen, on the other hand, was so depressed that he nearly spat out blood. He waved his hand helplessly, then leaned himself back on the couch and looked up at the ceiling with a skeptical look on his face. LOL. Seeing this appearance of Yi Chen, Zhang Wanqing and Zhou Qin both couldn't help but laugh a little, and they brought their little girl, Liu Mo, back to the home across the street together. Listening to the various sounds of housekeeping coming from the house across the street, leaf dust froze out of his mind. He sat on the sofa for a long time, until the sky darkened and his stomach growled. Only then did Ji Duan stand up from the sofa and turn around to enter the kitchen. When the meal was ready and out, in just over half a minute, there was a knock on his door. Leaf Dust didn't even need to think about it to know who the person knocking on the door was. He went over to open the door and let in the dabbling Zhou Qin, Jiang Wanqing, and Li Mo. Yi Chuan was secretly glad that he was too wise to know that something like this would happen, so he specially fried 2 more dishes. Otherwise, with these women's appetites, I'm afraid he'll have to eat dry white rice again tonight. However, Yi Chuan considered Jiang Wanqing and Zhou Qin's meal sizes, but neglected the little girl, Li Mo. This little girl looked thin and weak, but in reality, her meal size was not below Zhou Qin and Jiang Wanqing at all. The 2 extra dishes Yi Chuan had fried were simply not enough for the little girl to eat alone. Looking at the 3 women who were frantically drying their rice, Yi Chuan was speechless. He wanted to open his mouth and ask, "Where is your ladylike image?" But Yi Chuan didn't open his mouth after all, because Jiang Wanqing and the girls obviously wouldn't take care of him. It was too late to dry their rice. How could they have time to talk? It wasn't long before the meal was finished and all 3 women rubbed their stomachs and slumped into their chairs. Obviously, they've been eating again. Yi Chuan wanted to cry without tears. It looked like he couldn't escape from this dishwashing and scrubbing job. After hurriedly picking up the rice in his own bowl, Yi Duan carried the dish bowls one by one and walked into the kitchen. Seeing Yi Chen taking such initiative, Jiang Wanqing revealed a look of a child's teachable spirit. She hemmed and hawed and greeted Zhou Qin and Limor, and the 3 of them returned to the opposite side of the home with satisfaction. "Cousin-in-law, it's not too good for us to leave after eating." The little girl was kind-hearted and was a little embarrassed to leave after eating. "Then you'll go help her with the dishes?" Jiang Wanqing raised her eyebrows and said with a smile. When the little girl, Li Mo, heard this, her head instantly shook like a rattlesnake as she hurriedly said, "I don't want it." Guilt was guilt, but it would never do for her to go to work. In an instant, the only trace of guilt left in the little girl's heart was gone. After Yi Chuan packed up everything, it was almost close to 8 o'clock. He sat on the couch and watched TV for a while, then went back to the bedroom to get ready for bed. The cohabitation plan fizzled out, which made Yi Chuan very dissatisfied, but in the way of his cousin's identity, he had no way to stop it, and could only watch as Li Mo lived in Jiang Wanqing's house. "Forget it, anyway, we live close to each other. It's just a wall away." Yi Chuan lay on the bed and comforted himself in this way. However, just as he was about to fall asleep, Yi Chen suddenly had his ears twitch slightly and snapped his eyes open. A cold look appeared on his face, and his gaze was fixed on the window. Without the slightest hesitation, Yi Duan put on his clothes and tumbled through the bedroom window. He took a few leaps and made his way to the top-floor rooftop. "So it's you." Yi Chuan smiled coldly and recognized the visitor. This was a woman whose appearance and figure were extremely enchanting. Although it was not the unique kimono dress of Easterning women, Yi Chuan was able to affirm that she was the Easterning female yin and yang master who had escaped from the abandoned factory the previous morning. "Yi Kuan, we meet again." Hermo Aoba smiled faintly. "Say something." "Nothing, get lost, don't waste my time." Yi Chuan yawned, revealing a look of impatience. A trace of annoyance flashed in her heart, but Yemo Chingy still had a gentle smile on her face as she said, "Yi Jun is really quick to speak. Then I won't hide anything. I wonder if Yi Jun would be interested in doing a business with my Hiemo family? What benefits can I get?" Yi Chen didn't move and asked directly. Himao Chingy froze for a moment. This guy was actually so easy to bribe? He hadn't even said what kind of business he was in, but he was already eager to ask for favors. "As long as you agree to cooperate with us, no matter what the benefit is, the Hiemo clan, will definitely get it for you." Himao Chingy forcefully suppressed his inner excitement. By drawing in such a powerful supreme martial artist, she would immediately have a lot more say in the family. "Really?" Yi Duan revealed a skeptical look. "That's of course. There's basically nothing my Kumo family can't accomplish in eastern Japan," Kumo Aoba said proudly. Yi Chuan nodded slightly. He scratched his head and hesitated for half a day before he stammered. "Actually, the favor I want is also very simple. If you bring me the head of Himayu village as a night pot, I will agree to do business with you." "Bagger, you seek death." Himo Aoba was furious at his words, and his face twisted a bit. "You should know that Kumo Yumura is the current head of the Kumo family, and in the heart of every member of the Kumo family, he is a well-deserved god. Now that Ji-chen actually opened his mouth to insult their god, how could Himo Chinyi tolerate this?" In a rage, Himo Chinyi did not hesitate and directly made a move with Yi-chen. Her gaze was grim, her body was filled with murderous aura, and the white streamer in her hand danced. A white light transformed into a sky full of snowflakes, which was beautiful, and attacked and killed Yi-chen. This was a yin and yang technique passed down from the family of the Himo family, which was strangely powerful, and although it was aesthetically pleasing to the extreme, it killed in every way. As long as they were stained by these snowflakes, they would immediately be frozen and lose their ability to move. A small sculpture, How dare you show off your skills? Yi Chuan smiled disdainfully and said coldly, I was just thinking about how to find you, but I didn't expect you to send yourself to the door. It's just the right time to take this opportunity to finish you off and give my black wife a breath of bad luck. After saying that, he stood in place and directly slapped out a palm lightly. Powerful true chi surged and met these snowflakes with an onslaught. Boom! In Hiemo Ching's shocked eyes, the roiling snowflakes she swung out flew backward. Block it for me! Hiemo Chingy hissed as she waved the flag sail in her palm, and a dark light shot out, crashing fiercely on top of these snowflakes. Swish! A wave of air spread out in all directions. These snowflakes were eliminated, but Hiemo Chingy also took many steps back. She coughed up blood at the corner of her mouth and looked at Yi Duan with a shocked expression.